Welcome to BAStv.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to day 2 of the round 2 of the 2026 British Autograss Series. We're up and running a little bit early, but I'll tell you what, it's Class 2s out there for the ladies for their second run, so it's over to Lewis.
Cheers, mate. We are straight in, up and running this morning, and it's your overnight leader, York 181, who's out in the lead there. It's already taking an early lead. I think it's from the Radford, number 92 of Nicola Bettany, settling in that second spot, with Linda Thomas then, currently lying joint 7th overnight in that third spot, out on track at the moment. So it's 181 from the Radford 92, from your PAC 91. Very dusty on that corner, difficult to see the rest of them coming around at the moment, but we've got the St. Neots 34 then in that fourth spot, and Breeden Hill number 10 at the back of the pack there. But there's a good battle at the head of affairs there. 181 just managing to keep ahead of the Radford 92 of Bettany in that second spot. Both of those then just edging away from Linda Thomas in that PAC number 91 then, trying to chase that leading pair down as they come around turns 3 and 4 then for the last lap flag this time. 181 from 92 from 91. Then we got the 34 machine, St. Neots number 34 in that fourth spot. Vicky Robbins driving that one around turns 3 and 4 down there at the bottom of the track there, with the Breeden Hill then number 10 of Amanda Mason at the back of the pack. But for the final time then, bit of a drift on out to the wider line there for the York 181 of Maisie Farrow, but she cuts it back in, takes that inside line and takes the win. York 181 from Radford 92, PAC 91 in third, St. Neots 34 in fourth, and your final finisher there in that fifth spot, Amanda Mason in the Breeden Hill number 10. So yeah, sorry we didn't have much of a chance to introduce race 1. They came out to the grids there much quicker than we expected. Steve was poised, ready to give you a nice big intro, and it was cut a little bit short, Steve.
Yeah, you were the one that lost out. We were doing the big intro for you, so I do apologise, but yeah, they caught us out on that one, didn't they?
Well, to be fair, there you go. Steve to do the intro to the morning, and then obviously we didn't have much chance for
that. No, that's all right, but let's get racing.
Anyway, race 2 then is down there on the line for your 2026 overall sponsors, Fleet Care Services Class 2s, and the round 2 sponsors, KP Thomas and Sons and Kerwin Thomas Services, your weekend sponsors for the Class 2s this weekend. Race 2 is already down there on the line, and as we've got a bit more time this time with the water Bowser out, we should have A212 Hannah Lewis, SC40 Abby Juggins, YD295 Rebecca Starbuck, Melton 62 Claire Horner-Williams, PhD 66 Rona Pelham, and Swansea number 2 Courtney Lewis. So the best of the pack here at the moment then is your Melton number 62 Claire Horner-Williams, currently joint first with a race win from the first heats yesterday. Who else do we have here? The current leaders from yesterday are the York 181 machine, which we saw out in race number 1, York number 2, who will be coming out in race number 3, and Claire Horner-Williams in the Melton number 62. But it's a very close racing with the Class 2s here normally. Claire Horner-Williams does seem to be having fantastic starts into that first corner. We'll see if she can manage the same here now then in the Melton number 62 in race 2 of Heat 2 of the ladies' Class 2s. A lot of 2s there, weren't there? Now then, a fantastic start from the middle there for Rona Pelham in the PhD. No, I've mixed up there. I think it's the Yorkshire Dales car. Who had the fantastic start. That would have been Rebecca Starbuck in the YD295, and it is still her in the lead with a bit of a spin at the back there. So it's 295 from Melton number 62, who has been quite dominant in the ladies' Class 2s this season so far in the meetings that I've seen for sure. Anyway, so it's the Yorkshire Dales from Melton. Then we've got Hannah Lewis, I think it is, just having a bit of a snake on there at the back in the Athelston 212. And Swansea number 2 then. Courtney just slips up into that third spot as Hannah was losing a bit of traction or something as they were coming out to turn 4s onto that back straight. So anyway, Swansea 2 it is in third, Athelston 2 and 2 in fourth, and the Scunthorpe number 40 there in fifth of Abby Juggins. But it is the Yorkshire Dales 295 of Rebecca Starbuck, who is now then pulling a car's length away from Claire Horner-Williams in the Melton number 62. They're coming up then to a back marker here. Rona Pelham it is in the PhD number 66 there. Will she cause an interference here for this race for the lead? They're already onto their last lap. 295 it is then in the lead, but Claire Horner-Williams is lying in wait, and this back marker now then is going to cause problems unless she can get out of the way. She's sticking to the inside line. 295 has had to slow down to miss her. Claire Horner-Williams has made a dive around the outside, which has forced the 295 onto that inside slippery line. So Horner takes the win in the Melton 62. 295 takes second with the Rona Pelham machine a lap down. Swansea number 2 takes third. Athelston 2 and 2. Scunthorpe number 40 for fifth. And then we have, unfortunately, I think the Rona Pelham machine then PhD number 66 has pulled off after seeing the checkered flag for the race winners there. Now, whether she'll be awarded the points there, I'm not sure because she hasn't come around for the checkered flag, but obviously it does save the club a lot of time if she doesn't have to go around for her last lap, so maybe they'll award her the points anyway, because she did obviously have, she'd had already taken the last lap flag as it was anyway. Anyway, as I said then, in this race, race number 3, we have another one of your current leaders who had a race win yesterday. That's the York number 2 machine of Jessica Farrow, coming out of grid 8 here. Then we have York 16, Alex Tinker in grid 7. Scarborough 249, Gabby Smith coming out of grid number 6, who's currently down in joint 7th after having a 3rd on track yesterday, so obviously a little bit misleading there, thinking that she's down in 7th. It's actually 3rd place because she had a 3rd place yesterday. Then Natalie Green in the Radford 22, and then the Forest of Dean 515, Sally Doddridge coming out of grid number 3. And they're already up and running, and I think it was the Alex Tinker machine in the York 16 who had a fantastic start out from grid number 7, but it's a big dive by Jess Farrow in the York number 2 then around the outside of the York 16 machine. Who's going to get the better grip and drive then back on to the finish straight here? York number 2 it is from York number 16, Scarborough 249 in 3rd. Then we got the 515F of Sally Doddridge in that 4th spot at the moment, with the Radford 22 then of Natalie Green just at the back of the pack in that 5th spot at the moment. But look at Jess Farrow going then in the York number 2, pulling away now then from the Alex Tinker machine in 2nd place. Couple of cars lengths as they went up that far straight from us here. So it is still number 2 from York 16. Then the Scarborough 249 is still in that 3rd spot with Sally Doddridge there in the 515F, trying to reel that 3rd place car in and pulling a little bit of a gap between her and the Natalie Green machine in the Radford number 22. Seemed to get it a bit wrong as she went out of turn number 4 there into this back straight. We're already then coming up for the last lap flag this time then, but it is Farrow after that fantastic brave move around the outside on turn number 1. Farrow it is in the lead from the York number 16 then of Alex Tinker, who's just trying to keep up with her but not managing to make any ground. And as I say it, the Gabby Smith machine then, the Scarborough 249, making up a bit of ground on the 2nd place car there of Tinker. But it's going to be a fantastic win here then for the York number 2. Farrow takes the win from York 16, Scarborough 249. Then we got the 515F machine of Doddridge, and then your final finisher there in your ladies class 2s this morning, all 3 gone through nice and cleanly this morning, is the Radford 22 of Natalie Green. Looking down onto the line then, I think we've got our junior specials up next, and then we'll have Finn Shepherd to take you through those. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lewis. Good morning to everyone at trackside at Scunthorpe, and hello to everyone watching on BAStv. We're away already with race 1 on the run. Dan Attell, Darragh Iden and Jack Saunders get a good run off of the line. So does Callum Peace in North Shropshire 35. 35 goes really wide though. Exit of turn 1. So Mallow 32 comes to the front of the field. Darragh Iden will be your race leader. Jack Saunders then in Wessex 20 slots into what is 2nd place. Callum Peace in North Shropshire 35 comes back into 3rd, although as I say that Wessex 20 just a little bit wide. Corner exit loses him a lot of ground to Darragh Iden, your race leader in Mallow 32, and allows Callum Peace to just close up to the back in North Shropshire 35. Mallow 32 then is your race leader, Wessex 20, North Shropshire 35. Euston 122, Brooke Page in Scunthorpe 86, North Shropshire 43. White Rose at 120, Nico Melli in Swansea 3. It is Mallow 32 though, had a think a win in a second yesterday, is looking to continue that fashion as he comes around the final corner and moves on with 1 lap left to go in Mallow 32. From Jack Saunders then in Wessex 20, who's got a healthy gap back to then 3rd and 4th as North Shropshire 35 of Callum Peace falls behind Brooke Page and Scunny 86. North Shropshire 35 then down to 4th place. Elliot Grasby looking to take advantage in Evesham 122. Can't do this time around. Your race leader though, Mallow 32, comes around the final corner. Checker flag is out. And it's going to be a well-earned 55 points for Darragh Iden. Makes it 2 wins and a 2nd. Jack Saunders takes 2nd in Wessex 20. Brooke Page, Callum Peace, Elliot Grasby, Ellis James, Harley Chadwick, and the one left to mention was Nico Melli in Swansea 3. As I was saying then, good morning to everyone trackside and good morning to everyone watching on BAStv. Ticket Plant Hire, your series sponsor for junior specials. Liam O'Brien in Down 96 who took a win earlier on. Neve Thomas in Border Counties 8. Thomas Pyle in Wessex 871. Your BAS 1 champion of George Johnson, Scunny 383. Harry Loder in Wessex 112 who took a win yesterday. Manny Morris, James McCannon, who I think is on 2 wins, and E.T. Merrick in Radford 422 has given me NASA 43. Then it gets the best of the break. Neve Thomas, contact into the back of NASA 43, but I think we're just about going to keep it going. Down 96 pops out in what is second place. Then Merrick on the outside in 422. Morris looking to take advantage to the inside in Gloucester District 48. As the dust settles, I think down 96 then is going to emerge just behind NASA 43 of James McCannon, as Gloucester District 48 just closes up on the brakes. Merrick falls back to 4th then in Radford 422. Your BAStv champion of Scunny 383 is falling all the way back to what I think is 6th place. Harry Loader needs to get himself a little bit higher as well in Wessex 112. I'll tell you what, George Johnson hasn't had the best of meetings so far after an absolute storming weekend at Ireland. Your race leader though still, missed that. Manny Morris has come through to the race lead. Down 96 is down in what is 4th place now as they come around and pass commentary of once ago. It's Gloucester District 48 then. NASA 43 to the outside. He's American Radford 422 and down 96 in what is 4th place. Just gets a little bit of understeer. They go 3 wide down the far side. Someone gets spat out with, it's George Johnson. There's a little bit of contact with Border Counties 8 and I'm not sure who else. But Johnson stopped then on the far side. Red flags are out and I think Manny Morris just about made the move. But I presume we'll take a result on that from a lap before, which is no good for Manny Morris in Gloucester District 48, who I think did just make the move on the final corner. So race 3 then brings out Dexter Jones in PAC 13. Vince Pascal in Hereford 450 just got involved in a little bit of contact a couple of times yesterday. So hadn't had the best of results across the weekend. Junior Holtby in Scunny 60. Evie Ross in Scunny 27. Jack Merrick in Radford 421. Amelia Moss in White Rose 7. Mason Linehan in Mallow 130. About a 3rd and a 4th yesterday. Which sits him equal 21st overnight. We're running semi-finals, I'm pretty sure, for the junior specials. So he's going to want to get himself top 16. So probably a 2nd should get him in. So then the driver is A-OK, and we're going to take a result on race 2, I think, with the exclusion of down Autograss 96. As I was saying then, race 3 of your Dig Plant Hire sponsored junior specials will bring out Dexter Jones in PAC 13, Vince Pascal in Hereford 450, Junior Holtby in Scunny 60, Evie Ross in Scunny 27, Jack Merrick in Radford 421, who I didn't mention, but is on 2/3 at the moment, which sits him, Radford 421, sits him 19th overnight, so there are 4 cars, joint 15th though, so as long as he beats kind of the majority of those cars. One of them was Maddie Morris, though, who just picked up a 2nd. So he is going to need some fairly good points to get him into the semi-final a little bit later on. So we also have Amelia Moss in a White Rose 7, Mason Linehan in a Mallow 130, who I said picked up a 3rd and a 4th, so it's going to need probably a win or a 2nd would get him in to the semi-final a little bit later on, and Lily Poltimore in Forest 279. As we've got a little bit of water going down, that means I can chat for a little bit longer. Quinn's Car Transport then, your overall sponsor for round 2. As I said, your round 1 champion was Scunny 343 of George Johnson, who hasn't had the best of days today, but wasn't, I think he had a 3rd and maybe a 4th yesterday, has had the best of days, especially seeing as he did come into round 2 2nd in the standings behind Alex Hines in Breeden Hill 5. As I said, your overall sponsor for Junior Special is Dig It Plant Hire, and your round 2 sponsor is Dan Johnson Grab Hire. We've got yellow flags around the circuit. There is a red on the start line, though, so I don't think we're going to be racing just yet. Your BAStv sponsors are SITR Tyre Recycling and Wellington Business Park, KS Coles, and PRG Traders. Your best turned out saloon and special is sponsored by Bodyworks Racing, as per. And your overall BAS sponsors are Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings. So yeah, thank you to all of your sponsors across the British Autograss Series. As I've said many times, a lot of you watching on BAStv, this couldn't happen without the sponsors. As I said, make a lot of this happen. We're away though with race 3 on the run down to turn 1. I think Merrick gets a good run in 4-2-1. Who else can I pick out? I think it might be Mason Linehan in Mallow 130, who pops out at the front of the field as they come past commentary. Then it is going to be Mallow 130 and Radford 421, as well as PAC 13 and Lily Poltimore in Forest 279. They're going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4. Linehan's on the outside in Mallow 130, makes it work to keep the lead. Under pressure though from Radford 421 of Jack Merrick into this bottom turn as they come round and past commentary then for the second time of asking this Mallow 130. Well, as I say, that Merrick comes up the inside and Radford 421 found the grip on the inside. PAC 13 then watching it all unfold in front of him as Mallow 130 then gets the cut back towards the inside. Slows it down though, can't get the grip, so I think that might be PAC 13 to the outside. Radford 421 though is your new race leader into this bottom turn. One to go then for Jack Merrick in Radford 421 as he comes past commentary. Mallow 130 in what is 2nd place under pressure now from PAC 13 and Dexter Jones. We then get down to Lady Baltimore in Forest 279, Junior Holtby in Scunny 60, Amelia Moss in White Rose 7 and Scunny 27 of Evie Ross. But it is still Jack Merrick in Radford 421 who's looking assured at the front of the field as the checker flag comes out. I said he needed good points and a win is definitely that. It's 55 for Radford 421. A 2nd isn't bad at all for Mason Linehan in Mallow 130. PAC 13 and Dexter Jones, Scunny 60 Junior Holtby, Lily Poltimore in Forest 279, Amelia Moss in White Rose 7 and Evie Ross in Scunny 27. Race 4 then brings out Stanley Beard in Gloucester District 13 on the outside, which is the closest to you if you're watching on BAStv. Charlie Clark in Spalding 541 in lane 7. Alex Jesse in York 34, who sits 24th overnight with 2 fourths. He's going to need probably a win, maybe a 2nd to get him into a semi-final. Noah Ashmore in Spalding 415. Seth Wright in Scunny 121, Jacob Davies in Cumdee 55, Sonny Gilson in Leeward 3. He's on a win and a 2nd, so just needs a semi-decent result to get him in to the semi-final because he's currently sat equal 4th. And Riley Godfrey in Cambridge, number 9. We've got yellow flags all the way around the circuit. We look to the first marshal, who does the Abbey Jugger into pirouette. And we're away with race 4 on the run down to turn 1. Sonny Gilbertson gets a good break in lead with number 3. So does Charlie Clark in Spalding 4-5-5-4-1. One of the numbers in that variation. As they come past commentary then, it is Spalding 5-4-1. Lead with number 3, Cumberland 55 of Jacob Davies, and York 34 of Alex Jesse, who looks to the inside. I'll tell you what, he's going to need better than a 4th. This is not going to get him into semi-final a little bit later on. Spalding 5-4-1 though. This is good overall points for Charlie Clark. I'm not sure if he can get into the semi-final, if I remember correctly. But as they come around and past commentary, lead with number 3 then looks to the inside of Sonny Gilbertson. Doesn't need a win, but a win would definitely help him in his overall BAS points, get him a little bit further up the standings. Lead with 3 then to the inside. Clark has no way to respond in Spalding 5-4-1, so that's a slot back into what is 2nd place. York 34 can't find the move for 3rd place at the moment, so they're going to stay line astern for the moment. It is Leeward number 3 moves on with 1 lap left to go. Spalding 5-4-1. Company 55 of Jacob Davies, York 34 of Alex Jesse, Cambridge 9 of Riley Godfrey, Gloucester District 13, Scunny 121 and Spalding 4-1-5. It is still though Sonny Gilbertson at the head of affairs in lead number 3. Comes round the final corner, checker flag is out. Sonny Gilbertson's going to make it 2 wins in a second, so we'll definitely see him in the semi-final a little bit later on. Spalding 5-1 of Charlie Clark, Jacob Davies in Company 55, Alex Jesse I don't think we'll see in York 34, Gloucester District 13, Scunny 121 of Seth Wright, and Spalding 4-1-5 of Noah Ashmore. Race 5 then down there on the line. Brings out Esme Mason in PhD in 95 on the outside. Rosie Russell in IK19 is currently a top qualifier on 2 wins. Adam Lind in down Autograss 303, who was out a 3rd and a 4th, so needs a semi-decent result. Cara Blaber and Athelson 213, Tommy Houlihan, Regan Dixon, and William Hall were away then with IK19 and Border Counties 99 on the run down to turn 1. Dixon's got a good run in Border Counties 99. He's on the inside of Rosie Russell in IK19, slots himself up to the race lead. West Waterford 58, Tommy Houlihan got the switch back to the inside, and they're going 3 wide into his top corner. Regan Dixon swings the rear end round, coming into his top corner, and he made it work for him. Border County 99 then takes up the running from IK19 of Rosie Russell. Let me get down to West Waterford 58. I think I might be Atherstone 213 somewhere there or thereabouts. No, Atherstone 213 all the way at the back of the field. Unusual to see. Border County 99 is though from IK19 down 303. West Waterford 58, PhD 95. 7 Valley 95 and Athelstone 213. IK19 looks for a run to the inside, might just have it as Rosie Russell and Regan Dixon go side by side down the far side to drag race into this bottom corner. Dixon's later on the brakes. Has he got it slow well enough though? Oh, someone's sideways. I think that's Tommy Houlihan in West Waterford 50. He might have tried just that little bit too hard as they go onto the final lap. It is Border County side under Regan Dixon and IK19 of Rosie Russell once again. Russell hasn't got a run this time around though, so I think Dixon might have just got himself the win in Border County as long as he navigates this final corner, which he does so pretty perfectly. As they come round and past commentary then, it's going to be Border County 99 takes a well-earned 55 points from IK19 down 303. I'm not going to call that on the line. Atherstone 213 and West Waterford 58 of Tommy Houlihan. I'll tell you what, Cara Blaber did need a better result than that, to be honest. Where was she? She was 14th, so yeah, I don't think a 5th's going to get her in, to be honest. Race 6 then of the 7 scheduled to come out. Kai Cooper and Ethan 3 on the outside. In lane 8, Thomas Davies in Border Counties 24, James Smart in 777F, Emma O'Brien in down 23, who had a 2nd and a 5th, so needs a pretty decent result to get her into the semi-final. Oscar Burns in Breeden Hill 78, Kai Owen in North Wales 103, and Austin Bennett in North Wales 26, who had a 2nd and a 3rd, so needs a good result this time around as well. James Smart though is going to get the best of the breaks in 777F, equal 15th qualifier on a 2nd and a 4th at the moment, so a win would definitely get him into the semi-final a little bit later on. Davies got something to say about though. In Border Counties 24 as he looks to the inside. Running outside though goes James Smart in 777S. So does Austin Bennett in North Wales 26. Oh, he got contact for what is 4th place. Are we going to keep it going? Yeah, we're going to have red flags on that one, which is a shame. But to be fair, I did get to race 6, which is pretty good to see. So, public service announcement, could we please make sure that juniors have got all of their belts tightened as they're coming in and as they're coming off the track. And I've also got one here that says, can people stop turning the taps off at the back of the toilets? You are causing them to stop working. Yeah, please don't do that. That's really not very cool, to be honest. Yeah, don't turn the taps off. I don't really know why you would, to be honest, but... Anyway, race 7 of the 7 scheduled to come up. We have got one rerun, as I said. Lexi Mullen in White Rose 37 had a 2nd and a 4th, which sits her equal 15th. So she's going to need a pretty decent result. Although Cara Blaber, I'm not sure she's going to get in on a win, a 5th and a 6th. So they might have just bumped her up to effectively equal 14th. Lola Jones in Cumdy 27. Ada Wright in Scunny 21. Blake Godfrey in Cambridge 11. Sean Bradford in Border Counties 44 is currently sat on 2 wins. So just kind of a semi-decent result. We'll get him into final a little bit later on, the semi-final, should I say. Finn Elford in PAC 83. Alex Hines in Breeden Hill 5 on a win and a 2nd. So we're just hearing then in the rerun of race 6, North Wales 103 Kyoan will not be seen back out in the rerun as he got a black flag for contact. Yeah, so 7-car race in race 7. I think we're just going to get Kai Cooper back into the pits. And then we'll carry on with the Digger Plant Hire sponsored junior specials. I'm also going to take you through the junior saloons just after this. I think they've made a couple of changes to the running order just because of restrictions of how loud we can be, seeing as it is like 9 o'clock in the morning and people will still be asleep. So they've moved junior specials to just after this, junior saloon, should I say, which is brilliant for me because then I can carry on with the mic for a second, get my stint over and done with. Yellow flags flying around the circuit then. We look to the first marshal, who does the Abby Juggins pirouette, and we're away with junior specials on the run down to turn 1 once again. It is Breeden Hill 5, your early race leader on the run down to turn 1, White Rose 37 there as well on the outside of Lexi Mullen, but it is going to be Alex Hines in Breeden Hill number 5. As they come around and past commentary, it is then Breeden Hill 5, White Rose 37, Border Counties 44, Cambridge 11, Cumby 27 of Lola Jones, PAC 83 of Finn Elford, and Scunny 21 at the back of the field for the moment. But it is still Breeden Hill 5 down the far side we go with Alex Hines on a win in a 2nd. So another win is brilliant points for your current BAS leader as they come past commentary then. It's Breeden Hill 5, White Rose 37 with no response from the moment. Border Counties 44 of Sean Bradford looking for a move on White Rose 37 but just can't find it this time around. There is a bit of a battle coming on for 4th place as Low Jones goes right around the outside in Cumdy 27. A brilliant move for what is 4th place on Cambridge 9 as they come past commentary with 1 to go. Then it is Breeden Hill 5 from White Rose 37 under real pressure now from Border Counties 44 who just can't find the move for the moment. So still has to slot back into what is 3rd place. I think these top 3 might just be sorted out as long as they can all navigate this final corner pretty well. Sean Bradford's a lot later on the brakes than Mullen. Tucks it to the inside as they come to the line. It's going to be Breeden Hill 5, White Rose 37, Border Counties 44. Lola Jones in Cumdy 27, Cambridge 11, Finn Elford in PAC 83 and Scunny 21 of Ada Wright. That then means junior specials are done. I can put my junior special sheet back to the back of the pack of sheets, and we go then to junior saloons. Typhy 4 of Guarowans on the outside in lane 8. Ben Hughes and Evesham at 127. Jacob Farrow in York 81, I think is your current leader of the BAS. Harley Chadwick, oh no he isn't, he's had a brilliant, oh we're away. So it is White Rose 118 who gets the best of the breaks. I'm lucky I can't find, I want White Rose 18 of Blake Crowther, of course it is, from Forest 4 away of Findlay Row, and Callie Jones in Carmarthen 30. Harrison, contact with York 60 Oh, Harrison Hurst, and I think that's Amy Draper in Yorkshire Dales 126. It is White Rose 18 as they come past commentary. I think York 63 might just about get it going. So we're going to carry on with White Rose 18, Forest 408, Carmarthen 30, and St Neots 17, Yorkshire Dales 126, and White Rose 13. Here's your current orders. York 63 got it into the infield, so we are going to carry on. White Rose 18 then looking to take a good win as Forest 408 comes to the inside, comes steaming up the inside actually. As White Rose 18 takes a cone on the inside. And he has to slot back into what is second place. Caddy Jones still watching us all in Carmarthen 30. Just a little bit off of the pace of his top two as Finley Rowe breaking away now. I don't think he's had a win in the BASt so far. I think he had 3 seconds or maybe 2 seconds and a third at Ireland. But checkered flag time, it's going to be a win for Forest 408. Take it on, it's rather smoky that, but he's going to take the win regardless. White Rose 18, Carmarthen 30. White Rose 13 is a lap down. And St Neots 17. I see, so that was race 2. That's why it rather confused me, to be honest. Yeah, we have race 2 then, so hopefully we're going to go down to race 1. No, we're not. That's race 3, I think. Yes, that is it. Right, it's race 3. Keaton Bridges then on the outside in White Rose 114 for your SPD Electrical Contractors Limited sponsored Junior Saloons. Freddie Atkins in South Somerset 444 down from my neck of the woods. Ollie Lester in Scunny 144. Casey Jones in Cambridge 33, who's pretty high up in the point. So just needs a fairly decent result to get him into final a little bit later on. Cumdy 171 of Frankie Taylor. Betty Tilson in St Neots 18. And Pennine 88 of Oakley Stokes. So I think we're hearing then that Amy Draper in Yorkshire Dales 126 will pick up a black flag for contact in that one. We're away though with race 3 on the run down the tunnel. Freddie Atkins gets a stormer out the gate in South Somerset 444. What a start that is. Casey Jones then in Cambridge 33 slots into what is second place. Pennine 88 a little bit earlier on the race, but did have the inside. Takes it wide this time around. It is so South Somerset 444 from Cambridge 33, White Rose 114. Pennine 88 and Cumdy 171. St. Neots 18 all the way at the back of the pack. Betty Tilson's not going to need it if she wants to get herself into the final a little bit later on. It is still South Somerset 444 though, who is your Roy Cedar as they come around and past commentary with a couple of laps left to go from Cambridge 33 Casey Jones, who I don't think needs a win to get them into a final a little bit later on, but is certainly chasing hard for it. White Rose 114 of Keaton Bridges in what is third place. Pennine 88 under a lot of pressure from Frankie Taylor in Cumdy 171, Scunny 144, and St Neots 18 the ones left to mention. One to go though for Freddie Atkins as he comes round and past commentary in South Somerset 444 from Casey Jones in Cambridge 83, chasing down, but hasn't got it this time around. White Rose 114 and Keaton Bridges then still watching us all unfold, just not with the pace to be able to chase him down. Cumdy 171 gets to the inside. Frankie Taylor moves up to 4th as Pennine 88 falls behind it of Oakley Stokes down to 5th as Ollie Lester comes up the inside in Scunny 144. It's going to be a win though for Freddie Atkins at South Somerset 444 from Casey Jones in Cambridge 33. White Rose 114 and Keaton Bridges. Cumdy 171 of Frankie Taylor. Oakley Stokes in Pennine 88, and Scunny 144 of Ollie Lester, and St Neots 18 of Betty Tilson. Race 4 then brings out Adam Turkington on the outside in Evesham 48. I think had a win and maybe a second and a third, or maybe a second and a fourth yesterday, if I remember correctly. Charlie Rayfield had, I think, a second and a third in IK273. Corey Reed, I think, had a win and maybe something else in Type 222. You qualifier Zach Southgate on 2 wins in South Somerset 50. Riley Blackburn in Scunny 106. Layla Marie Chapman in White Rose 12. And Karis Barnett in Cumdy 515. Evesham 48 gets the best of breaks. Southgate sideways in South Somerset 50. Involved in contact. We're going to have red flags on race 4. Which is a shame because is a race of real caliber, to be fair. There is a lot of good drivers. But it is what it is. Race 1 then, hopefully, will be down there on the line. That seems to be, because that's Type 4 on the outside of Guar Owens. Ben Hughes in Evesham 127. I can't remember what Ben had yesterday. Jacob Farrow, your championship leader coming out of Ireland, I'm pretty sure, has not had the best of results yesterday. Had gremlins in both Heat 1 and Heat 2, which fell into the back in both races. Harley Chadwick in White Rose 720, William Hall on 7x29, which I'm pretty sure was on a winner's second, maybe. Charlie Jones in Hereford 10, Ella Powell in Cumdy 182, and Rory Powell-Sinnott in Carlo 175. We've got yellow flags all the way around the circuit. We look to first marshal, who does the Abby Juggins pirouette, and we're away with Junior Saloons on the run down to turn 1. Type 4 gets a good brace, so does Hereford 10. White Rose 720 thereabouts as well, so Sinnott in 720. As they come around and past turn 1, though, it is going to be Charlie Jones in Hereford 10 that takes up the early race lead from William Hall on the outside in 7x29. Jacob Farrow looking to be inside in York 81. Can't get the move done this time around, though, so 7x29 to the outside, York 81 to the inside. They're going to go momentarily 3 wide. William Hall has to fall behind. Jacob Farrow then to the inside in York 81. It's not going to be able to make it into the final, but he's going to need it for overall BAS points, because he was, as I said, your BAS leader coming into round 1. York 81, though, is your race leader, Charlie Jones in Hereford 10, in what is second place. Sinnott then in Carlo 175 in what is third. No, he isn't, because right around the outside goes 7x29 of William Hall, slots himself into third place. White Rose 720, sideways of Harley Chadwick. But it is still York 81 with 1 to go from Hereford 10, 7x29, Carlo 175, White Rose 720, Type 4, Evesham 127, and Cumdy 182. The brawl is still on for second place. Hereford 10 is Charlie Jones under a lot of pressure from 7x29 of William Hall, who's still on the outside, has to fall behind. Carlo 175 is in 4th place, but Jacob Farrow is finally going to take a win in York 81. Hereford 10, I think 7x29, Carlo 175. Harley Chadwick, Type 4, Ben Hughes in Evesham 127, and Ella Powell in Cumdy 182. So just here and then in race 4, the rerun of race 4 will be excluding Karis Barnett in Cumdy 515. That looks like class 3 so down there, so Graham's going to prepare himself, so I'm going to hand you over to Graham.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. Good morning, everybody. From myself, we are on with Ladies Class 3 for the Ram Developments overall sponsored Shocking UK Kelly Recovery Round sponsored Class 3s. And we can see down on the line that all 5 cars that came out yesterday, it looks like, are there. 1, 2, 3, no, 6 cars. That means that we have been joined today 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by Erin Almond. I think should be on the start line this time. She didn't go out in the first run, maybe because she was in the 8, I think, as well yesterday. So a little bit more time between the cars today, and looks like she will be joining us from about grid 2. It is grid 2, next to Beth Almond in Melton 270. So Beth had a 3rd yesterday. Your winner yesterday was, of course, Becky Smith, who had a sterling drive and came up the inside on the top bend underneath Nicola Saint, and then Nicola Saint just pushed her around all the way around for the rest of the race. So them two are the ones to keep an eye on if the form of race 1 is to anything to go by. A bit cooler today, guys, but the sun's still out and the wind is cracking, so just be careful, keep yourselves covered up, and just keep them gazebos down. We found out the hard way over in commentary yesterday when the man upstairs was trying to do his Mary Poppins impression and tried to go across the track with an umbrella. So just to keep them all down, gazebos and everything, just make sure you keep taut and down, and it is going to pick up during the day and the cloud cover is going to come in, but just be careful. Quick shout out to our overall sponsors, obviously Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings. Thank you very much to them. They're the main sponsors of the British Autograss Championships, which allows us to do what we can do. And of course, BAStv, sponsored by SITR, Tyre Recycling, Wellington Business Park, and KS Coles, PRG Trailers. Thank you very much to them. And as I said yesterday, and I can't mention it enough, just keep your cars tidy And Bodyworks Racing is your sponsors of your best turned out saloon and special. And if you need to know what standard you need to get to, go over to see Mullen's cars over there, because they are ridiculously high standards. And unfortunately, we're parked next to them, so we sort of put a sheet on ours as we walk away. We try to keep it tidy, but it's always a bit embarrassing. That it is what it is. Right, moving on then. So we're obviously we're into ladies racing today, which is good for the second heats, but we will swiftly be moving on to Heat 3 of men's. It's only, 25 past 9 now. I reckon 10 past 10, quarter past 10, we should be moving on. Now, obviously, we've only got one heat to do today. A few semi-finals. I think there's semi-finals in 7, 8 and junior specials, which is good. So that gives us a bit more racing to watch. Don't think there's any doubt whatsoever that the team here will get us through to finals today. We are on a 6 o'clock curfew, obviously. But I've no doubt that the team here, who do an absolutely sterling job, will put the racing to bed quite early, and we can get off on our way home at a reasonable time. So as we can see, the track's going down. This did nothing yesterday. The watering, obviously, now that they settled the dust, it didn't alter the racing in any way, shape or form. It was still fast and flat out racing, which is what we like to see. And the team here really, really does know what they're doing on this surface as well. If you've been up here already this year, you'll see that. You should come up here for a club meeting. The quality of cars up around this neck of the wood is outstanding. So get up here and do some club racing and support them while you can as well. Right, start line, let's have a look then. Revs are rising. Who makes the start? CM3 had a cracker from the start, but obviously just dropped back. But I'll tell you what, Beth Almond beat M270. Baz hasn't had the best run through men's racing. Let's see if Beth can do something. She's got that nose turned in, loads of sideways. Can she hold on to it? She gets a love tap from Catherine Boynton, but manages to save it. Then it's 334 Becky Smith, who has the same problem, but manages to square it. So can we get the ARC 27 car going? I don't want this to be the shortest stint in... there she goes, the way she goes. So M270 then, Balth Almond down the back straight. So the one that came third yesterday is currently leading the one that came second yesterday, who sat in second, which is Nicola Saint there in the Cambridge car. And the one with the work to do then is Becky Smith back there in fourth place. Your winner of Bash Round 1, Catherine Boyne, and CM3 is sat up there in third place. She had a fourth yesterday, so she'll be looking to gain a few more points to go to a tally of a maximum, and she does so. She's up the inside of Nicola Saint. She's got herself together today, hasn't she? She's pulled another good 3 car lengths down that back straight from Nicola Saint into that bottom corner. Can she back it down and slow it down and get the back end kicked out? Last lap flag this time then. It is M270 driving superbly well. CM3 in second, 546 and 334. So this has definitely thrown the form book out the window, hasn't it? Because your first and seconds back in third and fourth. Back straight they go, and Catherine Boynton's definitely got the bit between her teeth because she's closing M270 down. Will ARC 287 come into play on this bottom corner? She's got to come round and take her last lap flag, whilst the other two are coming round to take the checker flag, and they will do. And I'll tell you what, superb drive, Beth Almond, M270 from Catherine Boynton in CM3, 546 Nicola Saint, Becky Smith in 334, and CM7 is your 5th place car, with your 6th place car just having issues on the first corner, which is, of course, Eleanor Almond. She will come round. Of course, all these cars will be in the final later on. Loads of push on that car. But she gets the power down and finishes the race. We're going to switch back over to Mickey B to run you through the ladies' Class 5s.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Graham. We are with our ladies' Class 5, so ready for their second run. They've had to wait a while, but that, as they say, always worth waiting for a good ladies race. And brings out Nicola Jesse, had a win yesterday morning in York 44. Can she make it 2 out of 2? Kirsty Godfrey had a 4th. So they're your top point scorers coming in this one. But then Jan Doyle, Jess Bradley, Natalie Green, Lucy Wickham-Jones, and Lindsay Pittman in that South Somerset 7. So they're your runners and riders in this Class 5, sponsored by lorryinsurance.co.uk as our overall series sponsor, and Andy Russell Landscapes and Godfrey Garages are around 2 sponsors. Quinn Car Transport, the main round 2 overall sponsor. So thank you to them. Engines are revving, looking to the first marshal. They're going to pirouette round, bungee lifts. Let's go racing with ladies Class 5s. And Lucy Wickham-Jones gets the best of the starts. Kirsty Godfrey gone with her as well. as I have a little bit of a splutter on a Sunday morning down here at sunny Scunny. Nicola Jesse is running in about 4th place at the moment, but it's Lucy Wickham-Jones then from Jess Bradley, Kirsty Godfrey. Then it's Lindsay Pittman in the South Somerset 7. Oh, one's gone out wide. I think the water on the conditions, that was Jan Doyle, so she's at the back of the pack now. But eyes back front, Kirsty Godfrey takes up the running from Lucy Wickham-Jones. Then it's the Tango Machine from Nicola Jesse. She's got work to do. Then it's Jess Bradley in the Lud 24 machine from Lindsay Pittman, South Somerset 7. Bradford 420 of Natalie Green. And then Jan Doyle, who's just made a little bit of space up and on the rear tailpipe of that Natalie Green machine. But it is going to be last lap flag. Coming up past commentary, Cambridge 10 then, Kirsty Godfrey from Lucy Wickham-Jones, POC 11. York 44, the Tango Machine of Nicola Jesse. So she's not going to make it 2 wins out of 2, but a win and a 3rd, that will do nicely. Oh, Lindsay Pittman, she spun out right on the race line as they're all going to slide round her. Yippity-doo-dah, and Kirsty Godfrey takes a win. Lucy Wickham-Jones from Nicola Jesse. Then it's Jess Bradley in 4th place, Natalie Green in 5th in the Radford 420, Jan Doyle 6th in York 75, and then Lindsay Pittman, she'll be kicking herself for that spin out. And to be fair, the marshals let that racing go. Yellow flags are out to give caution that there was an obstruction on the track. And yes, we got that one with a tick in the box. Right. Race 2 brings out Vicky Apperton, North Shropshire 1, bing bong, who had a win yesterday morning. Lynn Olsen had a 3rd, Sarah Chills had a 3rd, Sandra Jones had a 2nd, and Kat Cox had a 2nd. My life, wow. Vicky Apperton's absolutely got a slingshot out from the start line. Kat Cox goes into that 2nd place. Vicky Apperton just pushes it out a little bit wide, goes into the more grippy stuff and then shoots it up there. Then it's Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the Tashmere shaved on to make himself look younger. But Sandra Jones is having a look up the inside as well. Sandra had a 2nd place yesterday, but there they go, put the power back down, and it is Sarah Chilvers holding 2nd, then it's Kat Cox. Then we go down into Sandra Jones, but Vicky Apperton, North Shropshire 1, away with this one, and it's who's going to get 2nd. Evesham 19 starting to make a show, Lynn Bradley. Then we go down into that Lynn Olsen machine in Breedon 27, and then Georgia DeCrow in PAC 84. But with one more lap to go, Vicky Apperton is absolutely laying in this Class 5 heat in the North Shropshire 1 from Kat Cox, from that Sarah Chilvers, Sandra Jones, then the Evesham 19 of Lynn Bradley. Then we go down into Lynn Olsen and Georgia DeCrow. But wow, what a race there. Vicky Apperton taking to this Class 5 like a duck to water. She takes the win, 2 out of 2. Kat Cox 2nd in Forest Dean 2. 3rd is Sarah Chills in Scunthorpe 39. Then it's Sandra Jones. Then over on the Evesham 19, Lynn Bradley, Lynn Olsen and Georgia DeCrow. So well done there to the girls, ladies 5s and Vicky Apperton. Super win, well done. Right, we are moving up into Ladies Super Saloon. It brings out your reigning British champion, and it is Michaela Dance in PAC 53. Had a win yesterday morning. The Pam Blackburn, married to the pin-up boy, Graham Blackburn from Yorkshire Dale, Shelby Allman, Charlotte Goodsir, Nicola Gibbs, Sue Harris, Macy Carling Grasby, Kesney Adams, and we are off and racing. And who's getting the best of stars and Holden? It's Michaela Dance, PAC 53, looking to make it 2 out of 2 as she leads them out of turn 2 and puts the power down there. Border count is 26. Kesney Adams goes with it as well. NASA 7, Shelby Allman running in that 3rd place. Then it's Pam Blackburn running for, oh, we've got one up on its side wheels. And I think that could be Sue Harris in the Radford 140. But it's Michaela Dance away with this one from Kesney Adams. Then, oh, Nicola Gibbs has made a show from Pam Blackburn. Then Shelby Allman in the NASA 7. It's all getting up there. Where's that Macy Carling Grasby? She's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She's running 7th. That's a surprise. But coming up to pick up the last lap flag. One more lap to go then. It is the Michaela Dance Machine, PAC 53 from Kesney Border Cows 26. Nicola Gibbs, Hereford 44, Pam Blackburn, Yorkshire 71. Then it's that NASA 7, Shelby Allman's going through the water. That might slow you down, Shelby. She tried her hardest. Macy Carlin Grasby's made a place up, but coming around to take the win. And what a win, PAC 53. Michaela Dance, 2 out of 2 for her. Kesney Adams over in second place. Then it's Nicola Gibbs from Pam Blackburn. Then Shelby Allman, Macy Carlin Grasby, Scunthorpe 308, by the way, Charlotte Goodser, and then Radford 140, Sue Harris, after getting her wheels up in the air, showing her undercarriage on a Sunday morning, Then we move on to race 2 of our Super Saloons, and it is Naomi Davis coming out of lane 8. She was the round 1 champ. Didn't have it all her own way yesterday. Oh, Kathy Brown's out in this. Nicola Olsen, Lee Wynn, Shamel Gasby, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio and Kim Jenkins. And it is Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, Radford 176, who again is going to lead them out of turn 2. She had a win yesterday morning, but here we go then. I told you Naomi Davis won round 1. She didn't have the best of the days yesterday, but she's running in second place and will chase down Julie as she goes through. Oh, Carmarthen 47, Nicola Olsen had a second yesterday. Look at her, she's at the back. Well, may have a problem on board with the car, but it's Julie Hawthorne-Fernio then being chased down by Naomi Davis in the Tyre 1. Then we go down to Shamel Gasby. Oh, Breenhill 106, CK8. Lee Wynn had nowhere to go. She's parked up on the grass. And that's a board account as well. The Breenhill 106, Kim Jenkins, just kind of cut across. Radford 176, last lap flag. Tyre 1, Naomi Davis. Then the Shamel Gasby, and then the Typhy 4 for 444. Oh, Kathy Brown. Breenhill 106, Kim Jenkins. Then it is the black flag for Breenhill 106, Kim Jenkins. Radford 176 here. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, 2 wins out of 2. Typhy 1 is that Naomi Davis in second. Third goes Shamel Gasby, Spalding 31. Oh, Kathy Brown over in fourth to match her 4s on the car. Then the black flag that went to Kim Jenkins, so she's out of that. That means that Nicola Olsen comes a place back up, and then CK8 gets the car going. I wonder whether or not, with it being up onto the last lap, whether or not they'll take a result from the lap before. We'll wait and see. But for me, ladies' 5s and 7s have been very good this morning. Just a little, while we've got a moment with the water coming round, Graham Bennett was talking about the old wind and all of that. This morning, I was in my night attire, putting my my awning back in. I've got Mr. Lover, Paul Glover, parked next to me, so he's seen me in me wide fronts before. He's all right. But many times. Right, up on the line, we are going over to ladies' class 8s, and for the first time this morning, it is over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mickey. Right, well, I was going to tell you who's on the line, but I don't think I got time for that, as we are away and racing already with your ladies' class 8, second round of qualifying, of course, as they only had the 1 round yesterday. But we are up and we are away, and it is Tia Reese that leads a round for the first time in PAC 21 as she goes into that Stargate turn for the first time. The Queen of Polish sitting there in second, having a much better run this time is Claire Beresford after a pretty disappointing run yesterday in the first round. And I tell you what, she's going to keep that tight line, but Tia Reese is so quick, then she's going to have to really work in order to keep up and make a move. Cassie Gunn running strongly in third, and Pennine number 9. Cassie had a 4th yesterday, a 3rd now. Ooh, she's going to have a win in her 3rd heat in order to have any chance of getting into that final a little bit later on. But your race leader is away and gone. Tia Reese making this look easy, as she did in the first round as well. So it's 21 from 55 from number 9. 4th then is Chloe Richardson. Emma Shell well down the order in the Forestine 95. Emma had a win yesterday as well, so running now in 5th in the Forestine 95. That's not going to be the best result for Emma, but it's not too bad after having 55 points in the first round. But Tia Reese it is that storms to victory. Claire Beresford takes 2nd, Cassie Gunn 3rd, Chloe Richardson 4th, Emma Shell comes across in 5th. Amy Whitton not quite on the pace as she was yesterday. She comes across in 6th, along with Charlene Hankey in ARC number 2. that completes it all. So that's race 1 done. 5 of them obviously scheduled to come your way. Big thank you to ProLink Suspension for their sponsorship on the series, and Good Sir Commercial Engineers Limited for their very kind sponsorship for the weekend. Right, race 2 brings out a heat winner from yesterday as well. Sandra Jones should be down there on the line, but I'll tell you what, she's not the quickest off the line, because I don't think this is race 2, is it? So they're already trying to mix me up. Race 3, I think this is, because that's Jade Russell. That leads them round in IK65. Terry Mumford runs there in second in the Forest Dean 161. So Terry had a second yesterday, staying consistent, but work to do in order to take a win as Jade Russell leads him down the far side for another time. Where's Nicole O'Brien? She's at the back in Mallow 18. She had a second yesterday as well. So Nicole well off the pace this morning. Third then is Sophie Morgan. Fourth, we're going to go to the Barnett Machine. Then we're going to go to Nicole O'Brien. Problems at the back of the pack for Tilly Clark in Radford 76. But Jade Russell just trying to extend that lead a little bit now from Terry Mumford in the Forest Dean 161. Terry, no answer to her whatsoever, and she actually drifts out wide, and that might allow Sophie Morgan to come up the inside. This last lap flag this time. Terry is taking that wide line, and I tell you what, it's not really doing her much favours. She's managed to get some grip into Stargate Bend and accelerate down the far side, but she's going to do well to hold on for second in this race. 90 points though at the end of 2 rounds, not too bad. Not as good as Jade Russell though. 65 takes the win. Terry Mumford takes second. Sophie Morgan third in 71. Then I think it was Georgia Barnett in Scunthorpe 305 from Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 18, and Tilly Clark in Radford 76 was the one that finished it all off. So race 2 didn't come out because, again, I think Macy Carlin Grasby obviously racing in the 7, so obviously being given time in order to switch cars. So I'd imagine we'll have a delay until race 2. So this should be race 4. And indeed it is, because Claire Horner-Williams is down there. Heat winner yesterday, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. But I'll tell you what, she didn't have the best start this time as they go into that first corner and all bunching up, bit of contact towards the tail end. Claire Horner-Williams been spat out onto the outside because Laura Jefferson it is. That's going to head them round for the first time in the York 74 machine. Claire, though, using all that experience, keeps second place and looking to close the gap at the head of affairs as your race leader just motors on and hoping that she can keep that tight line. Lily Rose Pratt with problems at the back. Claire Horner-Williams is up the inside in mountain number 1 at the head of affairs. Is it going to be enough? Laura Jefferson really finding some grip out there and throwing it back round the outside and taking up the running once again. But we're going to stick with these two because I think last lap flag getting ready this time, and Claire Horner-Williams will do everything she can in order to take this win. She knows she's racing for Bass Point. She switches her line now. She goes to the outside as Laura Jefferson it is. That still leads them round. Half a lap to go. Down the far side they go for the final time. Ellie Hines still runs there in third and unchallenged at the moment, but it's going to be back at the front. It's going to be checkered flag. Laura Jefferson does enough. 74 takes the win. Claire Horner-Williams takes second. Third is going to go to Ruby Emerson. Cordine Owen in 115. Ellie Hines dropped 2 positions in the later stages in Breed Nil number 14. Then a slight delay until we get Lily Rose Pratt in the 76 machine. So not been her best weekend so far, has it? But Lily, I think, still first season in Class 8, isn't it? So we're still running strongly with the best of them. And Melton 58 then of Georgia Beattie is the one that finishes it all off. That is race 4 done. Race 5 should be down there on the line. This brings out another heat winner from yesterday, Lindsay Mullen in White Rose 38. I did give a driver of the day yesterday to Lindsay after her incredible move in the final corner, I think it was, to snatch the win. So she'll be one to keep your eye on. Millie Phillips, Sue Nichols, Jen Houlihan, Nikki Walker, Sophie Pitt and Kirsten Bartlett are the ones that's going to be the ones coming out. And Jennifer's had a great start in 158. Lindsay Mullen running right around the outside of her though in 38. So we've got 2 of the best at the front. And I tell you what, there is no splits numbers. They come past us. Jen on the inside, Lindsay on the outside. Lindsay's got the traction and takes up the running in 38, looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 after 2 rounds of qualifying. Jennifer runs second, had a second yesterday as well. So staying consistent, but still keeping to that inside line. In 158, Lindsay did say The reason she won the Bassin Island was because she was taking Jen Houlihan's line. And Jen now looking to try and get some sort of revenge and use that line against her, but it's not quite working at the moment. Jen finds a burst of speed though, down on that far side. Last lap flag, Lindsay's out wide. Jen's still looking on an inside line, and it's all to play for at the front as these two will do everything they can. But Lindsay just about holding off at the moment. Jen Houlihan dropped back a little bit there as they go down the far side. Apologies to the rest, but we're running with the best at the front, and it's going to be checkered flag. Lindsay Mullins done enough. 38 it is that holds on. Jen Houlihan takes second. Kirsten Bartlett takes third in number 2. Sophie Pitt in South Somerset 72. Millie Phillips is the next one across, with Sue Nichols in Widey number 7 and Nikki Walker in York 99 finishing it all off. Good stuff there. Lindsay Mullen then 2 wins out of 2. Her and Tyre unbeaten then after 2 rounds of qualifying. We have got another heat winner to come out a little bit later on. But I say a little bit later on, she's on the line. There you go. That was a quick turnaround then, wasn't it? So we've actually got race 2 ready to come out and do battle. So obviously Macy out of the 7. Quick change straight into the 8 and sat down there on the line. She's going to have a little bit more time as well because we're going to have some water put down on the track. I tell you what, the Scunthorpe team obviously worked on this track quite a bit overnight because when you looked at this last night, it was absolutely black, wasn't it, on the inside line? And obviously they've been out there, they've done a fair bit of work, and the track holding up to the best of its capabilities. We obviously knew that it was going to polish here this weekend, and obviously with the weather forecast, the sun, but I tell you what, they're staying on top of it, and if any team can make sure this track stays in decent nick, then it's definitely Scunthorpe, as they've put on a great meeting so far. And we've only had a Saturday, so today's where it really all matters. Obviously, the 3rd round of qualifying to come your way, and the finals, semi-finals as well, I think, for 8s, 7s and junior specials. So plenty of close competitive racing to come your way. One of those races is going to be race 2 of the ladies class 8. So who we got down there? I mentioned then Sandra Jones, heat winner yesterday in Cumdy number 10. Brilliant drive as well. So it'll be interesting to see what she's going to do this morning on this wetter track now. She's joined by Shona Thomas in Carmarthen 20, Ellie Mae Davidson in Scarborough 37, Beth Tompkinson in Scunny 51, Macy Carlin Gradsby in Evesham 21, Taylor Jade Pascal in Hereford 350, and another driver I'm not allowed to mention. So they're the ones that are coming out to do battle. As I said, Sandra, a heat winner. Taylor Jade Pascal, she had 3rd yesterday, so 36 points for her. Same as Beth Tompkinson, Scunny 51. Of course, Beth, your current national champion. She did scare me this morning. I don't know if you've seen in the group chat, Mick, but she put something in there about, oh, if anyone's got any complaints, I'll be in the pits with a smile on my face. But if you come running your mouth and shouting, then you won't get a reply. I thought, yeah, it's going to take a brave person to run up to Beth Tompkinson shouting. I'll put it that way. So she'll be open. Well, I mean, what does she need? A 3rd. If she gets another top 3 finish, then it should set her up in good stead for the final a little bit later on. Of course, the ladies' 8s will all go into the final, so we're looking for the top 8, not the top 16. Although saying that, with 5 grids signed on now, I don't doubt, to be fair, it won't be long until we probably do end up with semi-finals for ladies' 8s, because again, same as the men, I think is probably the most popular class in ladies, along with probably class 1s, I'd say. But the numbers ever improving, and like I said, there is no such thing as a weak race. Every single race in ladies class 8 is so strong, and this is going to be proven. Yellow flag flies then on Marshall's post number 1, Bungie Liss, and who's going to get the best of the breaks as they get away from the line, and someone having an absolute cracking start. Where's Sandra Jones? She's well down the order. So at the front then, chucking it out wide, Beth Thompson it is, that leads the way in Scunny 51, and taking that wide line. Has she found a dry? I think she has, so 51 it is. That leads them round. I reckon she had a word with the bloke on the water bowser, to be honest. So go on, Beth. You know the right lines around this track. 51 it is. She's pushing on, though, and someone's coming up the inside. Don't know who that is, but we're going to go to Shona Thomas there in third, in command of number 20, Sandra Jones, in Cundy number 10, Taylor J. Pascal, and Macy Carlin Grasby in Evesham 21. Then Scarborough 37 at the tail end of the field with a lot of work to do. So Ellie Mae Davidson not having it Earl her own way this time as the last lap flag gets made ready this time. Come on, Beth. You can keep it level-headed in Scunny 51. She showed us last year, didn't she, when she won the Nationals, that she can race on polished tracks. Now she's doing it on a wet polished track. So 51 it is. That leads the way. Oh, Sandra Jones, what are you doing? So Sandra gets it all wrong in C10 and relegated now to fourth. Taylor Jade Pascal moves through in 350, but it's going to be checkered flag. Oh, Beth Tompkinson takes the win in Scunny 51. She's the only one across the line. Then there's a long delay because we've got Taylor Jade Pascal, the next one across, Sandra Jones, Macy Carlin Grasby in Evesham 21. Then we're going to go to Ellie Mae Davidson in Scarborough 37. And disappointment at the tail end of the field. Shoned Thomas in Carmarthen 20. Running fairly strongly in the early stages, but unfortunately finishing on a bit of a whimper at the tail end. But she does come across and collect what could be valuable British Autograss Series points. Right, that's it. They're done. Wicked. Perfect. 5 ticks. So there you go. Ladies Class 8's done and dusted with. Big thank you to ProLinks and ARD Race Cars for their sponsorship. We're on to Ladies 6s and it's over to...
It's over to me, right, here we go then. Class 6 and Class 4 amalgamated this weekend. There's only 2 Class 4s. Bit of a coming together up on that bottom corner. But the race is going on, so looking round, we've still got racing going. No flags are flying as yet. But down that far straight, NW1, I can see a red flag now. So the red flag's on that one. So it looks like Radford 205. I can't quite see who the other car there behind her is, or is it just Radford 205? But, yeah, they're all going to go back to the pit, so they're going to have a... Well, there is another car up behind. So was that Jasmine Kuzak in MA5 that we can't quite see, but hopefully everything's okay. But Class 6 and Class 4 sponsored this weekend. The overall sponsors Total Civic Solutions, and then Brown's Mobile Homes and Liam Evans Tyres. That's Class 6, and Class 4 is overall sponsor Yorkshire Flapjack, and then Commercial Services Limited and A. Johnson and Sons Limited. So a big thank you to those guys for sponsoring this weekend.
Right then, we're going to move on to your ladies F600 sat down on the line. This was one heat of them, and what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. 7 cars sat there down on the start line, which means we should see a gap. Lexi Hinton had a really superb drive yesterday and took the win. Gemma Louise Daly is the one that makes the break. Who's that from the outside then? Keris Thomas. Gemma, get through that gap. Right then, so Gemma Louise Daly just nicks on the inside, gets the back end stepped out. Well held then as well. As she comes round, and it's CW 288 from PAC 16, 56, PAC 16. And then where's your winner from yesterday? Lexi Hinton's at the back of the field as we speak. All these ladies will be going through to the final later on tomorrow. Obviously just to run one run of them. But Gemma Louise Daly will be trying to get some points back on the board after she had a black, I think, in the first run. So she needs a win just to boost her points back up for the overall British Championships. It was 288 from 16, from 15. 56, E1, 32F, and WR2 Rosemary Glover again didn't finish yesterday. She sat there at the back of the pack in the new car that they're just getting used to. So down the back straight they go then. Dally is now at least about 6, 7, 8 car lengths probably clear. Coming round onto her last lap flag. Really brave first move at the inside of Keris Thomas and has not looked back. So it's 288 from PAC 16, 56, 15, E1, 32 and WR2. And just like that is how close the race it is. Lexi Hinton, who won yesterday by quite convincing margin, imagine, is now fighting at the back of the field. And Gemma Louise Daly, who was the black yesterday, is now leading the field. Goes out a little bit wider this time. She's going to clip the wet as she comes through, but she does make it. And it's a win for Gemma Louise Daly from C56 8 seconds, PAC 16, PAC 15, Evesham 1, 32F and WR2. Well done, you ladies. That'll be you done and dusted and through to your 30 a little bit later on today before we see you in the final later this afternoon. That was F600 sponsored by SDS Access Limited, Hugh Jones Contracted Limited, and your overall sponsor, Pickering Tyres. Thank you very much to them. What do we got on the line? This is Finn with his Junior Specials rerun.
Yeah, thanks, Graham. So, race 6 of your Junior Saloons. We have Kai Cooper, Thomas Davies, James Martin, Emer O'Brien, Oscar Burns, Austin Bennett, and no Kai Owen in North Wales at 103, the best of the break. So goes to North Wales at 26, who gets to the inside, and James Martin, 777F. As we've got two parked coming in to tell, I think I might be down 23. I'm not sure who the other one is. We're going to keep going for the moment, though, with James Martin, 777F, and Austin Bennett in North Wales 26. Oh, he square-wheeled it. So, no, he hasn't. He's just about saved it, and a good save it is as well. Down the far side we go, there with James Martin, 777F. Although, as I say that, has he got a problem? No, we're going red flags once again with Junior Specials. Great start, isn't it? So, I'm going to stay on the mic, though, for the moment, because I reckon that's the rerun of Junior Saloons, which will be the rerun of race 4. Adam Turkington then on the outside in Evesham 48. Charlie Rayfield in IK 273. Corey Reed in Typhy 222. South Somerset 50 of Zach Southgate. Scunthorpe 106 of Riley Blackburn. And a White Rose 12 of Layla Marie Chapburn. Zach Southgate, as I said, I'm pretty sure he's your top qualifier on 2 wins. Typhoon 222 is there or thereabouts as well. I think he might have had like something along the lines of a win and a second. Adam Turkington in Eastern 48, he's had a good run in Ireland, as did Charlie Rayfield, to be fair, in 273. I think he's had something like a second and a third. Regardless, we're away, though, with race 4 of your Junior Saloons on the run down to turn 1. Corey Reed, Charlie Rayfield. They're all pretty much line of style on the run down to turn 1. Southgate's the first to back out. IK 273 and Charlie Rayfield pops out at the head of affairs then in IK 273 from Evesham 48. Scunny 106 of Riley Blackburn and Corey Reed and Typhoon 222 back in what is 4th place. This is a race of calibre, let me tell you. Zach Southgate back in 5th should tell you all you need to know. Bearing in mind he's on 2 wins so far. It is, though, Rayfield in 273. Your race leader from Evesham 48 of Adam Turkington as they come around and past commentary with a couple left to go. It's 273 from 48, from 106, from 222, from 50. As White Rose 12 a little bit further back. Evesham 48 looks to be inside Turkington. Can't find the move this time around, but is putting pressure on Charlie Rayford. And IK 273 is going to be feeling it at the front of the field. As if he had Mares, they would be filled with the black and white machine that is Evesham 48. As we've got 1 to go, it is Charlie Rayfield in IK 273 from Evesham 48, from Scunny 106, from Corey Reed in Typhoon 222, and South Somerset 50 of Zach Southgate, who's just a little bit further off this leading 4. It is still, though, Charlie Rayfield at the front of the field. IK 273 has held off the challenge from Adam Turkington and Evesham 48. Comes around the final corner. It's going to be a good win for IK 273 from Adam Turkington and Evesham 48. Riley Blackburn takes 3rd in Scunny 106. Corey Reed in Typhoon 222. I think we're definitely still going to see South Somerset 50 in the final, though. Zach Southgate comes home 4th. And White Rose 12 is parked on the far side. So we'll get White Rose 12 recovered back to the pit lane. And then we'll carry on. So, D&D transport, no, not D&D transport. Stockhatch
Stockhatch on the line. So heat 2 for the ladies, and we're going to pass you over to Ray to take you through.
Talk about being dropped in it on the first weekend, but no, that's fine. Stockhatch sponsors, overall sponsor Quinn's Car Transport and Fleet Care Services, and the KP Thomas and Sons and Kerwin Thomas Services are the series sponsors. So thanks, guys, for your support. 1 heat. So there should be 6 cars out there. looking at the screen in here, there is. So we're all going. So just looking around now to see what the hold-up is. We're waiting on something there. We've got red flags flying still out on the track. So until we get that clearance, we can't get. Oh, if I look to me right, I can see why. But couldn't see that through the bars of the fence. But yeah, a car come to grief up on the top, as we can all see, except me. So look, the temperature is slightly cooler than it was yesterday, more cloudier. I think the wind's just the same, or if windier. I think changed direction this time. It's blowing back down towards the end of the circuit and not across the opposite side of commentary today. So they got a bit of reprieve today over there. But it's certainly a brilliant venue so far. Some cracking work been done by all the Scunthorpe guys that I only know too well of running a BASt down at Southern League. That is a lot of hard work, a lot of dedicated members, and also other guys within the sport that want to come and help. So I imagine there'll be a few beers had this evening from the team to celebrate what an absolute brilliant weekend we're having so far. I don't know if you notice and all that, since I've been on, everyone's disappeared. Whether it's my body odour, I don't know.
I'm still here, Ray, mate. I'm with you, my friend. Well, I have got a... well, it's looks like we've got a little bit of time. Maria Houlihan, good morning to you over in the Emerald Isle. Very nice of you to say best YouTube channel by a country mile. So yeah, if you like your racing, then you can't do any better than BAStv. But remember, you've got to like and subscribe. It don't cost you anything to subscribe. Yeah, do that. And as I said, if we can get to the 10,000 mark, then I've said that my tattoo is coming out for a showing. It doesn't come out very often, Ray, but for a special occasion, I'm going to make the effort. But we need 10,000 subscribers.
I hope it's not in a rude place.
Hey? Well, all I'd say... What I'll say, Ray, it doesn't come out very often, right? So that's a little clue for the people out there.
There we are.
But you've got to subscribe to find out. That's what it is. So Steve Langley's subscribed 5 times already this morning. He's inquisitive of where it is as well and what it is. There's only a few that know. The housekeeper, Jilly B, has obviously seen it, because, obviously 30 years married this year.
She would do, wouldn't she? She would do. She's a saint. Yeah.
She's a saint, Saint Jilly. That's it. No, she's not a bad girl, to be fair. I think she was a little bit. She was a bit grumpy, really, because I went to sign on Friday. Like I came about 6 o'clock, got scrutineered. No, well, you're saying did I come back Saturday? It might have been getting closer to Saturday. And I only went to sign on. And you know what happens? You get chatting, don't you? You get chatting to people, and then someone says, "Oh, do you want to have a pint?" "Oh, we'll have a pint." And then you have another, and then yeah. So I didn't have any tea on Friday, which was part of my tactics, because I did say to you before about the power to weight ratio. So I think it's paid off. Graham, just can you remind me where I'm sitting in the champion? Well, the round 2 position.
No.
Why not? Come on.
Basically, I've took the top 10, and that's where I'm at, and you're just outside that.
Right, we're off.
Right, well, no more to do. We'll ignore that conversation because that was going somewhere where we didn't know. But there we are. But we've got 6 runners out there at the moment. We've got P9, which is Amy Holden. Amy's been on form so far this season in the Penau car. But in that second spot, there's a race going on now. Is that P10? It is. Gracie Coles. She also a fair contender in the ladies stock hatch. Has obviously been an ex-champion, or the champion, isn't it? Reigning champion at the moment. Then Radford 247, you got Evesham 98, Lud 64, and Breeden Hill 125H. There's Kim Gardner. So around we go. The field spread right out now. This wet track sort of keeping it sort of calm at the moment. They're all taking that tight line as tight as they can. And it's last lap flag this time then for P9 Amy Holden. Gracie Coles there, still in that second place. Radford 247. That's Sophie Egerton. E98. That's Daisy Stevenson. Lud 64, was it, that Sue Stevens? And at the rear of the field is Kim Gardner. But it's checker flag this time then. For P9, your race winner, second spot. P10 was Gracie Coles. Then it's Radford 247, Sophie Egerton. Evesham 98, that's Daisy Stevenson. Lud 64 comes through there, Sue Stevens. And at the rear of the field, but collecting points, Breeden Hill 125, Kim Gardner. So looking up to, so we got, was that men's class 1? Up on the line? It is, because Stephen Langley's here. So I'm going to hand you over to the old stalwart himself, Mr. Langley.
Not sure I mind the stalwarts a bit, but classic, well, no, all right, fair point. Right, yes, so indeed, this is the third and final round of qualifying for the men's Class 1s. Daniel Brewer Property, series sponsor, Harden Plant Tyre and Mark's Vehicle Repairs, meeting sponsor. So 48 signed on at the start of play, so one short of running for semi-final. So we are looking at the top 8 straight through to today's final. So nobody unbeaten yesterday. The top equal point scorers on 100 points. So that's a first and a second. And we got one of those cars out in Heat 1, Will Henry in SR19. Kieran Griffiths, Severn Valley 31, your 2025 champion, is also out in this one. Alex Hill, Wayne Price, Tom Retter, Andrew Owen, Reese Roberts and Joseph Clark complete the lineup as they come out of that top turn for the first time. It is the Severn Valley 31 car then of Kieran Griffiths, currently sitting joint 5th at the minute, so a heat win will certainly book him a place in the final. Will Henry there in second place on the outside, but under very strong challenge as they go down that far side, and the field just starts to spread out a little bit. A little bit of a gap then developing certainly from Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. Will Henry still there on the inside of the Wayne Price SR53 car. Cambridge 40 also looking to try and come up through the field a little bit. Joseph Leake at the wheel of that one, but Kieran Griffiths it is. Just showing now in second place is Will Henry in SR19 from the Wayne Price SR53 car in third place. Last lap flag goes out then. Severn Valley 31, SR19, SR53, PAC 157 now races ahead of Cambridge 40. So Reese Roberts got ahead of Joseph Leake. Tom Retter just at the back of the pack at the minute in South Somerset 103, and Alex Hill in St Neots 164 was joint 5th, but I think he's blown it in this one as a race leader comes round for the final time. We will see Kieran Griffiths in the final in Severn Valley 31. Likewise for Will Henry in SR19, PAC 157 in third, SR53, Cambridge 40, North Wales 397 is Andrew Owen, finishing just ahead of Alex Hill in St Neots 164, and completing it all Tom Retter in South Somerset 103. Race 2 brings out Lewis Clayton in Spalding 6, Gavin Borschuk in Scunthorpe 123, Jake Lockwood in Scunthorpe 292, Gareth Stokes in Pennine 88, Sarah Trott in Athelston 3, Harvey Paget in White Rose 220, and Ashley Gore in Ludlow 71. So Sarah Trott, your ladies Class 1 champion in the British Autograss Series last year, but moved across to the men. Currently sitting joint 19th in Athelston 3, so I tell you what, a good run, and probably needs a win, or at best a second, or at worst a second in this one. But yeah, not out of it by any means. Ashley Gore, the best of the point scorer in this one, currently sitting 9th on 90 points. So let's sort them out, and as they come out of that top corner, it is Sarah Trott in the middle of the grid in Athelston 3. On the inside is Ashley Gore in Ludlow 71. Trying to come through also Harvey Paget in the White Rose 220 machine. Also looking to try and make a move up through the field, Gareth Stokes in Pennine 88. He's battling for that third place position. But your race leader, and this will certainly be enough for a place in today's final, I'm sure. Ashley Gore in Ludlow 71. Sarah Trott still runs second in Atherstone 3, 2:20, Pennon 88. Then Scunthorpe 2:92. Jake Lockwood runs just ahead of Lewis Clayton in the Spalding 6 machine. The White Rose car of Harvey Paget looking to try and make a move round the outside and up into third place, but still your race leader is Ashley Gore as that yellow flag with the black cross comes out. 1 to go then for Ludlow 71, Atherstone 3, Pennon 88 and White Rose 2:20. Still close for third and fourth. Scunthorpe 2:92, Spalding 6, and then Gavin Borschuk in Scunthorpe 1:23. But it looks very much like the West Midland lead car. Ashley Gore in Ludlow 71 has got this one signed, sealed and delivered as he comes round, takes a checker flag, takes a good win. Sarah Trott in second place, White Rose 2:20, Harvick Paget in third, Pennon 88 in fourth, Scunthorpe 2:92, Spalding 6 and Scunthorpe 1:23. Right, race 3 brings out 2 of our joint top scorers from yesterday on 100 points. Tom Powell in Cumdee 182 and Ian Ullathorne in York 152. They're joined by Ollie Hadley, currently sits 10th, so certainly in with a shout in Severn Valley 701. Jordan Redfeam in Yorksdale's 266. Peter Lightfoot in Solway 24. Michael Hobgon in St Neots 361 and Rich Owen in North Wales 51. Those are the cars for race 3. So after this one, it's the mid stage of this final round of qualifying. We've got 6 heats coming your way. This is number 3. And talking of 3, there's 3 in a row there. And it's North Wales 51, Rich Owen, that pops out from the middle of the 3, and all sorts of problems there for Severn Valley 701. It was Ollie Hadley that lost out on that bottom bend. The beneficiary is the Cumdee 182 of Tom Powell as they go down that far side. He comes back round as the race leader. So it is the C182, York 152 in that second place. We carry on racing, North Wales 51. Then on the outside is the Solway 24 of Peter Lightfoot. But down that far side, then the field all looking to get quite well spread out, coming back round towards us, back round towards the last lap flag. Then it is Ian Ullathorne in York 152. Tom Powell in C182 under strong challenge from the North Wales 51 car on the inside. But we've got a very, very clear race leader in the shape of Ian Ullathorne. That'll put Ian onto 155 points and absolutely a place in today's final as York 152 comes round for the final time, takes the checker flag, takes the win. Tom Powell going to be second. We'll see Tom in the final as well, I'm sure, in C182, North Wales 51 in third. Solway 24 finishing just ahead of Yorksdale's 266. Michael Hobgon in St Neots 361 and, well, not to be, unfortunately, for Ollie Hadley in Severn Valley 701. So that was race 3 in this third and final round of qualifying. Race 4 on the line. Stephen McCready in Down Autograss 917. Stephen, the round 1 champion. Mark Stone in Invicta Kent 931. Connor Griffiths in Tyre 16 sits joint 5th on 91 points at the moment. Does Connor? Michael Stotton in North Wales 91 should be there. Jack Saunders in Cambridge 82. Another one of our joint leaders after 2 rounds. Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. He should be on the line. And last but by no means least, Tara Lee Hardman in North Wales 326. Those are the 7 cars, all being well, we are expecting. And looking down the line, then those are the 7 cars that we've got. So we're up and running with race 4. So just about the first one to show Jack Saunders, I think it is in Cambridge 82. A couple of them having a little bit of a coming together going into turn 1, but everybody's up and running. One of those cars, though, was Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. So a first and a second yesterday, currently running in 6th. They might want to improve a couple of positions just to be sure as they go down that far side. And there is a challenge going on for the lead. Connor Griffiths in Tyre 16 looks to take up the run-in as he brings this leading quartet back towards us. Cambridge 82, Stephen McCready in Down Autograss 917. Then a little bit of a gap back to Mark Stone. North Wales at 326. Tara Lee Hardman comes next, and trying to improve at least one position is Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 4:03. But Tyre 16, Connor Griffiths, got the bit between his teeth now, as unfortunately we've lost Michael Stoughton into the middle of the track in North Wales 91. But TA 16 onto his final circuit, Cambridge 82, DA 917, IK 931. North Wales 326, and just going through on her inside is Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 4:03. So all the cars that are still running are onto their final circuit, but your very clear race leader, clear race winner is going to be Connor Griffiths. Tyre 16 comes round, takes the checkered flag. Cambridge 82 in second place is Jack Saunders. In Victor Kent 931 in third, DA 917 then finishing just ahead of Kieran McKenzie in the 4:03 car, and Tyra Lee Hardman in North Wales 326. So that is race 4. We're going to have a break, I think, from class 1s because we've got single seaters there on the line. Liam to my left, and he's got in front of him the ladies class 9 and class 10 sheet. So fingers crossed, I'm sure it is. It's over to Liam.
Right then, yeah, cheers, Steve. We got ladies class 9s and 10s down there on the line and ready to go racing. Big thank you to X-Track Shocks and MJA Race Engines for their sponsorship of class 9s, and a very big thank you to South Security Services Limited for their sponsorship of ladies class 10s. So we've got 3 class 9s, 3 class 10s ready to do battle. The 9s, Lily Rose Pratt, Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves and Sharon Barker, and the 3 class 10s are Jill Grasby, Amy Whitten and Nicole O'Brien. So looking to the line, I think someone is missing. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to say Amy Whitten is missing because Graham did say that the class 10 did have a few issues aboard. So probably haven't got that fixed considering there is 1 car missing. So we're getting ready. What are we waiting on? Our North Wales machine to be taken off into the middle of the track. And then I think this is still the only outstanding ladies race from the second round of qualifying we've got. I think still a few reruns. Finn sat here next to me, so I'd imagine you've got a rerun, aren't you, somewhere? There we go. So we are up and away anyway with your ladies class 9s and 10s. And someone gets a storming start. Is that Lily Rose Pratt in the Scunthorpe machine? She storms out of the gate into turn 1, and indeed it is 75 then that leads the way. Look at this, 3 class 9s leading the class 10s. So the class 10 ladies have got work to do. Leading the class 10s, Jill Grasby in the Evesham 121 machine, running 3rd on track as Sharon Barker slots in front of her. In Evesham 26, Lily Rose Pratt has got it all wrong in the Scunthorpe machine. She was making it look so easy. She gets it all out of shape, and that's cost her very, very dearly. So Sharon Barker it is that heads the field round in Evesham 26. Jill Grasby runs there in 2nd in 121, 2nd on track, but 1st in the class 10s as where's her challenger? She's at the back, so Nicole O'Brien not having a good morning at all, is she, today? As she had disappointment in the 8 and disappointment at the moment in the 10 as well. As they come round, start their final circuit, Sharon Barker, can she hold on? Because she's got Jill Grasby breathing down her neck. Lily Rose Pratt somehow still in the mix in the Scunthorpe 75 machine after earlier disappointment. Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves and Nicole O'Brien are the ones that run just behind, but it's going to be checkered flag. Go on, Sharon. Sharon Barker wins the race. Evesham 26, Jill Grasby, oh. Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves, I think, just about from Lily Rose Pratt and Nicole O'Brien at the tail end in Mallow 48. So that is that. So I think, as I said, that should be the ladies racing complete for the second round of qualifying. Big thank you to X-Track Shocks, MJA Race Engines and South Security Services Limited for their sponsorship. We are going back to men's class 1s, so back to the 3rd round of qualifying, and back to Steve Langley.
Thank you very much then, Liam. So just wonder how many of the people in race 5 are wishing, I wish we'd have been in races 1 to 4. A little bit of water going out, but that sure won't cause any problems for them. 7 cars all being well on the line. Wayne Rees in PAC Treble 1. Simon Mills, the best of the point scorer in this one in Leewood 46, joint 10th at the overnight stage on 81 points. George Taylor should also be there in Cumdy 711. David Jones in TA 18. Kieran Murphy in Hereford 7. Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, and coming out of lane 1 should be Dave Owen in North Wales 97. So your overall series sponsor, Daniel Brewer Property, Harden Pan Tyre and Mark's Vehicle Repairs. Your meeting sponsor, and big thank you to overall 2026 British Autograss Series sponsors, Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings. So Kent Cams been a sponsor since the series was first inaugurated 31 years ago now, isn't it? So big thank you indeed to Kent Cams, and obviously Beresford Holdings, or the Beresford name via her GB, God rest him, was one of the founder members of the British Autograss Series, and the Beresford companies have been involved ever since. So big thank you to both of those, absolutely. And also a big thank you to SITR Tyre Recycling, Wellington Business Park and KS Coles, and PRG Trailers, the sponsors of BAStv. So as there has been all weekend, exactly, it's the thing to be doing, a good dose of watering going right across the whole track. So, but as we've seen, it certainly doesn't impede forward motion, but does keep the dust down and keep the track in this absolutely superb condition. By the end of the weekend, it will have seen, excluding reruns, and I know there's been some of those before you say anything, we were scheduled for 310 races across this weekend. We've actually lost 3, I think, today. So we're going to be seeing 307 races altogether, and we saw 170 yesterday, and we got 137 to get through today. So there we go. That's all, only 137 races. And this is another one of them as they get underway, as they go down the far side. Come D711, the first one to show into that bottom bend. George Taylor at the wheel of that one. The North Shropshire 443 car of Ben Gould was in that second place, but then just losing out to Dave Owen in North Wales 97, as there's a little bit of water just making things a little bit more tricky. But C711 and it's 443, North Wales 97. On the inside is Wayne Rees in the PAC treble 1 machine, trying to come up through the field as well. I think that's Kieran Murphy in Hereford 7. Problems though for Dave Owen, unfortunately, on that bottom bend in North Wales 97. So all of a sudden we have a very clear race leader in the shape of Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443, C711, Hereford 7, PAC treble 1, Simon Mills in Leewood 46, joint 10th and running about 5th. Not sure that's going to be good enough. They're all on to their last lap. But we're picking a very clear race leader out over there on the far side. That very clear race leader is Ben Gould in North Shropshire 443. He comes round joint 19th plus a win. Yeah, it might be enough. C711, Hereford 7. Simon Mills improved a bit in Leewood 46, PAC treble 1. Daffy Jones then is the next one across the line in the Tyre 18 car. And the one we lost, unfortunately, Dave Owen in North Wales 97. 5 down, 1 to go. Race 6, the final race of the final round of qualifying of the Class 1s. Thomas Holding in Spalding 84, Freddie Farrow in York 72, Archie Stevenson in Invicta Kent 1, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, Harvey Ford in Scunthorpe 229, Reese Wild in Swansea 205, and Ryan Mulroy in Scunthorpe 25. Those are the 7 cars for this one. So it looks like we've got cones and everything back in position. So all eyes to the first marshal barrier. We'll look for the wind up, and there we go. And without any further ado, the bungee goes up and we're up and racing. So as is often the case with the Class 1s, a very level break. Ryan Mulroy on the inside in the Scunthorpe 25 machine. York 72 from lane 7, Freddie Farrow coming through as well. It is Freddie Farrow that takes up the run in PhD 12. Ashley Hutchins in second, Scunthorpe 25, Spalding 84. Then on the outside, that's Thomas Holden at the wheel of the Spalding 84 car. But Freddie Farrow 13th at the overnight stage on 76 points, so a heat win. That'll put him on 131. Yeah, that'll be enough for a place in the final as he comes round once again. York 72. It is your race leader, Ryan Mulroy, Scunthorpe 25, the Invicta Kent 1 car then of Archie Stevenson. Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, Swansea 205, the little mini in there fighting on like a good one. as they go round that start line turn. But slowly but surely, race leader just inching his way clear, Freddie Farrow, as he comes round for the penultimate time, because there is that yellow flag with the black cross. So 1 to go then for York 72, Scunthorpe 25, Invicta Kent 1, Ashley Hutchins in PhD 12, Spalding 84, Swansea 205, and then Harvey Ford in the Scunthorpe 229 machine. All those cars onto their final circuit. Getting a little bit closer at the head of affairs, but I think Freddie Farrow will have done enough in York 72 as he comes round for the final time, takes a good win, does York 72, from Ryan Mulroy in second in Scunthorpe 25, Invicta Kent 1, Archie Stevenson is third, Ashley Hutchins fourth, Swansea 205, then I think just the Scunthorpe 229 machine finishing next across the line. So that completes my Class 6s. I think Graham has an announcement before we get back to the racing.
Yeah, just a quickie. Yesterday was a bit of an odd one. We had TVs smashed and a few things going on around the place, but this one absolutely takes the biscuit. There was a wallet lost yesterday, and somebody on site is trying to use the card now. That is disgusting behaviour. I don't think you'd be aggressive because we don't do that to each other. But if you bring that back to commentary and just drop it in and walk away, it'll go no further. Somebody on site is trying to use this card now out of somebody's wallet that was taken yesterday or lost yesterday. Please drop it back to commentary and it will go no further. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Graham. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think we're all in here pretty disgusted with that sort of behaviour. But in the meantime, we got Class 4 and 6 on the line. Ladies re-race or rerun. Unfortunately, excluding MA5. Obviously, was the cause of the stoppage at the first time round. But someone, into the fences, so the back wheel's off of that one. But NW1. So just looking round then, is she out of the racing line? So we keep going. I don't know, but NW1 then, which is Leanne Husker, is your race leader at this time. Second spot at the moment. Looks like it's PAC 70 or PAC 37. I can't quite see from this side. I'll let you know as they come round. It could be, it's 70, so PAC 37. Hannah Brown's the one that's square-wheeled in the fence at the far side. So Leanne Husker then, North Wales 1, your race leader. Then the second place is the challenge between the Class 4 of NS432, which is Claire Compton. She now takes that second spot from PAC 70 there. That's Chelsea Jones, then Radford 205, that's Valerie Harrington. And at the rear of the field, I think that was Radford 44, Imogen Fox. But it's checker flag this time then. Not concerned what's going on behind her. North Wales 1. Leanne Husker, second spot then, taken back from PAC 70 from NS 434. Radford 205 comes through there in that fourth place, and at fifth, but at the rear of the field, Radford 44, Imogen Fox. So that's the 4s and 6s. Doesn't look like we've got Class 2 there, is it, on the... oh no, juniors. Oh, so it's... over to you, Finn.
Thanks, Ray. So, race 6 then, just the 4 of them left now. On the outside, Kai Cooper in Evesham 3. Paula County's 24, Thomas Davies, who if I remember correctly, was leading it before he got stopped the second time around. 777F of Junior Specials. And your round 2 overall sponsor is Quinn's Car Transport. Your 2026 overall BAS sponsor is Diggett Plant Hire. Your other round 2 sponsor is Dan Johnson at Grab Hire for Junior Specials. Your BAStv sponsors, which is the people sponsoring the live stream that you're watching. Make sure you're liked and subscribed, by the way. So yeah, if you are watching on BAStv, a lot of these, the sponsors are the people that often make a lot of this happen. SITR Tyre Recycling, Wellington Business Park, KS Coles, and PRG Trailers. And of course, your overall BAS sponsors are Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings. If you are trackside, make sure you check out all of the catering: LSK Catering, Double D Spuds, Waffle-tastic, Cupcake Cafe, Peri Peri, Portuguese Street Food, the Beverly Pizza Company, and Elite Bar Services. And of course, all of the trade stands, Barnard Motorsport, Cooper Motorsport, R&M Motorsport, DH Alley Works, DM Racing, GT Race Cars, Max Sport Tyres, King Sport Tyres, Wildcat Photography, Miniature Grassers, Elite Transmission, XC Works, BP Grassing, Raid Race, and Leominster Auto Supplies. So yeah, please check all of them out if you are trackside. We're away with race 6 of the junior specials on the run. Down to turn 1, 777 FN of James Smart gets a good run. So does Austin Bennett in North Wales 26. I think I might be Border Counties 24 of Thomas Davies on the outside as they come past coming to those. James Smart 777F from Austin Bennett in North Wales at 26. Border Counties 24 and Evesham 3, the two left to mention. Davies gets a little bit sideways corner exit, which allows these two, the front two, to break away from the two out in third and fourth. 777 FN as comes past commentary under a little bit of pressure now from Austin Bennett in North Wales 26, who can't find a move at this time around. Border Counties 24 then just falling away from these top two. Smart though it is down the far side, still as I said under pressure from North Wales 26. It was his birthday yesterday. Going to look for a move for the lead on the day after. One to go though for James Smart in 777F. One to go for Austin Bennett North Wales 26. One to go for Thomas Davies in Border Counties 24. And one to go for Evesham 3 of Kai Cooper North Wales 26. Look to the inside of James Smart in 777F, but didn't find the move as they go down the far side. Tell you what, a win, a third and a fourth is a mixed bag of results, but it'll be enough to get him into the semi-final a little bit later on. 2 seconds and a third is enough for Austin Bennett as well. 777F takes the win from North Wales 26, Border Counties 24, and Evesham at number 3. So, down there on the line, that looks like twos. So I'm going to hand you over to Steve.
Yeah, thanks very much. Then it is indeed, Finn, the third and final round of qualifying of the men's class 2s. Our overall series sponsor, Fleet Care Services, KP Thomas & Sons and Kerwin Thomas Services as round sponsors. So first heat is up and running, so we'll pick them out as they come past us. The first one to show them, York 181, Jack Farrer, joint third at the overnight stage. Ben Fiddler is there in Yorksdale's 295 going into that bottom bend. A few cones getting scattered down that far side, and yeah, red flags, so that one didn't go too far. So those make their way back to the rerun lane. Just as soon as we know anything about it, we'll let you know. And we'll have a look at race 2, which should bring out Corey Paisley in pen 8. Martin Bannerman, could be race 3 on the line. So yeah, got a slight change in order, so thank you very much. Just that into me ear, so thanks, Chris. Right, race 3, James Espley in North Wales 101, Sam Doddridge in 515F, Tom Creed in Breeden Hill 40, Ashley Farrow in Scarborough 249, Ashley Lillington in South Somerset 38, and the two unbeaten cars from yesterday. Something's got to give because they're both in this same heat. Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227, Jamie Lane in Radford 941. So those are the form horses in this third heat of the men's class 2s as they come back round towards us for the first time. On the inside it is the 227 car of Chris Hall. Tucked in right behind him is Jamie Lane in Radford 941. So sort of running to the form book at the minute as they go down that far side, but a whole bunch of cars just stacked up behind them, so everything very much still to play for as Chris Hall, he'll know his way around this Blighton Park Raceway, of course, in 227, 941 on the outside then, that's the Doddridge machine, Sam Doddridge in 515F, looking for the cutback down on that start line turn, but not tactics that particularly seem to pay off, but Chris Hall it is in 227 that's going to take the field onto their final circuit. One to go then. Jamie Lane still runs second. Scarborough 249. Ash Farrow now just showing up in that third place slot, battling his way through the field, but can anybody make any impression on Chris Hall as Scunthorpe 227 goes down that far side for the final time? Jamie Lane, is he going to have one final go, or is he just going to decide a second will be certainly enough for a place in the final? 227, 941, Scarborough 249, Ash Lillington, then the 515, then North Wales 501. North Wales 101 is James Espley, and Tom Creed completes it all in Breeden Hill 40. So that was race 3. Don't know why we've got a slight hold on race 2, because looking to the line, it's definitely race 4 that's down there now. Ryan Smith in PAC 1, Josh Mason in Breeden Hill 10, Oliver Wrigglesworth in Scarborough 221, Tom Griffiths in Tyre 34, Simon Farrer in Nottingham 124, Daniel Robbins in St Neots 34, and Joe Brick in PhD 66. So those are the cars away from the line. It's the PhD 66 car that's on that inside position. But coming back around, it's about 4 in a row, and it's Daniel Robbins in St Neots 34 that's just about the first one to show as they go into start line turn, and it is the East Anglia lead car SN34 that pops out as the race leader, 5th on 90 points after the first 2 rounds, so this will do him very nicely indeed. Oliver Wrigglesworth picked up problems, Scarborough 221 in the middle, running it in second place, having a much better run today is the Simon Farrer Nottingham 124. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, certainly not by his normal very high standards. But as they go down that far side, then it is the St Neots 34 car of Daniel Robbins that's the reasonably clear race leader as the last lap plan goes out. Nottingham 124, PAC 1 runs in that 3rd place position. Ryan Smith at the wheel of the PAC 1 car. So all the cars that are still running are now onto their final circuit, but it's Daniel Robbins certainly will have done enough to book himself a place in today's final as he comes round for the final time. SN34 takes the win. It's going to be close for second. I reckon just Nottingham 124 from PAC 1 as the rest of them come streaming across the line. Didn't give much of a mention there. Josh Mason in Breeden Hill 10. So that was race 4. Looking to the line then, this is race 5. Ash Wrigglesworth in Scarborough Treble 2. Senna Proctor in Scarborough 23. Steve Heath in Pennine 65, Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 5, Sean Thompson in Scunthorpe 971, Jack Redford in IK 956, and Aaron Bonschuk in Scunthorpe 44. We have we got time to read them out? I think we possibly have. Junior Specials semi-finalists. So semi-final 1 for the Junior Specials. Apologies if these are a bit quick, but got to try and get them in. IK 19, Rosie Russell. BC 99, Regan Dixon. LM3, Sonny Gilbertson. MA 32, Darrow O'Riordan. G48D, Maddie Morris. Radford 421, Jack Merrick. WS 112, Harry Loader. And Mallow 130, Mason Lynan. That's semi-final 1. Semi-final 2. Hold on, got a slight thing on that. Just bear with me 1 minute. Right, not my fault. Well, yeah, go on, it was my fault because I read them. No, well, no, it wasn't. So yeah, ignore that semi-final. All those names I read out are going to be in a semi-final, but perhaps not in the one that I put them into. Okay, does that make sense? So apologies about that. That just whetted your appetite a little bit, isn't it? So I'm a teaser, I really am, aren't I? So
Teaser, you want sugar?
Yes, I do want sugar in my tea. So. Just one, please, in case Sally's listening and watching. If she is, I don't think I'm going home tonight. So yeah, sorry about that. So those are junior semi-final. Right, I've got some Class 1. Got some Class 1 men's finalists. I did better on those. Okay, Class 1. Well done to these 8 cars. Top qualifier Ian Ullathorne in York 152. Kieran Griffiths in Severn Valley 31. Connor Griffiths in Tyre 16. They're both through on the same points. Ashley Gore, Ludlow 71. Will Henry in SR 19, Tom Powell in Cumdy 182, Freddie Farrow in York 72, and Kieran McKenzie in Cambridge 403. So Once again, have I got time? No, I haven't. We will try and do those again in a bit. But those are your Class 1 finalists. Well done to you, one and all. This is race 5 of the Class 2s that are trying to get into their final. And I just went a little bit skew whiff on turn 1. So, but we carry on racing. 7:35, P65 then. Steve Heath on the outside. I think it was Senna Proctor that picked up the problems in turn 1. And whilst the main bulk of the field are coming out of the start line, then the Scarborough 23 car is coming out this way. Right. So race leader coming round then. Going down that far side is Tim Harbour in at Severn Valley 5, but he's got a whole host behind. Joint 7th at the overnight stage was Tim, so yeah, I think he should be all right, you know, as he goes down that far side. Senna Proctor really just hoping for a race stoppage in this one, I think. But the last lap flag goes out, so if there is a race stoppage, I think any result would stand. So Severn Valley 5 on the inside is P65. That's Steve Heath at the wheel of that one. Sean Thompson in Scunthorpe 971. He's looking to challenge for that second place though as they go down that far side. But Tim Harbour will have done enough in this one as Severn Valley 5 comes round once again and going to take the checkered flag and take a good win. It's going to be close, or is he? No, he isn't. SC 971, Severn Valley 5, Pennine 65 comes across the line. So late change in that one as the rest of the field comes streaming across the line. I still think that Tim Harbour will have done enough, but cracking win for Sean Thompson in Scunthorpe 971. So that completes race 5. So of the 5 races of Class 2, Class 1 is on a rerun lane. Somebody's hijacked most of the people in, I'm not going to say in race 2, but they haven't because they're appearing, they're on the line. So race 2 of the men's Class 2 is down there. Corey Paisley in Penhow 8. Martin Bannerman in Pennine 187. Freddie Farrow in York 71. Paul Morgan in Radford 22. Ashley Robinson in Scunthorpe 28. Adam Cochran in Down Autograss 43. And Josh Julian in Scunthorpe 22. So that's the race line-up and race order as they come past us. They're headed by Freddie Farrow in York 71, Scunthorpe 22. Josh Julian slots into that second place position as they go start line turn for the first time and just begin to sort themselves out a little bit. But our race leader has very much sorted himself out, Freddie Farrow, as he comes round once again. Quite clear race leader, favouring a wider line now, these Class 2s. Scunthorpe 22 runs in second. The Down Autograss 43 of Adam Cochran is in third. Paul Morgan having a better run this time round in the Radford 22 machine, but he's being challenged certainly for his position as they go down that far side. But no challenge on Freddie Farrow at the moment. He's York 71, sees that yellow flag with the black cross. He's got one circuit to go. Still running in that second place slot, Josh Julian. Down Autograss 43, the Scunthorpe 28 of Ashley Robinson now races ahead of Paul Morgan. Corey Paisley, joint 11th at the overnight stage. I don't think this will be enough for the Penhow 8-man. But coming round for the final time, it's a good and very convincing win for Freddie Farrow. York 71 comes round, takes a checkered flag, takes a good win. Then rest of the field coming streaming across the line. Problems there for Paul Morgan, Radford 22 on that final lap, but does get the car across the line. So that's complete in men's Class 2, other than race 1, which we are due for a rerun. Looking to the line, they look like Class 3 machinery. So for their third and final round of qualifying of the Class 3s, then it is going to be over, of course, to Graham.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So, we won't say hot off the press because we've had a slight change. But we do have the semi-finalists for your junior specials. IK19 is going to be in race 1 semi-final. Alex Hines will be in race 1. BC44, Shawnee Bradford. SP541, Charlie Clark. 777F, James Smart. NW26, Austin Bennett. WR37, Lexi Mullen. And C55, Jacob Davis. That's your first run of your Junior Specials semi-final. Your second run of your Junior Special semi-final is BC99, Regan Dixon, LM3, Sonny Gilbertson. Darrow Reardon is MA32. He'll be there in the second race. G48D, Maddie Morris will be hoping for a better run through than she had over in Ireland a couple of weeks ago. She's there in the semi-final. Jack Merrick is be his first semi-final, I think, for a British Autograss Series Championship. Definitely R421. WS112, your current British Junior champion from the Map Open a few weeks ago, Harry Loader. WS112 is there in the second semi-final. Mason Linehan, MA130, cracking little lad is Mason Linehan. He's there in the semi-final too, and creeping in due to one car not being allowed to go, obviously, because of the fact that it's a NASA car and not actually a British Championship registered car. SC343, hometown hero, George Johnson. You creep into the semi-final. Well done, young man. He'll be there in race 2 with everybody else. So, cracking racing to come from you Junior Specials later on. The future of the sport, as we well know. And we were trying to do an interview with some of the lads that's come out of Junior Specials, but they shied away. So we're going to catch them probably at the next BASS round. And all 4 of them have gone into men's and are right at the front and at the sharp end. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that, to be fair. But like I said, they shied away. So men's class 3 down on the start line. Overall sponsors for the weekend, Quinn's Car Transport. Thank you very, very much to them. 2026 overall sponsors, Ram Developments, of course. And your round sponsors are Shocking UK, Kelly Recovery. Big, big thank you to Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings, of course, for being the main sponsors of the British Autograss Series. And hopefully long may it continue. Race 1 down on the start line sees the only man sat on 2 wins, which is Ryan Power in SC98. Sorry, 2 men sat on heat wins. Sorry, so it's Ryan Power and Phil Holloway sat on 2 wins. So, and they don't meet this one. So hopefully them 2 will be meeting in the final later on. One that is, well, I don't know what, that's not suspicious, but it obviously has got problems, is MA247, Keith Kelly. He's sat in the final on 8th position at the moment, but not signed on today. So must have had problems overnight or issues somewhere down the line. And yeah, maybe in that last run, because he had a win and a 5th, but unfortunately not going to be out in the run today, according to our sheets. So excuse me if that is wrong. The first race, as we say then, so Barry Allman's got a ton of work to do, but we did see Beth have a good win in that race earlier on with the ladies, so the car is back on form. Next to him is Lee Allman. They had a bit of a coming together over in the final over in Ireland a couple of weeks ago. So they're side by side. So there's a bit of brotherly pride going on there between them 2. Graham Davis tried to go out with extra fuel on the start line yesterday. Forgot to take his jerry can out. They had to remove it on the start line. So he was trying to get the extra weight off the start line. He's there in PAC 41. Vernon McKenzie sat on a 2nd and a 5th coming out of lane 3. Mick Sumner's not had a good weekend for Mick Sumner's. R169 and SC70. Rich Lee sat on 2 seconds. He'll be delighted if he can make the final on home turf here this weekend. Let's see what we can do then. Yellows are going up. The Water Bowers is exiting stage right for us this weekend. And yellows are going up, as I say, around the track. So Abby Juggins' pirouette will be done on the start line by Abby Juggins. So here we go then. Vernon has a, oh no, sorry, SC98 has a cracker out the other side, but so does Allman. But who gets the drag down the straight? Rich Lee gives it another bootful as he comes through, but he sat there in like 3rd place. Now I reckon 3rd should sneak him in. So hopefully Rich can have a bit of luck this time and sit there in 3rd and just get himself round. But in the meantime, he's going to look to go through on 3 wins, and certainly back into sparkling form is Ryan Power in SC98. Barry Holloway is just Barry Almond, I think, probably just racing for pride this weekend and just try and get some BASS points. He'll be sat there in 2nd as we speak. Rich Lee's now dropping back to 4th. Who's that trying to come through? It is going to be the other Almond car of Lee Almond with the big Eslinger motor sat in the front of that old shape Starlet. So it's SC70 R16941 and Vernon McKenzie. You need a better run than this, mate. You're sat on a 2nd and 5th, and I'll tell you what, a 7th isn't going to do it. You need to gain some more positions. Down the back straight you go, though. Probably 4 car lengths clear now of Barry Almond is Ryan Power. Going to come round this time for his last lap flag. And it is the Duratec powered Nova that's certainly doing the business. And I tell you what, up the inside goes ARC 27. Silly Old American Pinto is flying along. M270 is just going to try and switch him and flick back up the inside. Now, who's got the drag down the back straight? The Starlet just puts the power down a bit more. And I'll tell you what, he gives it another blip as he comes through. 270. Does he overshoot the corner and push on? He does. Then the other Almond slicks on the inside. We're going to have a race to the line with them two, but it's going to be 98 takes the win. 27 gets second from 270, from 70. 41, 169 and 7. Now, what does that do to Rich Lee? 2 seconds and a fourth. I think might get him through, but we'll have to just wait to see how the other results go through the day. So we've got a couple edging on the outside. Matty Barnbrook, Anthony Keaton, Vernon McKenzie's out of it now. So Anthony Keaton and Matty Barnbrook are the ones we're going to have to keep an eye on, because they are teetering in about 10th place at the moment. They could jump in if they have a better run than what Rich Lee just had, which was a 4th. Right then, Heat 2 then, Jamie Lee, the Polo car with the big Volvo in the front. Pushing over 300 horsepower and 300 pounds-feet of torque is that car. He wouldn't give me exact figures, but you certainly know it's got some grunt when he leaves the start line and gets into that first corner. Let's see what he can do this time. Becky Shaw's out there on the far side as well, lane 7. Oh, I tell you what, he didn't have a cracking start there, NW14, but somebody who did is CM7, Hugh Jones. He's got it turned in, and Robbo as well. He had to anchor on the brake, so he didn't want to go into the side of him and risk a flag. CM7, 72. Becky Shaw's in the mix this time from 455. Matthew Elvin is sat there in third lower four. He's dropping back to the pack now, though. BC 111, though, she's coming through. Now, she's going to try and get the legs down the back straight. The Vauxhall-powered Starlet then just trying to come on through then. He's got the Alto in front. She's got the Alto in front of him, in front of her even. CM7 it is, though, and over to the front. Now 72 is going to try the wide line. Can he go round Hugh Jones? I don't know. He's left a lot of room on the inside for NW14. Now can the Volvo get the power down the back straight? Becky Shaw's flicked back underneath him, so he did go in wide, and that just allowed a bit of a gap on the inside. But it is Hugh Jones then coming round then for the last lap time. It's CM7 then from Rob. Oh, Becky Shaw's got a big time round. I'll tell you what, props to everybody else for missing her there. There's a bit of learning for Becky Shaw, unfortunately, but we will see her at the men's nationals in a couple of weeks' time. Down the back straight, though, a bit of rubbing, well, a bit of, not rubbing, but a bit of swap in position for Robbo and CM7. Can Hugh Jones hold off? I think he can. He's got the legs. Hugh Jones, CM7 from NS72, from NW14. We'll definitely see Jamie in the final. 265 Lodge, 455 Matt Elvin. 306 is, of course, Richard Northway, and then Becky Shaw, the unfortunate Becky Shaw, who's had a really good run through there. Becky Shaw will not be in the final. Now, Pete Robbo was sat in 15th, so a second I don't think is going to be enough to see him in the final, depending on how things go. Hugh Jones we're going to see in the final later on. Obviously, Keith Kelly's dropped out now, so there is going to be a position to be filled there, but we can all surmise, can't we? But I'm never normally right, so. Right, race 3 then. Liam Brocklebank, Adam Henley, Sam Gould, Jeff Gibbs, Trevor Cusack, Adam Saint and Aaron McKenzie are on the start line. Now, I think Aaron McKenzie said he had problems yesterday, so I'm not expecting to see him. He had a misfire yesterday, possible head gasket, but not sure. But he said he's done 3 seasons, so he was all right. Right, so it's the V8 powered NS343 of the Gould machine from Cusack in 25. The Saint 546. Jeff Gibbs having a better run. He's had a nothing but bad luck this year. But I'll tell you what, this weekend the car's coming alive in H1. Sat there in 4th place. Down the back straight, Adam Henley, you need to do a bit of work there. You're on a 2nd and a 3rd. You could probably do with another 3rd, I think, to get yourself in. But again, it's just all guesswork. Another lap complete for the Gould machine. 343, Cusack 25. This Saint 546 loves the big sideways line, does the Saint, to try and get the back end of that car stepping out. Down the back straight they go then. It's the Chevy just pulling away, getting the power down nicely, isn't he, in 343. Round this time for the last lap flag. And it's 343 then, with the Saint trying to come through at the inside from CK25, H1, Y11 and 398 Brocklebank at the rear of the pack. Down the back straight, the slightly lighter car, I think, on the front end just sort of gains him in the bends, but down the straight the big Chevy gets the power down and manages to put it through the floor and just pull away. And I tell you what, Gouldy will take a win. We will see him in the final. And the Saint 546 maybe have to try again next round. 25 from 1, from 11, from 398. Another good run done and dusted. Well done, you cars. That like I said, we're missing Aaron McKenzie, but other than that, all cars done through and finished. I think Adam Henley will be teetering on the edge, but definitely see Gould in the final later on. Cusac's had a terrible weekend on his standards, not anybody else's standards, his own standards. But I'm sure we'll see him again down at Radford in a couple of weeks' time, literally a couple of weeks' time, I think, as well. Next run off the line then. Who's the top qualifier in this one? Your Phil Holloway car, E34, that came out of grid 7. But, cars, this is the one, actually. This is the one that is going to tell us where everything is. Rupert Lomax, though, he's coming to spoil the party. He's had a terrible run through the heats. But Y4, Keaton is the one that's probably more towards the front now. But he's sort of what's Keaton on, a 5th and a 2nd. He needs a good result, and it means he's dropped back to the back. Barnbrook, you need to get your toe down. Oh, Holloway, have you got... It's not Holloway. Who's that in the back? Ruffy, is it? I think it's Ruffy, the similar car. But it is NW99 showing that he can do the business. The big Chevy-powered Polo doing the business from the Duratec E34 then. And then the Duratec Nova there in SV4. Barnbrook, I think you need another position, but you are in front of Keaton, and you two are very, very close on points. I reckon you could creep in, Barnbrook, if you had a 3rd. Let's see what you can do, though, because the 3 out front are absolutely motoring on. NW99 from E34, SV4, SC96, Keaton in 34 may have just shot his bolt here, I reckon. Y4 with a puncher on the front left. With problems, like I said, puncher on the front left. I think he's way out of it now. Anyway, Tinker down the back straight they go. The E34 has now gained the lead on that last lap. Didn't see that overtake as I was catching the back cars, but he's going to go through with 3 wins. E34, NW99 just from SV4. 96 does get 4th, and MA34 and Y4 brings up the rear. We've got a black flag. Ooh, black flag for Tinker. And he won't mind me saying he doesn't care about them. That's why his car's black, he's used to getting them. Right, Mickey B, where are you, mate? He's right behind me. Of course he is, over my shoulder. Like the devil that he is, one shoulder. Steve on the other one, he's the angel. Right, I'll put you over to Mickey B for men's class 5.
Yeah, thanks very much. Men's class 5, heat 3. On the line, we're going with Tim Pole, Colin Chilvers, Sarah Bayman, Wes Grundy, Lee Cox, Matt Davis, Mark Grice, Colin Tomlinson. It's Grice who comes in as top point scorer, 100 points, a win and a 2nd. And looking at it, he's going to pop out in 1st place on this one. But it's Colin Chilvers, the man who had the Tashbit shaved off and makes himself look younger, coming round the outside of him. Out of that Stargate turn, they're glued together. But it's Chilvers just gets his nose in front. Grice looks to come back on the power as well. As we look back down, Wesley Cox, my life, he's down in 6th place. He's got work to do. But eyes back front, it's Chilvers then from Grice. Then we go down to the Breeden Hill 22 machine. And that is Colin Tomlinson. Then it's the snake of Sarah Bateman as she exits that Stargate turn in 4th place. Lee Cox up into 5th now. He's made an extra place up there. Wes Grundy looking to make a move as well and makes a place up. But with one more lap to go, my life, Colin Chilvers and Mark Blobby Grice are having a right old battle as they come out of that Stargate turn. But it's Chilvers who puts the foot down there, doing it for the old men into turn 1 and 2 for the final time. It's checker flag. It's going to be Colin Chilvers from Gricey. Then we go down to Colin Tomlinson. Then we go into, I think it's Coxie across the line there from Sarah the Snake Bateman, Wes Grundy. And then it'll be Matt Davis in that final position. So brilliant stuff there. Well done to race 1. Race 2 quickly on the line. Carl Burns, Michael Tippins, Aaron Mason, Tom Evans, Nick Rogiskis, Tyler Davis, Alex Fudia and Wes Hathaway. Top point scorer, Michael Tippins. He had a great run yesterday. He sat equal 4th. So top 3, mate, and you make the final. Only the top 8 in the 5s, no semi-finals for the 5s. So we're going to be looking forward to this one. Looks like they're going to put a little bit of water down the track. Gives me an opportunity to read out a little message that got sent through. So this is from Maria Houlihan. She's on it again, and a nice message. Thanks. We really enjoyed Ireland, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality and everything you showed to us. Brilliant over there. But they said, could you say a happy birthday to our beautiful Chloe Sheehy today? Happy birthday, Chloe. They haven't said how old you are. And then tomorrow, it's a very happy birthday to the small fella. my husband. Well, I don't know what that means. Is he about 4'2" or is he just small? I don't know, but we'll have to find out. That's Shane Hounian in the West Waterford 252. And a very happy wedding anniversary to our beautiful friends, and that of the Patrick and Norma Sheehy. So there you go, that one's all done. That's, well, 3 messages in one there, isn't it? You know, it's like a great value. You know, it's like going down to Asda, getting the 2-for-1 offer, but you've got a 3-for-1 offer. And yeah, happy birthday and happy anniversaries, done and dusted. So, who else is a top point scorer coming out in this race too, Mickey? The lorryinsurance.co.uk, Andy Russell Landscapes, Godfrey Garage and Quinn's Car Transport. Our main overall BAS sponsors for 2026, and a thank you again for them, is Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings. So, Tyler Davis, PAC 60, he had a good run as well yesterday. He's currently equal 6, so he needs, top 3 as well, maybe top 2 for Tyler. But there's some decent lads out there. Cole Burns had a good run as well, Breed Nil 18. Wes Hathaway always tries to get away in that Tyre 73, so don't write him off. He's coming out of lane 1, and I'm coming out of lane 1 in the F600 a bit later, by the way. I've been grid 5, grid 6, and I always wanted to go right out of 1. So if I can get off the line and like really scream it in first gear before I turn it, get into second, I'm hopeful that I might just have the inside line going into turn 1, and then I just pray for God. So, well, what do you reckon, Steve? Is that good tactics?
If you're screaming like that off the line, I think we'll all pray to God. But but no, sounds good to me.
Well, just to let you know, just on the points, if I win, I think I could make the final, right?
There we go. Fingers crossed. No, it would be good. Joking apart, it would be good.
It'll be a miracle, Steve. That's all I'm saying. Right, here we go then. We are off and racing. And I say, Michael Tippin's got a good start, but he's been swallowed up already. Tom Evans in South Somerset 7 takes them into turn 1 and out of turn 2. He goes wide. He's going for the grip, but who's cut up the inside? It's Tyler Davis in PAC 60. Now, Tyler, can you protect that race line as Tom Evans into that second place? Alec Futier's up there. I think he's running in 4th place at the moment. Tippin's back down in 5th. And then the Evesham 19 of Aaron Mason down in 6th. So still leading the way then. Tyler Davis from Tom Evans. Alex Futier, then it's the Tippins, then the Mason machine. And the West Waterford 8, Nick Rogoskis in that the orange and yellow machine colours as he comes out of Stargate turn. But eyes back front, let's keep an eye on the top 2 at the moment, because PAC 60, Tyler Davis, if he gets this, he'll book his place in the final. Tom Evans, South Somerset 7, is he going to spoil the party? Evans looks for the cut up in the inside. It's going to be nip and tuck, but it's defended well by Tyler Davis. Davis then coming into half a lap to go before the checkered flag. This books his place in the final, and I'm sure this might be a first final coming through. Tyler Davis, PAC 60, he's happy. Tom Evans 2nd, Alice Fury 3rd. Whoa, sideways from the Aaron Mason, Michael Tippins, Carl Burns, then it's Nick Rogoskis, and then Wes Hathaway just didn't get away. And he finishes in that final place. Right. Also, can I just have a shout out to Mags Toppin, who commentated over in Ireland. Top of the morning to you. And also Mad Mick, who was a character for sure. Right, race 3 then brings out Colin Hadley, Jamie Linton, Peter Turbot, Baxter Pargetter, Alan Green, Riley Diaper, Patrick Daly and Dwayne Walker. Do you know what? Top point scorer in this is 11th place position, and it's Riley Diaper. So these lads, I'll tell you what, Riley Diaper, I'm not going to do commentator's curse, but I'll give it a go. If he wins, I reckon he could squeeze himself into the top 8. There's no one around him. And it's surprising because normally, like Nottingham 45 last year, Baxter Pargetter was quick off the line. He was always up there in the mix. Just hasn't necessarily accumulated enough points thus far this weekend. But all to play for. And here we go then. We are off and racing with race 3. And who's got the best of the starts as they come up that opening line? And there he goes, Riley Diaper. He must have been listening to me. Maybe he's got BAStv on. Don't forget to subscribe. Oh, someone's gone climbing. But it's Daly then from Patrick Daly from the Radford 120 machine. Peter Turbot, but Turbot, oh, someone's lifted up and that spat them out. And I think that's Colin Hadley who's got up there. Come on, Colin, get it going. We don't want red flags on this one. Keep it going. Get the yellow flags out. No reds. So here we go then. It is the Wessex 2-5. And guess what? Oh, dear me. Were we on last lap flag? Right, so we're just hearing some noise on the radio. We'll let you know if they make a decision, but I think it's likely to go to a rerun. Race 4 then brings out Andy Russell, Dan Godfrey, Sarah Howell, Lee Nicklin, Ian Jones, Steve Donovan, Josh Simpson and Simon Chadburn. Steve Donovan comes into this equal second, 100 points, a win and a second. Well done, old Stevie. Josh Simpson had a win, was it second yesterday in the second heat? That pushed him up to equal 8th. He's on the cusp of the final. And Dan Godfrey is equal 4th. He's 91 points. So Dan Godfrey, top 3 for you. Steve Donovan, I would say top 4. Josh Simpson, top 3, and I think that could put you in the final. All to play for though, and it's about how quick you can get down to that first turn. Bunge's going to lift. Let's go racing then with the men's class 5s. And who's got the best of the starts? And it is that Donovan machine in the IK 72 as they all slide it round. And who's come up the inside? It's the Radford 25. And Radford 25, Lee Nicklin. And Nicklin running well yesterday, but just didn't get enough points. But hey, this could mix it up, can it? Nicklin then from the Donovan machine as they go down there. Josh Simpson in the Scarborough 45, tucked into third place. A little bit of door banging there, as Graham would say, banging his racing. As the Dan Godfrey machine finds a gap. He moves it up into that third place, but concedes it back to Donovan, who cuts back up the inside, coming out, start going turn. But Dan Godfrey said, well, if you can do it, I'm doing it. And he's gone past 1, and he looks like he's going to get past Josh Simpson, who's got a little bit square-wheeled. He's dropped from 2nd to 4th now, as it's the Cambridge 10 machine who's got under pressure there from the Nicklin machine, who's taking that lead and initiative away. But it is Dan Godfrey who's having a right old battle with Donovan. Donovan is getting battered a little bit, but third place would get him in the final. He doesn't have to do anything crazy. A checker flag. Nicklin takes it. Oh, Donovan second. Josh Simpson, Godfrey. Then it's Howe. Then it's Jones. Then it's Russell. And then Chadburn in that final place. Wow. Cracking stuff, guys. Hey? There's a runoff on men's class 3 between York 11, Adam Henley, and Adam Saint, the two Adams then. So Cambridge 546, York 11, you're in a runoff for the class 3 to get yourself into the final. And 102 points. So, Steve, yeah, thank you, yeah. So it was 102 points that you needed to get in. Was I right first time round then? I was.
We weren't talking past you, I don't think.
No.
I said I didn't need you.
When we generally agreed yesterday that we didn't think you could get to 102, but you can. Oh, life is pleasant today. Right, there we go. Charlie Holloway, Evesham 9. 2 wins out of 2 so far. Can he make it 3 out of 3? Just to let you know, he's the reigning British champion. In the round 1, he won round 1 and wasn't beaten, and he's on the mission now. Scunthorpe 43, Ash Robinson is going to try and make him work for this one though. John Wild comes up the inside in the CY7. Wild then into that second place as they push it down into that turn 1. Round they come again then. Rob Doyle in York 75, he's got himself up into 4th place. Then it's the Italian Stallion. Then Adam Brown is down in 6th place, and Scunthorpe 762. Tony Yole is there. So go on, Tony. He's enjoyed himself. And the older family down in front of commentary. Give him some big cheers and big licks. One more lap to go then. Charlie Holloway from John Wild from Robinson Machine. Doyle's under pressure now from the Italian Stallion, who slides out a bit wide. Adam Brown comes up the inside of him, and Tony Yole is in there as well. But here we go then. Checker flag at the ready. Round the final term. It's Evesham 9, Charlie Holloway. Then it's John Wild, CY7, Scunthorpe 43, Robinson. Rob Doyle in York 75, Adam Brown Mallow 184, Tyre 451, yes, the Italian Stallion. And last but not least, Scunthorpe 762, Tony Yole. So, happy days. Right, we've got, I think, one rerun to come in race 3. I don't think they took the result. I'll go and check. So they didn't, so I've got a rerun to come. That means we're switching to men's super saloons. So up on the line we should have, let's have a quick look. Lomax is coming up. Yep, he's coming out of lane 8. Equal 6 is Sid Lomax. Mark Jenkins, Dan Thomas, Liam Pritchard, Mark Weeks, Cameron Mills, Jamie Meehan and Ayrton Ellison. Ayrton Ellison just parked across the way from me this weekend. It's talking to him and his dad. He knows what he needs to do, and let's see how it goes. And off the line we go. And Cameron Mills in the green machine is looking to go for a tighter line and pop out in front. Can he make it? He does. Cameron Mills in from Ayrton Ellison. West Waterford 133. Jamie Meehan then is up there in the mix. And Ellison there just got spat into a cone, but he's okay. As I think Meehan went into the arm coat. I did that yesterday. Not a good idea. But it is Cameron Mills then. Leads the way Kundi 9 from Ayrton Ellison. Ellison, this gets you in the final. Meehan. Then we go Thomas, and then the IK 116 and Mark Weeks in there as well. And the NASA 7 just to get it square wheeled up a little bit there, and that's it demoted him down, Liam Pritchard. But no mistake who's leading this one into the last lap. It's one more to go. Cameron Mills, Kundi 9 from Ayrton Ellison, York 14. Then Dan Thomas, PhD 147, Sid Lomax 199. As there's your top 4 as they come onto their last lap. Round there, Weeks is up into that 5th place, and Meehan drops down again as well. 106 of Mark Jenkins further down the pack, but it's Cameron Mills takes the win from Ayrton Ellison, York 14. Dan Thomas, PhD 147 3rd. Lomax 4th. Then Meehan 5th. 6 goes to Weeks. 7th is the Breenhill 106 of Jenkins, and then NASA 7 of Liam Pritchard. So the Max Sport series sponsored Lockwood's Garage, T&G Automotive are weekend sponsors. Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings are overall BAS series sponsors. And round 2, overall sponsor is Quinn's Car Transport. So thank you to them. Right, race 2 up on the line. Brings out CW 160, Liam Roach. Brendan Ellison in York 219. That's the old man, by the way. His lads have gone out there and booked his place in the semi-final. Semi-finals in Class 7s this weekend, so you've got to be in the top 16. And then it's a battle out to select the top 8, 4 from each of the semi-finals. Then go back to race 2 then. Graham Blackburn, the pin-up boy from Yorkshire Dales, coming out of lane 6. Carmarthen 47, Phil Olsen, lane 5. Sam Fenton, Radford 5. He had a good day yesterday. A win and a second. 100 points accumulated coming out of lane 4. Alongside him, unbeaten thus far, 2 wins out of 2. Phil Barliman has absolutely had flyers off the line in the Pennine 23. Comes out of lane 3. Darren Adams, border count is 26, lane 2. And Will Bradford, border count is 115 out of lane 1. Now, this is plenty of water going down on the track, isn't it? I must admit, looking at it, it hasn't polished well, I'll say yet. Right. While we've got a moment in time, men's class 3, we know we've got a run-off for the 8th place between Adam Henley and Adam Saint. But who's made it through? 2 lads unbeaten. Ryan Power in Scunthorpe 98 and Phil Holloway in Evesham 34. Then we go down to Jamie Lee and Sam Gould. Jamie in the North Wales 14 and Sam Gould in North Shropshire 343. They've both got 136 points. 131 points gets you 5th qualifier. That's Carmarthen 7, Hugh Jones. Severn Valley 4, Paul Stevens qualifies in 6th position on 127 points. Rich Lee, Scunthorpe 70, 118 points. So there's your top 7. We've got wait to find out who's going to make that final place. Is it going to be York 11, Adam Henley, or is it going to be the Saint? Hey, did you watch that programme? You're old enough, aren't you? You remember the Saint? Oh, no. You're shaking your head, Steve. You're going, you can't remember the Saint. There's a young chap out here who's nodding his going, I remember the Saint.
The what?
You are. You're like...
No.
I'm trying to work out. I think you're older. Are you younger than me?
No, this is where we could fall out here, Mr.
Yeah,
Barker.
no, that's it, right.
So,
right, that's trying to work out some permutations.
Shall we
right?
settle for I'm younger than you and we'll both agree?
Do you know when England won the World Cup last, if you add 1 onto that year, that's where I'd be. What's your answer? Right, here we go then, race 2, and we are off the licence. No, I tell you what, old Olsen has had a great start. Phil Olsen then's going to lead him round. Is this wet conditions going to cause a few problems? And I tell you what, who's been brave? It's Brendan Ellison. He's seen his lad go out there and book his place in the final. Can he do the same? He's taken a really wide line. He's gone for the grit on the outside. Olsen went for the inside, but Barliman pops through up into that 2nd place, and Fenton goes with him as well. Sam Fenton looking to find a gap up the inside of Barliman. Wow, look at this. Brendan Ellison sticking to the wide line. It's a brave line, and it might just pay off. Fenton then takes up the lead position. Barliman looks for a cut back up the inside as they come round that Stargate turn. Fenton, Barliman, then the Ellison, then it's Olsen, then the pin-up boy. It's Yorkshire Dale 71, Graham Blackburn, as they bring it round into turn 1. Look at this racing. Whoa, we've gone Fenton gone wide line, and Barliman gone for the cut back up the inside. They're going to come past commentary near enough side by side, but it's Barliman in the lead there, but Fenton, oh, he was all over. He went wibbly wobbly, and that's cost him that kind of push up the inside. Olsen defends 3rd place as they come down that opening straight. The pin-up boy, Yorkshire Dale 71, he's up into 4th place as they come round to the checker flag. It's Barliman. See you in the semi-final. Sam Fenton in the final, semi-final. Then we go down to Olsen, Blackburn, Ellison. Then we go down to Roach, and then Bradford, and border count is 26, and that is Darren Adams. So race clear. Good stuff there, wasn't it? Swapping and changing. And I thought the conditions was going to play a bigger factor, but good race in there. Right, race 3. Do you know what? The highest point scorer in race 3 is 18th position, right? And that's Jake Lee in Scunthorpe 12, coming out of lane 8. So if he gets a win or gets a second, he's in the semis. But here we go. Who's going to be brave enough? Who's going to try it and get it there? Is it Tom Lewis? Oh, someone's had a bit of a bash. And it might have been Lewis as well, but Cundy too then. It's Craig Bagley takes out the running from that PAC 47, J-Ran Lewis. Lewis then looking to chase now that lead car down the opening straight. It's all got a little bit Lionel Messi at the back. Look at them, they're all over the shop. And it was, oh dear, commentator's curse. And it's big Tom Lewis, by the way. He's not tiny anymore. It's Bagley then that leads it from J-Ran Lewis. Then we go North Wales, 621, Luke Bennett. But hold on a minute, Marcus Lewis, P100, looks to find the gap, and he comes through. He's going to defend it as the Luke Bennett machine just had to ease off and drops into that 4th place. But coming round to take the last lap flag, Cundy too, Craig Bagley then from J-Ran Lewis, who's cut back up there. It is that North Wales car and Luke Bennett from the 100's doing a little bit of Strictly. Marcus Lewis, then it's Jake Lee, and the down 26 of Howard Thomas, the Yayton Sodbury 57 of Mark Evans. But coming round to take the win, well done Craig Bagley. Good win there. J-Ran Lewis second in PAC 47. Curb crawl around the outside, but North Wales 621, Luke Bennett in 3rd. 4th is going to go to Marcus Lewis, just from Jake Lee and Scunthorpe 12. And then, Yayton Sodbury 57 gets a place up. And that is Mark Evans. And Howard Thomas settles for 7th place. So that's race 3 done. Race 4 then. And again, not many top point scorers in this, But Archie Bentley comes in equal 9th, so he's in the right mix to be in the semi. Jack Houlihan and Hugh Jones are respectively equal 12th coming into this. So yes, top 3, and that should get you into the semi-final. Troy Holtby out in this one, Scunthorpe 161. Matt Thompson, South Somerset 36. Sam Gould, North Shropshire 34. Joel Edwards in North Shropshire 77, and Matt Richards, Radford 555. Right, Bungee Lifts, let's go racing with the Super Saloons. And who's got the best of the start? Matt Richards, by the way, looks to have got in there first. He's going to stay out of trouble, though, as it's all going to get mixed. That's a lovely move there from Houlihan, who comes through into the first place. Hugh Jones in the North Wales 35 machine. There you 1, 2, 3 then. Well, 3 is Archie Bentley then in the North Shropshire 7. I said it, a 3rd place, I think, gets you into the semi-final. So don't do anything crazy and throw it away. But as they come round, Jack Houlihan, equal 12, he's dropped. Oh, he's gone from 1st back down to 5th. That takes some doing, my friend. There's Archie Bentley takes up the running then as they come down that opening straight again. Meehan's looking to try it, and Houlihan trying to get back on the power then. Richards in front of him, though, as they pick up the last lap flag. Archie Bentley then from Hugh Jones. Oh, it's messy at the back. Then it is that Thompson machine from the Houlihan machine in the 4th place. As, oh dear, it's Troy Holtby that's the one that's got spat out of the back, and he's out of this one as he comes to pick up the last lap flag, which will change to checkered flag. And it's going to be, oh my life, Hugh Jones from Archie Bentley, from Matt Thompson from the Jack Houlihan machine, Matt Richards from the North Shropshire 77 of Joel Edwards, Sam Gould in the North Shropshire 34. So, wow. Oh, swapping and changing. This is good, isn't it? You know, there's not a procession round here. I reckon because that track is holding off going black, it's giving people more different race lines and being brave enough, albeit the message of doom is over my shoulders. What are you telling me, Steve? Jack Houlihan, black flag. Conan an advantage. So, oh dear. Right, race 5 then, while the dust settles on that one. Radford 140, Damien Harris out of lane 8. Andy Holtby, Scunthorpe 61, lane 6. Ian Lewis, Border County 66, lane 5. Ryan Jones 4, Andy Graney lane 3, Dan Johnson lane 2, Dan Morris lane 1. Dan Johnson comes in equal 6 on points, and Andy Graney equal 9th. So off we go, and it is Johnson who gets a flying start down into turn 1, but is he going to pay as Holtby looks for the cut back up the inside? Andy Holtby then goes alongside his clubmate Johnson into the mix they go. Ryan Jones, oh, Johnson up on 2 wheels showing his undercarriage. Oh, misses, but it is Cumdy 3 then. Ryan Jones picks up that, oh, he's giving old Holtby a nudge up the chuffer, isn't he, as they come out of turn 2. But it's Holtby then from Johnson, Andy Graney from the Radford 140 of Damien Harris. Harris then just into that 4th place as they come round the Ryan Jones machine. It's dropped back down to 5th as we'll pick the rest as they come up. I think it's Dan Morris and Ian Lewis running further back, but with 1 more lap to go then. It's Andy Holtby from Dan Johnson, from Andy Graney, from Damien Harris, Ryan Jones. It's Border County 66 and it's Ian Lewis. And then that cut back up the inside of Dan Morris, but with a couple of corners to go. Andy Holtby, is this enough to get you in the top 16? I think it will be. Holtby takes the win from Dan Johnson, from Andy Graney. Damien Harris in 4th. Oh, we've got flames coming out of 1. North Wales 918. Dan Morris can't believe his luck. Border County 66, Ian Lewis. And then, oh dear, Ryan Jones. He's parked half on the grass and half on the track. And you know what those, it says, you can't park there, you know, but he had flames coming out of the back of the exhaust. Oh, he's got it going. He just had a moment of reflection on a Sunday while he was sat there, and he said, it's all right, Mickey, I'll live to fight another day. Thanks about. Right, here we go then. Phil Cooper, ARC5, coming out of lane 3. 2 wins out of 2. Your reigning British champion. He comes out of lane 3. Kerry Pope, what a brilliant drive from Kerry yesterday. 100 points she's got. She's coming out of lane 1. but it's Cooper's got the slingshot first. Down into the corner, Bull goes with him as well. Callum started with a black flag yesterday and he's come back strong, but it's all getting a nice tight mix there. So it's Cooper from Bull, from the down 120 machine of Barry Leach. Leach is up there as Kerry Pope looks to find a gap up the inside of that White Rose 75. Lewis Woodruff come into this in 9th place. And 5th place. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, Lewis. But Cooper away with this one. Bull goes with him from the down 120. Barry Leach then, but he's got Kerry Pope behind him. Then we go down to Woodruff, and then it's Simon Hawthorne in the Radford 176 machine. He also picked up, I think, a black flag yesterday as well. So Cooper then, 1 to go to make it 3 wins out of 3. Callum Bull in second. Then it's Leachy. Woodruff and Kerry Pope go side by side as Simon Hawthorne looking to get up the mix as well. Kerry Pope is trying her hardest. Is he going to go for one of those brave moves and dissect the cars, but taking a win? Cooper takes the win. ARC 5, 3 wins out of 3. White Rose 4, Callum Bull. It's Leach from Woodruff, from Pope, from Hawthorne, and from Ali Ashmore in Spalding 5-1-4. Class 7's 6 races without any problems. Follow that, Stevie boy.
So when's your Class 5 reruns coming? Right, so no, thank you very much. I can hardly speak because I've got Class 2 rerun there on the line. So this is a rerun of race 1. We started with Pit Melly in Swansea 2, George Cresswell in Scunthorpe 127, Jay Albrighton in Scunthorpe 156, Brad Ellison in York 16, William Drayton in St Neots 124, Jack Farrow in York 181, and Ben Fiddler in Yorkshire Dales at 295. So I think we've actually got all of them out there. So coming round then, it is Ben Fiddler in Yorkshire Dales 295. He's got lots of things to celebrate today, at least he'd better be celebrating. Rebecca Starbuck. It's your birthday, so Ben Fiddler's partner. And I've been told how old you are, and I've been told I can say it. 25 today, so happy birthday, Rebecca, Ben Fiddler's partner. He's going to celebrate, hopefully, with a race win as he comes past us. Scunthorpe 127, George Cresswell. York 16 then in that 3rd place slot. That's Brad Ellison at the wheel of that one, but all very tight at the head of affairs, as you'd expect in Class 2. Having said that, then Ben just looks to open up a little bit more of advantage in Yorkshire Dales 295. He's got to hold on for one more circuit as the yellow flag with the black cross goes out. 127.16. York, St Neots 124. William Drayton then on the outside, just looking to try and go through joint 9th at the overnight stage. So a good run. Somebody's got it out of shape over there on the far side, but it's certainly not Ben Fiddler. Joint 11th at the overnight stage. Heat win equals place in the final, equals extra birthday celebrations. Scunthorpe 127 in second, 124, 181. Swansea 2 at Pit Melly. Scunthorpe 156 is Jay Albrighton, and York 16 comes across the line. So well done, Ben Fiddler, and happy birthday to Rebecca Starbuck. And if you want to know who told me you were 25 today and told you I could announce it to the world, blame Phil and Amy. But there we go. What we got on the line now, it's single seaters, so it's Class 8s, so it is back over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. So men's Class 8s then for the first time today. We've got the 3rd round of qualifying down there on the line. This is going to be interesting. So I think we started off with 90 of them, and we've got to get that down to 16. So we've been going through points, myself and Finn, looking and seeing what's what, and I tell you what, it's so tight, as you'd imagine, in Class 8s. I think at the moment, to get into the top 16, you needed a 1st and a 4th, and I have been saying that I think you're going to need 2 wins and a 4th to get into that final, possibly a 1st, 2nd, and a 3rd, into the semi-final rather. So yeah, we're going to see what it brings out, because as I said, we got a lot of drivers that are obviously tying on points and things like that. So we will wait and see. We have still got 3 drivers that are actually unbeaten from yesterday, and you'll be seeing them coming out in this 3rd round of qualifying. Obviously, we started off with 12. We're down to 11 races, so we've lost 1. But again, obviously, a few incidents yesterday. We lost a fair few cars, fair few drivers. So we're still running with 11 grids of your men's Class 8s. Right, big thank you then to ProLink Suspension for their very kind sponsorship on the series, and ARD Race Cars for their sponsorship over the course of the weekend. Race 1, Heat 3 is down there, ready to go. Who we got? Lee Tolbert then coming from the outside in the York number 9 machine. Adam Alderton in Scunthorpe 327. Josh Tickle in Pennine 74. Russ Shepherd in South Somerset 3. Harry Hurst in York 36. Amber Powell, Ludlow 99. Zach Yeardley in Scunny 68. And Lance Bowen in BC number 1 coming from the inside. Who gets the best of the brakes? Russ Shepherd it is. That's the quickest out of the gate in South Somerset number 3. Keeping that tight line. We've just had water go down on this track, so it's going to be interesting to see what lines. Adam Alderton throwing it around the outside in the Scunny machine. I'll tell you what, it might work for him. He's up to second as he goes past Lance Bowen in Border Counties number 1, but Shepherd it is that leads them round. Shepherd sitting joint 14th in the overnight standing, so a win will definitely be enough to get him into those semis a little bit later on, but he's going to have to work for it as Alderton is throwing that car still as Lance Bowen still runs there in 3rd. I think Josh Tickle it is that runs it 4th. Yeardley well off the pace at the back in 68. Alderton though looking menacing as he looked for a move up the inside of Russ Shepherd. Didn't quite work. He switched back to the outside. Russ Shepherd pushes on, and Alderton's going to get him in 327. His last lap flag this time round. And I'll tell you what, if Adam Alderton pulls this off, this will probably be the best win he's ever had in Class 8 as he takes up the running. Russ Shepherd second. Lance Bowen just relegated a little bit in that 3rd place position in BC number 1. Just had to back out on the outside, but it's going to be checkered flag. What a win. Adam Alderton be delighted with that. Russ Shepherd takes second. Lance Bowen 3rd. Josh Tickle takes 4th. Lee Tolbert 5th. Amber Powell in 6th. Harry Hurst in 7th place. And Zach Yeardley it is in Scunny 68 that's going to come across just about and finish it all off. So brilliant stuff there from your men's Class 8. Adam Alderton, I'll tell you what, you're not going to hear the end of that. So beating Russ Shepherd and Lance Bowen in a Class 8 race, fair play to him. Drove his arse out and took a very good win. Russ Shepherd second, but we'll see him in the semis a little bit later on. Right, who's going to be joining him? Race 2's down on the line. Adam Jones is out in this. He's unbeaten. 2 wins out of 2. We'll pick the rest up as we get away. So Jonesy's the one to watch. Where is he? He's second going into turn 1 by the looks of things, as he don't have it all his own way. Max Lewis leads him in. Max Lewis goes out wide. Liam Nichols comes through in New York Stales number 7 machine. Jonesy on the outside line, hoping to make it work. He just seen Adam Alderton use it and make it work, but it's not working for Jonesy round the start gate turn. And we've got a mix up at the back. We've got contact, 2 cars facing the wrong way. So I think this one's going to be coming to a premature halt as they go into the top turn for another time. Drivers are getting it going, so we're going to carry it on racing, are we? No. Oh, there we go. Just as they get it going, red flags come out on race 2. Liam Nichols will not be happy about that because he was running very, very well at the front, but unfortunately, we did have 2 cars stranded. Like I said, they did just about get it going. To be fair to them, to give them credit, they did try and get it going before the red flags come out, and unfortunately, the timing of it was right on cue. So red flags for that one. Something tells me that might not be the only red flag race we get in men's Class 8s today. So race 2, we'll head off into the rerun lane. Race 3 is going to be down there on the line. We're going to wait and see what's happening with race 2 because Mickey's over my shoulder. Ooh, Jason Richardson. There you go. Pennine number 6 then. Jason Richardson, unfortunately excluded from the rerun. So I'd imagine everyone else is back in, but no Pennine 6. So Jason finishing his weekend on a bit of a whimper in a way. So no Pennine 6. When we have the second attempt. Right, race 3 down there on the line. Oliver Bowers in Scunny 257. Bryn Powell, 1st and a 3rd for Bryn yesterday in Ludlow 4. Needs a good run. 2nd, I think, should be enough to get him into those semi-finals. Jamie Little, 3rd and a 2nd. He lies joint 19th. He needs a win in Solway 46. Ben Payne, Radford 476. Elfie Ross in Scunthorpe 72. Jack Hodgson, 2nd and a 4th for Jack yesterday in Yorkdale's 104. Sits joint 22nd. So again, needs that win in order to get into the semis. Matt Bishop. Matt didn't have the best day yesterday at all, did he, by his standards, in YS 73. 5th and a 3rd. And I think, unfortunately, even a win in this won't be enough to get him into the top 16 a little bit later on. But still racing, of course, for valuable BAS points. And Joe Doddridge in the Forestine 15 is going to be the one coming right out the outside. So as I said, looking at this is going to be interesting because Jamie Little and Jack Hodgson both need a win in order to make the semis. Bryn Powell could do with a top 2 finish to make the semis. So this will be very, very interesting. I mean, I've been, like I said, going through, looking at points. I think Finn's probably got the hardest task, to be honest, because I think most of the top point scorers are coming out in the second half of the Class 8. So I know they said there's no camping Sunday night, but Finn might have to stay here to finish off his Class 8. So we're getting ready to go racing as the 88 machine Stu Clark gets taken into the centre. Bungee's out, we're away. Race 3 is off the line. Who gets the best of the breaks? Jamie Little looked quick, and he's on the inside line. Bishop going on the outside in 73 as they all chuck it into turn 1. Bishop pushing on, and Bryn Powell shooting through everyone in Ludlow number 4. So Powell it is that leads him round. Jack Hodgson takes a knock in the door as they go into that start gate turn, but it's not putting him off. He knows he needs these points as he slots into third. So it's Powell, Little, and Hodgson. Hodgson's climbing. Keep it back down on 4 wheels and try and gain some more momentum, because you're going to need the points. Bishop on the outside, Alfie Ross, Joe Doddridge. Then we go to the Scunny machine towards the tail end, and Ben Payne in 476 at the back, but Bryn Powell looking to book his place in the semis. Alfie Ross showing off for his fans there in 72 as he lifts up the front end down the far side. It's last lap flag. It's Powell, Little, and Hodgson. There you 1, 2, and 3. Joe Doddridge runs 4th. Alfie Ross is up to 5th, and Bishop is driving like a maniac in 73, just looking for some sort of gap as Alfie Ross looks to move up to 4th, but Doddridge slams the door shut. As we look back to the front, it's checkered flag. Bryn Powell, we'll see you in the semis. Jamie Little and Jack Hodgson come across 2nd and 3rd. Oh, Alfie Ross takes 4th from Joe Doddridge, who comes across there in 5th. Matt Bishop dropped down, meaning Oliver Bowers moved through, then Bishop, and then it was Ben Payne in Radford 476 that finished it off. But yes, I did say, didn't I, it was going to be tight. Jamie Little, I don't think that's enough personally. What's that put him on? 3rd and 2 seconds, 126 points. Ugh, that is going to be tight. So I don't think that's going to be enough to see you into the semis. Likewise with Jack Hodgson, unfortunately, in YD 104. But Bryn Powell, he'll definitely be in there a little bit later on. Right, race 4. Now, I don't think anyone in race 4 has a chance of making the semis. So a lot of these racing for pride down there on the line. We've got not Dare, Thomas, right? So I've been told last night, Finn, I'm glad you led me into that. It's Dara. Dara. Now, I have got another Dara Roach, but he spelled his name right. So I could pronounce that one, but it is Dara, Thomas, not Dare. So, although I did say if he don't win today, he's going to be called Truth or Dare. So, come on, Darren, what you got for the Irish lads as we get away from the line? He's the only one that could be in with a chance of making the semis, but he really, really needs a win. And winning a prayer, I think, would be enough. But Whitehouse it is. That leads him into turn 1. White Rose number 5. Jordan Bloor runs there in 2nd in Evesham 112. Jordan was running so well in the first round yesterday and threw it all away in Heat 2, but still racing for valuable Bass points. He sits there in 2nd place. Problems for the Breednail 14 machine as Dan Hughes gets it going again. We've lost another one as well. Cones are being scattered everywhere in this one. As Whitehouse it is, that still leads the way. George Bloor runs there, still in 2nd. Dara Thomas in that 3rd place position in DA27. I think it's Michael Tinkle-Abbott tucked in just behind him in York 45, and Ben Herdman in Radford 207. That is still in the mix as Ben Herdman looks to move through. Michael Tinkle-Abbott leaves the door open as they move on to their final circuit. Oh, just a bit of contact there between Abbott and Herdman as they went into that start gate turn. As we look into the top turn, 14's going to start his final circuit, but number 5 it is. Stu Whitehouse going to take the win. Darren Thomas on a mission in 3rd. Joe Bloor takes 2nd. Thomas takes 3rd. 4th is Ben Herdman. 5th is going to be Michael Tinkle-Abbott in York 45. As I said, problems in the early stages for Dan Hughes in the Breednail 14. He comes across to collect his points. And then, as I said, we did lose someone. I think, is it Jamie Williams in, it's Martin Perrott, there you go, South Somerset 71. They love, don't they? They love parking out of the view of the commentator. So, to be honest, I thought he was going off at one point. And I think if I remember correctly, years ago, that used to be like where the medical crew was, wasn't it, at Scunny, was that corner there. So I think he was obviously looking for them. Right, take your time getting them off, boys, because we've got hot press. Mickey, do the honours.
Yeah, we've got the men's Class 7 semi-finalists. You needed 104 points to get in. And so here we go quickly while they just get the track sorted. Phil Cooper's in, Phil Parliament's in, Cameron Mills, Sam Fenton, Ayrton Ellison, Dan Johnson, Archie Bentley, Andy Graney, Kerry Pope, Sid Lomax, Lewis Woodruff, Dan Thomas, Craig Bagley, Andy Holtby, Damien Harris, and that final place is Matt Richards. So just missing out, Brendan Ellison, he conceded a place from 4th down to 5th, and that's what cost him. So, but great effort. Well done. We'll see them out shortly. Back over to Liam.
Yeah, missing out on 102 points, which is what you said would be the cut-off. So, hey, you're more than a pretty face, aren't you, Michael? I'll tell you, there's something up there sometimes, isn't there? So, 104 points then. I don't think that's going to be enough for a Class 8 semi, mind. So, I think 104 points, you probably end up about 30th in the Class 8s. Obviously, Class 7's just about getting the semis. I think 49 of them weren't there signed on. So there was a little margin for error, as we said earlier. Andy Holtby obviously had a black flag yesterday, and obviously 2 wins enough to get you in. And I was saying when we did the 8 yesterday, if you get a black flag, anything I think yesterday below a 4th, then your weekend's pretty much over because you're not guaranteed to make it. But yeah, those Class 7 semis, they're going to be fun. Look forward to seeing them. Sure, we'll have our own little bets going on about which 4 are going to go through from each semi, as we normally do. But you know what the semi-finals are like. There's always some sort of controversy. The amount of times you see drivers take 3 wins and finish 5th or something in a semi, or they get a flat tyre or something like that, and they miss out on the final, even though they're on a maximum score throughout the heat. So it'll be... It's not even a prediction anymore, Finn. It is just it's just a fact, I think, at the moment. So... I wonder if there has ever been semi-finals where the people who have had 3 wins have gone through. So I think there's always someone that misses out. And, of course, in the 8s, well, we're not going to say nothing. We'll let him come out and do his 3rd heat today, and we'll see how he gets on in the semis. But I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Right, race 5 then, down there on the line. Bit of water going down on the circuit. So who have we got coming out of race 5? I tell you what, this one, it's rooting for the girls in this one because we've got 3 of them out there. Josie Tompkinson, Kate Lockwood, and Emily Jefferson. So all 3 of the Scunny girls coming out in the same race. And I tell you what, they're all doing pretty decent, aren't they? Josie had 2 3rds yesterday. So joint 27th, but a win, who knows? So probably won't be enough, but she'll want to end her weekend on a high. Emily Gill had a 2nd and a 6th yesterday. Kate Lockwood had a 4th and a 2nd. So again, if Kate gets a win, that's going to be 128 points. Might not be enough, but she certainly won't be far off. It depends, obviously, on what other people do. Dan McKenzie, then, is also in this. 1st and a 4th. He's joint 16th. He needs a 2nd. Rich Cooper's on a 4th and a 2nd. He needs a win. We're going to get away from the line. Where are the girls? Oh, it's carnage. It is absolute mayhem off the line. One's on their roof. I think that was Emily as well in the Scunthorpe number 20. Red flags are out straight away, so slow it down for the rest of them as medical crew are needed out on the circuit. Dan McKenzie, I think, was caught up in it, but I think it is actually Emily Jefferson that's found herself going upside down. And yes, there we go. So medical crew very quickly out in attendance to make sure that the drivers are okay. It was a little bit of a hectic roll, so obviously we're going to go just a little bit quiet for the time being whilst the medical team and the marshals do their job, and once we get an update, we will keep you informed. Right, so just getting the word then, Emily is A-OK in the Scunthorpe 20 after a little tumble. We've just gone back and watched it back. It was a very, very strange one, but the main thing is Emily is okay. She's been over before. She's used to racing with the men now. She expects carnage, so yeah, still not ideal though, is it? But hopefully then not too banged up after that one. I'm sure that if you see her around the track later on, she'll still probably have a smile on her face because Emily always finds something to smile about. But as I said, not ideal for her weekend. But that's Class 8 racing for you. That's what happens. It's so tight, so close, so competitive. Just hearing as well then for the rerun, Rich Cooper in Evesham number 2, unfortunately, won't be coming back out as he's been excluded from the rerun. So Rich, as I said, was sitting on a 4th and a 2nd, needed a win in order to get into the semis. And unfortunately, that's not going to come because he's been excluded. So no Evesham 2 when they come back out. We're going to look ahead to race 6, which is down there on the line. We've got Abby Jade Bennett coming out in this one, 2nd of the 1st yesterday, so 100 points for Abby. She's going to need probably a 4th in order to get into that top 16 a little bit later on. She's the girl to beat in this one. Kyle Bennett should be down there in Scunthorpe 305. Ethan Lind in DA 323. Mitch Wells. Don't say this very often, but Mitch won't be in those semi-finals later on. Mitch had a 3rd and a 4th on track, but picking up a green flag yesterday in his 2nd heat. So unfortunately, only got 6th place points. So Mitch really, really needs a good run. Like I said, nothing's going to be enough to get him into the semis, but in order to get those BAS points that he so desperately crave by the end of the year, then he's going to be open for a good run. Gethin Lewis in BC number 40. Chris Dalzell in Down Autograss number 3. Adam Clack in Athelston 2, and Dara Roach in Carlo 163. That's Dara Roach, you can spell his name, not like there. So Dara Roach coming out then from the outside.
I just had a message in, Liam, Cliffy Baxter. I think the sound on BAStv just dropped out a couple of times, or from where he was. Maybe it's his Wi-Fi needs to pay the bill. But he said he sat at home, the sound's gone off, and he said, my wife thinks I'm mental. I'm sat here making V8 sounds. I like the improvisation. That's it.
You got to do what you got to do sometimes. Brum, 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 brum. I wonder if he goes quieter when it. I want to hear him on F600s. That would be the fun part.
You sounded like a V2 then, not a V8, mate.
Yeah, when the F600s come on, we'll have to get him to pull it on mute and someone send a video of him going me.
Honest, mate, like years ago, they did sound like buzzy bees, didn't they? You go and listen. You listen to my F600. It sounds like a Class 10. Shh, don't tell anyone I've got this.
You drive it like a Class 10 as well, mate.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't have to take that as a compliment or a slur on my capability.
Well, we all know Class 10 boys are a little bit tapped in the head, aren't they? So take it as you will, mate. That's all I'll say. Right, we're getting closer to going racing, are we? We are. Water tankers making his way off the track. So we're getting ready to go race 6. Nice, clean race, this one. I'm manifesting it into existence. So race 6 then, as I said, Dara Roach, Adam Clack, Chris Dalzell, Gethin Lewis, Mitch Wells, Ethan Lind, Kyle Bennett, and Abby Jade Bennett. Where's that yellow flag? It's coming. There it is. We're away in racing. Bungee lifts, and 8s are off the line. Where's Abby? She's off the line in about 4th place. Oh, 4th's going to be tight, Abs. Come on, get your foot down and try and move up a few positions. She's going up the inside. Mitch Wells is throwing it around the outside, and Mitch Wells is the one that leads in 356. There's the Carlo machine, then Dara Roach runs there in 2nd in 163. Abby Jade Bennett 3rd in the Forest D number 8. That'll be enough. She knows that'll be enough, but she still won't be happy because she's looking for 2nd as Dara Roach just drifts towards the Armco over on the far side. Mitch Wells, though, mastering these conditions, lifting that front end up in 356 and onto another lap. Roach runs 2nd. Abby backing out in the Forest D number 8 machine as Ethan Lind comes through in 223. Abby switches back onto the outside, and number 8 it is that stays in that 3rd place position as Gethin Lewis dropping back a little bit in number 40. But it's last lap flag. Mitch Wells might not make the semis, but he's finishing it on a high. That car is smoking out the back in 356, and here we hoping it holds on to the end. Race leader then is gone. 2nd place of Darragh Roach is safe. Abbey coming under pressure, but motoring on. Gethin Lewis now moves up a position into fourth. It's checkered flag. It's an easy win. Mitch Wells it is. That takes the win. Second, Darragh Roach has done enough in the Carlo machine to hold on for second. Abby J. Bennett will be in the semis in third. Gethin Lewis the next one across. Then we go to 305, who was your next finisher. Chris Dell's out. Adam Clack is the next ones and final ones across in that one. So good stuff from Class 8. Abby J. Bennett, she will be in those semis. A first, second and a third. That's got to be enough, hasn't it? 136 points to get you into... Although saying that, her dad did have semi-finals at North Shropshire once, and you needed 136, and that only got you into a runoff to get into the semis. So anything's possible with 8s. Right, we're away. Finn, over to you.
Border County 16, Cumdy 5. No, we're not going to have time to go through though because we're already at turn 1 is Millsy, then in Cumdy 19 that gets the best of the breaks. There's someone hanging it right outside, but it's going to be Millsy, your early race leader in Cumdy 19. No, it's Cumdy 115 of Matt Owen that comes to the front of the field. Border County 16 is there as well. I don't think he can make it to the final. Cano and Bradford, he's climbing hard with Cam Mills. Cam Mills then falls back to what is third place. Good race leader though, Matt Owen is away and gone in Cumdy 115 as they come around and past Coventry with a couple of laps left to go. Then it is, as I said, Cumdy 115, Scarborough 50, Callum Barker, Cumdy 19, North Wales 44, James Bowen, Pennine 9, needs something better than this. He's had a win in the 30, ideally needs a second and he's fourth at the moment. Millsy in Cumdy 19 was here. He's had a win in a second, so I think a third will get him into the final a little bit later on. One to go though for Matt Owen in Cumdy 115, can't make it to the semi. So he's just racing for overall BAS points. Same for Callum Barker in Cumdy and Scarborough 50. Cumdy 19 then still in that third place. We'll see him in the semi-final a little bit later on as long as it carries on like this. James Bowe needs something better though in Pennine 9 and he's got it too sideways. I don't think Bowe's going to make it as they come around the final corner though. Mao is going to take the win in Cumdy 115. From Scarborough 50, Cumdy 19 of Cameron Mills. James Bowe, Wessex 666 of Craig Pyle. He needed a win. He's had a second and a fifth. Owen Bradford's not going to make it in Border County 16. And the one left to mention is Chris Dyer in Evesham 28. Race 7 then goes to completion. Race 8 brings out Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 132. Hasn't had the best of weekends, had an awful day yesterday in terms of points. Had a black flag in the first seat and something similar in the second. So he's definitely not in contention. So he's racing for overall BAS points. He was on 3 wins in Ireland and didn't make it out of the semi. Lewis Milton on 2 wins, probably needs a 5th, will get him in. IK65, Harry Russell on a 2nd and a 4th, probably needs a win. Scott Clark in Scunny 73, Sam Matthews in Scunny 427, Anthony Phillips in St. Neots 711, Kenny Smith in Stroud District 41. Can't remember what he had in a second. He definitely had a win in the first though. Scarborough 37, Caden Chimas had a win and a 4th, so he's probably gonna want maybe a 2nd. Will get him into the semis a little bit later on. ProLink Senior Series sponsor for men's Class 8. Your overall sponsor for round 2 here at Sunny Scunny is Quinn's Car Transport. And your round 2 sponsors for the men's Class 8s are ARD Race Cars and Goodser Commercial Engineers Limited. Your BAStv sponsors are SITR Tyre Recycling, Wellington Business Park, KS Coles and PRG Trailers. Your main BAS sponsors are Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings. If you are trackside, make sure you're taking yourself around to all of the trade stands and the catering. Trade stands are Barnard Motorsport, Leominster Automotive, Raid Race, BP Grassing, XC Works, Elite Transmission, Miniature Grassers, Wildcat Photography, Kingsport Tyres, Max Sport Tyres, GT Race Cars, DM Racing, DH Alley Works, R&M Motorsport and Cooper Motorsport. And catering is LSK Catering, Double D Spuds, Waffle-tastic, Cupcake Cafe, Peri Peri, Portuguese Street Food, Beverly Pizza Company, and Elite Bar Services. Although as I say that, I presume it'll be shut now. Seeing as we are coming to the end of Sunday. North Wales 44 then will be taken back to the pits of Rhys Edwards. We then wait for track clearance. And I was looking, I think that is Abby Juggins on the first marshal's post. So I can actually say Abby Juggins doing the Abby Juggins pirouette. And as I say that she does the pirouette, we're away with a race 8 on the run down to turn 1. Mian gets a good run in West Waterford 1:32. So does Harry Russell in IK 65. So 65, oh, he spun it going into turn 1. Lewis Milton in White Rose 20. I said he needed probably a 5th, but that's where he is at the moment. It is Mian though in 1:32. From Scarborough 37 to Katie Cheetham. Scunny 73, White Rose 20. He's going to want a little bit better than that. And as I say, that gets himself up to 4th place. So that should be enough to see him into the semis a little bit later on. Gets himself up to 3rd on the run down the back straight. Your race leader though, away and gone, is Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 1:32. Comes past Coventry with a couple left to go from Scarborough 37. White Rose 20, Stroud District 41. Looking to the outside to get himself up to what is now 4th place. And someone's got a little bit sideways, slots back into 6th place. Your race leader though still, as they come past Coventry, 1 to go, clutches it as he comes past Coventry. It is Jamie Meehan in West Waterford 1:32 from Scarborough 37, White Rose 20, Stroud District 41, Scunny 73, St. Leah's 7:11 of Anthony Dennis. And Harry Russell after that spin in IK 65. Jamie Meehan though, he's racing for overall BAS points. He's not going to make it to the semi, but he's going to take a good win in Scunny. His weekend will end a little bit better in West Waterford 1:32. Caden Cheatham will see in the semi in Scarborough 37. Kenny Smith gets past Lewis Milton. Stroud District 41 will still see White Rose 20 in the semi though. Scunny 73, St. Leah's 7:11 and IK 65 of Harry Russell. It's a shame we're definitely not going to see Harry Russell in the semis a little bit later on. I think Lewis Middleton should get through on 2 wins and a 5th. Chris Juggins, Corey Mumford, Oliver Ball, Scott Shell, Steve Young, Colin Linehan and Dan Page and Nigel Back are those coming out in race 9 on the run down to turn 1 then. Colin Linehan in Mallow 13 is going to pop out of the head of affairs. As they all get a little bit tight, it's going to be Corey Mumford then to the outside in Forest 161. Juggins comes right outside as well in Scunny number 50. Mallow 13 then back into what is 3rd place. Border Counties 81 in 5th. It is still Corey Mumford in Forest 161. Had a win and a 2nd. Probably only needs a 4th and he's in the lead. Colin Linehan and Chris Juggins tangle coming into this bottom turn. They're both off the racing line. So I think we'll carry on for the moment. Corey Mumford's got a huge lead now over Dan Page in Scunny 85. Steve Young in 4th place. Your race leader still though, as I said, Corey Mumford is away and gone as Chris Juggins and Mallow 13 and Colin Linehan get it back going again, but they're both way down the order. 1 to go then for Mumford in a 161, 1 to go for Page in 85, 1 to go for 44 of Oliver Bull, 1 to go for Nigel Back, 1 to go for Scott Shell. Steve Young in York 47 and then Linehan and Juggins. Around the final corner though we go with Corey Mumford, a storming win for Forest 161. Makes it 2 wins and a 2nd. We'll see him in the semi. From Dan Page in Scunny 85, Oliver Ball in White Rose 44, Nigel Back gets it sideways over the line and I think just comes ahead of Scott Shell in Forest 95 and Steve Young in York 47, Scunny 50 and Mallow 13 of Colin Linehan. 3 out of 3 done so far. Race 4 brings out quite the race of quality. PhD 47, Dan Thomas on a win in a 2nd. Daz Mullen in White Rose 38 also on a win in a 2nd. Popey in Spalding 8 on 2 wins. Steve Mills in Cumberland 10 on a win and a 3rd. Gareth Hankey in ALC 2. Alex Hall in Radford 411 on a win and a 2nd. And Neil Tivey in West Waterford 132, who's on 2/3. Mullen gets the best of the breaks though in White Rose 38 by far as well. Alex Hall to the outside in White Rose in Radford 411, shall I say. White Rose 38, those you already racing. The Popey's there as well. Is Spalding number 8, West Waterford 142 in what is 4th place. It is still though White Rose 38 down the far side. Mullen is away and gone from Popey and Spalding number 8. West Waterford 142. He's going to need a win. He's on 2/3. Another 3rd. Ain't going to see him in the semis a little bit later on. It is 38 though from 8 from 142 from 411 from PhD 47. I'll tell you what, he won BAS 1. He's down in 5th place now. And I'm not sure what's going to get him in, to be honest. I think he needs a 4th in PhD 47. That would be shock horror to see BAS champion in round 1 not make it to the semis in round 2. 1 to go though for White Rose 38. 1 to go for Popey's 48. As I say, that 47 gets himself up to 4. 411 in third. PhD 47 slides it up the inside. I think Alex Hall's just going to hold on to third place for the time being. It's going to be a drag race down the fast line. I think 411's just got the legs on 47. Around the final call, there we go with Daz Mullen, who's going to make it 2 wins and a second, and see him in the semi. 2 wins and a second for Sporting number 8. Bravo 411 will also see PhD 47 as well. Come D10, I'm not sure we're going to see in the semi a little bit later on. Neither will we see Gareth Hankey in ALC 2. And West Waterford 142 after that spin a little bit earlier on of Neil Tivey. A spin over the line for West Waterford 142. I think that might have been on purpose though. Maybe. Race 11 then brings out Reese Wyeth in West 619, Ash Howard, Spencer Mills, Jake Herman, Jack Gibbons, Marcus Lewis, and Jake Harden in PhD 25. Into turn 1 though we go with, I think, Spencer Mills in Lud number 5 as they pop out. Who's going to pop out at the front of the field? No, it's PhD 21 of Ash Howard, West 619, and Jack Gibbons as well in lead with 17. Thereabouts as well. Jack Gibbons needs a second. The person in the way of that is Reese Wyeth in West 619, who's currently in second place. PhD 21 then, Yuri Cedar had a win in a second earlier on. A win would definitely see him into the semi as one of the top qualifiers. He's going the right way about it. Gibbons comes up the inside. In lead with 17. This is what he needs to get him into semi. A little bit later on, West 619 looks back to the inside. Hasn't got the legs though as they go down the far side. Gibbons then is up to second in Leeward 17. PhD 21 though still your race leader as they come round and past commentary with 1 to go. It is PhD 21, Leeward 17. Head out 101, gets past West 619, PhD 25 and Lud 5 and Spencer Mills at the back of the field for the moment. PhD 21 though, down the far side we go with Ash Howard, Leeward 17 of Jack Gibbons. Closed up on the last lap. He doesn't need he doesn't need to take the win to get him into a semi. I think a second will do it as they come past. Penal 101 gets Leeward 17 on the line. I think West 619 might have got him as well. We're not going to see Jack Gibbons in the semi a little bit later on. PhD 21 we will though in as he took the lead, took the win, should I say. And down there on the line, that looks like men's class 5, so I'm going to hand you back to Mickey.
Yeah, thanks very much, Finn the Shark Shepherd. We are going back. It's been a while, hasn't it? Race 3 of the men's class 5 and went to rerun. Had Colin Hadley, Jamie Lillington, Pete Turbot, Baxter Pargetter, Alan Green, Riley Dieter, Patrick Daly and Dwayne Walker. Top point scorer was the Wessex 255, Riley Diaper. So just having a look up on the line, I can see Dwayne Walker there coming out of grid 1 in the York 771. And then we move along the line. And no Patrick Daly. So it was Patrick Daly then that looks to have been excluded. And then we go to the Wessex 255. So he needs the win. So that's what he needs to do. Alongside him is the Radford 420. That's Alan Green. Then we go over to Baxter Pargetter, Nottingham 45, coming out of grid 5. Peter Turbot, Radford 120. That's in the white mini pickup shell. He is coming out of grid 6. Jamie Lillington is the South Somerset 20. So we got a message here. Ewan, is that TC? Can you say a happy birthday to Logan Gardner, PAC 22? Have a good day, old man. He's 43 today. That's not old. He's 43 is not old. Hey, if 43 is old, I'm a dinosaur. That's what I reckon. So, yeah, 43, you're a spring chicken. You've got some good years ahead of you. Well, I hope you have, unless you live life on the edge, you know, beachy head. then it doesn't last long. Right, so water going down on the track. Yeah, it's a little bit wet out there, isn't it? Some of these guys, if they go into that, they might be slip sliding into Armco territory. That's hope not. But Class 5s, they've seen it all before. So we're looking for that first marshal, and I think she's still got a red flag held up aloft. She's getting ready. She's looking around. Is she on the phone? what's she ordering? Ordering a tea or something like that. She's on. Yeah, can you deliver margarita pizza about 6:30? Yeah, okay. Any extra toppings? Nah, be fine. Right, thanks very much. Right, yeah, I've got to go. I've got to start the next race. It's Class 5s up on the line. Yeah, good. I think it's Abby Juggins up there, isn't it? Abby has this technique of how she starts. So here we go. She spins, points to the sky, bungee lifts. Let's go racing with the Class 5s. And it is the Radford machine of Pete Turbot that had a good old start down into turn 1. Oh, Baxter Pargetter mounting Riley Diaper. Oh, someone else mounted him as well. Oh, it's Alan Green. I tell you, it's all going on a Sunday morning, isn't it? Just before midday, eh? It's like past the watershed normally that goes on. But Radford 120 it is then. Pete Turbot, can't believe it. He's absolutely storming it. Yeah, don't look in your mirror. Don't frighten yourself. But Baxter Pargetter's behind you in Nottingham 45. Then Dwayne Walker, Alan Green, and now Riley, the Wessex 255, Riley Diaper, has managed to get the car going. Oh, ice cream van behind us. Happy days. Right. I can't because I'm racing in a minute. Radford 120 is then. It's Pete Turbot. Turbot with picking up the last lap flag. One more lap to go for him from Baxter Pargetter. Nottingham 45 second. Third, Dwayne Walker in New York 771. Alan Green running that fourth in the Radford 420. Oh, Riley Diaper's gone into the wet stuff. Has that cost him a place? Oh, no, he still holds on to it, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, Riley. You needed bigger points than that. You're not going to make it into the final. But Radford 120 finishes his weekend off in style. Baxter Pargetter second, third Dwayne Walker, fourth Alan Green, and Riley Diaper finishing off with the South Somerset 20. And that is Jamie Lillington. So well done there to Class 5s. That's your 3 heats. We'll look to find out the finalists very soon. Junior F600s on the line, and it's over to Finn, the Shark Shepherd.
Thanks, Mickey. So, your Quinn's Car Transport sponsored Junior F600s. That's not Junior F600s.
Oh, it's the runoff for the Class 3s. That's what I said. It's Adam Saint against Adam Henley. That's it. So the two Adams are at it. And Saint goes wide. Where's he going? Hey, I thought he was going into the local village, but he's back on it. Adam Henley's going for a real tight line, trying to get the grip coming up the inside. Adam Saint, is he trying too hard? I don't know, but... you never know, it might be all part of his tactics. Give Adam Henley a full sense of security and then nick it on the line. Oh, I told you, commentator's curse. Adam Henley, he went for the accelerator, I think pressed the brake. Adam Saint says, oh, thank you, my lord. But Adam Henley, he's a Class 4 national champion a few times. He's into the Class 3s. And he's slowing it down again. Is he going to get it round? Yes. Go on then, Adam. Put your foot down now. He's got one more lap to go. Adam Saint then, it's all or nothing if you want to get yourself into the final. He slides on a tighter line. He's closed the gap down within the car's length as they come out of that start gate turn. Down the opening straight they go. Adam Henley, York 11, 2 corners to go. He's going to ease it round. Saint's going to go for it. Oh, Saint spins out. Adam Henley takes the Class 3 runoff. We'll see you in the final. Adam Saint. Well, he gave it his best, didn't he? But you spin me right round, baby, right round. So there we go. That is our Class 3 runoff done and dusted. Up on the line, we are going for open wheels. It looks like we've got Class 8 reruns. It's over to Liam Williams.
Yeah, cheers, Mick. So I tell you what, he wasn't messing around getting this one back out. I looked at the line, I thought, is that Jonesy down there? I think it is. So this is a rerun of race 2, which is ready and assembled. We're going without Jason Richardson. We'll tell you who's in it when they come past, because we're already up and off the line as we get away. And it's going to be Max Lewis. I think Max was leading it in the first attempt. So Max Lewis then picking up where he left off, but going out wide. Jonesy's looking for that gap in 69. Liam Nichols, Kevin McBride are the ones that follow him. And unfortunately at the tail end, Adam Fielder in Scarborough 24 is the one off the pace. But Max Lewis doing everything he can to end his weekend on a high in Radford 71. Adam Jones, of course, unbeaten yesterday in BC 69. Jonesy wants 3 wins out of 3. He's found that gap up the inside as Max Lewis took it really wide and conceded a position. He's actually dropped quite far back as well now as Jonesy looks to extend that lead at the front in 69. Max Lewis still there in second. Liam Nichols unchallenged in third in YD number 7 as there's no one around him. Kevin McBride dropping back just a little bit in that 4th place position with the Scarborough machine of Adam Fielder at the tail end. Last lap flags out. The field fairly spread out now and no positional change, I don't think, unless there's going to be a major mistake in the field. Max Lewis looking to close the gap, but Jonesy's not going to leave that door open, is he? He probably will now, I've said it, but 69 now, there you go. Jonesy, 3 wins out of 3 into the semis he goes. 69 takes it. 71 then is the next one across. Liam Nichols in YD number 7 takes third. Hey, we had a race of 4th there as it looked like Adam Fielder just about nicked it on the line from Kevin McBride in Solway number 4. So that is the rerun of race 2 complete for your Pro Links and ARD race cars sponsored men's class 8s. I've still got a rerun of race 5. Is that it? I don't think it is. I can't see from here. So I think that's going to be Junior F600s down there on the line. Indeed it is. Right, Finn, back to you, mate.
Darragh Ryden then was looking good yesterday and has been looking good throughout the last couple of BAST rounds. It is, though, Border Counties 4 that gets the best of the breaks. James Buchanan there as well in down 92 to the outside. Mallow 32 looking to thread the needle. White Rose 1's round into turn 1 then. Border Counties 4 it is, though. Mallow 1 down 92 side by side for what is second place. Buchanan's not going to find the grip on the outside. They've just watered it. And as I say that, he falls all the way away from Mallow 1. They really are starting to stretch themselves out already. Sean Bradford in Border Counties number 4 then, as long as nothing goes wrong. He's going to find himself well at the front of the field with a huge gap back to Mallow number 1, unless Darragh Ryder can find a burst of speed from absolutely nowhere. Down 92 then of James Buchanan. As I said, they're all kind of equidistant from each other, apart from White Rose 1, who's a little bit further behind. Border Counties 4, Sean Bradford under no pressure at all. Nearly square-wheeled it, but just about kept it going in a straight line. Once again there for Border Counties 4. Mallow 1 tried it on the wide line. That's lost him even more time than Border Counties 4 lost. Down line to deal with James Buchanan then in what is 3rd place. White Rose 1 still at the back of the field. Checker flag time though. Sean Bradford this time navigates the bottom corner perfectly and will pick up a well-deserved 55 points from Mallow number 1 of Darragh Ryden. James Buchanan in down 92 and White Rose 1 of Denver Whitehouse. I'm going to hand you back to Liam because that looks like Dan Max, so I reckon that's going to be a rerun of men's 8s. Oh, it might be.
Yeah, cheers, Finn. I think that's going to be class 9s because I can see Marcus Mills down there on the line here in Ludlow number 3. So we are getting ready. We are ready. And we're going racing with men's class 9s for the first time today for their 3rd round of qualifying. Obviously only looking for the top 8 in class 9s and 3 grids of them. So there are points up for grabs. And I'll tell you what, a man who knows all about points, Barry Ashmore, in Spalding 514. 2 wins out of 2 yesterday. And well on his way already to make it 3 out of 3 as he leads them down the far side for the time. As I think Ben Wilson it is, who slots into 2nd in the 143 machine. Sam Pinch is in 3rd in the Radford 35 as they come past us. They're still your 1, 2 and 3. Ben Wilson going out wide. Pinches has dropped back as Richardson is it, who's looking for that gap up the inside in the Pennine number 5 machine. Aaron Richardson 3rd and a 2nd yesterday. So another 2nd here will put him in good stead here, being that final a little bit later on, along with Barry Ashmore, who looks to make it 3 wins out of 3 with 1 more to go. 514, number 6. Then is there still in 3rd. Sam Pinch is still 4th. Then we go to Ludlow 12. North Wales 252 of Henry Deprez, and the one I picked up off the line, not doing very well. Marcus Mills in Ludlow 3 with it all to do at the back of the pack. But going into the final, unbeaten, 3 out of 3. Top grid position pick is Barry Ashmore. That takes the win. Aaron Richardson takes second. Ben Wilson takes third. Sam Pinch is fourth. Henry DePrez, I think, just about getting it on the line there from Zach Mills in Ludlow number 12. And unfortunately, missing out on Marcus Mills in Ludlow number 3. So that is race 1 done and dusted with. As I said then, the man who took 2 wins yesterday, 3 out of 3 for Barry. So here go into that final as top qualifier. Race 2, Ben Gibbons, Aidan Llewellyn, Dave Palmer, Callum Allenson, Lee Seagreaves, Andy Hornshaw, Mark Barker. Oh God, that's a recipe for disaster, isn't it? Putting all them in the same race. So we're away and racing. Who's going to get the best of the breaks? Hornshaw shot through, but he's gone out wide, and it's Allenson that takes up the running in the 34 machine as he leads him into that start gate turn. Hornshaw, what are you doing? You are all over the place in York 78, and he started so well, and he's ended up right towards the back in York 78, not going his way whatsoever. But at the front, Callum Allenson looking to book his place in that final. Lee Seagreaves runs second, Palmer runs third. Aidan Llewellyn, the winner of round 1, is running there in 4th. Looking up the inside now as Palmer just goes out wide. Oh, there's nearly contact, and we got red flags on that one. So we're going to have a little listen over the radio and see what's being said about that, because red flags obviously coming out. I must have missed something because I didn't see anything that merited the red flags. Right, so just hearing then over the radio, unfortunately, Dave Palmer seems to be excluded from the rerun. Not too sure what for, but North Wales 31 being excluded from the rerun of race 2. Ugh, bit of controversy in Class 9s, eh? Right, race 3, Andrew Adams, Maxton Young, Neil Tivey, Barry Smith, James Heselton and Adam Robinson coming out in this one. James Heselton and Barry Smith sit joint 6th in the overnight standings, so a solid run for them will be enough to get him into that final. Maxton Young, second of the first yesterday for Maxton. He'll be looking to end his heats with another win, of course, and go into that final a little bit later on with more points, as the track looks like we're ready to go racing. Yellow flags are flying, bungees up. Race 3 is off the line as we go racing. Who's going to get the best of the breaks? I think Maxton Young it was. That was the quickest out of the gate. Oh no, keep it on 4, boys. Barry Smith it was who gets it all wrong going into turn 1. He's facing the wrong way, but he's got to go it again. So we're going to carry on with the racing as Andrew Adams looking to work his way up the pack, but not enough at the moment to take the lead, as Hesse it is that leads the way, but he's not going to lead it for much longer because red flags once again. So Class 9s aren't doing too well this morning, are they? So it was actually all right yesterday. They behaved themselves and causing me more problems than the 8s are today. So unfortunately, red flags on race 3. So 2 reruns then to come your way for the men's Class 9s. Big thank you to our sponsors, of course, Extract Shocks, your series sponsor, and MJA Race Engines, your very kind sponsors for the weekend. We're going to be seeing 2 reruns to come your way a little bit later on. I've still got a rerun of Class 8s as well, so could be a long day for me, couldn't it? So we're moving away then from Class 9s for the time being. We've got Class 4 machinery down there on the line. And well, he was up bright and early this morning, and he's back. Lewis, good morning.
Bore da, good morning. I hope everybody's well out there watching at the track and obviously on the live stream at home. We're moving on now then to our 3rd heats of the men's Class 4s with 2 races coming your way for the Yorkshire Flapjack sponsored men's Class 4s this weekend. They're your overall sponsors for the season, and our round 2 sponsors are Commercial Services Limited and Aid Johnson & Sons Limited also. So who do we have out in this first run? We've got SV7, SN261, NS434, Melton number 60, IK13, Scarborough number 4, and Mallow number 5. So the Bowser isn't going to be out for much longer. It looked like he was going off the track. So let's have a look then. How has everybody done here? Well, we got the North Shropshire 434 here of Ben Gould. He is your current leader at the moment overall, with 2 wins under his belt already in the first 2 heats. And we also have the Scarborough number 8 there, Dalton Thomas, who will be coming out in race number 2. He is your second place car overnight with the first and a second in the first 2 heats. So yeah, we've got quite a few here in contention for the final, obviously with, apparently I can't see BC80 down on the sheet this morning, this afternoon, sorry. Was it this morning or this afternoon? What's the time, Leo? I've lost track. What's the time now?
20 past 12.
20 past 12, just into the afternoon then. So yeah, I can't see his name down here. The Border Counties number 80 with a 5th and a 3rd yesterday. Was in 7th overall, so it's a shame if they can't come out in the second heats. But here we are then, we have the engines revving. Let's have a look who gets a start here. Melton 60 initially had a good one from the middle of the pack there, but as kind of expected, Gould it is then who's leading them into turn number 1. 4-3-4, Melton 60 on the inside there. Both of those trying for the battle there to get onto the best line, coming around and out of turn number 2. Melton 60 it is who's ahead. 4-3-4 in second. Trevor Cusack then in that 3rd spot after a stint of bad luck yesterday in the first 2 heats, unfortunately, with it didn't finish. DNF and a 5th, lying down in 21st, unfortunately. Sorry, in 14th with 21 points. So a 3rd might sneak him up with only a few drivers sort of signed on for the Class 4s this weekend. A good result here, and he sneaks up into that 2nd spot. That'll definitely help. If he's got any chance of getting into that final later on, then that 2nd spot is going to do him wonders. But obviously he's going to have to keep off the challenge now then of Nick Williams in the Melton number 60, who's also got the SN261 on his tail there of Paul Birrell in that 4th spot at the moment. Gary Wickham sort of in a little bit further afield there in the IK number 13 in this race, had his 5th overall, but should creep into the final with another 5th here. But obviously track conditions not quite suiting him with that rear wheel drive car there. But look at the battle there for 2nd spot then. Melton number 5 on the inside. Melton 62 on the outside, and Marlowe number 5 on the inside. Who's got the better drive then coming out of that corner? Nick Williams is sticking with that outside line. There's 3 abreast, but they both left. The 261 in, I think, took 2nd over the line, and it was very, very close though. So those 3 cars passed over that finish line together. Then we have the IK number 16, number 13. Followed then by the Scarborough number 4, I think it was, at the back of the pack, Tony Appleton then. Lying 9th overall, so I'm not sure if that final position there will actually sneak him into the final to get into that top 8 for later on. I'll try and put my teeth back in for this one. Hopefully I'll get the names and numbers a bit more accurate for you for race number 2. We should have Colin Attrill in the South Somerset 272. Dalt Thomas, as I said, lying 2nd overall after the first 2 heats, with the 1st and the 2nd coming out of grid number 7. Then we've got the White Rose number 50 of Tony Clarkson with us on a 6th and a 7th from yesterday. So down in 13th at the moment. Andy Whittingham then in the Star number 50 on a 4th and a 7th from yesterday, lying 11th overall. Richard Williams in Border County 25 and SN626 Charlie Steele. Those are your other runners and riders in this one. Dalton Thomas though straight into the lead then in the Scarborough number 8 then, giving it a bit of a flick to get it sideways into that first corner. It seems to have worked for him though as he comes out in the lead as well. Star 52nd. SS272 then of Attrill there in that 3rd spot at the moment, but we've got another St. Neots car there, hot on his tail. I think that's the 626 of Charlie Steele. Currently 12th, so we'll want to get past a couple of these cars there to try and improve the chances of getting into that final later on. But Dalton Thomas pulling got you now between him and the 2nd place car of Star number 50 in that 2nd spot. Whittingham it is there. A good race on for that 3rd. Then we go back into the 5th spot of and as I was about to mention, the White Rose 50 of Clarkson. He seemed to come to almost a stop around turns 3 and 4, which has really hampered the race there of the Border Counties number 25 of Richard Williams. We're on to our last lap flag already there for Dalt Thomas, and the others follow now then. The top 4 stay the same as they were last time. White Rose number 50 from Border Counties, number 80, whereas they passed us here. So BC80 is out in this one. My sheet here has been amended as I look down then. So Border Counties 80 has gone out. I think that's Bache out in that one. So it is a good win there for Thomas in the Scarborough number 80. Oh, there's a race to the line. SS272 takes the 2nd from SR50 and SN626. And next over the line, we've got the BC80 of Bache and then the White Rose number 50 at the back of the pack. And that was Tony Clarkson, and BC25. Unfortunately, your final finisher over the line there was 8th. Before that race, and I'm not sure that a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th will do him any favours, and it seemed to be the White Rose 50 as they almost came to a stop on turns 3 and 4, which really put him at the back of the pack there. But we are on to open wheelers again, and Liam is here ready to take you through those, so I'll pass you over to him now then.
Yeah, cheers, Lewis. This is the outstanding rerun of the men's Class 8. It's a rerun of race 5. which is down there on the line. Of course, this is where Emily Jefferson unfortunately took a tumble down on that start gate straight. So I don't think she's going to be back down there. Rich Cooper was excluded. So we should have Jamie Newham, Kate Lockwood, Simon Hawthorne, Dan McKenzie, Jordan Robinson and Josie Tompkinson. So we've lost one of the girls, but two of them should still be down there. What can they do? Josie Tompkinson leading them into turn one. Go on, Joe, show them how it's done. As they go, oh no. No. I think Jamie Newham and Josie Thompson have come to grief going into turn one. They're parked up in the Armco. There's no separating them. So unfortunately, we're going to get the dreaded red flags once again on that one. So it didn't go to plan, did it? And just hearing that there is going to be a flag given, so we won't say who at the moment, but just hearing that there is going to be a flag given out. Right, so just hearing then that IK48, Jamie Newham, is unfortunately going to be excluded from the rerun. And I think we are going to have a little bit of a wait until we see this race come back out, because I think they're going to give Josie some time to repair the Scunny 52 car. So I'll tell you what, they're dropping like flies in that race, aren't they? So I think there's only going to be about 4 of them left by the time we get back out. So unfortunately, then we've lost, well, what have we lost? We've lost 3 of them, so there we go. We will obviously wait and see when they come back out a little bit later on. Are these semi-finals? Ooh, there we go, we're getting through it. So we have got the first of the semi-finals. We don't even know who's in the 8th semi-final yet, because we've still got another rerun. But we have got semi-finalists for your junior specials. So they're down there assembled on the line, the top of 16, ready to go battle and make it 8. Finn, who's down there?
So, IK19 and Green Hill 5 will be your top qualifiers. Well, IK19 and Breeden Hill 5 will be your 2 top qualifiers, and Border Counties 99. Regan Dixon, Rosie Russell and Alex Hines all on 2 wins and a second. Semi-final 1 will also have Border Counties 44 of Sean Bradford. It will also have Spalding 541 of Charlie Clark, 777F of James Smart, North Wales 26 of Austin Bennett, White Rose 37 then of Lexi Mullen, and Jacob Davies in Cumdee 55. Don't think we're going to have time to go through what everyone had, because we've got yellow flags starting to fly around the circuit. We looked to Abby Juggins to do her pirouette, which we do not have. Dig Up On High, your series sponsor for junior specials. We look to first marshal then, who does the Abby Juggins pirouette this time around, and we're away with semi-final number 1 of the junior specials on the run down at turn 1. Spalding 541 gets a good run, so does 777F, so does Breeden Hill 5. Breeden Hill 5 then pops out of the head of affairs. It is Alex Hines from James Smart and 777F. Charlie Clark on the outside in Spalding 541. Austin Bennett pops in what is third place in North Wales 26. It was his birthday yesterday. A late birthday treat would be to get him into the BAST final a little bit later on. It is Breeden Hill 5, then you're racing to James Smart and 777F. And North Wales 26, the final finisher into the final at the moment will be White Rose 37 of Alexi Mullen. Alex Hines is looking good at the front of the field though from 777F. North Wales 26, White Rose 37. IK19 and Border Counties 44, your two of the highest qualifiers. Joined first and joined 5th, and they're down both in 5th and 6th and 7th, so they're not going to make it 5th and 6th, so they're not going to make it into the final a little bit later on. As it stands, it's Breeden Hill 5, though you're racing at 777F, North Wales 26 and Lexington and White Rose 37 dropping a little bit off of these top 3. Breeden Hill 5 is making himself a nice little gap at the front of the field. James Smart under a little bit of pressure from Austin Bennett in North Wales 26, who doesn't need to try and make a move, as they're both going to be into the final a little bit later on. So Alex Hines it is that makes it through in Breeden Hill 5. So does James Smart, so does Austin Bennett, and so does Lexi Mullen, missing out Charlie Clark after a very good start. IK19 and Border Counties 44. That is unexpected, I'll be honest. That is very, very unexpected. Sean Bradford and Rosie Russell not making it into the final was not something I had on my bingo card, especially after the day yesterday and today that they've both had. Rosie Russell overnight sat on 2 wins. Semi-final 2 brings Border Counties 99 Regan Dixon, Sonny Gilbertson, Dara Ryden, Gosson District 48 and Maddie Morris, Jack Merrick in Radford 421, Harry Loader in Wessex 112, Mallow 130. Of Mason Lenahan and George Johnson in Scunny 343. He was your final qualifier. After we excluded NASA 43 because it is an experimental car and it does seem to be a little bit too quick on the straights. So he was actually 17th qualifier on a 2nd, a 3rd and a 5th. But he's made it through and he's on the outside. We look to the first marshal then who does the Abbey Jug into pirouette. Amber away with semi-final number 2 on the run down to turn 1. It is then... Who gets the best of the break? It's going to be Jack Merrick in Radford 421 that gets the best of the break. Dara Ryden then in Mallow 32 thereabouts as well. Someone pops out on the inside of Sonny Gilbertson in lead with 3. Harry Loader, your map champion, comes to the front of the field then in Wessex 112. Steps forward when he needs to. Leeward 3 of Sonny Gilbertson in 2nd place. Dara Ryden in Mallow 32. And I think it's Mason Linehan in Mallow 130. At the moment will be the final person getting into the final a little bit later on. Harry Loader though, he hasn't had the best of weekends. It's been a bit of a mixed bag. He was low down in the points to get him into the semi-final, but he's here now. He's at the front of the field and he's stretching away from Dara Ryden, who's looking to the inside of Sonny Gilbertson in lead with 3. Can't get the move this time around though. They're going to stay line to stern, and to be honest, Dara doesn't need to make this move. 3rd is completely fine, and he's got a place behind as well. As a little bit of a cushion. 1 to go for Harry Loader, 1 to go for Sonny Gilbertson, 1 to go for Dara Ryden, and 1 to go for Mason Linehan in Mallow 130 in 4th place. He's under pressure though from Jack Merrick in Radford 421 down the far side. Merrick's looking to the outside. It's going to have to be a do or die move if he's going to make it work, and he's looking to the outside. Making it into the final though, 100% sure, will be Harry Loader in Wessex 112, Leeward 3, Mallow 32, and Mason Linehan in Mallow 130. Jack Merrick will miss out in Radford 421. So will Maddie Morris, so will George Johnson in Scunny 343. That one is really, really unexpected. Bearing in mind he is your BAS 1 champion over in Ireland and he looked good all weekend. Class 7 semi-finals then down there on the line, so I'm going to hand you over to Mickey.
Yeah, get ringside for this one. We are going into semi-final number 1. Phil Cooper, Cameron Mills, Ayrton Ellison, Archie Bentley, Kerry Pope, Lewis Woodruff, Craig Bagley and Damien Harris. That is semi-final number 1. Looking up onto the line. And the bows are coming out as well. Oh, that's just to mix it up a little bit as well. So looking up on the line and Cumdy 2, Craig Bagley, where are you coming? Oh, you're coming out of grid 6. Archie Bentley out of grid 5. Cameron Mills out of 4. Cooper's coming out of 3. Ayrton Ellison out of lane 2. So, actually, I've got a little bit of time. Men's Class 5 finalists, here we go. 112 points to get you into the final on the 5s. The Charlie Holloway, top point scorer, unbeaten again. 3 wins out of 3, Evesham 9. Then we go Steve Donovan and Mark Rice, 145 points each. 138 points is Tyler Davis, PAC 60. He's had 2 great wins in Heat 2 and 3. Colin Chilvers gets his way into the final. Dan Godfrey there, Cambridge 10. Josh Simpson from the Scarborough Club makes it through in 7th place. And then the final qualifier in the men's Class 5 final is Border Counties 53, Michael Tippins. So well done, Michael. Just missing out after 2 wins, and he didn't finish his first heat. That's what's cost him. Lee Nicklin, 2 points short. Also the same with Lee Cox, 3 points short, and then 6 points short for Tom Evans. So the Bowser's going to start making its way off the track. And we will be racing with the first semi-final of the men's Super Saloons down here at sunny Scunny. We point to the sky, bungee lifts. Let's go racing It's the top four. Archie Bentley gets a good start, but Cooper goes him into Atworth. Damien Harris on the outside as well. Lewis Woodruff looking to go right round the outside. But there's three abreast, and it's Bagley then with Damien Harris, and then Phil Cooper as they come round. Kerry Pope at the back of the pack at the moment, but as they come out of Stargate turn, it's Damien Harris fighting off the charge from Phil Cooper. Cooper finds the cap as Kumdi 2 looks to go with it as well. Craig Bagley in that third place. Top four cars make it through into the final. Wyro 75, Lewis Woodruff's there as well. Can he hold on to it as the rest are fighting? Cameron Mills is dropping towards the back of the pack, and he is at the back of the pack. You wouldn't have put your money on that, but it's Cooper who leads them round with 1 to go. Phil Cooper, ARC5. It's Bagley and Damien Harris and Lewis Woodruff. Oh, Bagley's wheel's gone. And Ellison's up into fourth place. Cameron Mills comes back at Kerry Pope, but eyes back front. ARC5, then Phil Cooper booking his place in the final this afternoon. Checker flag at the ready. ARC5, Phil Cooper's there. Who else is going? Lewis Woodruff, Damien Harris and Ellison. Just missing out Archie Bentley. Cameron Mills. And Kerry Pope can't be the last car rolling across the line. But, oh dear, and Craig Bagley popped the tyre. Oh dear, you just couldn't script it, could you? Right, semi-final 1 done. Semi-final number 2, Phil Barliman, Sam Fenton, Dan Johnson, Andy Graney, Sid Lomax, Dan Thomas, Andy Holtby, Matt Richards. It's a final in itself, isn't it? They're both finals. The unfortunate thing, you have to put semi at the front of it. Which has got all sorts of permutations. So there you go. Right, we're going to go racing bungee lifts. Then it is the second semi-final on the Super Saloons. And Johnson gets a good start, but Sid Lomax in the North Wales 199. He's got his nose there, but he's got company. Here comes Holtby. Holtby slides through alongside Johnson, Andy Graney, Sam Fenton, Barliman's up there, Matt Richards as they come in round. It's all swapping and changes in the minor positions, but leading this one, Sid Lomax. He was upside down in a bush last year on fire, and look at him now, he's leading this semi-final. Semi-final 2. Round they come then. It's Sid Lomax from Andy Holtby, from Johnson, from Barliman, Fenton, Graney and Matt Richards. That's how they're running. Round they go out of turn 3 in a Stargate turn. You could throw a blanket over them and cover the majority as they're bringing in a turn 1. Lomax slows it down. Holtby waiting for a move, or is he just satisfied to be in the second place and pick up his place in the final? It's 1 more lap to go. Lomax, can you hold on? Oh, there's climbing going on. Who were on a Sunday afternoon, but they keep on running. It's Lomax from Holtby. Then it's Johnson, and Barliman's found a place up into that fourth place. As there's Richards gives Fenton one up the chuffer, but it's Lomax, Holtby, Johnson and Barliman. See you in the final. Radford 5, Fenton, Barliman. Fenton. Graney, his wheels hanging off at the back. And then Matt Richards is he's in the naughty corner in the Radford 5 for 555. Right, that's me done. Look, who said that the Class 7 boys couldn't play nice? Well, they've done. I've got to run into the pitch to get changed into my my other attire. No, it's not that dress that I like. It's me racing overalls. I'm going to be out in the F600. Wish me luck.
As long as it's not that Lycra again, I shall never forget that. Right, quick update. Hopefully we've got time on your Class 2 finalists. Then qualifiers for the men's Class 2 final. Nobody unbeaten, but top qualifier, 155 points. Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227. Joint second on 145 points. Jamie Lane in Radford 941. And Daniel Robbins in St Neots 34. Fourth place qualifier, once again, happy birthday, Rebecca. YD 295, Ben Fiddler on 128 points. Fifth qualifier, Steve Heath in Pennine 65, 127 points. We've then got 2 cars on 126 points, which will get both Scunthorpe 127, George Cresswell, and Severn Valley 5, Tim Harbour, into today's final. And 8th and final qualifier, but it matters not. He is there. He will be on the line for the final. 120 points is what was needed, and that's exactly what Freddie Farrow in York 71 got. So, 8 qualifiers for today's men's Class 2 final. Scunthorpe 227, Chris Hall. Radford 941, Jamie Lane. St Neots 34, Daniel Robbins. YD 295, Ben Fiddler. Penn 965, Steve Heath. Scunthorpe 127, George Cresswell. Severn Valley 5, Tim Harbour. And York 71, Freddie Farrow. So well done to you, one and all. I believe that we are now up to date on all of your finalists. As we get more through, obviously, we will let you know. But we're just looking for that track to be cleared. Poised and all ready for action to my left. So how are you, Mr. Wyeth?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm glad to come back here for a rest of what I put up with in the last hour or two. But yeah, over in the pits. But yeah, fine. We're raring to go. We got the 30-6s on the line waiting to go. Tankers out there. Have you enjoyed your weekend, Steve?
Yes, it's been good. Having sort of like missed Ireland due to circumstance and stuff, it's nice to be back. Whether everybody else agrees that, I don't know. But yeah, no, I think there's been some absolutely cracking racing out there. There really has.
That's good. The track has held up really well. The boys are watering it well today. I think the temperature's got a lot to do with that, where it's holding in the ground a lot longer. And then obviously beating down sunshine on it. The crowd of commentators that we got here this weekend, cracking team. Where did you find them?
You don't want to know.
Right.
You know where Mickey was telling his tale about trawling the back streets of Birmingham.
Is that what it was?
So, yeah.
Well, Graham Bennett was in the back
nice.
streets of Birmingham. I'd like to have seen that. Yeah.
So no, it's good because I mean you'll remember this. We're going to start reminiscing now, aren't we? Sort of like it's not all that long ago, though, which is a few years ago, that we were really struggling for commentators and just couldn't sort of like get them, and people didn't seem to want to do. So it's nice that new people and young people are coming through.
Absolutely, yeah. Young Finn there, he's been with you now. Was it a couple of seasons?
Yeah.
He's come on leaps and bounds, wasn't he? With a young lad with a really crackly voice on the microphone, where he started off down at the Southern League, and he still does do a lot of commentating. Well, virtually all our commentating down the Southern League with that Ian Fay, and there's another old commentator's name.
No, absolutely. So, yes,
but,
indeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's good. But it's nice to have you up here as well. So I know we did a little bit of arm twisting on Friday night, but
just getting over the pain. I just took the sling off this morning.
So no, that's good. Anyway, we'll let you get on with your Class 6s.
Right. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I see the recoveries are making their way out. Still got the tanker absolutely flooding that start line by the look of it. But want to do a couple of announcements. So, Graham just wants a pop a word in here at the minute. So,
Yeah, that one's gone. Yeah, just a bit quick, just a big happy 50th birthday. Oh, can I say that? Can I say 50th? Kelly Wilson? Sorry, Kelly. 50th birthday. She's walking around with a 50th T-shirt on, so fair play to her. Happy birthday, Kelly. And another big birthday, because it means finally we can go racing with Jaden Lewis next weekend. I think we're going to go to Somerset or something like that. But we're in for setup this week. So Jaden Lewis, but it's 10th birthday today. And unfortunately, you're not allowed to race on the second day of the BAS, but otherwise we'd have stuck him in Heat 3 for the fun of it. But I'm sure he'll be at BAS in a couple of weeks' time, and we'll get him out there next week in his new J-Spec. So happy birthday, Jaden. That's all from me. And Ray, it looks like they're just about finishing watering over there.
yeah, thank you, Graham. Yep. So looking down then, Class 6 on the line. Loads of money, Class 6, waiting to go on this third and final heat today. So who's going to get into the final later on? Who's your money on?
Where did loads of money Class 6 come from? Because I can remember that when I was like 3 or 4 age, 10, no 12, no 15.
Have
you been...
that was at Sherborne Nationals I brought that up in 92.
92, I was 3. No, I wasn't.
Yeah, 3 stone maybe, but here we go. Ollie Soul gets the drop then. from that start line. But who's that on the outside? Is that TA36? Yep, Tristan Daniels. He's on maximum points, Tristan, but he's getting a bit beaten, battered as he goes in that bottom corner. They're virtually 3 abreast as they go down this commentary straight with PAC 70 now. He's got the inside line, shuts the door on Ollie, but Ollie's got the power around the outside. Hits a bit of wet, but Golly got the traction now. In St Neots 668. PAC 70, Elan Lewis. From TA36, S41Y. So we got Lee, DA4 there, Lee Wiley there, square wheeled at that top corner. They do, they call that race on a red flag, so that's a wise decision. I don't think they've seen him till late, but no harm done, as they say. So there we go. I've jinxed that one. So that race is on a rerun or a re-race. We'll find out from the marshals if anyone, unfortunately, is going on that one. But sponsors then. Overall sponsored Total Civic Solutions. And round 2 sponsors are Brown's Mobile Homes, Liam Evans Tyre. So thanks, guys, for your support this weekend. So it looks like DA4 has been eliminated then for the stoppage of the race. So unfortunately, that's Lee's racing this weekend. Done and dusted, I would have thought. He was only on 42 points before he came into this heat. So top of the shop in Class 6 was TAC and still is. TA36, Tristan Daniels, not TAC. Where did TAC come from? But TAC, yeah. Horses, yeah. Or racetrack, tacky, there we go. But we should have now race 2 on the line. And hopefully it is that one. They've fooled us a couple of times today. We should have Eve 152. We have, looking at the screen, Matthew Manning in gate 6. Going back to gate 8 though, we've got Raffle 44, Josh Griffiths, C279, Richard Jones, SN273, Todd Hallward, 16S, I can't even say the word, S130Y, Stuart Thompson, PAC7, Adrian Lewis, Y35, Jordan Tinker, and Rafford 27, David Holton. Now I've put my teeth back in. We're looking at the towards start line. Looks like Lee's still getting a toe off there in DA4. Looking around the track now, the marshals are all up and ready and waiting for this car to go, and then we can get underway with the second heat, or race 2. Brown's Mobile Homes and Liam Evans Tyre sponsored class today, thank you. So the men's 2025 champion, 152, Matt Manning's out in this one. So let's see if he can pull some points back. As he gets himself out into that front place at the moment, but into that corner they go first then. Just gingerly hugging as tight as they can, but it's still a bit slick, so full lock as they go into that corner. Radford 27 then. His league teammate there back in that second spot. Then we got Mad Mush in C279 in that third. But who's that going around the outside there? That could be what, it's not Y35 Jordan Tinker, because he's back there in the field a little bit. We're just going to see if they come through. It's Sydney, it's 273, of course it is. The PAC7, Raffle 44, S130Y at the rear of the field there. That's Stuart Thompson. So is that Tomo, is it, Graham? Stuart Thompson, that is the Tomo, is it? The old Dave, he's been in Class 6 for years, that lad. But around we go again then. Last lap flag this time for E152, Matt Manning. Radford 27, C279. Then it's Y35, Jordan Tinker. Then it's the, PAC7 then. It gets a black flag for a jump start. So that's put his pay to this weekend also. But it's checker flag then, 152. Matt Manning, Radford 27 comes in, then C279. Then it's Y35. Then it's the St Neots there, 273, Todd Hallward. And they say that rear of the field there, still struggling to get over the check. I don't think he's going to make it. Is S130Y. That's Stuart Thompson. So race 3 on the line then. While we get 130Y sorted out, we should have a full grid. Yep, just Graham wants to quickly get in there with his finest for later on.
Yeah, let's jump in. Finn's just nipped off for some food. So we'll run his junior saloons finalists. You needed 121 points to get in, and that is Somerset 444, Freddie Atkins. WR18, Blake Crowther is in. Zach Southgate, SS50 is in. Good weekend for Somerset then. E48, Adam Turkington is there. IK273, Charlie Rayfield. Finley Rowe 408F is there. Corey Reed in TA 222. And Casey Jones going through on a win and 2 seconds in Cambridge 33. He is there in the top of the shop.
Yep, thanks, Graham. Well, congrats to those guys. But anyway, then we have the final race today. Heat 3, race 3 of Class 6. We're throwing in that bottom corner there. Oh, get it all a bit wrong. Mickey Manning then. It's got a good line on the outside, but not got the grip. But it's NW1 then coming through. That's Jay Colgate. As they go into that top corner, loads of sideways as they go into the corner, but it's loads of money racing. Radford 205 then. Shane Jenkins, he's a dark horse, this one. He's just been plotting his way through this weekend, but he's taken that lead at the moment then, ahead of North Wales 1, Jay Colgate. Then it's the MA car 182 Jack Brown. So around they go, and they've got CW 174 James Sinnott there, is struggling to get some grip. Mick Manning in E5 also struggling. We've got SC 65 Jack Parker, and at the rear of the field is the North Wales car 251 Phil Duprez, but it's still Radford 205 Shane Jenkins from North Wales 1. Jay Colgate now being challenged quite hard there by the Mallow 182 Jack Brown. But no, they've spaced themselves out now. But it's checker flag this time then for Shane Jenkins in Radford 205, North Wales 1, MA 182, CW 174, Evesham 5, SC 65, and at the rear of the field there, North Wales 251. Well, that's my Class 6 Race 3, Heat 3 done. We'll get back to you as soon as we get them with the finalists of Class 6. But in the meantime, there's Class 8 on the start line, so that's over to you, Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Ray. So, third time lucky, surely. So, Class 8's back down there on the line. This is the only outstanding rerun we got from the Class 8s, and we really need to get this done because we need to sort out semi-finalists. So, hopefully, we can get it run through. We should do, because I think 4 of them down there on the line anyway. So the ones that we should definitely have, and I can see, Dan McKenzie's down there in CA 44, Jordan Robinson in North Wales 53, Josie Tompkinson, Josie's definitely down there because she's in Grid 8 in Scunny 52, Simon Hawthorne in Radford 76, and Kate Lockwood in Scunny 191. But if memory serves me right, I didn't actually see Kate go back out in the reruns. So we could be missing Kate Lockwood. If that's the case, then we should only have the 4 down there. So we will pick them up on the line. There you go, camera's on. So we have got 4 of them. So yeah, no Kate by the looks of things. So it looks like it's going to be Dan Mack, Jordan Robinson, Josie Tompkinson, and Simon Hawthorne should be the ones that are down there. So yeah, as Graham quite rightly said, started with 3 girls in this one, and we're down to 1, but we are down to 1 who's former national champion. So, Josie, all the pressure's on you for this race now. So, 2 thirds yesterday. As I said, a win probably won't be enough to get her into the semis, but I'll tell you what, if she could finish her weekend with 55 points and a heat win in Class 8s, then I'm sure she'll be more than happy with that. Dan McKenzie, Dan needs the points. He's on a 1st and a 4th. He's joint 16th. A 2nd should be enough to get him in, but we know Dan Mack, he won't want to settle for 2nd. We get away from the line anyway, and it is McKenzie that's going to get the best of the breaks. 44 is going to lead them into turn 1 as the other 3 bunch up behind. Josie's on the outside, Hawthorne's on the inside in 76, but but they're getting close. As Mackenzie it is, that leads them round from the Jordan Robinson machine in North Wales 53, as he runs there in second. Josie all over the back, and Josie's up the inside, not enough in Scunny 52, as she drops back, and Hawthorne makes up a bit of ground in that 76 machine, but at the front, Denmark it is, looking to book his place in the semis. This will be enough. 2 wins and a 4 for him in CA44. We'll get him into that top of 16 a little bit later on, but Jordan Robinson will want to finish his weekend on a high. 53 still runs there in second, but not making any sort of impression on your race leader, who's just motoring on and moves on to its final circuit. As the last lap flag goes out, Robinson still second, Joseph Thompson third in 52, after collecting the Armco in the previous race, or being taken into the Armco, I should say, in Scunny 52, but they got the car back out, running third. I'll tell you what, consistent weekend, 3/3 for Josie at the end of round 2, unless she can make a challenge on Jordan Robinson in the last minute. But Mackenzie books his place in the semis. Jordan Robinson takes second, Josie Thompson 3/3. There you go, consistency at its highest level. And Radford 76 then is going to be your final finisher of Simon Hawthorne. So there you go. We got down to 4 cars and we managed to get it done. So Class 8, we're going to wait eagerly now for semi-finalists, because I tell you what, the top 16, I'm excited to see what points you needed to get into it. So we will wait and see. As I said, Denmark will be in there. So big thank you to ProLink Suspension and ARD Race Cars for their sponsorship. We are going racing, I think, with Class 9s, which are down there on the line. So this is a rerun. We've got 2 reruns to come your way, and we get away with the first one as they get out of the gate and head into that turn 1. And who's going to be the first one to show? I think this is a rerun of race 3, because that looks like Barry Smith that's out there, and indeed it is, because Hesse comes through and takes up the run in Scunny 75. He was leading it in the first attempt and leading it again, so picking up where he left off at the head of affairs. Second is Adam Robinson in North Shropshire 71, and coming under a bit of challenge, but just trying to get a bit of ground between himself and the rest of the pack. I think Tyre it is that runs there in third, is it, with Kieran Smith running in that 4th place position in causeway number 9. York 49 and Maxton Young then. Maxton first and the second yesterday, but running 5th in this one. It should still be enough to see him into the final, but he'll want to improve on that, because won't be happy to be running in a 5th place position. At the front then, last lap flags getting made ready this time. Hesse it is with 1 more to go. 75 leads him round, but I'll tell you what, Adam Robinson is looking menacing on that inside line in 71, and he's looking to make a move. Is he going to be able to do it? He hasn't got a lot of time, and in fact himself now, he's coming under challenge as Tyve's looking around the outside. Maxton Young's moved up a position. Tyve is going for it around the outside, so he's going to switch his line. Go on, Neil, up the inside he goes. 144 takes it, I think. Hesse takes second, Maxton Young gets third, Kieran Smith 4th, and I think Adam Robinson at the tail end left it late, but in the end it was great. So well done, Neil Tyvey, as he fooled me. I thought he was going around the outside, switched it at the last minute, and found that gap, and took a nice heat win in West Waterford 144. Right, that is my other rerun by the looks of things, because that's Aidan Llewellyn down there on the line. 1 more rerun. Come on, Liam, you can do it. So race 2. Down there on the line, I think we're running without Dave Palmer in this one, but we got Aidan Llewellyn, Ben Gibbons, Callum Allenson, Lee Seagreaves, Andy Hornshaw and Mark Barker, which could be the final in itself. I expect most of these boys will be there a little bit later on, but they've still got to battle it out. 4 points in the heat. Allenson is going to lead them into turn 1. Look at this, 4 abreast for second, third, 4th and 5th as they come past us. Gibbons makes contact with Hornshaw, who then in turn makes contact with Llewellyn, who gets spat out in PhD number 9. Your winner of round 1 is out of this one, and found himself at the back. He's got it going again, but he's got a lot of work to do. Allenson it is then that leads him round. Mark Barker sitting there in second. He'll be checking his mirrors, because he can see Lee Seagreaves tucked in just behind him in ARC number 3. Ben Gibbons looking for a way through. Hornshaw still in the mix in 78. Aidan Llewellyn running round in that 6th place position. Should still be enough to get him into the final, but disappointment for him in this 30. Seagraves gets it wrong as he comes under scrutiny. Now Gibbons around the outside, Hornshaw's up the inside as the last lap flag goes out. A little bit scrappy this one, but I'll tell you what, you wouldn't expect anything less with some of the names that are in it, would you? So the race leader, Callum Allenson, looking to become your race winner, booking his place in the final. He'll go in as one of the top points qualifiers. So 34 it is that takes away. Mark Barker, very good second. Hornshaw third. Lee Seagraves 4th. Ben Gibbons comes across in 5th, and Aidan Llewellyn in PhD number 9 Here's the next one across. We did see a flag given, so who got that? I'm going to guess. Yeah, I was going to say I'd guess who it was, but we'll see. We'll get official confirmation, but a little bit of contact, wasn't there, in that one? So I think we do know what the flag was given for. So Andy Hornshaw, there you go. So Andy Hornshaw, I presume, for a little bit of contact on this top end. So Y78 green flag will go back 2 positions. Right, are we moving on to class 10s, are we? No, F600s. So we got F600s on the line, so it's over to Graham.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, so as I say, we're going to move on with your SDS Access and Hugh Jones Contracting Limited sponsored, round sponsored F600s. Overall sponsor, Pickering Tyres. Thank you very much to you guys. Revs are already arising, so we can go through it. I tell you who does need a run is the man that's at the back of the pack, is Daly. Not sure what happened there. Now, maybe he's got issues on start gear, but as soon as he gets away, he can get moving. We'll have to wait and see. But Billy Bradford sat on a win and a 4th. He'll be happy to go through. He won. Young Dylan Grasby is sat on a 1st and a 2nd. And I'll tell you what, Dylan Grasby has been lighting up the track this weekend and doing wonders in that Evesham 1 car. Down the back straight they go. There's the old boy, BC15. He won't mind me saying that. Showing the young gun the right round at the moment in Evesham 1. And Tom, I think that is in it. Tom Herbert is sat on a 1st and a 5th. He's sat there in 3rd place. Tony Wilson, you need a better result than this. So do you, Daly. Right, and S225 is in the back of the pack as well. Andy Warner, new to the class this round. Down the back straight they go then. BC15, Bill Bradford it is. So like I say, sat on a win and a 4th, so another win. We'll definitely see him in the final a little bit later on this afternoon. Last lap flag time, BC15, Evesham 1. He'll be okay, winning 2 seconds, but he'll want to get a better pick. I think he still had the top pick, actually, with a win in 2 seconds, but by the by, we will see. Going down the back straight, though, Bill Bradford, that little K8 Gixxer 600, I think it is. That's doing the business. Little LO, actually, L1, something like that. Doing the business. BC15 then, from E1, from S31D, CW188, from SLA, SC10, B4H, and NS. 225, Andy Warner. Nice and clean there. Think we might see Tom Herbert in the final later on. We'll definitely see Dylan Grasby, and we'll definitely see Bill Bradford. So that's 2 at least of your 8 places taken up with. Like I said, I'm pretty certain we'll see Tom, but we'll have to just wait and see, which is the S31D car. Next run then sees James Brown sat on a win and a 2nd. Lee Deegan sat on a win and a 3rd. And Brian Neal sat on a win and a 4th. And no messing around. We're straight on with it. From the outside grid, though, comes, let's have a look when they get into it. I tell you what, whoever it was had a cracking start. Let's see, is it Sue? Let's have a look when she comes round. Have they switched the heats on me? It is C56, C22. It is, they switched heat with me. The C56, I think, is out there in front, but we'll have to look when they get back down the back straight. It is, they've switched us round. 3rd heat is the 2nd heat is the 3rd heat, etc. And away they go. But Sue Herdman, it is then in C56. She needs a win. Not sure that's going to do any good, but it'll do good for Bass Points. And TA6 Will Evans, who had a good round in Ireland before issues in the final. But down the back straight they go then. Sue Erdman being challenged then by Will Evans in TAC6. And C22 is Stu Smith, of course, sat on a 4th and a 3rd at the moment. So there's not many high point scorers in this. So this is, again, good point scoring for these guys. C56 from TA6, C22, YD66 is Biggers, H150 Mark Pascal, and then our Mickey B. Bless him, Mickey B is at the back of the pack at the moment. But he'll be happy to be on the same straight as these guys when he... C56, though, coming around this time for the checkered flag. It's going to be a win. Oh, no, it isn't. Will's got her. I don't know. C56, TA16, C22, YD66, H150, and S31Y. I'll just ask one of the lads if they can nip next door and tell me you got that, because I'm not 100% sure whether Sue just got that or Will come up the inside of her and picked that off. We will have to wait and see. Right then, what have we got on the start line? Because that's not me, so I reckon this might be... Is this you, Lewis? Yeah. Right, what is it, Lewis? Stock hatches, right. So I've got a heat coming out a little bit later of your F600. So we will... Who did?
Number 6.
Will Evans got it. Well done, Will Evans. Picked up a win. And Sue Herdman, unfortunately, just lost it on that last corner. So, well done. Right, over to you, Lewis.
Yeah, sorry, just to interrupt there a minute, Graham. We have got semi-finalists for Class 8s. More importantly, we've got a run-off to get in to the semis. We've got Jack Gibbons and Jamie Little. Get yourself to your cars and get in those holding lanes, because you've got a run-off on 126 points in order to get into those semis. Joining them, or joining one of them, will be Adam Jones in BC 69, Ash Howard, PhD 21, Daz Mullen, White Rose 38, Corey Mumford, Forestine 161, Chris Pope, Spalding 8, Bryn Powell, Ludlow 4, Dan McKenzie, CA 44, Adam Alderton in Scunny 327, Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20, Cameron Mills in Cumdy 19, Alex Hall in Radford 411, Abby J. Bennett in the Forestine number 8, Ross Shepherd in South Somerset 3, Dan Thomas in PhD 47 and Caden Cheetham in Scarborough 37. They're the 15 we've got, and then as I said, we've got a run off. Jack Gibbons and Jamie Little tied on 126 points. 2 seconds and a third is what you needed to get into the semis. Not the highest, 136 for you 1 year, wasn't it, to get into the semis? Yeah.
We couldn't remember, it was just under 130 points, or just over, but yeah, it was tight.
I think it was 136 you needed. I think it was first, second, and third. North Shropshire, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Yeah, so not the highest, but yeah, still. Yeah, okay, Graham, we know. Everyone knows you won that race, all right? So I hope Jonesy ain't listening, for Christ's sake. So, yeah, 126 is what you needed to get into the semis, so we're looking forward to that. Right, as I said, Jack Gibbons, Jamie Little, get yourself to your cars. I'm sure they're there, eager, ready to go already. So I'll be back for that run-off a little bit later on. We are going stock hatch racing. Could get a bit dory, this, couldn't it, with a lot of water going down?
They're well behaved.
So over to you, Lewis.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Before we go on to them then, let's run you through your men's Class 4 finalists. Your top qualifier is North Shropshire 434 Ben Gould, closely followed then by Dalton Thomas in the Scarborough number 8, your second qualifier. Paul Birrell in the St Neots 261, Colin Attrill, South Somerset 272, Nick Williams in Melton 60, Nigel Bache in the Border Counties number 80, Andy Whittingham in the Star 50 and Gary Wickham in the IK 13 machine, sneaking through with 2/3 and a black flag. So getting in there with 72 points. He is your last qualifier into your men's Class 4 finals later on. So we got our stock hatches down there on the line. And race 1 should bring out Travis McKilly in PSC 9, Darren Aiken in NS 19, Josh Holden in P9, Dan Munford in IK 505, Josh Blackmore in PAC 66, and Solway 91 Jack Chafer. And your final runner and rider in this race will be Radford number 60 Ryan Taylor, coming out of grid number 1. The Bowser's gone, the wind-up marshal turns and the bungee lift. So we've got some high flyers in this one, quite a few in the top 10, and they will all be vying for places to get into the finals later on. But it's your current champion and your current BAS leader overall this season who led them into the corner, but had a little bit of a shunt at the back end there, unfortunately, which sent him wide and has allowed the Aiken machine of North Shropshire 19 in to get into the lead. We've got the 66, I think, then, of Josh Blackmore on that inside line, just managing to get ahead of the Pennow number 9, coming around turns 3 and 4, allowing the North Shropshire 19 to pull away. Look at that race for 4th and 5th, though. We've got the 505 machine on the inside, and the Radford number 60 then giving the switch back then to get onto that inside line, but going very sideways whilst trying to do it, which has allowed the 505 to stay in that 4th spot at the moment as they go past us for the next time of asking. Solway 91 it is then in that 6th spot, watching that battle happening ahead with the McKilly machine then at the back of the pack in the PAC number 9, just losing a bit of ground. But let's have a look back at the lead here. It is still 19 then who's in the lead, leading them past here for the last lap flag, with the PAC 66 and Pennow number 9 battling hard for that second position there. Josh there switching around to the outside line to see if he can make that work, to get some traction, to get round the outside of the PAC 66 of Josh Blackmore, but it didn't pay off, unfortunately. Blackmore it is then, still in that second, but braking very hard. Something's gone on that car, I think, which has allowed the Pennow number 9 to go into that second spot, but Aiken takes the win in 19. Pennow number 9 second then, 66 takes 3rd, Radford number 60 in 4th. Then we've got the Invicticant number 505, Solway 91 is next over, and your final finisher there then is the PAC number 9 of Travis McKilly, just rounding off the racers in that first race of the men's stock hatches. Overall sponsors for the season, obviously D&D Transport, and round 2 sponsors, Swift Groundworks Limited and DSR Motorsport Preparations. Your sponsors for the stock hatches, D&D for the whole season, and the other 2 then for this round only. But thank you very much all the same to all of them. Going on to race number 2 then. we have Dan Hughes in the Breeding Hill number 1, Dean Smith in Radford 248, John O'Crosby, Melton 4, Iestyn Mayo P23, Michael Aiken in the NS 192, Neil Reid in 221, Jordan Regan in Breeding Hill 25, and it's a level break for many of those cars as they go up that first straight. It is P23 though who goes into the lead. That's the Iestyn Mayo machine, but they're neck and neck. There's a group of about 5 of them trying to get on to the best line possible, coming out of turn number 2 and onto the straight, but it's worked best for Breeding Hill number 1. So it is B1H Dan Hughes who takes them into the lead then in turns 3 and 4, and there's a battle on then for the places behind him, but Pennow number 23 comes out on top there into that second spot with the Breeding Hill number 25 of Jordan Regan then in that third at the moment as they go into turns number 1 and 2 for the second time. Cones flying around those corners unfortunately, but it is still B1H from P23, B25H. Then we got the Radford 248 of Dean Smith in that 4th spot, but went very wide. I think I just jinxed him there as he went very wide, but manages to get back up into that 4th spot, going wide once again on that far straight though as they head up into turns 1 and 2 for the third time I think it is. North Shropshire 192 then taking advantage of that and getting up into that 4th spot and cutting back onto the inside. Can he get past the Breeding Hill 25 to get into that third? It looks like it's going to work for him. Yes, there he goes, the 221 machine from Tyre there of Reid there, dropping a little further back though into that about 7th spot I think it is as they go on to their last lap, coming around then for the final time. Breeding Hill number 1 then it is, who's led from those first 2 corners, takes the win from Pennow number 23, North Shropshire 192's third, Breeding Hill 25 just ahead of the Radford 248. I think Melton 4 then just pipped the Tyre 221 to the post there as they cross the line there. So that's 2 races of our stock catches done and dusted. We'll be coming back to the rest a little bit later on, but it looks like one of our reruns, I think. F600 second heats there just coming up before the rest of the stock catches, so it's over to Graham for those ones.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, no, second race, sorry, my fault. Third heat, second race. This is the one with James Browning, who sat on a first and a second. Ocean Hughes at T8, 22. WR2 Paul Glover, Lee Deegan sat on a first and a third. Brian Neal sat on a first and a fourth. 2 seconds for Darren Grasby and 2 thirds for Adam Robinson. So arguably the hardest heat for round 3. Revs are rising. Let's see what happens. Who makes the start? Somebody in the yellow car made a really good start, which I think is Paul Glover, but backs out slightly and allows the guys to just get onto it. It is a new car for Paul Glover, so he'll take a couple of meetings just to get into that. And who's that out in the front? And let's see where they come around. I know 202's in a minute. PAC 16's in it. Oh, a bit of Robbins racing. And it is Ocean Hughes and from PAC 16. Osh is there in the front. Now, he didn't have a good run all the way through, so Osh will be looking for a good run through this one now as he goes down the back straight. Then PAC 16, Brian Neal's in amongst it. Who's that flying through? It is the Class 9 national champion. It's the NS20 then, straight up there into what, 3rd place. Can he do anything more than that? Let's have a look. Down he goes then as they go into the pits corner then. That's another lap completed. Osh doing the good business this time in T822. PAC 16 under strong challenge now. And who's that coming through? Deegan. So NS20's gone wide. Oh, he needed an hat trick of thirds. Did he get in? He switched him back up, Robinson. But who's that trying on the outside? Deegan's gone for the big outside line. It's last lap flag time. 22, 16, 48, 20. 202, 811, that's your 2 that I thought would be up in amongst it. And I'll tell you what, 811, oh, it's going to be tight for him in the final. 202 is going to be tight. We got Robin racing Harry down the back straight. These boys are super fast in these Class F600s. But it is going to be Osh. Osh is going to take the win then in TA22. NS20 second, 48, 16, 202, 811. I did say, and WR2, Paul Glover, I did say it was going to be a cracking run through. And I tell you what, it's a cracking class, is the F600s.
I've got to say that was a perfect timing because Oshan's dad, Dylan Hughes, is going to be turning the big 5-0 this Wednesday. So Pembrwydd hapus iawn I ti Dylan ar gyfer dydd Mercher. Big happy birthday to Dylan for this Wednesday. I was sent a message earlier to say a bit of a message for you, so that was good timing there.
Bless you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, yeah. Come on, pass me a tissue. I got to slip a bit of Welsh in for Dylan. I've noticed this. I was knee-high to a grasshopper. Anyway, yeah, not much has changed. Anyway, sorry. We're on to race 3 then of the stock catches. We'll pick them up as they come through. But it is SV22, I think it is, who's taken them into the lead there around turns 1 and 2. But they're all drifting quite wide there onto a wider line, which is catching a lot of them out. DA25 it is who slips into that second spot with Ludlow. Number 64 then, Ollie Stevens in that 3rd/4th because we got the Solway 90, I think it is. on the outside line there, battling for that third spot, but it is still 22 from 25. Ludlow 64 it is then, still on that inside line, and the Solway number 90, I think it is, who's stuck on that outside. Paul Harrington just now then slipping back to the bumper, trying to get back on the inside. Cambridge 201 it is then, in 5th spot, hoping for a bit of an error from those two in front. As I say that, Harrington seemed to drop back a little bit on that wetter inside line, allowing the 64 machine of Stevens to just pull away a little bit there. And 7 Valley number 22 it is then, still leading, but turning hard there to get back in front of the down Autograss number 25. Then we're looking back further down the field. We've got the Solway 92 and the SS44 machines at the back of the pack there, having a good old battle there to try and get ahead of each other to earn those points in the minor positions. But we still have those two in the lead, but I've missed the switch there. Down Autograss number 25 now is your new race leader as they come past us here again. The 7 Valley 22 slipping slideways, but it's a win for the down Autograss. Ludlow 64 I think took the second, then the 7 Valley 22, and then as they crossed over the line, I missed the who came in the next positions there, but that was certainly a cracker of a race there, both at the front, middle and back of the pack there, and there was a lot of chopping and changing, but by my reckoning that's another race then done and dusted, with race clearance hopefully for your third race of the stock catches there. Race 4 then is down on the line, which should bring out CW 903, Breeden Hill 125, York 775, PAC 22, SC 95, Star number 5, and PAC 26. Now, I'm sure I heard Mickey B wishing Logan Gardner a happy birthday earlier on his 43rd birthday. Now, I kind of know Logan, and I'm pretty sure he's still in his teens, so I think one of Logan's friends was on the wind up there. But look at him there. He's in that 4th spot, and he's on a nice, tidy inside line. Can he make that work, though? As they come around then, out of turn number 2, he's in that 4th spot, but look at, oh no, bit of a shunt there, and unfortunately sent the Carlo 903 right into the fence, just in front of us here in commentary, and that was quite a hit into the fence. So I hope the driver is okay. He seems to be giving a thumbs up to everybody to just mark that he's all right in the car there. The fence took quite a whack there, so I'm assuming they'll have the fence crew out just to inspect it to make sure that it's safe for us to continue. And yeah, we can see the ambulance crew out. Obviously, that was a hit, like I said. He will just get a quick check over, I'm sure, even though he's given the thumbs up. And the fence crew will get to work there. So we'll just give them a few minutes, maybe, just to check things over there and check the driver over. And we'll come back to you in a moment.
So going back to your Welsh then.
I'm going to be picked on again here, no?
No, not in the slightest. No, it's good. It's good to be multicultural in the in BAStv. It's something that we work hard to please every ethnicity. Is that the word?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, nationality,
every ethnicity.
ethnicity.
So
yeah.
No, it's good. You didn't have a lot of luck then, mate, did you? To be fair, with the old stock hatch. Hopefully we'll get them through. And what's that on the start line up there? Is that my 10s up on the start line
potentially
anyway?
Be, yeah. We got the 3 out of the 4 through with the stock hatches. I was really hopeful that we would get through that final race there as well, to have a clean run of the races there in our third heats. But unfortunately, yeah, a bit of a nudge there sent the 903 career into the fence here. And like I suggested, maybe the fence needs a bit of attention as well there, just to make sure that it's safe for us to carry on racing with the rest of these races here. Quite a bit still to get through.
They're doing a good job, mate, aren't they?
Very well,
the lads were straight on top of it. See the man Ross is out there just banging a few nails in. He's used to using a hammer, so he'll be away there making sure they get this done as quick as possible and get us out racing with, as I say, your men's class 10, which I'm pretty certain that is down 10 on the line. They look like larger specials. I'm going to jump in your spot, Lewis, if I may, just to get a bit of a better view. I just hope now I've swapped spots, I don't start talking funny languages. But Right then, let's have a look through your men's class 10. See who's coming out in this next run while they do a bit of work on the track there then. So, C99, Eddie Milner's coming out grid 8. Joe Clarkson, who's not had the best weekend as Joe Clarkson, and S292Y is coming out of lane 6. Poltimore, who just pulled a beauty out of the bag yesterday, and I'll tell you what, it wasn't without a bit of luck. Poor old Liam Evans on the back straight. Poltimore got it completely sideways, broadside halfway down the straight, and it wasn't to chuck it in for the corner. He'd lost it, and Liam Evans gave him a good punt to square him up straight, and unfortunately took himself out. But Baltimore, because of that, is sat on a 5th and a 1st. Ken Watkins has had nothing but problems trying to get that car turned in. Kelly Bishop, YS37's in this one, and then Luke Bennett. Keep an eye out for Luke Bennett coming out of grid 2. He is a fast starter in that twin side-by-side Jixer Thou car. And Cole Best had not had the best of run, but definitely a front runner in the West Midland League and across the country is Cole Best in BC3. So your round sponsor this weekend is KS Coles, of course, Paul Coles, who will be out in race 3, sat on 2 seconds. And a little story for Paul Coles yesterday. He gave it the old, what I'm going to do is make the start and make them all go around me. And that's exactly what Paul Coles did. Sorry, that's exactly what Lance Bowen did. Sorry, he went round him. Paul dived on the inside and Lance managed to grab him. And I'll tell you what, that was a cracking race because that was the Paul Coles, Lance Bowen and YS car. Where is he? Let's see what heat he is in. The YS1, so he sat in race 2, so they don't... Oh, Lance and Andrew Bishop it is, of course, that... meet in race 2. So Paul Coles has stayed away from them, but he has got Tinker and Kieran Smith to deal with. Of course, Gary Morris as well is in amongst it. And I'll tell you what, there is some cracking racing to come. As I say, though, round 2 sponsored by KS Coles and Saul Security Services Limited. Overall sponsor for the weekend is Quinn's Car Transport, and your 2026 BAS overall sponsor for Class 10 is SGS Gases, as usual. So thank you very much for them. Your men's round 1 champion was Liam Evans, and he is your current 2025 champion as well in NS3. But I tell you what, he's not had a good weekend. He normally pulls it out. We had a chat last weekend at Radford, and I just said, look, you don't seem to be clicking during the heats, but God, you're pulling it out for the final. And he just said he's just got a few little gremlins and issues, and he's been on the money this weekend, apart from just a bit of a run of luck. Again, probably the same as the Holtby story, really. You know, they just pick up a little bit of bad luck there now and then. And yeah, it'll come, though. It'll come. One person I am intrigued to see out, let's see what heat he is in, is obviously the Y7 car. So Hornshaw sat on 2 wins in that Millington. I need to go and ask him, is it a new car for this weekend? Because I can't remember what he had in Ireland, whether he had the... I didn't do... Class 10 in Ireland. Liam, can you remember what car Andy Hornshaw had in Class 10 for Ireland? Was it his twin car, or did he have this Millington out for that? No, we can't remember, so we'll have a look. Ooh, 3-car runoff in the F600, men's F600s, but we're going to have to wait because we have got men's 10. Who's that? Makes a hecky start from the outside. Is that the 292 car? I think it is. Let's see what happens when they get into the corner. Can he back it down and slow it down? Was that Joe Clarkson? I think it was. He made an absolute start. It is. Right, Joe Clarkson's away. Bennett in 162, BC3, and then Eddie Milner and Sidney. Bennett just turned, he stretched it, stayed left. Sorry, it wasn't Bennett, it was BC3, Cole Best it was, that just exited stage left all of a sudden. But I tell you what, Joe Clarkson just absolutely nailed that down the straight in a high-pitched voice. And that's another lap completed. 292 then. He's going to have Bennett on his case very shortly in 162. Eddie Milner in 99, YS37 Kelly Bishop. C44 is getting round this time in is Ken Watkins. And then unfortunately, like I said, not the best weekend for Cole Best, but he is there at the back of the field. Now, he's got the push on. He took a completely different line and he's lost the lead completely. He might even lose second. Kelly Bishop third, but his last lap flag then. And it is Bennett that moves on then. So we're going to see Luke Bennett in the final later on with a first, second and fourth barring any issues. And Clarkson did get that car squared back up in time to keep that second place, but that's not going to be enough to see him through to the final. He gets it perfectly right this time, of course he does, but it is checkered flag time. It is NW 162, Luke Bennett from Clarkson in 292, Eddie Milner in C99. Then we got Kelly Bishop there in YS37 with gear problems by the look of it. C44, Ken Watkins, and then the unfortunate Cole Best in BC3. So First race done to completion. The next race is a beauty, an absolute beauty. MA25, Tyrone Cusack, a big rollover in Ireland, but got the car out. However, I can't see Tyrone on grid 8. So either they've not pulled him forward. Actually, I don't think they've pulled any of them forward, because this is your runoff. Right, sorry, Liam. Right, this is your runoff for your men's Class 8. And believe it or not, this is just to get into the semi-final. I will move it away. Liam, that's on the line now then, yeah. So I'll hand you over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Graham. So Class 8 runoff then for the 16th spot out of the Class 8 boys. 126 points, 2 drivers tied on it. Leeward 17, Jack Gibbons, and Solway 46, Jamie Little. So those two are doing battle then. Only 1 spot left in that final, and they're going to have to race hard to get there. Jamie Little, I tell you what, if you cast your mind back to Ireland, was, I think, finding the most grip out of everyone on that track. He was just chucking it out on the outside the whole way. Nearly won the final in the end, but didn't quite have enough in him. I think Dan Thomas obviously pipped him to victory, but something tells me Jamie's not going to be able to do that on this track. So it'd be interesting to see his approach, especially now with the water going down. So, yeah, as I said, 2 drivers tied on the same amount of points, and I was just going through the sheet, and you think, you know, the 16 of them, that's obviously made it. You look at the next 20, 25, and they could be semi-finals in themselves. So it really does go to show the standards of Class 8. Of course, Jack Gibbons down there. Jack, of course, former national champion as well in Leeward 17. Or he was Leeward 1 when he won it, though, wasn't he, I think. So, of course, it shows the levels of experience needed in Class 8s in order to get yourself into those semi-finals a little bit later on. I mean, they'll be creeping up on us. Obviously, we've got ladies 8s to come your way still as well. So, once we get this sorted, then we know who else is in it, and we can get going with the semis. Right, 2 cars coming out. Jack Gibbons, Jamie Little. What have you got in the tank, boys? Let's see who's making it into those semi-finals a little bit later on. Little gets the best of the breaks. Oh, Jack Gibbons, he's thrown it away early in Leeward 17 and gets it all wrong. Going into turn 1, Jamie Little is already away and gone. But I tell you what, this race is far from over, because we've just seen that the slightest little thing that goes wrong could really jeopardise your race. Jamie Little has just got to stay level-headed in Solway 46, and don't send it too much, Jamie. I know that's a hard ask for you, but all you got to do is keep it grounded, and you'll be into those semis a little bit later on. Jack Gibbons obviously going to carry on going. He's going to push the whole way, just hoping that Jamie makes a mistake, but I'll tell you what, it doesn't look likely, does it, at the moment, as we're going to get the last lap flag out already this time. Jamie Little finding that dry line. I said about chucking it wide, and he's certainly doing that. We know what line he's going to take, and he will not adapt to an inside line, will he? He will stick to that one the whole way round. I think Jack Gibbons has given up now in Leeward 17 as he slowly makes his way past. I thought he was going to pull off, but he is going to keep going. It's not enough for Jack this weekend, but he'll be back with a bang, I'm sure, at the next one. Jamie Little, though, show off, sideways across the line, Solway 46, books his place into those semi-finals a little bit later on. Jack Gibbons looks like he's going to make the most of the track time that he's got left. So slowly going into that top corner. But I'll tell you what, Jack, 126 points out of 12 grids, 91 Class 8 signed on from the weekend. Finishing joint 16th isn't bad whatsoever, but obviously he'll be disappointed to miss out on that semi-final spot. So Jamie, we'll see you in the semis. They'll be coming up fairly shortly, I'd imagine. We're going back to Class 10s, which means we're going back to Graham.
Cheers, buddy. Yeah, so this is the heat that I think it's going to be a cracker anyway. Tyrone Cusack then. He is there on the start line with Sam Burbridge, Lance Bowen, Lee Seagraves, Bishop, Brandon Young and Mark Pascal. Who gets to drop? The big twin Hayabusa car gets to drop into the first corner. Lance gives it another flick. Does he get it sideways? He's on that wet. Squares it up. He's got the old Yamaha flat planes in there. And do they put the power down well? They certainly do. Oh, we've got Bish getting climbed over. But oh my jeebus. Right, okay. I think that's going to be a rerun, because there's no way Bish looks like he's moving from there. And sure enough, wow, you're going to have to make a quick decision, guys. Yeah, red flags then, red flags. I tell you what, Seagraves is on that high, wide and handsome line, and he does, my word, he did see it at the last minute. So, unfortunately, that is a rerun, and I reckon Liam's going to have to do that for me. Unfortunately for me, because obviously we'll be moving on to men's semis in a bit. But I'm not sure what happened on that one. We'll have a listen on the radio and see who gets called out for that. It was a bit of a he said, she said, I think, at this straight. But, sorry. Bang the bishop, yeah, unfortunately. Oh, dear. Yeah, so they did, they give him a bit of a bash, unfortunately. But, right, next run then is going to be Phil Young, Wes Tinker, Liam Evans, Paul Coles. SS9, Paul Coles, Kieran Smith, I always get that wrong. Kieran Smith in DA82, G28D, Gary Morris and Liam Grasby. Now, if I can find my sheet, I think Gary didn't pick up a win yesterday in the end. He's a little bit down my sheet, so Gary Morris did pick up, well, he's 5th and a 2nd, so he's got some serious work to do to try and get himself in this final. Later on, Kieran Smith sat on a 2nd and a 4th. Paul Coles, as I said, sat on 2 seconds. Wes Tinker sat on a 2nd and a 3rd. He's coming out of lane 7. Phil Young, who's normally the diamond on polish, to be fair, is Phil Young. Bit of a point and squirt driver round the cones, does the job though. And I can see there. So Coles is coming out, as I say, of about grid 4, yeah. Right, here we go then. So, yellow's up. Let's see who makes a start. Coles has been making some ridiculously fast starts. No marshals on that bottom post. They're just having a quick a run down. And then we're going to be able to get going with this next run of your men's class 10. And unfortunately, Andy Bishop is going to be missing from the rerun of the last run. Somebody's on the back wheels. Paul Coles hovering them front wheels as they go into the corner. Who's he got in this one then? Next to him is Liam Evans. He didn't have such a good start. Oh, no, that's Phil Young over again. That's twice in 2 years. Tinker and Coles not seen it. Oh, my word, boys. Boys. Slow down. We got breakdown trucks on the track and the ambulance on the track very, very, very quickly. And didn't really give the boys a lot of time to slow down from 80, 85 mile an hour down this back straight. So Haley's out there, then Phil's absolutely fine, as you would expect. Big, tough and rough Class 10 driver, ex-stock car driver. Yeah, he'll be just a hurt bit of pride, I guess, obviously, and more repair work for Lance to do. Somebody else on the outside of him there as well that I didn't notice, but I'm sure. I don't know whether Phil got put over. Have we had anything back on the radio from that, guys? No, not yet. But a bit of a first corner melee, wasn't it? Let's be honest. And it happens. You know, you're trying to get 8 cars at 80 odd mile an hour into the first corner on ground that, you know, if they water it, you've got a job to walk across, let alone drive your car around. And these drivers, I've said it time and time again, the drivers in autograss racing are some of the best drivers in the world without a shadow of a doubt, and that is no exaggeration. And if you don't believe me, go and jump in the car and try and drive in some of the conditions that is out here. That's Gary Morris, by the look of it, that's being towed around. Hopefully Gary can get that fixed and out in the rerun if he's not the cause of the stoppage, obviously, or be deemed to be the cause of the stoppage, we'll say. Right then, let's move on to your Heat 4 then, because obviously we've got 2 reruns to do now. Heat 4 sees Jack Rawlinson coming out. He's on a 4th and a win is Jack Rawlinson. Craig Beaumont, fast starting Craig Beaumont yesterday, but hasn't put the results together to give himself a chance to get in the final in C125. BC 666 Carl Morgan, again, not the best weekend for Carl Morgan compared to where he's been going, you know, how he's been going well this year so far. Andy Ornshaw, who did have the Millington over in Ireland, so thank you, Sue, for dropping that message over. He did have the Millington in Ireland, so Again, I didn't see him over in Ireland, so apologies, it was a bit close to the 8s. PAC 44, Rio Sheehan and Dan Ray, who sat on a win and a 3rd. So 3 guys in this race has sat on at least a 1st. Andy Earnshaw sat on 2 firsts. And I tell you what, he'd have been playing with the gearing in this car just to try and get as much out of it as he can. Really good to see Phil Young's car actually being towed off. Gary Morris, black flag. Oh, Gary Morris, unfortunately, carrying on with his not very good year, G28D, and everybody else has repair time. So there's a repair time for Phil Young. So the team will be working flat out over there to, once the NASA scrutineers have obviously done their business, just to make sure that car is safe. And I'm looking at it thinking, you know, if it's rolling off like that, it's a good day, to be fair. If you've had a roll, it is a good day. Normally you just sweep them in the trailer and worry about it in the week. But, right, let's have a look then. To this race then, Jack Rawlinson's coming from 8, Dan Ray coming from 3. Nobody on grids 1 and 2. Looking to the screen to see what happens. Earnshaw from the middle gets a really good start. So he's just up that gear in a little bit to stop that thing lighting up and does make the bend first. So what's that thing rev to? 9 grand, 8, 9 grand. So he's got the revs down to the first corner, but Dan Ray sneaking up the inside. Can he do anything? Y7 from NA48 from SC13, 666, 44, and Beaumont on the outside line. And he's going to have to get himself in on that polished line to get some grip, but he does go around the outside of Sheehan there at the rear of the field. But in the meantime, Y7 looking to make it 3 out of 3, but Dan Ray's got other ideas. He's trying to sneak up the inside NA48. To be fair, both of them will be in the final with this result. Of course they will. And in 3rd place then, the SC13 car, again, will be in the final. Jack Rawlinson, I would suggest, so the top 3 if they stay as they are. But of course, they are fighting for overall British Autograss Series points, aren't they? Dan Ray's got that nice little inside line, getting the power down, but Earnshaw's got the grunt and the torque to get him out of the corner. Dan Ray's still trying that inside line, but no go. Down the back straight, then it'll be the big Wellington. She's going to be a 2.5 or something, isn't she? Down the back straight, probably 300 plus horsepower and the same in torque. Round the bottom bend for the final time. Gets a better line this time, doesn't he? No chance somebody coming to the inside of him. Y7 and takes the win. NA48 from Beaumont gets the 3rd from 666. Problems for Rawlinson in 13 and PAC 44. Done and dusted. I'm going to shoot off and leave in the capable hands of Liam to run you through my reruns later on if I can't get back. And that looks like men's class 6 is on the line, which is going to be over to Ray Wyeth. You'd have thought, being a NASA man, Ray would be organised, wouldn't you? I don't want to go into the thought. We were going to have a discussion later on, but Class 6s are on the line. Ray's just sorting his paperwork out. They're about to leave the line, and he's going to jump in right at the last minute.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. Yeah, I didn't realise they were going to have another rerun, but Ollie Soul then is your race leader into this bottom corner, then closely followed by TA 36 on the inside, PAC 70, SC 108 up on the outside, then making some ground up, taking into that 4th place, but they're all bunched up going into that top corner. But Ollie Soul's your man. He's the one that's leading them round on this slippery, slick track. As they come through, PAC 70 still that place, TA 36 then on maximum points so far, but he's back down there in 3rd place. But I think that's got a comfortable position there to get him into the final later. SC 108, they're making a challenge, but can't get any headway up on that far side. But it's last lap flag this time then for St. Neots 668, PAC 70, TAC 36, SC 108 now being challenged on the inside by S41Y. Another rear of the field, Radford 44, is it? So around then, all on the last lap flag. Coming out the checker flag then. Ollie Soul then nurses the car around. Comfortable lead then. Fist pumps the air there. PAC 70 set the spot. 35, TA 35 there in 3rd place. S41Y, SC 108 and Radford 44.
So, Class 1 machinery then away from the line. This must be the third round of qualifying for the ladies, and that's messy, isn't it? That's a polite technical term for it. So, yeah, basically that one doesn't get very far at all, which is probably not too bad an idea on the basis that I got totally caught out as well. I haven't got paperwork or anything, but that's not a good reason for ladies doing that to each other over there on the far side. Right, fellow commentators, are we up to date with reading out finalists, semi-finalists and all that sort of stuff?
I have got Class 9 finalists, Steve, that I haven't read out.
Well, go on then.
Whilst we got a minute, then we can get through it. So Class 9s, to get into the final, 100 points you needed to get into the top 8, and that was accumulated by Lee Seagraves in ARC number 3. So he goes in to the final as your 8th qualifier. Mark Barker's made it in Evesham 26. Good to see Mark in a British final. James Heselton in Scunthorpe 75 will go down into the final, along with Aidan Llewellyn, the winner of round 1. He'll be back down there trying to repeat that success here at round 2. Aaron Richardson in Pennine number 5, Maxton Young in York 49, Callum Allenson in Yorkdale's 34, and the unbeaten man himself, Barry Ashmore in Spalding 154. That is today's Class 9 final.
Excellent, well done to you one and all. Right, 4 heats of this final round of qualifying of the ladies Class 1s coming your way. Our overall series sponsor for 2026, Daniel Brewer Property, as it was for 2025, I think. So we thank them very, very much indeed for their ongoing support. The round 2 sponsors, Harden Plant Tyre and Mark's Vehicle Repairs. Right, we are up and racing with this second race, and as they go around that far side, that looks very much like Chloe Ray in Border Counties 150, the first one to show 10th at the overnight stage, so a heat win absolutely will do very nicely, thank you very much. So BC 150 comes round, but being challenged through on the inside by Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. Sorted out my North Shropshire cars in this one after yesterday's debacle. I do apologise to all concerned. York 169 then is the next one through. That's Jessica Graham at the wheel of that one. But our race leader, Chloe Ray, stamping her authority on this one in the Border Counties 150 machine as she comes round once again. North Shropshire 951. Jessica Graham didn't have a good day yesterday, had a 4th and did not finish, so unfortunately I don't think she's going to make the final. North Wales 326 went through then as well, Catherine Hardman and Jade Pole in Radford 121. I think it's Jade's first season in British Autograss Series, so she's doing all right. But checker flag time it is. Chloe Ray takes a good win in Border Counties 150. North Shropshire 951, Claire Compton in second. Jessica Graham in 169. Then Lily Chapman in 10F. Then the North Wales 326 of Catherine Hardman. And completing it all safe and sound, which is the important thing, Jade Pole in Radford 121. So race 2 then brings out, race 3 brings out Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397, Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16, Sylvie Brocklebank in Evesham 24, Victoria Tilson in St Neots 296, Lowry Howard Davis in Tyre 2, and Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. Grace, one of our 2 unbeaten cars from yesterday. So she sat on a maximum of 110 points in the Cambridge machine. Can she make it 3 wins out of 3? The other car on 2 wins out of 2 was Maddie Owen, and she was in that aborted first race that we will be seeing again in a bit. So lots to play for in this one. Maddie Tilson sitting joint 3rd. She had a 1st and a 2nd yesterday in St Neots 16. But we'll let them sort themselves out round turn 1, but it is Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. That brings the field back towards us from St Neots 16. Tyre 2 just tucked in that 3rd place. Sylvie Brocklebank then running 4th in Evesham 24, but under quite strong challenge for that 4th place position. But it is the Tyre down that far side. Sorry, it's the Cambridge 142 car holding off the challenge of both the Tyre 2 and also the St Neots car then. The SN16 machine of Maddie Tilson. These 3 just pulled away a little bit now from Rebecca Owen in North Wales 397. A little bit of a gap developing, and the 1st and 2nd just got a little bit tangled coming out of that start line turn, so that's enabled Grace Williams to pull away in Cambridge 142. So she's 1 lap away from 3 wins out of 3. Running in 2nd place now is North Wales 397 Rebecca Owen. St Neots 16 Tyre 2. Sylvie Brocklebank in Evesham 24, and Victoria Tilson completes it all in St Neots 2.96, but it is Grace Williams that's going to take a very convincing win once again in the Cambridge 142 machine as she comes round for the final time. Second place is going to go to North Wales 3.97, Rebecca Owen, St Neots 16, Maddie Tilson in third, Tyre 2, Evesham 24, and St Neots 2.96. Right, just to bring you up to date, unfortunately, Jessica Graham not had a good weekend, however way you look at it. York 169, she picked up a green flag in race 2. And Maddie Owen, 2 wins out of 2 yesterday, North Wales 51, but she's going to have to wait and see if that's enough because she picked up a black flag in race 1, so she won't be out in the rerun, unfortunately. 110 points could well be enough, I think, for a place in the final, but she's going to have to see. Right, race 4, the final race then. Becky Faulkner in North Shropshire 4.43, Faye Steventon in North Shropshire 89, Laura Henry in SR 19, Caitlin McCready in Down Autograss 917, Sarah Lovett in IK 37, and Katie Tippins in Border Counties 35. So good Shropshire League representation in this one. North Shropshire 4.43, 89, and SR 19. And well, there's the leading 3 as they come past us. Hadn't got that planned, honest. But going into that bottom bend, that is certainly the order. It's Faye Stevenson that leads the way in North Shropshire 89, but under strong challenge from Becky Faulkner in North Shropshire 4.43. Laura Henry holding on to that third place position, but being challenged by Caitlin McCready in Down Autograss at 917. Sarah Lovett in IK at 37 then just completes that little leading group. And Katie Tippins completes it all in Border Counties at 35. But all of a sudden, Becky Faulkner has got herself into the lead and just pulling away a little bit now in the North Shropshire 4.43. Carpe Steventon under strong challenge from Laura Henry. These drivers and cars, of course, will know each other very well from racing, not necessarily week in, week out, but fairly frequently at Shropshire League meetings. As Laura just looks like she's going to lose a position over there on the far side, but your race winner as she comes round is going to be Becky Faulkner in North Shropshire 4.43. Takes the checkered flag, Down Autograss 917, got through into second, North Shropshire 89, SR 19. And then on the inside was the Invicta Kent 37 of Sarah Lovett and Katie Tippins in Border Counties 35. So that's complete for the time being, ladies class 1. So we've got one in the rerun lane, but on the line we've got single seaters. I think, is this a runoff?
Oh, is this the F600 runoff?
Is it F600 runoff? So anybody got any paperwork for that? So yeah, they sound like F600s. So what I do know is we're looking at 2 to go through out of the 3. That's about all I do know. And 3 in a row, isn't it? So PAC 16, TAC 6 and Evesham at 202 as they go down there. And it's the Evesham car that's the one that's going to lose out a little bit at the moment. So Darren Grasby in the Evesham 202. You don't want to finish third in this one. So he comes up through on the inside of the Tyre 6 machine. So that's Will Evans in Tyre 6, Evesham at 202. But going down that far side, then still everything to play for. Not that much between them as they come round once again. It's going to be last lap flag this time, and it is Brian Neal in PAC 16, Darren Grasby in Evesham 202, Will Evans in Tyre 6. So it's Will that may lose out because, yeah, you'd still be a brave man to pick the 2 that are going to go through. We do want 2 out of 3 into today's F600 final. And as they come round for the last time, coming through then, it's going to be Darren Grasby, I think, in Evesham 202. Oh, God, blimey, O'Reilly. Sort that out. So there we go. We need somebody to exit stage left to the lap scorers, please, because I'm not going to try and split TA6 and PAC 16. So the 2 South Wales League cars absolutely neck and neck on the final place to go through into the runoff. So we'll try and get an official decision as quick as we can, hopefully, on that one.
202, 6 and 16.
Right, 202 took the win, that much is fine. Will Evans pinches second in Tyre 6. Brian Neal just, and God blimey, it was just, misses out in PAC 16. Over to Finn.
Thank you. We're away with semi-final number 1 on the run down to turn 1. Jonesy gets a good one in Border County 69. South Somerset 3 is there as well. On the inside, Dan Max there as well in Cambridge 44. There's Mullen in White Rose 38. There's your 4 at the front of 69, 3, 38 and 44. Popey's out at the moment in Spalding number 8. He's had 2 wins in a second and he's out in 5th. Dan Mack is running outside in Cambridge 44. Gets it up to 4th and we've got red flags on semi-final number 1. I think that might be Caden Cheatham parked on the far side. Yeah, it is. Away from commentary. Bit of a shame for me, but Liam is breathing down my neck. So Ray's got some finalists, and he'll take you through those.
Yep, thank you, Finn. Class 6, loads of money. Finalists for later on this afternoon. In that 8th place is C279 Richard Jones on 126 points. We've got MA182 Jack Brown on 127 points. Shane Jenkins, Radford 205 on 131 points. Ilan Lewis on PAC 70 with 135 points. NW1 Jay Colgate on 135 points. Matt Manning, Evesham 152 on 138 points. TA 36, Tristan Daniels on 146 points. But the top of the shop then, highest points today and this weekend on 155 points, SN 668, Ollie Soul. So that's your Class 6 finalists for later this afternoon. So thank you for your time, Finn. Back to you. Oh no, Finn's gone. You got the older versions. Back to you then, Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Ray. So we're looking to the line. We have got the second semi-final down now on the line. We have got Mickey listening in on the radio for exclusions, things like that. Obviously, we did, is it Caden? I think it's Caden Cheatham that we lost in the top corner. Looks like it, Scarborough 37. So unfortunately, Caden square-wheeled, but we will wait and see what the marshals make of it and obviously let you know when we get the word. But we are going on to the second semi-final, which is down there on the line. This one then, who have we got? We got Ash Howard in PhD 21, Corey Mumford in the Forest Dean 161. Bryn Powell, Ludlow number 4. Adam Alderton, be very happy to be in the semi, Scunny 327. Cameron Mills, your national champ in Cumdy 19. Abby Jade Bennett in the Forest Dean number 8. Dan Thomas, your round 1 winner in PhD 47. And of course, Jamie Little, who won the runoff in Solway 46. Points are out the window now. We need the top 4 to go through to the final a little bit later on. Abby Jade Bennett's had a storming start. She's going out wide. Who's going to come through? Mills and Howard are the 2, but Abby's still there in the Forest Dean number 8. There's a slight bit of contact between Cameron and Bryn Powell, I think, in number 4. But go on, girl. Right round the outside, Abby Jade Bennett goes. In the Forest Dean number 8, takes up the running. Ash Howard is there in second. Bryn Powell and Cameron Mills in that all-important 4th place at the moment. In Cumdy number 19, that's the final place into the final. So missing out Adam Alderton at the moment, along with Dan Thomas, Corey Mumford and Jamie Little. As I said, Dan Thomas, your round 1 winner, and at the moment, not going to be in that final a little bit later on. But one lady who certainly is Abby Jade Bennett, if she can keep it level for one more lap, because the Forest Dean number 8 it is that leads the way onto the final circuit. She goes along with Ash Howard in PhD 21 as Bryn Powell and Cameron Mills still look safe. I say that. There's contact and Alderton's round the outside of both of them. Mills is climbing in 19. It is all heating up for that 4th place, but at the front, what a drive. Abby Jade Bennett into the final. Ash Howard goes with her. Adam Alderton joins and Cameron Mills takes that final position in Cumdy 19 to get himself into that final a little bit later on. Commiserations then to the rest of them as Corey Mumford missing out, of course, Dan Thomas, Jamie Little and Bryn Powell, but a good weekend for them regardless. We know how close Class 8s are. Tell you what, Abby Jade Bennett, what an absolute hero. So straight into the final she goes and flying the flag for the ladies and obviously mixing it in with the men. I say mixing it in, she's doing more than mixing it in. She's showing them the way around. So we'll be seeing her in the final. We'll be seeing Ash Howard in the final, Adam Alderton Wellington. I believe that'll be Adam's first Class 8 BAS final, so he will be delighted with that. And Cameron Mills, definitely not his first final, but Cameron will be in there as well. Obviously, we got a rerun of semi-final number 1 to come your way, so we will find out the other 4 a little bit later on. We are moving onwards to ladies racing. Class 3s are down there on the line, so it's back over to Steve Langley.
So, yeah, Graham obviously down in the pits and absolutely celebrating, I'm sure, now, after that storming drive by Abby in that one. So I'm just going to cover this ladies Class 3 Heat 3. All the cars will go through to the final anyway, but that matters not, because don't forget, they are racing for British Autograss Series points across every race, and I do mean every race, of the 5-round series. The drivers are allowed in whatever class to drop 4 scores across a year's racing, which basically can equal 1 meeting, but they don't have to be all at the same meeting. So points are required in absolutely every race that they go out in. So hopefully we've got 6 down there on the line, and indeed we have. So we've got in lane 8, Catherine Bynon in Carmarthen 3. A little bit of a gap, it's just the way the computer's thrown them out. Into lane 5, we've got Gwen Jones in Carmarthen 7. Next to Gwen in lane 4 is Beth Almond in Mountain 270. NS334, Becky Smith. Becky, your ladies 2025 champion, and a slightly different number, but yeah, it's all part of the Gould racing team, isn't it? So she's there in lane 3. Erina Almond is coming out of lane 2 in ARC 27, and on the inside, Nicola Saint in Cambridge 546. So it got shared around a little bit, didn't it, last time round? So Becky Smith has taken a 1st and a 4th in North Shropshire 334. Beth Almond had a 3rd and a 1st in Mountain 270. Catherine Bynon had a 4th and a 2nd, according to this, I think, in Carmarthen 3. So, and I think Nicola Saints had is it a 2nd and a 3rd? There we go. But yeah, something like that. Don't forget refreshment facilities that are available around the track. We are getting very close to finals time, and you certainly won't want to leave trackside when we do get to those finals. They're shaping up to be something just a little bit special here at Scunthorpe, round 2 of the Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings 2026 British Autograss Series. Don't forget, you've only got 2 weeks to wait until round 3, where we'll see us all heading down there to the Midlands, to Westall Hall Farm, Radford, just outside the village of Inkbarrow, which is just outside of Worcester. Junction 7 of the M5 is the place to aim for, and that's where round 3 is going to be home, of course, of Radford Autograss Club. I know, as there always is for all of the hosts, lots and lots of work gone on and going on at Radford. And also, don't forget, they are hosting the Ladies and Juniors Nationals this year, so busy year at Radford, but busy here at the moment with Ladies Class 3, Heat 3, away from the line. Ram Developments, overall sponsor, Shocking UK and Kelly Recovery are our meeting sponsors for Class 3. So they're just a little bit gingerly into that top bend, but it's all nice and tarmac on the inside. And Gwen Jones in Carmarthen 7 then it is. That's the first one to show, getting quicker and quicker every time we see Gwen. In this one, obviously long time established with Class 4, one of the country's top Class 4 lady racers, but yeah, taken to the Class 3 now in Carmarthen 7, absolutely, as she comes back round towards us once again. In second place, Nicola Saint in CA 546, and we've got red flags on that one. I think that's the Beth Almond Mountain 270 car over there on the far side. So right in the middle of the racing line. So we shall await decisions from marshals, but on safety grounds, absolutely the race being stopped. We'll listen to the radio with regards to any exclusions, etc., on that one. And just as soon as we know, we will let you know. Still under discussion is the official terminology from our radio monitor. But our radio monitor, I think, has got to come and do some commentary, because it's Class 5s on the line, so a bit of a giveaway who's on radio duties at the minute. So, Mickey B, I shall vacate this hot seat.
CM3 black flag.
CM3 black flagged. So Catherine Bynon, unfortunately, picks up a black flag in that race. and the 270 car will get repair time. So there we go. And some of that repair time is going to be consumed by Class 5 Heat 3, which is, he's making himself comfy. Are we comfy now?
Yeah, I'm very comfy. Thank you very much, Steve.
Yeah.
After my exploits in the F600, which I'll let you know, my weekend work is done behind the wheel. I've really enjoyed it, by the way. It's not about the results, I would say that, wouldn't I? But I haven't finished fast. I've finished 16th in the rankings. So if we'd had semi-finals, I would have been in. So that's the way I'm looking at it. No, look, Ray, you can go off people quite quickly, right? Right, ladies, Class 5, Heat 3, Race 1. Brings out Vicky Appleton, 2 wins out of 2 for Vicky. Coming out of lane 8, Georgia DeCrow out of lane 7 in PAC 84. Sarah Chilvers, the daughter of the man who had the tash but shaved it off to make himself look younger. Scunthorpe 29 out of lane 6. And by the way, she's running 6 on the points. So that's quite consistent. Natalie Green, Radford 420, lane 5. Evesham 19, Lynn Bradley. Sandra Jones, Cumdee 31. And Jan Doyle, York 75. Lorryinsurance.co.uk, our series sponsor and our weekend sponsors in Ladies Fives. Andy Russell Landscapes and Godfrey Garages. Here we go then, bungee lifts. Let's go racing. And this time, it's a cracking start there from Evesham 19, but Vicky Appleton has gone, give it to me, and she goes for the wide line. If that pays off, what a move that is. And it is Vicky Appleton then from Sandra Jones, from the Evesham 19 of Lynn Bradley. There's your 1, 2, 3. Sandra Jones looking up the inside of Vicky Appleton. Appleton back on the pack of power. Georgia DeCrow's curb crawling at the back. Misses. Right, round the turn 1 and 2 we go. North Shropshire 1, bing bong. It is Vicky Appleton then from Sandra Jones. Then we go down to the Evesham 19 of Lynn Bradley. Bradley then holding that to 3rd place. Jan Doyle a place further back. And then it's Sarah Chilvers in 5th place as the Radford 420 and Natalie Green. Jordan Ducrow has pulled off. So with one more lap to go, can Vicky Appleton hold on to it? North Shropshire 1. She's won her 2 last races with a fair distance in front, but this one, Sandra Jones, is all over her like a rash. So Vicky into turn 1 for the final time of asking, navigates that out of turn 2. They're side by side as they're coming up past there. It's Vicky Appleton, wow, from Sandra Jones, from the Evesham 19, Lynn Bradley. Sarah Chill was up into 4th place. And wow, has Sandra Jones just given North Shropshire 1 a bit of a tap up the backside? That's a bit harsh. Radford 420, Natalie Green. Jan Doyle as well. So that is race 1 done and dusted. So we move to race 2. Right, we're off the line already. So top point scorer in this, Nicola Jesse with 91 points. Kat Cox is 1 point behind her, but it's Kat Cox who takes the lead and the running out of turn 2. And look at a pack behind her. Nicola Jesse's in it, Kirsty Godfrey, Lucy Wickham-Jones, and then the Lynn Olsen machine as well. Kirsty Godfrey finds a gap up the inside. No cones went flying, so someone's left a gap. And she now is chasing down Kat Cox in Forester Dean too, who still leads this one. Nicola Jesse running in, well, I was going to say 3rd. She's moved herself up into 2nd place. Lucy Wickham-Jones still in 4th, chasing down Kirsty Godfrey now. Then we go down to Lynn Olsen. Licking it down into the next one. We should find, where are we? Oh, yes, Jess Bradley. Ludd 24. So with one more lap to go, Kat Cox from Nicola Jesse, Kirsty Godfrey, Lucy Wickham-Jones, Lynn Olsen, Jess Bradley. Oh, South Somerset 7. Lindsay Pittman, square-wheeled. Yellow flags out, of wave them out wide. That's what we need. Oh, she's got going. Good girl. As the checkered flag comes out. Kat Cox then takes the win. See you in the final. Nicola Jesse senior final. She's 2nd. Kirsty Godfrey 3rd. Lynn Olsen makes out the 4th from Lucy Wickham-Jones. Jess Bradley in that Ludd 24. And then after a little bit of a spin out coming out of turn 2, we'll let you off, Lindsay. South Somerset 7 comes across to finish off the ladies' Class 5s. So, race clear. They did this on their second heats as well. They were nice and clean, tidy, a bit like my housekeeper. Right, ladies Class 7 then, race 1, Max Sport, our series sponsor, Lockwood Garage T&G Automotive. And already Bunge's lift, and we're going racing with the ladies' Super Saloons. And getting a better start this time. Kesney Adams running 4th on the points coming into this. And she's going into the wide, grippy stuff as well. Macy Carling-Grasby then from the Carmarthen 47. Nicola Olsen this time. Oh, Nicola's been knocked up the chuffer as well by Nicola Gibbs. I think she had nowhere really to go. But I have commentators curse, oh, that's it, good. Macy Carling-Grasby gets the car going, so we keep running on this. So Kesney Adams then from Shelby Allman, then go Nicola Olsen, Nicola Gibbs, then the pin-up boy's wife. It's Pam Blackburn in Yorkshire Dales at 71. And then that's a final machine. I think, where are you? That's kind of disappeared as well. So round we go then, one more lap to go, and it's Kesney Adams, border count is 26. From Shelby Allman, Nicola Olsen, Nicola Gibbs, Pam Blackburn, Sue Harris in the Radford 140, and then the curb crawler, Macy Carling-Grasby, who's trying to hope that they'll get some red flags or just come in for minor points, but taking the win. Border count is 26. Kesney Adams, I think we'll see you in the final. Shelby Allman, NASA 7. Carmarthen 47, Nicola Olsen. Pam Blackburn in the 71. Oh, Nicola Gibbs across the line and then face back up the track. As Sue Harris said, no worries, I got it all under control. She went round the outside. Macy Carling-Grasby crosses over in that final position. Right, Michaela Dance, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, 2 wins apiece. That record is going to go for someone. Naomi Davis, Shamel Gasby, Charlotte Goodser, Kathy Brown and Lee Wynn. And we are off, and it's Kathy Brown takes them into turn 1. Go on, Kathy, you slow it down, girl, because you've got that Michaela Dance machine's going to come chasing you down. As the Charlotte Goodser in Scunthorpe 308 is up in the mix as well, but she's into that 3rd place. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio is down in 4th place. And Kathy Brown, what are you doing? Oh, there's a problem on board with the car. Oh, it's all got Lionel. Look at them. Some are on the grass, some are still on the track. Naomi Davis said, I'll pop into 2nd place, and if no one wants it. Lee Wynn, CK8, runs into 3rd now. So it's all swapping and changing on these places. But Kathy Brown, she's curb crawling as well Sunday afternoon. Might get picked up. That's PAC 53 then. Michaela Dance, 1 to go for her. From Naomi Davis in Typhy 1. Lee Wynn in CK8. Shamel Gasby. Then it is that Charlotte Goodser. And Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, 2 wins out of 2 under her belt, is running at the back of the pack of this. But here we go. Around the corner she comes. 3 wins out of 3. She's happy with that fist pumping. PAC 53, Michaela Dance. Naomi Davis over in 2nd. We'll see you in the final, Naomi. Then it's Lee Wynn and CK8, Shamel Gasby, Charlotte Goodser, and Julie Hawthorne-Fernio. TA 44444 picked a black flag up. That's why she slowed down. Didn't see that on track, did we? But like last heats, 5s and 7s done and dusted. It's over to the Italian Stallion.
Cheers, Mick. Yeah. I was rooting for Kathy then. She had a storming start, maybe too quick, perhaps. I thought we were on our rerun here of the 3rd or 4th race, of the stock catches, and it does look like who we've got out there. Let's have a look who we've got then. On that inside line, we've got the PSC 22, the birthday boy, I think it was then. Logan Gardner is in 2nd place, I think, just holding that tight line around that bottom corner, and he's just nudging into the lead there in front of the star number 5 machine, but he just loses a bit of ground as they go up into that top corner. Star 5 on the outside, PSC 22 on the inside. Come on then, let's have a nice clean race to get this one done and dusted. We got the lady stock catches that need to come out as well. Star 5 in the lead from 22. Then we've got PAC number 26, a little bit in that third spot. That's Nigel Bush at the wheel of that one then. So we've got Star, PAC. Then we've got the Breeden Hill, number 125. Stuart Gardner it is in that fourth spot with the York 775 there at the back of the pack there of Ben Doyle at the moment. But things can change. This track is tricky, but on the last lap already though. So it is Star number 5 from PAC 22. Then we got the PAC number 26 still in that third spot. Logan Gardner is in second from his clubmate then. Nigel Bush in the PAC 26 machine. York 775 has moved up into that fourth spot then on the last lap. So they're coming around for the last time. Here we go then onto the finish line. Star 5 takes the win. PAC 22 in second. PAC 26 third. Oh, 775 I think just pipped it then ahead of the Breeden Hill number 125 for that fourth position, demoting that Breeden Hill number 125 into that fifth spot. But that's the stock catches then done and dusted for their third heats, and we look forward to seeing the top 8 back out later on. And Finn is here, ready to go. He's taking big breaths to take us through this rerun of, I think it's the men's Class 8 semi-finals. Here we go.
Indeed, semi-final number 1 is going to be underway. Border County 69, White Rose 38, Sporting 8, Cambridge 44, White Rose 20, Radford 411, South Somerset 3, and we've lost Scarborough 37. Once again, it's Border County 69 that gets the best of the brace. Radford 411 is there or thereabouts in the inside. Shepherd's back there in 3 as well. I think he might just be in that crucial 4th place. White Rose 38 then on the outside of Radford 411. Hall holds on to second for the moment. Look to the inside of Border County 69, but Jonesy holds on to the lead for the moment. It is then Radford 411 down the far side. 3 comes up the inside of 38. Someone's hanging it to the outside. We'll pick up a name and number. I think that's Lewis Middleton in White Rose 20. Can he make it work? I think he's up to 4th, maybe even 3rd, as he's on the outside of Shepherd in number 3. But you're racing to still with Jonesy in Border County 69, Radford 411, South Somerset 3, and White Rose 20 goes side by side down the far straight. I think Shepherd might just have the legs going into this bottom turn. White Rose 20 though still on the outside, seeing if he can find the grip. They're going to be side by side once again as we come out the final corner. We are the second to last corner, so say we want to go. It is then Border County 69, Radford 411, South Somerset number 3, just about ahead of White Rose 20, who's in that crucial 4th spot. White Rose 38 look to the inside, doesn't get it though, so White Rose 20 will hold on to 4th place for the moment. Round the final corner we go then. Your finalists are as follows: Jonesy in Border County 69, Alex Hall in Radford 411, Shepherd in number 3, and White Rose 20 and Lewis Middleton. White Rose 38 won't get in, neither will Popey and Spalding number 8. A big shock after 2 wins and a second. Cambridge 44 as well of Dan Mack will also not make it to the final a little bit later on. Graham's making himself ready for the men's Class 10s, so I'm going to hand you over to Graham.
Yeah, cheers, buddy. Made it back for the Class 10 rerun. Super happy about that. This one on the line is the one with Paul Coles, is it, and Liam Evans. So that's going to be, heat 3, is it? No, yes, heat 3. We're going to start with heat 3 then, or race 3, sorry. Heat 3, race 3. Let's have a look then. Revs are rising. Who makes that start? Coles has been on all weekend, but he misses the start that time in his standards. Anyway, Liam's got the outside of him. Coles is going to put that wheel in, but just dip out at the last moment, try and get on that corner. Who's that then that's got away in the... Oh, Tinker's just had a bit of a knock then from Liam Evans. These were bashing wheels last week, last round even, at Ireland in West Waterford. But they're doing it again, and it is Liam Evans got that inside line. Oh, he's driving over each other. Come on, boys, sort yourselves out. Down the back straight, though, Liam Evans, he didn't come out bad in that one, did he? Considering what happened yesterday in the second heat, and he's away this time. Let's see if there's any flags on the thing on the radio that comes up. But MS3, Y40, 23, 1219, DA62. So DA62 and SS9, they could really do with just another couple of places just to make sure they're in that final. Paul Cole's back there in 5th place as we speak. Liam Evans, is he been blacked? He's gone right to the outside. So has he got a black? Who's got the radio in here? Let's have a listen to what's going on the radio, because Liam Evans just pulled right off to the side. I reckon he might have picked up a flag on that one. That's allowed Tinker, Y40 then, to be out in front as they go down the back straight then. 213 then, he was on his lid a minute ago, sat in second place at, 23, sat in second place. It's going to be a race win though. Tinker takes the win from 23, from 121. SS9 and Kieran Smith and DA82 picking up 5th place. On that one then, I think Liam Evans picked up a black. I'm just waiting to find out. Yeah, so crossover for Liam Evans, picks up a black. That writes off a dreadful, dreadful weekend for Liam Evans. And he's got broad shoulders, to be fair to him. And he will be fine. So, are we? Yes, we are, because that's Bo down there on lane 6. Lance Bowen then. He sat on 2 wins in this one. Bishop's out of it now after a win and a third earlier on. 2nd and a 4th for Lee Seagraves, who made a storming start in the twin booster-powered car. And who have we got then? I think... where are we? Cusack, Burbridge, Bowen, Seagraves, Brandon Young and Mark Pascal are the ones that I can see. Mark Pascal's definitely there and Brandon's next to him. So all other cars are back in, including Cusack on the far side, who actually thought the car was a write-off after his crash in Ireland, but they're never as bad as you think. Bit of water then. Oh, Stockhatch runoff then. Anybody that's around these guys, 3 places. 1 place, 3 cars. So SL91, Jack Chafer, Darren Eichen in an S19, and SV22, Alan Hawkins. You need to get yourselves back to the pits for a runoff. Class 10 though, back on the line. Let's see if we can get this one through. This is going to be, as I said, a cracking race then. Let's see what Bo can do out of lane 6. Yellows are flying. We're just about to let the flag drop and the bungee go. And away they do go. So who has the cracker this time? Oh, Bowen didn't make the start, but Seagraves definitely did. That little bit more weight in the back of that twin booster car with probably a bit more torque. Who's that going outside? Cusack nearly ends up going to Gainsborough, to be fair to him. But it is at the inside then. It's going to be the 2 booster cars then that are out in front. That's Seagrave and Burbridge and Lance Bowen. He didn't need that. He just lost control going in. And I tell you what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He needs to get moving again to keep that. I'm not sure if that's going to be come up on the radio in a minute with any incidents, but it is ARC1 though. Lee Seagraves, he needs this win, to be fair. ST40, 223, 250 and 25. Lance at the back of the pack at the moment. I tell you what, he's on 110 points. 110 points in our first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 55, 45, 36, 28, 21. Oh, approximately 15 points. That's going to be tight for him. Last lap flag time this time, though, for the big twin booster car. Lee Seagraves, super smooth. ST40, E223, H250, MA25 and BC22 at the back of the pack. Down the back straight he goes for the final time. This, I think, will definitely, of course it will, definitely see him in the final. First, second and a fourth, 128 points. As he goes round the bottom, then checkered flag time. Sterling Drive, Lee Seagraves, ARC1 takes the win. Burbridge takes a really good second. Brandon Young, 223. Mark Pascal in 250. Cusack in 25. And then Lance Bowen. Looks like maybe a few issues after a bit of contact, a bit of front end. BC22 though, race clear. Lance got away with one. That's what we like to see. Right then, so we'll have to wait and see whether Lance gets through with that 2 firsts and a 6th. It sounds like it's odds on, doesn't it? But it just depends how everything's going. What are we going back onto there? Men's class 2, which is ladies 2. Sorry, ladies class 2. It's got to be ladies class 2, isn't it? Too far on in the day. So back to you, Lewis.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, I think we're on to our ladies class 2s now, which should be bringing out our top point score, I should say. That'll be the York 181 of Maisie Farrow. Bringing out also 4th place overall, joint 4th place overall, YD295 Rebecca Starbuck and York 16 Alex Tinker. And then we should also have 6th place overall so far, Nicola Bettany in grid number 2 in the Radford 92 machine. And then a little bit further down the pack, we've got Sally Doddridge in 13th overall after the 2 first heats in the 515F. And then Rona Pelham in the PhD 16 down in 16th at the moment. So a few of these will be battling to get into that final then later on. So let's see who gets the best start here in your Quinn's Car Transport sponsored ladies class 2s. Weekend sponsors Fleet Care Services, Fleet Care Services and KP Thomas & Sons and Kerwin Thomas Services as well. Very good start though there for the York 181 flying around that outside line. York 16 on the inside. Think back to that race earlier between these two. They were neck and neck earlier as well. Radford 92 it is then in that 3rd spot ahead of Doddridge in the 515F with Rona. No, I don't see Rona out there actually in the PhD 66 unfortunately. So maybe Rona unable to come out in this one. But we do have a clear leader at the moment then. York number 16 it is. Pulling away, that's Alex Tinker then at that one. As I say, that drifts out very wide on the exit there of turn 2 from Radford 92. York 181 then pushed down into that 3rd spot with the Yorkshire Dales, 295, then Rebecca Starbuck in that fourth. Oh, the back marker there, just getting it wrong. I think that's the Sally Doddridge machine there around turns 3 and 4, going very sideways and correcting the car as she came around. Managed to save it though and is back up and running. York 16 though on their last lap already, so it's York 16 from Radford 92 and York 181. Then we've got the Yorkshire Dales 295 still ahead of the 515F, pretty much spaced out here then, barring any mistakes. I think that's how it's going to stay. The closest race there was coming out there of by 181 and the 295 from Yorkshire Dales, but they seem to have settled as well. York 16 then is going to take the win ahead of Radford 92, York 181 third, Yorkshire Dales 295 is fourth over the line, and then your 515F machine of Sally Doddridge takes that final position there. Going down then, looking ahead to the race number 2, we should have Abby Juggins from lane 8, Vicky Robbins in lane 7, Linda Thomas in lane 6, Gabby Smith lane 5, Courtney Lewis in lane 2 and Hannah Lewis in grid number 1. So a few of these just on the border. We got 6th place overall, Vicky Robbins in the St. Neots, number 34. And then we got joint 8th, Linda Thomas and Gabby Smith. So they've all got work to do because there's more than 8 signed on this weekend. We've got 3 races and they all, well, these aren't the ladies' 2s. These look like the rerun of the ladies' class 1s, I believe. Nia Jones is there, just heading into the lead there from the North Wales, number 52. And Steve is just got to get his file to get the names and numbers of these, but it is Nia Jones then from the North Wales 52, then North Wales 97 as they head up that far straight. York 72 then in that 4th spot, which race number 1. I'll just carry on. I'm just carrying on. Nia Jones it is though still. She won out in Ireland and she was absolutely ecstatic about that. She's going very well this weekend for my records as well. 3:52 from 52. Then it's the North Wales 97. Scunthorpe number 59 has just gone up into that 4th spot, and that will be Frankie Dunmo at the wheel of that one. So there's a good battle at the head of affairs and in the middle of the pack. But at the back there, we've got the Scunthorpe, I think, of 342, Emily Lodge, just losing ground on the rest of the chasing field. Nia opens the door there a little bit, inviting the 52 machine to come through, but 52 couldn't make it work. It's very close there between 1st and 2nd. If Nia makes one mistake, I can see that the North Wales 52 there of Amber Powell is ready to pounce. She's switched to the outside line to put a bit of pressure as they head up into the last corners there. Nia slows it right down, try not to make a mistake as they come around for the final time of asking, and then it's been close from the start for the lead here, but TA 352 takes the win from North Wales 52, North Wales 97, Scunny 59 and York 72. Jess Farrow towards the back of the pack there, ahead of the Scunny 342 of Emily Lodge, your final finisher.
You've got the class. Yeah, cracking job. There we go. Nia Jones in 352 would love you to have it because you got the pronunciation right. So
We've
there we
done
go.
all right.
Right, I think it's back
this
to you anyway for some more Class 2s. We have got some Class 10 men's finalists if you get a minute.
There we are. Well, I think the 2s are pretty much ready to go with the quads just making their way back into the middle of the field. So we'll try and give you those Class 10s now then after this race possibly. So this should be race number 2. I've already introduced them all. Hopefully it's that race that's coming out. We should have SC40, SN34, PSC 91, Scarborough 249, Swansea 2 and Athelstan number 212. And Linda Thomas in PSC 91 has had an absolute flying start, but as I say that, there was some carnage towards the middle of the pack there. That's surely going to bring out the Reds as we got one car on the far side. I think it's Vicky Robbins in the St. Neots 34, stuck in the Armco on the far side. Linda will be gutted about that. She had a flyer of a start. I was leading into the first corner, but obviously safety first. That race had to come to a stop, Gray.
Yeah, this is how efficient the BAST team are here. We have your Class 10 finalists. Sam Burbridge creeps in, last qualifier, 109 points. Paul Coles is in 7th pick. He's SS9 on 118. Lance Bowen does get in with his 2 wins and that's 6th place on 125. 2 tied on 128 is Lee Seagraves and Luke Bennett, ALC1, NW162 respectively. Y40, Wes Tinker on 136 and Dan Ray on 136 tied for 2nd. And your man unbeaten this weekend, the Millington machine, Andy Hornshaw. Andrew Hornshaw's there in York 7. That is your finalists for men's Class 10. We've got ladies Class 6 and 4 down on the start line, so I'm going to hand you back over to Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Graham. Yeah, they're sort of mixing and matching this afternoon. We've got race 3 of Class 2 ready to go, or waiting to go, but I can't quite see it. It looks like 6s are on the line, or getting their way to the line, so whether they're going to... oh, and the 4s are there, so that's good. At least we got the right commentator for the right race this time. But yeah, so the overall sponsors this weekend is Quinn's Car Transport. This is for Class 6. Overall sponsor Total Civic Solutions. And round 2 sponsors Brown's Mobile Homes and Liam Evan Tyres. So we should have, I can see on the line actually, we got four Class 6s out there, and we got I think we got the 2 Class 4s, so I can make out on the line. So if it is there's Claire Compton there in NS 434. She's on 100 points at the moment. MA5 Jasmine Kuzak. Well, hot off the press then, we got a run-off in ladies ones between SC59 Frankie Dunmo and NS 951 Claire Compton. So I'm going to borrow Claire first because she's in this race. So away we go. And it looks like it's PA70 then gets the drop. Chelsea Jones up onto that first corner. Oh, NW1 chucks it in a bit too hard, clipping the rear end on the barrier down the far side. Another car come to grief down there as well. But it's Claire Compton then in the Class 4 of NS 434 from PAC 70, and we got some red flags then. So we'll have to do that one all over again. So it looks like we've got stock hatches on the line, so we're going to swap around again. So Lewis is getting excited here. He's raring to go.
Excited pushing it, but yeah, I could see that stock catches were down there on the line, and I'm assuming this is our ladies stock catch race, we've only got the one run of them this weekend, unfortunately, but very competitive nonetheless. Obviously, we've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them are all out down there. So who's doing the best this weekend so far then? Well, it'll be your current stock hatch ladies champion in the British Autograss series, P9 Amy Holden. She's coming out in grid number 1, and she's also leading the way this weekend. In second place this weekend so far, we've got the Pennow number 10 of Gracie Coles. She'll be coming out of grid number 4 in this race. Then in third overall this weekend, we've got Daisy Stevenson in the Evesham number 98. Coming out of grid number 5. Fourth overall this weekend so far, Sophie Egerton in Radford 247. Fifth overall, Ludlow 64, Sue Stevens. And then sixth overall so far this weekend is the Breedon Hill 125 of Kim Gardner. And like I said, good to see all 6 of the ladies down there on the line, ready to come out for your D&D Transport sponsored ladies stock catches, and your sponsors for the weekend, Swift Groundworks Limited and DSR Motorsport Preparation, your sponsors this weekend, obviously. So thank you to them for their sponsorship, and we're about ready. The browser's finished its job, the wind-up marshal's turned, and the bungee has lifted. It was a very quick start off the grid there for Sophie Egerton in the Radford 247, but as I say that, Pennow number 10's got the bit between her teeth. That's Gracie Coles at the wheel of that one. She's doing very well in the stock catch now over the last couple of years, just ahead of a club mate there, Amy Holden in the Pennow number 9, Radford 247 back in that third spot now then, with Ludlow number 64 just dipping back into that fourth. That's Sue Stevens driving that one. Looking further down the pack then, we've got the Breedon Hill number 125 in fifth at the moment as they go up the far side, with Evesham 98 giving chase. That's Daisy Stevenson trying to reel the rest of the group in, and she sneaks up there on the inside of the car that was just made a bit of a mistake there. Breedon Hill 125 just made an error, allowing the Evesham 98 to slip up through into that fifth, and now she's worked her way up into that fourth as well, as Ludlow 64 crept a little bit too wide going round turns 3 and 4. Looking back at the front then, it's still your early race leader who's still ahead to take that last lap flag. P10 from P9 ahead of the Radford 247 then, who's just losing ground on the 2 Pennow cars at the front of the pack there. Amy Holden there right on the bumper of the Pennow number 10 of Gracie Coles as they came out of turn number 4, but it looks as though Gracie's got this one in the bag as she comes down. As I say it, I've done it, haven't I? I've cursed her, because Amy Holden has snuck on the inside. I think Holden took it then. Pennow number 9 I think took the win. Pennow number 10 second. Then we had the Radford 247 took the third, and Evesham, I think 56, did manage to keep the fifth spot, and I think we lost one. Didn't see the Radford 64 actually finish the race, unless I'm mistaken. But that's the ladies' stock catches done and dusted, and we'll welcome all of those back out later on, hopefully for their final a little bit later on. Now we look like we're heading into our third race of the ladies' Class 2s, and that
Black flag. jump start.
Ah, that would be the reason then. So unfortunately, Lud 64, Sue Stevens, received a black flag in that one for a jump start. That would explain why she pulled off a little early. Race 3 there now then is down, coming off the line already. Claire Horner-Williams it is. She's leading the pack as well. She's one of the joint first place cars after the first 2 rounds of qualifying, and it's her who leads the pack into the first corner, slowing it down there to cut back in then to have a tighter line coming out of turn number 2. York number 2 it is in second. That's Jessica Farrow. And then there's a battle on for that 3rd and 4th. Only the 4 cars out in this one, unfortunately, but it's no worse race for it. Look at the battle on there for 3rd and 4th. We've got the Radford number 22, Natalie Green, on the inside, and the Breeden Hill number 10 of Amanda Mason it is on the outside. Those two are having a good ding-dong battle there at the back of the pack. But it is still Melton number 62, Claire Horner-Williams then, who's at the head of affairs here. But look at York number 2, Jess Farrow isn't letting this Melton car pull away too far. There's that couple of cars length between them, but it soon closes up as they head into the corner. 2 very different ways of entering into that corner. Who's got the better technique? Who's got the better line? Melton 62 it is at the moment, who's still at the head of affairs. Natalie Green it is then, who's worked up into that 3rd spot in the Radford number 22, pushing the Amanda Mason of Breeden Hill number 10 back down into that 4th spot. Claire Horner-Williams it is then, coming around the top corners for the final time to take the checkered flag. Both the girls there pulling away from the chasing 2 behind. Melton 62 takes the win, York number 2 second, Radford 22 takes 3rd, and Breeden Hill number 10 then your final finisher in that 4th spot to complete then your 3rd race of the ladies class 2s, and we'll be awaiting then later on the rerun of the 2nd race of the ladies class 2s a little bit later on. There's open wheelers there on the line. I think Graham's ready to take you through those.
Cheers, buddy. Yeah, so this is your ladies F600 ready to come out now. This is all over the shop, these ladies F600s, to be fair. Your top point scorer at the moment sat on 81 points, which is actually Ella Elford, who sat on a 2nd and a 3rd. So she'll have first pick if she can just grab a few more points. Second behind her is Karis Thomas, who's on a 4th and a 2nd. Lexi Hinton's on a win and a 6th, so sort of all over the shop. Revs are rising, and let's see who makes the drop out the gate. Gemma Daly had a really good win last time out. Didn't make the start this time, but somebody who certainly did is Karis Thomas, who's that being very brave around the outside of her PAC 16, and Lexi Hinton as well, very brave around the outside, but can she keep it in? There's grip on the inside, and Karis Thomas finds it in C56, PAC 16. Gemma Daly's coming through. WR2, we are missing one, I think. Evesham 1, Jill Grasby. I reckon she's allowed her, because her son's going to be in the final later on, so she's probably kept the car for him, knowing that she'll be in the final later on today anyway, so well done, mum. C56 then, Karis Thomas. She could do with this to help her BASt points. Sat there in a lovely little driving position, C56, PAC 16, 32F, WR2 and Daly on the outside, just clipping that dirty line, the wet line on the outside. And Rosemary Glover having a really good run this time, DNF in a 7th last time. She's riding amongst it now, up there in 4th place, battling with the race winner from Heat 2, which is Gemma Daly, who just goes in a bit hot on that bottom corner. Last lap flag time for C56, your current national champion. 32F, Lexi Hinton now goes around the outside of PAC 16, Ella Elford. So this is going to put her right back up into it, isn't it, for the picks, which will be 115 points if she stays in there, Lexi Hinton. But it's going to be a race win for your your current national champion. C56 takes the win then. Karis Thomas from Lexi Hinton in 32F, PAC 16, Rosemary Glover, good 4th there, and Gemma Louise Daly picking up 5th place. So again, all over the shop, because the person who won your 2nd heat was back in 5th place. Right, done and dusted on your ladies F600s. We have got on the start line that's your stock hatch runoff. So that's going to be over to you, Lewis, is it?
Give me a sec, yeah, it should be. Yeah, it should be. They're already up and running. So yeah, we have a run-off there for the final places in the stock catch final between SL91, NS19 and SV22. So let's see then. It is NS19 there, Darren Aiken, who's got that inside line and he's got the lead as they come around there. Unfortunately, SL91 has had to pull in. So I think we're battling here just for the 1 place, actually. So this race does have to go its distance, as the NS19 and I think it's the SV22 there of Alan Hawkins are battling for that final place in the stock hatch finals later on. To join the other 7, who I'll run through quickly with you in a moment. But it is NS19 Aiken then. A good few cars length ahead now of the 7 Valley number 22. It's a shame that SL91 had to pull off there, because they were certainly competitive in the earlier races. And obviously that shows as they have made their way into the top 8 here and have to have this run off. But it is still 19 then. Darren Aiken past champion, as it happens, is walking away with this one, it has to be said. And oh, I don't believe it. It's got to go through. They're going to go to the checkered flag, but I am hearing that apparently the guy in the lead, North Shropshire 19, is unfortunately actually racing on a green flag. So even though he's won that race to get into the final, he will demote it into third, which puts your Severn Valley number 22 as your race winner, and he will, should go into your final later on. And SL 19 and 91, sorry, a no finish there for him. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see what happens there. As I say, just hearing that NS19's on a green, so although he's won on track, then the SV22 will actually take the win to earn that place in the final later on. Joining very quickly, SL90 Paul Harrington, P9 Josh Holden, IK505 Dan Munford, P23 Estin Mayo, Lud 64 Ollie Stevens, SR5 Jake Whittingham, and B1H Dan Hughes, who goes into the final with the first choice of grid, as he is your top qualifier on 138 points. So yeah, good luck to all 8 later, with SV22 Alan Hawkins joining them later on. But for now, back over to Graham for this rerun of the ladies' Class 3s.
Yeah, thank you, mate. So this was, I missed this race earlier on, so apologies, folks, but your ladies' Class 3s down on the start line. It looks like a black flag for Catherine Boynan, according to the paperwork here, so thanks for that, guys. She was sat on a 4th and a 2nd. Of course, they're going to be into the final later on, so she just gets a bit more time to prepare for the next run. There still is 4 cars down on there, and we've got cars in grids 1, 2 and 3, and it looks like Nicholas Saint possibly coming out of grid 1, Almond coming out of 2. Catherine Boynan's pulling up to the start line, so maybe that was rescinded then. Is that rescinded, Steve? Oh, we don't know. We don't know, but she's on the start line anyway. It says black flag on our paperwork, but we have been wrong before, and quite often. Let's see what happens here then. Who makes the start? Gwen Jones has a really good start. Becky Smith, though, is up there on the inside in NS 334 as they go into the first corner. Then Becky's got the inside. Oh, just steps a little bit wide. Who's that trying to come through? It is the Cambridge car of Nicholas Saint in 546. CM7 demoted back down to third. Catherine Boynan's in amongst it, as I say. And Beth Almond is the one that's missing. So maybe there's problems for Beth Almond as she took a win earlier on today. But it is NS 334, then down the back straight, a win and a 4th. Of course, she's going to make it into the final because it's one run. But as I say, this is down to who gets the best pick for the final. Oh, she puts herself round 334, just on the power a little bit too early. Not enough left-hand lock to control that. 334, but Nicholas Saint then goes away with it in CA 546, sat on 2 seconds, so a nice win here. She didn't make it to Ireland, but that's good BAS points for her. Again, the car at the back of the field, the Smith car did not make it to Ireland, so again they're battling away. But 546 from CM7, from CM3, ARC 27 and 334 at the back of the pack now. Down the back straight they go then. This is the last lap flag, so we've just got half a lap to go to end qualifying for ladies class 3s at the second round of the British Autograss Series Championship down here at Scunthorpe, or up here at Scunthorpe, depending on where you're on. Catherine Boynan's got problems, gone out wide, when Nicholas Saint takes the win. 546 from CM7, ARC 27 picks up a third, CM3 then NS 334. Becky Smith. That's done and dusted. We're going to go down to the line, and I reckon that's ladies 9s and 10s maybe, Liam. There is a... the black flag was rescinded for Catherine Boynan, so she'll be happy. And Liam, we got a bit of water going down, so you've got a little bit of time, but it is over to you for your 9s and 10s, ladies.
Yeah, cheers, Graham. So I think we just got this, then I've got the Class 8s and any outstanding reruns, and then we'll be getting closer and closer to finals time. We've got sheets coming in left, right and centre in commentary, letting us know, obviously, who's made the finals. And obviously keeping you all up to date, those of you trackside and watching on the live stream as well. And hopefully you are all enjoying the coverage so far. As Mickey keeps reminding you, don't forget to like and subscribe. I think you said we gained, was it 200 odd or 100 and something people, subscribers? 219.
Yeah, so but we're still way off.
Yeah, that's not enough.
No, we need more.
Yeah, that's not enough. Well, get your act together. I was going to say something else. Get your act together, guys. We need some more. Get sharing. Everybody who thinks they've already done it, get sharing, because there's a certain tattoo that we don't want. I mean, we do want to see. On
Speak for yourself, Graham.
Yeah. Well, I was talking for you. No, we need to get some more subscriptions. We need to get this up. And at the end of I think by the end of this round was a bit, but we'll
a bit optimistic.
yeah.
Round 3, that we can be nearly there.
Well, we'll
Okay.
keep asking people nicely. If not, then we're going to have to start getting a bit aggressive with them watching then, I reckon. I'll do the taken approach. I will find you.
Yeah.
I will look for you. And I will make you subscribe.
In between this round and the next one, I'm off to Spain next Thursday. So when I show my tattoo, if we get to 10,000 subscribers, I'll be nice and tanned.
Oh, we all look forward to that. We all look forward to that. Right, we're going racing. Ladies class 9s and 10s on and off the line as we get away. Lily Rose Pratt, very quick as usual out of the gate in that Scunthorpe 75 machine. She's going to lead them into turn 1. The track freshly watered, so we're going to see what lines the drivers are going to take. Lily Rose Pratt throws it out, cuts it back in, and that seems to be the line that works. Or does it? Because Sharon Barker from nowhere creeps through, and she's made second place her own in 26. But I'll tell you what, she slowed right down once she got through, backed everyone up, and that's allowed Lily Rose Pratt to just extend her lead now at the head of affairs in 75. But herself slowing down as she just hits the wet, and Sharon Barker again has made a lot of ground, and Sharon's up the inside. So 26 it is. Oh no, Lily Rose Pratt climbing up the side of her in 75, but it worked because she's back in front. So it's all going on with these two. Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves running third, hasn't even had a mention. Likewise with Jill Grasby running fourth on track, but first in the 10 with Nicole O'Brien behind. Lily Rose Pratt's thrown it all away. So she's gone from first to third, and now she's got to try and fight back. Sharon Barker it is. That's going to lead them round in each and 26. Oh, Lily is just going bad to worse as Lily Rose Pratt finds herself right at the back now in the 75 machine. But Sharon Barker, good win. Marker being the 9 final. Sharon takes the win in the ladies. So Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves gets second. Jill Grasby third on track, but first in class 10s. Nicole O'Brien was the next one across in Mallow 48. And Lily Rose Pratt, after running so well in the early stages, unfortunately finishing at the back. So the next time we see them, we'll be in the final. Of course, they'll all be in it. Big thank you to X-Track Shocks and MJA Race Engines and Foley Auto Services for their sponsorship. We are moving onwards to ladies class 8s, which are down there on the line. 5 races scheduled. ProLink Suspension and Good Sir Commercial Engineers Limited. Your sponsors, Millie Phillips, Ellie Hines, Kirsten Bartlett, Ruby Emerson, Jennifer, Claire Beresford, and Sophie Pitt are the ones coming out in race 1. And Jennifer storms into that first corner in 1:58, throws it round, takes that outside line, but a queen of polish comes through, as Claire Beresford it is, in North Shropshire 55, running much more on pace this time as she leads them round, and she's going to slow the pace. She's going to back that whole field up, but whatever she's going to do, she's going to try and make it work. Ellie Hines is on a mission. She's up to second, but loses out, and Claire not leaving that door open as Kirsten Bartlett clipping a cone. Didn't gain an advantage though, I don't think, but she's looking for the inside line, and Claire Beresford will not leave that door open, and oh no, Kirsten's round in number 2. She just kept trying it, and there was no way that she was going to get through. So now Jennifer's going to have a crack at trying to get that top spot. Last lap flag goes out. It's Beresford from Houlihan. Millie Phillips up to third. Fourth is Sophie Pitt. Fifth is Ruby Emerson. Ellie Hines with problems aboard after running strong in the early stages in 14. Likewise for Kirsten Bartlett in number 2. But at the front, 55 it is. Look at that. She just slows it right down, doesn't she? And it always works. Well done, Claire. The Queen takes the win. So Jennifer second. Millie Phillips takes third. Sophie Pitt fourth. Ruby Emerson fifth in Scunthorpe 199. Kirsten Bartlett, oh, is she going to manage to limp round and collect some points? It's not been her weekend, has it? But we know what Kirsten is capable of. Super quick Class 8 driver, but no luck for her this weekend. But she does come across the line and finishes it all off. So that's race 1, done and dusted. Do you know, Claire Beresford, rapid, but she's got to be the slowest person in a corner I've ever seen in my life. She almost breaks. We had the race in Ireland, I think in her second heat in Ireland, and she was leading it. I think we had about 5 different leaders. And when they get to the corner, she basically stops. But no one else can do anything because obviously they're not going to take the long way round. So whatever it is, it works. So well done, Claire, on taking a super win. We're going to move on to race 2. Scunthorpe 305 then, Georgia Bennett coming out from the inside grid. Tilly Clark in Radford 76. Cassie Gunn, Pennine number 9. Nicole O'Brien, well, I'm going to guess then that's probably not on the line because Nicole's just been out, hasn't she, in the 10. So I'm looking and it isn't that race, so that makes sense. Who's that? I don't know who that is, Mick, I'm afraid. So race 3 is down there on the line. She who shan't be named is on the line. So Georgia Beattie, Macy Carlin-Grasby, Shoned Thomas, Chloe Richardson, Emma Shell and Charlene Hankey are the ones. I'll tell you what, is that Charlene Hankey who's just had a super start going into turn one. She's going to lead them round. And she's going to go out wide. Emma Shell's going to come through. Emma had a win yesterday, didn't she, in 95F. She also had a 5th, so she really does need a win in this one. But she's leaving the door open, and Charlene Hankey coming right back around the outside in ARC number 2. And these two are way and gone now, pulling away from the rest of the pack. Shoned Thomas is up to 4th. Charlene Hankey's pushing right on, and it's gone from bad to worse as she goes into that corner. Shoned runs 3rd, Richardson runs 4th, Georgia Beattie 5th, and Charlene Hankey now at the tail end in ARC number 2, but not compromising that line as she looks to try and fight her way back up the field and gain some valuable points. But Emma Shell, 2 wins and a 5th, I think this will be. And is that going to be enough? I'd say it probably is, 131 points. So this should be enough to get Emma into that final. Clearly that 5th place she had yesterday was just an unlucky run, because she's showing her true form now as she goes down the far side for the final time. Shoned's up to 2nd, I think, and she's Carmarthen 20. So she's come from about 5th to move up, but it's Emma Shell that takes the win. Shoned takes 2nd, 3rd is the next one. Then we're going to go to Pennine number 6, Chloe Richardson. Georgia Beattie, I think, just about on the line. Takes it from Charlene Hankey, and unfortunately Macy Carlin-Grasby didn't get a mention, I don't think, for the whole race. So Macy come across in Evesham 21 and finished it all off. So that's race 3 done. Race 4 then is should be down there on the line. So we should have Sandra Jones in Cumdy number 10, 1st and a 4th for Sandra yesterday. So again, a good run will pull her in the final. Beth Tompkinson, your national champion, a 3rd and a 1st. Terry Mumford had 2 seconds, so it's all to play for, and they've sent out a different race, have they? No, they haven't. It is race 4, because that's Tia Reese. So PAC 21 then, unbeaten yesterday. So Tia looking to go into the final as top qualifier with 3 wins out of 3. And I tell you what, you wouldn't put it past her the way she's been driving this weekend. I know she was a little bit disappointed with herself after Ireland, even though she was driving her heart out all weekend, still made the final and had a decent finish. But she's coming back with a vengeance this weekend, looking to make it 3 out of 3. Terry Mumford then runs there in that 2nd place position. As I said, 2 seconds already for Terry. So another one will probably put her into the final a little bit later on. Sandra Jones running 3rd. Don't know if that's going to be enough in C10. And in fact, she might leave the door open, because Nikki Walker, oh no, Nikki just tried to send it too hard, got it all out of shape, and she's going to lose her position as well as Beth Tompkinson comes through. Beth down in 4th, so Beth could do with moving up at least one more position in order to help her chances. But they are on to their final circuit now. Tia Reese, as I said, coming back with a vengeance. 3 wins out of 3 this weekend for that young lady. She'll go into the final, top points qualifier. 21 takes a good win. Terry Mumford takes 2nd, Sandra Jones 3rd, Nikki Walker comes across in 4th. Laura Jefferson, not her best weekend, in 5th. Beth Tompkinson, a slight shake of the head, I think, as she come across in Scunthorpe 51. So I'm sure Beth will be a bit disappointed after running strongly yesterday. And Ellie Mae Davidson in Scarborough 37 was the one that completed it all. Right, what have we got down there? We should have race 5. There's a lot of orange bars, but I think, is that a runoff, Steve, that you've got coming out first? There it is. So over to you.
Right, thank you very much, Liam. So we thought the specials were coming first, but no, ladies class 1, Claire Compton against Frankie Dunmo. It is runoff equals shootout. This is it. Just need 1 car to go through to today's ladies class 1 final, and as they come past us for the first time, that car is going to be Frankie Dunmo, but Claire Compton right there with her in North Shropshire 951. So everything to play for. Well, certainly a place in today's final to play for as they go down that far side. Was a couple of cars lengths, but the North Shropshire 951 car of Claire Compton looks to gain a little bit over there on the far side, but Frankie Dunmo it is. Just, I'll say, keeping it tight to tight, but then left a little bit of a gap, and Claire Compton says thank you very much. North Shropshire 951 goes through. Scunthorpe 59 then early race leader now running in 2nd place. Now she's got her nose in front. Claire Compton just looked to pull away a little bit down that far side, but Frankie Dunmo certainly battling back in Scunthorpe 59. She'll be looking for the cut back on the inside this time round, but time ticking away. There's the last lap flag. 1 to go. Claire Compton. Scunthorpe 59 then Frankie Dunmo in that 2nd place, but only 1st place will do in this one, and it's Claire Compton that at the moment is going to go through to today's ladies class 1 final into that top bend for the final time. And yeah, I think she's going to hold on. North Shropshire 951 it is then, Claire Compton. that takes it. Well done, Frankie Dunmo, though, but unfortunately not quite going to make today's final. Claire's going to join Grace Williams, Nia Jones, Maddie Tilson, Becky Faulkner, Chloe Ray, Lexi Owen and Maddie Owen in today's Ladies Class 1 final.
Right, yeah, cheers, Steve. We're away and racing with the final scheduled race of Class 8. Of course, we are going to wait for another one because drivers changing cars, and we've got carnage going into turn 1 as someone has decided to plant themselves in the Armco, and I think it's Claudine Owen in 115. But we're going to keep racing as, are we? Yeah, we are. So yellow flags are flying, so we are going to keep racing. So down the far side they go then. For another time, Claudine looks to be out of the way. Don't think anyone's going to be taking that wide line, but at the front, 76 it is, of Lily Rose Pratt. We've just seen her out in the 9, and it all went wrong for her. She's doing better in the 8, she was winning, but when you've got Claire Horner-Williams breathing down your neck, then you're normally going to have to move aside, and that's what she did as Claire went through. And Jade Russell now is looking to get into the mix in IK65. Claudine Owen's got the car going again in 115, so she's safely out of the way as they're already onto their final circuit. Claire Horner-Williams looking to book her place in the final. 2 wins and a second this will be. So that'll set her up nicely to go into the top 8. Jade Russell in IK65 is going to push her right to the very end, but it's not going to be enough. Number 1 it is. That takes it. Jade Russell second. Lily Rose Pratt takes a good third from Taylor J. Pascal in Hereford 350 and Amy Whitton in Scunthorpe 327. That is race 5 of your ladies class 8's done and dusted with. I'm looking and I think then, yeah, that should be race 2. That is down there on the line. So, as I said, I think due to drivers changing cars, but we are going to have race 2. Sue Nichols, Sophie Morgan, Lindsay Mullen, unbeaten, Nicole O'Brien, Cassie Gunn, Tilly Clark, and Georgia Bennett. Well, we've seen Tia Reese go unbeaten, and I'll tell you what, I don't see Lindsay Mullen out there. So, that's interesting. So, no White Rose 38. So, okay, we'll carry on. Sophie Morgan, it is then, that takes up the run in Radford 71. So, she's going to lead them round. We've got someone else planting himself in the Armco as well now on the literally the exact same spot that Claudine Owen did it, but it's Sophie Morgan that leads them round. Tilly Clark, I think, running strongly in second in Radford 76. Nicole O'Brien in Mallow 18 running in third. Sue Nichols fourth in YD number 7 and Cassie Gunn in the Pennine number 9 machine. So I think Georgia Bennett it is. That's unfortunately parked square-wheeled in the Armco over on the top corner, but Sophie Morgan's away and gone in Radford 71. So making this one look very easy, isn't she? As she's coming under no challenge whatsoever. Last lap flag. Nicole O'Brien's at the inside for second as Tilly Clark leaves the door open. Tilly gets her back though as she gets the cut back, but Nicole's got the power down the far side. Mallow 18 into that second place position, and she's going to stay there at least until this top corner. She's going to try and pull some daylight. Speaking of daylight being pulled, Sophie Morgan crosses the line, wins the race. Nicole O'Brien second. Tilly Clark takes third, Cassie Gunn fourth, Sue Nichols in YD7 completes it all. 5 races, 5 ticks, happy days.
Well done, yeah, thank goodness. We need to get through these races, don't we? So anyway, we're looking down to the line now, and it looks like we've got our rerun.
Yeah, sorry, Lewis, just while we have got a bit of downtime, all the CGTRO members, obviously for the league, then if you can all meet at the start line before the final start, then obviously there is going to be a minute's round of applause for obviously a long-time member that we have unfortunately lost. So all the CGTRO members, if you are out there and you can hear me, please do all meet at the start line before the final start and get yourself down there. Thank you.
Yeah, really important for that. If you all heard that, hopefully you can get yourself down there. But looking down to the line, then we do have the rerun of race 2 of the ladies class 2s, which should bring out SN34, PAC 91, Scarborough 249, Swansea 2 and Athelston 212. And unfortunately, by the records I have here, Abby Juggins in the Scunny number 40 had a black flag in the first attempt of this race for contact. But the other 5 ladies do look to be down there. And we can see that they're lined up and they're raring to go. We're looking for track clearance. We have it. The wind-up marshal is going to do the turn. and lift the flag and the bungee lift. Let's see then. I remember Linda Thomas in the 91 machine had a storming start in the first attempt of this race. It looked like she quite good off the line once again. First into the corner then is the PSC 91 with Athelston 212 on the inside, just having a bit of a tap there as she went into the corner, making contact with the 91 machine. So it's 91 ahead from SN 34. Then we got the battle for that third spot with the Yorkshire Dales, I think, Scarborough, sorry, 249 of Gabby Smith there, moving up into that third spot, battling with Hannah Lewis in the Athelston 212 for that third spot behind Linda Thomas now, who's been pushed back into that second spot behind the SN 34 of Vicky Robbins. If you think back earlier, she was facing backwards into the fence, so she'll be delighted to be back out in this run and leading the pack around this Scunthorpe racetrack. But Linda Thomas in PSC 91 then in second, losing a lot of ground, it's got to be said. SN 34 is absolutely walking away with this one at the head of affairs here. 91 in second still though, with the Scarborough 249 in third. Linda's opened the door there, and the 249 machine had just put her nose up on the inside there, which pushed Linda Thomas then onto that infield. So Gabby's had to switch back to the outside line, and she's made it work. Round she goes on the outside of Linda Thomas then as they go up that far straight. Courtney Lewis it is in Swansea 2, who's in that fourth, waiting for any mistakes from the ones ahead. But it's a win there for SN 34. Very close here then. 91 just, I think, from 249. Then Swansea 2 hot on their heels with Athelston 212. Hannah Lewis just pushed back then into that fifth spot overall out on track. There's quite a bit of contact due in the race, so it'll be interesting to see if there are any flags or anything issued on that one. But for now, by my reckoning, that is the race 2 of the ladies class 2 is done and dusted, and we'll wait to see who's in that top 8 later on for their finals. Down on the line then, we've got the rerun, I think, of the ladies class 6 and 4, and Ray is sat by my side here ready to take you through that one.
Just another little reminder, can all CGTRO members pop over to the start line, please, before the finals. That's all CGTRO members. Thank you. As I say, on the line, we got Class 4 and Class 6. I did have an exclusion on the last one. Excluded is PAC 37, Hannah Brown. So we should have everyone else going. Looking at the screen, it's all lined up, ready to go. Starters under orders, and away we go then. The ladies class 4s and 6s. So the class 4 gets a good line there of Claire Compton down on that inside line. PAC 70 give her a run for her money on the last run there in that's Chelsea Jones. North Wales one out there as well. MA5 Radford 44, and the rear of the field is Radford 205. So around we go again then. It's still Claire Compton in North Shropshire 434 in the class 4. Then it's the class 6 there, PAC 70, Chelsea Jones. Then MA5 there, that's Jasmine Kuzak. Holding on there to that third place from North Wales 1, that's Leanne Huskett. Then Radford 44, that's Imogen Fox. And at the rear of the field is Radford 205, Valerie Harrington. But the field's spread out now. Sort of follow me leader sort of thing as they go around on this final lap, final flag coming out now. North Shropshire 434, Radford PC. It's PAC 70, sorry, then it's MA3, 5. North Wales 1 still there as well, and at Radford 205 at the rear of the field, it's sandwiched between Radford 44, but it's checker flag time then for NS 434, PAC 70, MA5, North Wales 1, Radford 44, and at the rear of the field there, Radford 205. So, I don't know what else is at it. Now we're going to wait to the all-day final. So we're going to have a bit of downtime a minute, but then get yourself back round trackside for the all-important finals.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all the hard work for these racers. Yes, they've been working hard over 2 days. Clearly, Saturday was a mega hot day, wasn't it? Today, a little bit cooler, but still challenging out there. So, a big round of applause to all of the drivers for their efforts this weekend. We are now down to our finalists, and we're looking forward to what is going to be a cracking set of finals. I'm sure it is down here at sunny Scunny. Before we get to the finals, we have got something that myself and Steve will be taking you through shortly. As you can see, a bit of water going down on the start line. That's what's going to take place now. But we have got, while we have got time, Class 8 finalists, the ladies. Tyre's top of the shop, unbeaten, 165 points. Claire Horner-Williams in Melton won through Jade Russell, Jen Houlihan, Terry Mumford, Emma Shell, Claire Beresford with that super win just then. And Sandra Jones has made it through. Just missing out by, well, it was 8 points the gap in the end, but Mallow 18, Nicola O'Brien, will try a bit harder next time out. Right, I think that's definitely a decent bit of watering going down on the line. And the good thing about that, get it on now, let it soak in, and it will make the guys and girls that are coming off that line, it'll be a bit better for them as well. But believe it or not, that we've seen it here down there at sunny Scunny, where they put the water on and it actually gives more grip, which is a surprise. You expect water to make it everything slippery, really. But I hope everyone has enjoyed the weekend thus far. So we've got finals coming up very soon. We've been blessed with good weather. I think we generally do when we come up to sunny Scunny. That's how it obviously gets its name. But obviously, if you have been camping out or you're just here for the day, please make sure you pick your rubbish up, put it in some bins that are provided around, or take it home with you. Do a bit of recycling. That'd do, wouldn't it? Hey, that's look after the planet, as they say. So water going all the way round the outside of the track. They'll try and avoid getting it too much on the polished stuff, because that will then end up being like a bit of a skating ring. But yeah, again, all now in preparation for the finals, which will be with us very soon. Next round is heading down to Radford, as Steve said, in a couple of weeks' time. Be honest, before you know it. So get yourselves ready and prepared for that. And then the big one for the men's national championships as well, which this weekend the allocations have been confirmed. So the ones that are definitely confirmed, the Italian Stallions doing a fist pump there. So I reckon he's got in there by that reaction.
You're not, though. Is that? Can we read anything into that?
Well, you know, Steve, sometimes in life you need to give others a chance, and that's really what I'm doing. You know, I've kind of fallen on my sword a little bit, but you know, it's fine. You know, there's always next year, as they say.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some. There is, you're quite right. I think there's going to be some decision making down there, because obviously, if you're new to BAS, then the drivers, in terms of their qualification order, do get choice of grid position. So there'll be a lot of dirt kicking and everything like that going on down there to pick grids, and then sort of like the water cart comes out, and it's like, well, have we picked? Because once you've picked, then that's it. You can't change and stuff and things like that.
I think. Looking at it, Steve, there's some people that have come out of like grid 7 and 8 and been brave and taken a wide line, and it's paid off. Other people have seemed to favoured the inner grids, you know. So it'll be interested once we get to see the finalists coming up, and looking at obviously who's had first pick, second pick, where they've gone. I reckon generally they'll be looking around grid 3, 4 personally, but we'll see.
Yeah, it is, because as you quite rightly say, there hasn't been a grid or, you know, group of grids that have absolutely stood out all the way through. Sometimes we have been to some meetings where you've said, you know, you need to have the inside, you need to have the outside. But here it's been a bit variable. I would agree with you. I think middle of the grid, so 3, 4, 5, I can see sort of like being first choices for a lot of people. But no, doing exactly the right thing here. As you were saying, the loose around the outside is getting a real good dose in. that will be allowed to soak in for a little bit.
And again, I think you can't underestimate also how hard all of the marshals and all the pit control and all of that have worked tirelessly. I mean, yesterday's heat was bad enough, and we're in here in commentary with the windows open. They're out there, you know, in full glare of that hot sun. But I think they're a sturdy old bunch. They have to obviously wear their overalls and everything like that, so there's no shirts and t-shirts out there. But hats off to them. I think they put on a great show, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that will be proud of what's been achieved this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. As a club, and I know Mark the Chairman will be the first to say this, they should be extremely, extremely proud of what they've put on, without a doubt. Yeah, so as a club then, and as a sport, then we have had news, unfortunately, of a very, very sad event that occurred in the early hours of this morning. One of the names, of course, one of the surnames so much associated with Scunthorpe Club, going back to Nigel Thompson, God rest him, and through Sean, Russ, etc., is the Thompson family. And one of the members of that family, one of the absolute characters of that family and the characters of the sport, then Jamie Jim Thompson. You would sort of like come to Scunny, he'd be on the gate, etc. You'd have some real banter with him and whatever. But unfortunately, after a very long, brave battle, then I'm afraid that Jamie lost that battle this morning. So he is no longer with us. But he was certainly one of the characters, wasn't he, Mickey?
He was definitely a character, he was. And kind of, he really has put up a strong fight. I think his time to stop fighting ended early this morning. Obviously, we send all our condolences to the family, friends, and close colleagues that have been alongside him for many, many years. I think most people that have seen him in recent times will go that, he's gone for a good rest up there. He'll be having a good old natter with Nige and saying those old immortal words of let's crack on. And no doubt there'll be a little bar up there up in heaven that Nige is already sat at, and old Jim will be there, I'm sure, to carry on the banter that they had. But yeah, what a character. He's going to be sadly missed. I know the impact for the family and, again, close members of this club and how long he's been a member and supporter. It is a sad occasion to hear the news. Personally, I think having a BAS round here and being able to have this opportunity to celebrate his life, for the members to be here and for us to pay a little bit of a tribute to the big man himself, then I think from a timing point of view, it's never great, but a BAS round, that's how I think he would have wanted it.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it? That at a BAS round, absolutely that's how he'd wanted it. But obviously for all the Scunthorpe members and everything that know him so well, then full credit for what you've done today and everything. But we're going to celebrate his life because that's absolutely what we would want. So the Sturton members are all down there on the start line prior to the finals, and we would ask you, good people out there in spectator land, please, to join them and all of us in memory of Jamie Thompson. Can we have a minute's applause, please? Thank you very much. Jamie, we will miss you. You were a good one. Yeah, so thank you very much. There's never been anybody quite like him, I think. So, yeah, what we will do is we will have some cracking finals to round off a cracking BAS round. So we didn't know it was going to be, but in memory of Jamie Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, and thanks everyone there for putting your hands together for a character. I've got a few stories that but he was just a great character. And I say we're going to miss you, old Big Jim, but your memory will carry on, as does your brothers as well, Nige, who was an instrumental part in the success and where this club is today, like yourself. So that's to bring us back round to the finals, and we are ready to get going, really. The cars have been slowly collecting in the holding lanes, so it will only be a short while before we get going with the racing. We've got a quick couple of other finalists, and the Italian Stallion has got his ladies Class 2s, but I'll run it through. Claire Horner-Williams. It's not a name that you would normally associate with Class 2, but to be fair, Claire has won most titles in most classes. So Class 2, another one she's looking to master, and she's unbeaten this weekend with 165 points, top points qualifier. Maisie Farrer from the York Club. York 181 through with 146 points. Well done, Maisie. Brilliant effort there. Alex Tinker, York 16 in third place qualifying. York 2, so 3 York members have made it through. Jess Farrer in the fourth place qualifier. St Neots 34, Vicky Robbins in fifth, then equal 6, 118 points to equal 6. Yorkshire Dales 295. It's birthday girl Rebecca Starbuck, 25 years of age. Oh, she doesn't look that. She must use oil of Ulay or something like that. There are other beauty products available. Radford 92, Nicola Bethany also through on 118 points. And then the final place goes to PAC 91, Linda Thomas on 117, just missing out Gabby Smith. Right, Stockhatches, Amy Holden was top point scorer. She's unbeaten as well. There's a few this weekend that have done it. That takes some effort. Gracie Coles in that second qualifying position. Daisy Stevenson in Evesham 98. Sophie Egerton in Radford 247. Kim Gardner in Breeden Hill number 125. And Sue Stevens in Ludd 64. So that's those. Ladies Class 8s we've already read out for you. But wow, what a Class 8 final that is going to be. So Tia Rears, Claire Horner-Williams, Jade Russell, Jen Houlihan, Terry Mumford, Emma Shell, Claire Beresford and Sandra Jones. So all the commentator team, we're all pretty much present. We did say that we were going to get a bit of a picky together. We don't generally normally get a picture of us all together. And I think we'll get one of the girls next door quickly to come and take a snap. Obviously, the good-looking ones from the left to the ugly ones to the right. So I'm going to the right. The Italian Stallion. Oh, he's in position number 1 already. Hey, look at him. Finn obviously is for the younger generation. You never know, Finn. You know, you might find a sugar mummy. You know, that's it. You know, I always say these are bits of words of advice for you, Finn. It's like you say, you know, when you meet a girl, right? Listen, right? This is really important information, right? Not, you know, hello, how well are you done at school? Have you passed your exams and all like that? You want to know, is your dad loaded? Right? That's the very first question, right? Because if she says he's skin, he ain't got 2 pennies to rub together, she may be good looking, dumper, right?
I'll tell you what, Mickey does not beat around the bush at all, does he? Yes, this is all solid advice. This is what comes from being born in the year after England won the World Cup. So with me and Steve, I can't tell you what Steve did. I was plussing
putting pluses on the year England won the World Cup to get to the year I was born. You actually were subtracting, weren't you?
Might have been. Gilly, if you're anywhere near to commentary, any chance you can pop round, please? I think we need a word.
While we've got a second, I've got a couple of messages. Anthony Dennis says, "Hey Finn."
Right, they didn't give us any news at all that was coming. I do apologise. We are underway with the finals here at round 2 of the Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings British Autograss Series, and it is men's Class 1 then. That is the first final that's out there, and it's Connor Griffiths in Tyre 16. That's the first one to show as they come back round towards us. Running in that second place slot then, it's a Griffiths 1-2, Severn Valley 31, SR 19 then Will Henry running in a good third place down that far side, tucking into that fourth place position. I think that's the Freddie Farrow York 72 machine, but slowly but surely Connor Griffiths in Tyre 16 pulling away from Kieran Griffiths in the Severn Valley 31 machine. Plenty to do at the moment for Ian Ullathorne. Top point scorer was Ian, going through to the final in York 152, but currently running at the back of the pack, but running at the head of affairs as he comes round once again. Not sure how many laps are on, might be 6 lap finals. TA 16, Severn Valley 31. Will Henry still there in third under strong challenge from York 72. Then comes the Cambridge at 403. Kieran McKenzie at the wheel of that one. He's under strong challenge from Tom Powell in Cumdy 182 as they go down that far side, starting to get a little bit more spread out. Closest battle really is for third place. That's the yellow flag with the black cross. So it's Griffiths versus Griffiths. It's Connor versus Kieran. On to the final circuit. You suspect the winner's going to come from one of those two brothers. SR19 still runs in that third place, Will Henry, but he's being challenged now through on the inside by Freddie Farrow in York 72 once again. But out of the top bend for the final time, your Class 1 Baz round 2 champion is going to be Connor Griffiths in Tyre 16, Kieran Griffiths in second, Will Henry gets third, York 72 in fourth, Cumby 182, Cambridge 403 then is Kieran McKenzie, finishing just ahead of Ian Ullathorne, and completing it all, Ashley Gore in the Ludlow 71 car. So yeah, sorry, they called us out totally at the start of that. We perfectly truthfully, we were going for a group photo, but there we go. Well, fortunately then, if nothing else, it knocked that on the head. So if we're running to order, what we got on the line now then? Junior Specials, I think it is. So in that case, it's over to Finn.
Thanks, Steve. So Alex Hines in Breeden Hill 5, the top qualifier in points, had 2 wins and a second. Your top, he was joint with 5 other cars, but IK19, NASA 43, and Border Counties 99 didn't make it into the final. Sonny Gilbertson did, though. He's also joint first in lead with 3 on points, with 2 wins and a second as well. 6th was Mallow 32 of Darragh Ryden, then your third qualifier, 2 wins and a third. Charlie Clark is next in Spalding 541 with 3 seconds. James Smart had a win, a second and a fourth. Austin Bennett had 2 seconds and a third. Harry Loader had a win, a third and a fourth. And your final qualifier was Mason Linehan in Mallow 130 with a second, a third and a fourth. While we've got a second then, I'll do my announcements. Anthony Dennis says, could you do me a favour and give me a shout out to Stanley Phillips as a happy 7th birthday, counting down the years till he can race. I think we're all going to be waiting for it. Also, Charlie Hall, son of Emily and Alex. I think he's down the row with Cameron Mills and is selling some bracelets for £1 and saving some pennies to buy some new toys for his sensory room. He'll be at Radford Bass as well. So please do go and check him out. As it's always nice to help someone else out in their aspirations. As I said then, Alex Hines, Sonny Gilbertson, Darrell Ryden, Charlie Clark, Austin Bennett, Harry Loader and Mason Linehan. We're away with Junior Special Final on the run down to turn one. Gilbertson gets a good one, so does Smart in 777F. So is Harry Loader on the outside in Wessex 112. 777F gets the best of the break, so into turn one. Leeward 3 though comes back up the inside. Someone else is there or thereabouts as well. Alex Hines back in fourth. Mallow 130, your final qualifier. Mason Linehan is up to third. Breeden Hill 5 slotted it to the inside. He might have just made I think that's a double overtake up to third, maybe even second, as he's side by side down our far side with 777F. I think Breeden Hill 5 gets himself up to second place. Sonny Gilbertson then leads in Leeward 3 as they come past Coventry with 3 left to go from Breeden Hill 5, 777F, Mallow 32, Wessex 112, North Wales at 36, Mallow 130 and Spalding at 5:41. Down the far side though, Gilbertson's looking good. And stretches away from Alex Hines in Breeden Hill, number 5. These two are breaking away as well from Darrell Ryden and Mallow 32, who has been really, really quick of late in both the 600 and the Junior Special. It is, though, 3 from 5 from 32. Harry Loader to the outside of James Smart in 777F. Harry Loader, though, gets it 2 sideways. He's going to have to stop back in because he's already down to what is 5th place. Gets a run, though, on the inside of Austin Bennett in North Wales 26. I think Wessex 112 then will get the move done up to what is 5th place as they go side by side around this final corner. 2 to go though for Alex Hines, who's got past Sonny Gilbertson in Leeward 3. It is then Breeden Hill 5 with race leader Sonny Gilbertson then in Leeward 3. Darrell Ryden in Mallow 32 holding off a challenge from James Smart in 777F as they go down the far side. Smart is all over the back, but it is still Mallow 5, Breeden Hill 5 should I say, comes around the final corner, moves on. This time he's got 1 to go. Gilbertson's on 2 wheels in Leeward 3 as Mallow 32 went to the inside. 777F went to the outside for what is now a fight for second place. As 777F, what a move to the outside. Got the grip. Darrell Ryden then under pressure as well from Loader in Wessex 112. I think he might just hold on to third place. Loader's later on the brakes, but we're going to come back to the front because Breeden Hill 5 is going to take the win from 777F of James Smart. Mallow 32, Wessex 112 just from North Wales 26 over the line. Mallow 130, Spalding at 5:41. And we lost Sonny Gilbertson in Leeward 3. Class 3 is down there on the line, so I'm going to hand you back over to Graham.
Cheers, buddy. Yes, so your Class 3 sponsored overall by Ram Developments and Shocking UK Kelly Recovery are your round 2 sponsors. Thank you very much to them. I missed the runoff, so thank you very much, Mickey, for running through that, which Sin Adam Henley jumped through into the final. Rich Lee's there, SC70, SV4, Paul Stevens, CM7, Hugh Jones, Sam Gould, NS343, Jamie Lee, NW14, and joint top qualifiers, Phil Holloway and Ryan Power. And they're away. SV4 chose the very outside line. Who's got the jump though? Ryan Power is the one that's sat on 3 wins, as he goes into the final. Somebody's gone in really heavy in the first corner. It's Jamie Lee making his way through. Robbins racing Harry. SC98, NW14. Gould is there in the big Chevy Nova, but he gets flipped at the inside. Now can Jamie Lee get the power down for the Volvo? He can. Rich Lees is racing in a completely different dimension on the inside of the field there and joins at the back of the pack. But in the meantime, the man that's been on sparkling form this weekend is Ryan Power in the SC98 cars. The Digger sponsored car out in front from Gouldy in 3:43, 14, 34, 47, 11, and Rich Lee just having loads of problems towards the back of the field. Now it is E34 trying at the inside. He just gets it loads of sideways, does Holloway, and allows Jamie Lee to sit there in that 3rd place. Into the bottom corner they go. Ryan, this thing is on absolute rails as he's going round this track. 98, 3:43, 34, 14, SV4 now up in the 5th place, 11, and problems on the bottom corner. That's going to be red flags. That means we're going to go back to a rerun. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to shoot off, so somebody's going to have to jump in, hopefully, and maybe do that final a little bit later on if I don't make it back. But who we got? Mickey B, then. You're going to be on the line now for your men's Class 5 final.
Yeah, thanks very much, Graham. You can tell it's final time. It's all getting a bit argy-bargy. And but the Class 5 boys are going to be okay. So Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings are overall series sponsors. Lorryinsurance.co.uk are men's Class 5 series sponsors. Andy Russell Landscapes and Godfrey Garages and Quinn's Car Transporters, both are weekend sponsors. So men's Class 5 finalists up on the line then. Charlie Holloway, 165 points, unbeaten If he wins the final, that'll mean he's done round 1 and 2 without dropping a point, which will be a remarkable result. Steve Donovan, Mark Grice, Tyler Davis, Colin Chilvers, Dan Godfrey, Josh Simpson and Michael Tippins. They are your runners and riders in this Class 5 final down here at sunny Scunny. Let's have a look up on the camera. So, looking at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, grid 5 is where your top point scorer, Charlie Holloway, has decided to come out. So, that's his first pick. Michael Tippins has ended up in grid 6. Josh Simpson in 7th. Mark Blobby Grice coming out of grid 3. So there's a couple of them, and Mark Grice sat equal second coming into this on 145 points. So, yeah, interesting indeed. Colin Chilvers looks like from this that he might be in grid 2, but Bunge's going to lift. Let's go racing with the men's Class 5 final. And Mark Blobby Grice has got a cracking start as he comes down there. Tyler Davis is up there as well in PAC 60. Tyler Davis comes through. There's all pushing and shoving. Michael Tippins comes through. Border count is 53. Josh Simpson up into 3rd place as the dust flicks up on this track as they come round that turn 3 and start gate turn down the opening straight. PAC 60, Tyler Davis, he's already had 2 wins this weekend. Can he make it a 3rd in the final as they bring it round? Josh Simpson running 2nd, Michael Tippins, then it's Donovan, Godfrey, Grice, wow, Holloway down the back, and then that is the Scunthorpe 29 machine of Colin Chilvers. But eyes back front, PAC 60, Tyler Davis looking to win upset the form book on this one, but around he comes then, past commentary another time of asking from Josh Simpson, Michael Tippins and Donovan. Look at this, 3 abreast. It's Grice looking to come through the middle of the pack, Godfrey looking for a move up the inside there as they come out of it, and it is Holloway who makes himself up into 5th place, but still more laps to go on this one as we come round PAC 60. Tyler Davis then, can he hold on from Josh Simpson, Michael Tippins, then Holloway, Donovan, Grice, Godfrey, and then Chilvers is in that final place as they're bringing it down the opening straight. What is this going to be for the penultimate time? It is the last lap flags being prepared. So PAC 60, Tyler Davis, can you get this last lap under your belt? It looks like you're on the way to win the round 2 men's Class 5 final. Josh Simpson, then it's Holloway up into that 3rd place. He's going to have to concede those unbeaten record thus far. Tippins in a strong 4th position. Grice looking to fight back from Godfrey, from Chilvers, but put your hands together. Your Class 5 final winner is PAC 60. It's Tyler Davis, Josh Simpson 2nd, Holloway 3rd, Tippins 4th, from Grice, Godfrey, and the man who had the tash but shaved it off to make himself look younger, Scunthorpe 29, Colin Chilvers. Well done there, boys. Hey, and do you know what? PAC 60, Donovan just coming across the line as well. But if you'd said this weekend, who's going to win your Class 5 final? Tyler Davis, hats off to you, mate. PAC 60 had a stormer. Well done. Green flag for Donovan in the IK 72. Right. Are we ready for Super Saloons? Hands up. Yes. Right. Phil Cooper, Phil Barliman, Ayrton Ellison, Dan Johnson, Sid Lomax, Lewis Woodruff, Andy Holtby, Damien Harris. Wow. That's a fair old final, isn't it? You thought you might see Cameron Mills, didn't you? No. You thought you might see Sam Fenton. No. Archie Bentley, Andy Graney, Kerry Pope, Dan Thomas, Craig Bagley and Matt Richards all missing out on the final. But fair play to you. You got into the top 16. But only 8 can take part in the final. Right, let's have a look up here. Where's Phil Cooper gone for his pick? He's going for grid 4. Barliman's in grid 2. Woodruff's out on grid 8. So there's a few positions to go. Johnson's going grid 5. Holtby looks like grid 6. So, wow, I don't know. I'm not gonna predict it because Class 7 final is always a challenge. But we are off and running. The bunge is lifted. We go into battle, and it's Cooper that gets his nose in front and drifts out wide as Johnson looks to come up there. Holby gets one in the side door from Ellison as Cooper goes for the wide line and cuts back in sharply in turn 3. Phil Cooper then leading out of Stargate turn, and down the front in straight they go. Johnson looking to try and find a way past the second place machine. Ayrton Ellison's there, gets a tap there from Barliman, and also Barliman gets a tap from Holby. But Sid Lomax then into that second place, followed by Johnson, dust flicking off this drying track, and round they go. There's a real door panel and paint swapping manoeuvre, but Johnson, contact with Lomax. Lomax does a 360 and carries on running. Can he get the car going? But it's Cooper still leading them from Johnson, from Ellison, from Lewis Woodruff, Pennine 23, Barliman still there. Then it's Holtby, and then Damien Harris in the Radford 140. Sid Lomax got spat out. He's out of harm's reach. He's on the grass as we keep running on this one. And it's ARC5 then, Phil Cooper on his way to pick up the final win. But Ayrton Ellison running in second from Dan Johnson from Lewis Woodruff. Woodruff then in a solid 4th place. Barliman way back, and Holtby, and then Damien Harris. But who's going to come and challenge the leader? No one, because look at the lead he's already got as he comes around this turn 2 for the penultimate time. One more lap to go. ARC5 then, Phil Cooper from Ayrton Ellison, York 14, Scunthorpe 383, Dan Johnson, White Rose 75. That is Lewis Woodruff, Pennine 23. It's Barliman from Scunthorpe 61, your 7 times national champion. They're further down the pack. But here we go. Put your hands together for Phil Cooper. He's come back. He's won round 2 in the Super Saloons. Finger pumping again from the Ayrton Ellison, Dan Johnson, Lewis Woodruff. Then it goes to Barliman. Then we go to Andy Holtby, Damien Harris, Radford 140. Did not finish. Sid Lomax up, picks his wheels up, spun him round. But that is men's class 5s and 7s, their finals, done and dusted. Green flag for, oh no, ARC5, Phil Cooper, green flag.
So Johnson won again.
Well, so it is. Dan Johnson makes it 2 rounds out of 2 with a green flag going to Phil Cooper. OMG. Right, it's over to Finn, the Shark Shepherd, for men's class 8s.
Oh my goodness then. ProLinks then your series sponsor for men's class 8. Border Counties 69 of Jonesy, PhD 21 of Ash Howard, Scunthorpe 327 of Adam Alderton, White Rose 20 of Lewis Middleton, Cumney 19 of Cameron Mills, Radford 411 of Alex Hall, Forest 8 of Abby J. Bennett, and South Somerset 3 of Russ Shepherd. We're getting water down on the track, which I'm going to say isn't really going to help. No red flags, but we're going to hope it goes through first time. As I said, ProLinks, your series sponsor. Your overall BAS sponsors are Beresford Holdings and Kent Cams, and your BAStv sponsors are SITR, Tyre Cycling, PRG Trailers, KS Coles, and the Wellington Business Park. We're going to wait then for track clearance around the circuit. We've got 1 yellow flag, we've got 2, we've got 3. We look to the first marshal. It is Abby Juggins to do her pirouette. And away with men's at class 8s on the run down at turn 1. Who's going to get the best of the race? It's going to be Cumney 19 of Cameron Mills. Radford 411 is thereabouts as well. Jonesy was so late on the brakes in Border County 69. 411 pops out of the lead. So does Cameron Mills in Cumney 19. And Ash Howard in PhD 21 is 19 then from 21 from 411. 327 somewhere there or thereabouts as well. It is though Cumney 19 and Cameron Mills that pops out at the head of affairs. Didn't make it in the 70s. Doing well in the 8 though. It is PhD 21 then leading a chase, but it isn't really a chase. Radford 411 of Alex Hall in 3rd place. Someone looking towards the inside. Shepherd down in 5th, makes it up to 4th though on the inside of Radford 411. It is though Cameron Mills down the far side. PhD 21 of Ashley Howard. Then we go down to Scunthorpe 327. Adam Robinson. Adam Alderton in what is third place, pops through. It is Company 19 though from PhD 21, from Scunny 327, from SS3, from Border County 69, and Radford 411. Cam is gone though at the front of the field. C19 is your race leader, who is, I think, as Shepherd falls all the way to the back of the field. Is South Somerset number 3, but I'm going to hand you over to Liam, who's going to take you through the rest of it.
As Cam motors past, he's already gone, and so no one's catching Cam Mills. Nish, the national champ, leads the way, and he's pulling away more and more. Ash Howard very strong there in second, battled hard through the semis to get here, and pulling away from the rest of the pack as they all slow it down over on that far side. Jonesy is rounding off the trophy position at the moment in BC 69 as they already move on to their final circuit. Abby J. Bennett is on a mission in the Forestine number 8. She'd love to get her hands on a pot at the end of this round, and she's all over the back of Adam Jones, but Jonesy just tries to keep the power down in 69, and Abby just falls short. But at the front, Cameron Mills it is, Cumdy 19 takes a brilliant win in the Class 8s. Ash Howard takes second in 21. I'll tell you what, Adam Alderton will be buzzing with a third. Jonesy takes fourth, Abby J. Bennett fifth, Lewis Middleton sixth. Then we go to Alex Hoare in Radford 411, and Russ Shepherd in South Somerset number 3, completing it all for your Class 8. So obviously big thank you to ProLinks for their sponsorship of Class 8s for the series, and ARD Race Cars for their very kind sponsorship over the course of the weekend. So Class 8's first time, they're done. We are moving onwards and upwards, and we are going Class 2 racing, so it's back over to Steve.
Thank you very much then, Liam. So yeah, Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227, Jamie Lane in Radford 941, Daniel Robbins in St Neots 34, Ben Fiddler in YD 295, Steve Heath in Pennine 65, George Cresswell in Scunthorpe 127, Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 5, and Freddie Farrow in York 71. Those are the 8 cars that have battled their way through to earn, and they have earned, a place in today's Class 2 final. Overall sponsor, Fleet Care Services, KP Thomas & Sons and Kerwin Thomas Services, your meeting sponsors for Class 2. Overall sponsors for the British Autograss Series, Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings, and the overall sponsor for round 2 here at Blyton Park Raceway, Quinn's Car Transport. So big thank you to everybody associated with Quinn's for your support of this meeting. So Class 2s have given us some cracking racing, as they always do, throughout the qualifying. And just to spice it up a little bit, then some water going down right round the outside, and a little incentive, shall we say, to keep off the cones. So there is still plenty of dry line there on the polished inside, but just to, as I say, incentivise the drivers to keep off the cones, then a little bit of water being sprayed sideways onto there. And then the Class 2s will be underway. So, as I say, by the time we've finished proceedings today, we will have done well in excess of over 300 races, which is just some credit to the sport and certainly the people here that have put this meeting on. You can help them so much, and if you've put a meeting on yourselves, you will know about this. Litter. There is nothing worse than working so hard across the weekend and then having to go round and pick up loads and loads of litter. Nothing worse, because it is just so unnecessary, and it's just down to laziness, isn't it? Let's not dress it up. But if you can, there are enough bins and everything around the track. If you can, as Mickey was saying, if you can please put all your rubbish in those, it would be much appreciated. Right, here we go then. Men's Class 2 final gets away from the line. Daniel Robbins in St Neots 34, just about the first one to show on the outside. Then Tim Harbour in Severn Valley 5, but it's the St Neots 34 car. Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227 goes through, though, up into that second place as they all, one way or another, make their way around that start line turn. There's a little bit of Class 2 rubbing, shall we say, but that's not going to affect Daniel Robbins as St Neots 34 goes into the top part of the circuit. 227 still there in second. On the outside is the York 71 car of Freddie Farrow. Trying to come through on the inside is George Cresswell in the Scunthorpe 127 machine. they just begin to string themselves out a little bit down that far side, but it's turning a little bit into a two-way battle at the minute. Daniel Robbins in St Neots 34, Chris Hall in Scunthorpe 227, York 71, Scunthorpe 127, Steve Heath comes next in P65, Tim Harbour just dropped back a little bit in Severn Valley 5, and Jamie Lane in Radford 941, the one with it all to do at the moment. But Daniel Robbins, if he glances in his mirror, which I'm sure he's got one then, SN34, he will see the 227 car right there behind him, only he won't anymore because we have a new race leader. Chris Hall goes through. Daniel Robbins looking to battle back in St Neots 34. Freddie Farrow also looking to get much more involved in this one in York 71 as they go down the far side for the penultimate time, because yellow flag with the black cross, and it is Chris Hall, Scunthorpe 227. Oh, Daniel Robbins out of shape on that top bend, but nicely corrected with a little help from a friend as they go into the start line turn. But that has enabled Chris Hall to pull quite a way clear now in Scunthorpe 227 as he comes round for the final time. So your Class 2 champion, BAS Round 2 2026, Chris Hall it is in Scunthorpe 227, Daniel Robbins in second place, Freddie Farrow third, Severn Valley 5 just in fourth, by my money, ahead of George Cresswell in Scunthorpe 127, and the rest of them then coming across the track. That's how they cross the line, but we're just seeking and getting clarification on the internal radio with regards to any flags or anything that could have any effect. And there is going to be an effect, I think, because Mickey has written the dreaded words. Well, we'll just look to try and get it absolutely clarified.
Was it York 72 or York 71?
So looking to the line then, I think Finn is all poised to go. We'll update you on that one just as soon as we get it.
Junior F600s then down there on the line, just the four of them, just the five of them. No, just the four of them. Mallow 1 was your champion in round 1. He's going to look to do the same this time around. The four of them are away from a line. James Buchanan and Darragh Ryden get the best of the breaks. Mallow 1, there's going to be your early race leader. Sean Bradford's there in Border Counties 4. He's got Whitehouse up the inside. He comes together with Darragh Ryden and Mallow 1. We all keep it going though, which is good to see. Down 92 then is your race leader from White Rose 1, Mallow number 1, and Border Counties 4. Darragh Ryden a little bit under pressure from Sean Bradford from behind, although as he gets it a little bit sideways, that gives Mallow 1 a little bit of breathing room. McCannon then at the front of the field in down at 92 hasn't been the best at all this weekend, but is coming out of the head at the front of the field when it matters in the final. White Rose 1, same goes, hasn't been at the front of the field so far this weekend, but is coming through to second place. Mallow 1 and Border Counties 4 with the work to do, and they're not really making any inroads into this lead of the first and second finishers as it stands. Or as I say that, Darragh Ryden was very, very late on the break then in Mallow 1, which allows him to close out a little bit more up to the back of White Rose 1. Doesn't get the move this time around. Looked for a slide job towards the inside. They are starting to all close in on each other now though, as White Rose 1 comes up to the back of down 92 with James Buchanan, but Buchanan still, you always see I say that, no, he gets huge understeer. Through comes White Rose 1 and maybe even Mallow 1. I think no, it's just going to be 1 from then 92. 1 comes back up the inside though, so Darragh Ryden, slide job. James Buchanan right up the back of him. Sean Bradford comes up the inside, fourth to second. Good move for Border Counties number 4. Mallow 1 on the outside. Border Counties 4 on the inside. 1 to go for White Rose 1. Then the Whitehouse has just done it all right and come past as everyone else made the mistakes. It is a White Rose 1, Border Counties 4, and Mallow number 1 down 92. Got a little bit sideways at this bottom corner. He's led it for most of it. He's way at the back now though. It is White Rose 1 down the far side. You always see the Denver Whitehouse into the final corner she goes. Sean Bradford in second, and down 92, Mallow 1 in third. It's White Rose 1 though that takes the win from Border Counties 4. Mallow number 1 of Darragh Ryden and James Buchanan in down 92. After leading it all the way, isn't going to get the win after all.
Right, just to go back to the Class 2 final for the men then. Unfortunately, we can clarify it's been confirmed. Black flag to Freddie Farrow in York 71. So York 71, Freddie Farrow picks up a black flag in Class 2 and is, I'm afraid, going to be excluded from the results. Otherwise, everything stands. So looking to the line, then I think we're moving on to some more single-seaters, which means back over to Liam.
Yeah, cheers, Steve. I think we're going Class 9 racing as they get off the line then. We're away and gone already. And Ashmore has thrown it in and got it round. Everyone's avoided him somehow. I don't know how. But as all that happens, Aidan Llewellyn pops through in the PhD number 9, the winner of round 1, looking to become the winner of round 2 as well, as Ashmore now playing catch-up, praying for a rerun at the back of the pack. But number 9 it is. Down the far side, that leads the way. Lee Seagraves slots into that second place position. But Lee Seagraves don't settle for second. He's all over the back of Llewellyn. Comes out a bit wider this time. Allinson runs there in that third place position. Hesse running fourth. York 49. Mark Barker tucked in just behind as well. In Evesham 26 as someone pushes right on. I think that might have been Hesse in the 75 machine. But Aidan Llewellyn motoring on at the head of affairs, looking to make it 2 BAS round wins in a row, and certainly on course to do that. He's had a bit of an unlucky third heat, I think, didn't he? And it was all a bit up and down, but he's delivering when it matters most, as he's leading down the far side once more, pulling away now from Lee Seagraves in ARC number 3. I don't think Lee's going to have an answer to him at the moment, because as I said, if anything, he's dropping back. Callum Allinson is still there, strong in third in Yorksdale's 34. James Heselton holding off the final trophy position in that Scunthorpe 75 machine. Barry Ashmore has closed the gap to the rest of the pack, and I think he's going to even gain a position at the back, but certainly not where he would have wanted to be after going into this final unbeaten after 3 wins. But we're going to have last lap flag this time. Aidan Llewellyn with 1 more lap to go in order to make it 2 out of 2, and this will do his BAS tally. Some very, very good points for him, and he'll be well happy the fact that he'll be leading the BAS after 2 rounds as checkered flags getting made ready this time. Aidan Llewellyn it is then, 2 in a row. PhD number 9 takes her in. Lee Seagraves takes second. Third is going to be Callum Allison, James Heselton, York 49 and Evesham 26, Mark Barker. Richardson was the next one across, and Barry Ashmore, after his early spin in turn 1, finishes off at the tail end of the field. So disappointment for him. Just goes to show you could be unbeaten in the heats. So just goes to show, as I said, be unbeaten in the heats, but unfortunately doesn't matter when you get to the final. So good stuff then. Well done, Aidan Llewellyn. We've got juniors on the line. It's back over to Finn.
Yeah, we're away with a junior saloon final on the run down to turn 1. Corey Reid gets a good run in Tyre Double 2. So does Charlie Rayfield in IK 273. So does Finley Rowe in Forest 408. He was the latest on the brakes into turn 1. Evesham 48 cuts it towards the inside. Southland Triple 4 sideways in the mid-pack, but it is then Evesham 48 that emerges at the front of the field from Tyre Triple 2. And Corey Reid, Finley Rowe in Forest 408 switches it to the inside, gets to the inside of Corey Reid and gets to second place. Charlie Rayfield in IK 273, the last trophy position, looking on the outside for a move on Corey Reid in Tyre Triple 2. It is though Evesham 48 that's starting to stretch away now from Finley Rowe in Forest 408. IK 273 looking towards the outside of Corey Reid in Tyre Triple 2, takes him wide. White Rose 18 then looking towards the inside of Rayfield. They're going to stay line astern for the moment though. Evesham 48, as I said, stretching away from Finley Rowe in Forest 408. Tyre Triple 2 still under huge pressure from Charlie Rayfield in IK 273 as they come past commentary 2 to go this time around. It is then Evesham 48, Forest 408, Tyre Triple 2, IK 273, White Rose 18, Cambridge 33, South Somerset 50 and South Somerset 444. Adam Turkington though is looking assured at the front of the field. As he comes into this bottom corner, Finley Rowe with no response in Forest 408. Indeed, probably been looking back to see Corey Reid in Tyre Triple 2. The only one that's really under pressure. Tyre Triple 2 then has got a little bit of a gap back then to Charlie Rayfield in IK 273. Casey Jones goes side by side, I think, Brake Rather in White Rose 18 and Cambridge 33 respectively. It is though Evesham 48 comes around the final corner and he's going to go with 1 more lap left to go. Adam Turkington to take a very, very good BAS 2 win here at Scunny from Finley Rowe in Forest 408. As I said, just no response for Corey Reid and IK 273 still in the final trophy position. White Rose 18 fell all the way to the back of the field. South Somerset 50 then gets to the outside and gets to what is 5th place. Round the final corner, there we go. Put your hands together. What a drive it's been from Evesham 48. A well-deserved win for Adam Turkington from Finley Rowe in Forest 408. Corey Reid in Tyre Triple 2. The final trophy will go to IK 273, South Somerset 50, Casey Jones in Cambridge 33, White Rose 18 and South Somerset 444. Freddie Atkins will be your final finisher. after that little bit of contact. Class 4's then down there on the line, so I'm going to hand you over to Lewis.
Cheers, Finn. Yeah, they are down there and already they're raring to go. So welcome your Class 4 finalists then, your 2026 overall sponsors, Yorkshire Flapjacks, and the Round 2 sponsors, Commercial Services Limited and A. Johnson's & Sons Limited are your weekend sponsors for the Class 4s. So let's see then who's going to be crowned your Round 2 2026 Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings champion this weekend. Very poor start for Wickham on the outside. A fantastic start though for the two cars on the middle grids there. That's the SN261 machine ahead of the Melton 60 of Nick Williams, who's got that inside line. Is there a bit of grip there? They put some water down. Yes, he comes out in front then. It's Melton 60 then ahead of the SN261, 434. We can see the mini pickup there of the actual machine there. I can see that we don't have Dalton Thomas out there, I don't think, in the Scarborough number 8. Dalton qualifying second overall to get into the final, but isn't out there challenging for the to be champion of Round 2. Very close there between these top three. Look at the battle at the head of affairs. SN261, North Shropshire 434 now worked his way up into second, but just got it wrong on the entrance into that bottom corner. And we can see the Wickham machine there taking evasive action just to make sure there was no contact there. I think there wasn't quite enough of a gap there as they were heading into turn 3, but we'll see what the marshals say about that. That's not my call to make. SN261 it is then. Paul Burrell, who's walking away from this, away with this one, I should say. Melton 60 in second then. From the collateral machine in South Somerset, 272 in that third position then. Then we've got another mini pickup just behind him. That'll be the star number 50. We can see the star number 50 there in that fourth spot. Andy Whittingham just behind the other mini pickup there of the South Somerset 272. And then we look further back. We've got the Border Counties number 80 of Nigel Bache in the sixth spot, I think it is. Then we've got the North Shropshire 434 from that earlier mistake. Wickham there struggling to get round. Unfortunately, I think we have problems on board there, but he's keeping going in case this race is stopped. But we're coming around for the last lap flag this time already. SN261 it is then, still for Mental 60. Look at the battle there for that third spot between the two mini pickups. The SR50 then just moving up into that third spot ahead of the SS272 as they go up that far straight. 272 then back on the inside line. Let's see who gets the better of that line around that corner then. Is the mini pickups battling for third, but St. Neots 261 takes the win. Delighted with that one. Melton 62nd, 272 takes that third in the end. SR50, then we got the BC50 next over the line, and the North Shropshire 434 taking the next spot. And we can see on the far side there the IK number 13 machine of Gary Wickham just coming around to get those all-important points for the overall championship to see if he can make it count towards the end of the season. Obviously, your round 1 winner was Gary Wickham, so he won't be very happy with this one. I'll keep talking. We're turning around here. I don't know what's down on the line or if anything is happening, but we're having a photograph here. I've just been told to carry on talking, and I'll smile as well. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Anyway. There we are. There's some, anyway, over to Ray for the Class 6.
Thanks, guys. So in the meantime, then, Class 6 final, loads of money out on that start line is the Radford. Shane Jenkins then throws it into that corner first. Ollie's Souls there as well. Just slightly muscled his way through into that first place. It's TA 36 there as well. That's Tristan Daniels. Tristan been on the ball, but they're all swapping and changing. As we go on that far side, it's North Wales, Jay Colgate. Now in that second spot, PAC 70. He's been consistent all day. Elaine Lewis, as he takes this, so Ollie got a lot of work to do. Shane's got a lot of work to do in the Radford car. But around they go again. It's PAC 70. Elaine Lewis now takes the lead from Colgate there in North Wales 1. Then it's Jenkins in third. Soul. Then it's North. Then it's MA 182. TA 36. And then it's. See, then it'll cease 279. I'll get it in a minute. As they look up on that time, but Manning's right at the rear of the field. It's unusual to see him back there. But around we go again then. It's still fit PAC 70, NW1, SN 668. Races on between the Radford car and the Mallow car there, Jack Brown. But as they go around again, it's still TA 36 now challenging by Mad Mush there in the Cumdee car on the inside. But around we go. Last lap flag this time for PA 70, which is around Lewis. There's loads of money out there still going on. We're all racing as they throw it into that corner. Manning can't do anything about it. Looks like he's got trouble at the rear of the field. But Sol's having a battle now. All steps up the side of Colgate as you go into this penultimate corner. But it's checker flag there for PAC 70. SN 668, North Wales 1. Radford 205. Mallow 182. C279. TA 36. Matt Manning there and Evesham 152 at the rear of the field. Yes, please. I hope that was on. If you look like you've been on.
Yeah, it was, I think. I could hear you, yeah.
I could hear me too.
Love one, mate. Anything to do? Thank you, mate. Cheers, Ray. We're going to move on with your men's F600s by the look of it. And I'm not sure how much voice I've got left after cheering for my little girlie, bless her, in the men's class 10 final. So apologies straight away for anything squeaky noises that might come out during this race if we get excited. It is very possible. F600 sponsored this weekend by STS Access Limited and Hugh Jones Contracting. Overall sponsor for 2026 is Pickering Tyres. Thank you very much to them. And your overall round 2 sponsor is, of course, the mighty Quins Car Transport. Thank you very much to them for your overall. Don't forget your main BAS sponsors that allow us to be here is Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings. Your current men's 2025 champion is BC16 Bill Bradford, who we will see out in this race. But he is headed at the moment by young Dylan Grasby, the young pretender coming for that crown. 55, 45, 45 points, 145. Bill is 7 points behind him on 138. Lee Deegan was on 127. NS20, Adam Robinson had 2/3 and a second, which got him 117 points. James Brown, 45, 55, 15, 115. Tom Herbert, 55th place, 21, 55, 36, 112. And then we had 3 cars tying on 111 points, which was TA6, E202, and 2 spaces. We'll have to wait and see. I reckon that is it. Let's have a look then. As they, so yes, of course, it was a runoff, wasn't it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so PAC 16 didn't get through, did he? He was beheaded, I think, by Will Evans over the line in that runoff. That somebody very kindly did for me whilst I was up servicing said Class 8. Just another quick shout out to your men's round 1 champion was Patrick Daly, who's just not had the best weekend this weekend. Lots of issues on the way through, but he'll be back to fight in a couple of weeks' time down there at Radford. Don't forget, Radford, as we say, is your next chance to watch BAStv if you're online, and also your next time to race at a British Autograss Series Championship down there at Radford at Worcester. And we will be there, like I say, in a couple of weeks' time. Right then, yellows are going up, so that means the Water Bowser is just about to exit stage right, I think. He's taking the long way around and just making sure there's plenty of water. So I hope they used to do it down at Evesham, I think, where you just walk across and they'd hold a sign up that told you where it was wet on the track. Now, hopefully they do that here now. But away they go from the start line then. So look at this. I'm going to eat ice cream on the way around as well. S31D fires at the inside from Brown then. NS20 then, he makes his presence felt, doesn't he, as well? But who's that coming through? Oh, it's the man that got through to the final. TA6, Oily will be jumping up there in the pits, but who's that second? E202, right, Dylan Grasby, where are you? You must be around about 3rd place, you are. And E202 then, the older Grasby goes around the outside then, the old man then doing the business here. He's got it wrong and he just misses everybody. Oh, apart from, that's going to be really unfortunate for everybody in spectator land, but absolutely fantastic for me because it means my ice cream is going to get eaten. That is, I reckon, E202's fault. I think we're going to listen on the radio, which is over by Liam, if he can just bring himself away from his ice cream for a split second. And I think we're just going to go radio silent just very quickly while we make sure them guys are okay.
this weekend. Yes, I've had apples, I've had oranges.
Never seen a man devour an ice cream so quick. You're going I was
That's
going
the
to say,
Italian in me, apparently, before Mickey says anything.
what about brain freeze? I was going to bring that up. This is why I can devour ice cream very quickly. So just don't have a
Built
brain.
into my genes.
It's years of racing class 7 and 8, I'm afraid. It wipes your brain cells out.
This is it. Well, I've got to get it at quick because I don't know how much time this sort of carnage is going to take to clear, but we've got the stock catches down there on the line. So I am going to take advantage of a little bit of downtime just to finish this off very quickly. As you've seen, it's not going to take me that long. And then I'll introduce who we have in this stock catch final for you.
We're on BAStv live eating ice cream. Hey, everyone. Mine's low calorie, by the way.
We work so hard in here, you know. Do you know that? We're allowed a bit of a refreshment break now and then.
It's like a conservatory or a furnace in here, isn't it? Yeah. Solid glass, that's what it is. Right, I've got rid of the ice cream. I've just got the cone left now. So we've got these stock catches down on the line. Top qualifier in their order then. B1H, then we got SR5, Lud 64, P23, IK505, Pennow number 9, Solway number 90, and then your final qualifier after that runoff, the dramatic runoff that we had earlier, Severn Valley number 22, Alan Hawkins was awarded the win after the NS19 machine of Darren Aiken was awarded a green flag.
Yeah, whilst he's finishing that off then at Evesham 202, then Darren Grasby unfortunately will be excluded from the rerun of that, and it looks like they'll give Lee Deegan a bit of time to repair. 3, 2, 1, ice cream gone.
You said finish it, so I stuffed it in my gob now. Damn it. Sorry. Anyway, your round 2 overall sponsors then, Quinn's Car Transport. No, that's your class 4s. And let's get on the stock catch. Overall sponsors, 2026 D&D Transport, and then round 2 sponsors, Swift Groundwork Limited and DSR Motorsports Preparation. Here we go then. They are already up and running. A fantastic start there for your reigning champion. Pennow number 9 it is, Josh Holden, who leads the pack by a couple of cars lengths already. It's got to be said, into that first corner. Big move around the outside there by the Solway number 19, but there's a very big crowd of cars there just trying to work their way through, and it's Lud 64 then, who now heads the field down into turns 3 and 4. Ahead of the Breedon number 1, who was your top qualifier. Holden then is stuck now on that outside line, which is going to be a difficult one to get back in from as they go around the corners then here on the Scunthorpe Raceways. Anyway, those 3 are at the head of affairs here. Then we have the star number 5, Jake Whittingham, in 4th at the moment, followed then by the IK505 and now Severn Valley 22, who managed to get into the final after that dramatic run-off earlier on with the other 2 cars. He, in the meantime, drops further and further back as he's chucked it sideways, coming in to the bottom corner. We've got another leader then, as your overall leader over the weekend moves into that first spot but drifts out a little bit too wide as he allowed the Lud 64 machine to come back on the inside of him down turn 3 and 4 here. We've had 3 or 4 leaders then in this stock catch final, and it's been pretty clean and close racing all the way through so far. We've got your current champion Josh Holden in Pennow number 9 on the inside line there, just tucking in behind the Breedon number 1, who anchored on the brakes there, who to try and do the switch back to the inside. He's on the inside now of Lud 64. Another switch for the lead here as the Breedon number 1, and on the inside line Josh Holden's trying to take advantage of that, going around the outsides, cut his back on the inside to take it that second spot away from your Breedon number 1. These 3 are away and gone. That's where the race is. We'll stick with them for the moment. Lud 64 then managing to pull a car's length. Oh, a bit of a knock on the inside from the Breedon number 1 onto Pennow number 9, which allowed him back on the inside. Star 5 then still in that 4th spot. Then we got Yestin Mayo, who's done so well so far this year in the British Series, at the back there in about 7th position. Solway 90, after that big move, has been demoted down as well into about 5th or 6th there. But what a race it's been, everybody. Raise your hands for these. 64 takes the win. Pennow number 9, Breedon number 1, Star number 5, Solway 90, IK505, Pennow 23, and then your final finisher is the SV22 there of Alan Hawkins there, just in that 8th position, rounding off your finalists in the stock catches. What a race that was. If I hear anybody calling them scrap catches again, I tell you what, I'll be telling them what for. What a race that was.
Yeah, well done, Scrap Hatch. That was really good going.
What did I just tell you?
Not at all. Good racing for new Stock Hatch, guys. Well done. And follow that, Graham. Well done. That was a good commentary, Lewis, to be fair to you. Nice one. Right, Class 3's on the start line. Let's pull another gear, see what we can do. Sat in this hot seat now then. Who makes the start? Ryan Power it is that makes the start in 98. Who's on the outside? NW14 then, Jamie Lee. And the Gould Machine with the big Chevy. Up on the inside, he's found a way through. Right, Gould is through in 3:43, 34's through, 14:98 dropped to third. We're missing a few cars out of this one, which I think is obviously Rich Lee and Paul Stevens. Is he there? No, Paul Stevens at the back of the field. Right, let's have a look as they go down the back straight. Then Gouldy has got the V8 singing this time. Bottom corner he goes. Stands on the brakes, get that front end turned in. Pips the power, gets the back end stood out. You're going to have to go around me, boys. 3:43, 34, 98, 14, 11. And SV4, Hugh Jones, of course, was the one that was excluded, as well as Rich Lee for being in the middle at the last end. But Ryan Powell, what can you do? You sat on 3 wins, and so is Holloway, who sat there in second place. But you're both being headed at the moment by your current 2025 BAST champion, who's this weekend, or this year actually, in a different engine configuration, running that big Chevy. But he's having to work really hard through the BAST so far this weekend. But I tell you what, he's pulling out all the stops for this one. Down into the bottom corner they go, or bottom top, whichever end you are. It's 3:43 from 34, 98, 14 Jamie Lee, and Y11 with SV4 having problems at the back of the field and just pulling to the side and just cooling round. Down the back straight they go then. It is Gouldy then in 3:43. I had a chat with him just before he went out in the 7. He was loving this new car in the 3, and he's got it set up perfectly. Holloway's trying that inside line, but Gouldy's going to shut his nose. Oh, Gouldy's going to go through. He's just given him a bit of a nudge. Now is there room? Can the Chevy put the power down? He's allowed Ryan to go round him, and I tell you what, the Duratec's got the legs down the back straight. Can he go around the outside of him? We will see. Checkered flag time. Gouldy on the inside. Ryan's trying to go on the outside. It's not going to happen. But it is Gouldy 3:43 from 98, 34, NW14 and Y11. Well done, you Class 3s, giving us a fantastic run for your 2026 Round 2 British Autograss Series Championship. We've got on the line ladies ones maybe, or a junior saloon rerun. Somebody give me some, they're all sat here on their phones like a load of teenagers. literally everyone, apart from Ray, is on their phone. We think this might be, is that ladies class 1, Steve? You got a bit of time because there's water coming out. But well done, you Class 3s. And I tell you what, you Quinn's Car Transporter, overall sponsor this weekend, Ram Developments, Shocking UK, Kelly Recovery. That is why you pay the money to sponsor these British Championship rounds. Steve, over to you.
Thank you very much then, Graham. So yeah, what some cracking finals we are seeing. We did promise you them, and I think they've lived up to expectations. So looking down on us, Jim, I hope you're enjoying them. Right, the qualifiers then through for the Class 1 ladies final. Top qualifier, the only unbeaten car through the 3 rounds of heats, Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. Nia Jones is there in Tyre 352. Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16. Becky Faulkner in North Shropshire 443. Chloe Ray in Border Counties 150. Lexi Owen in North Wales 97. Maddie Owen in North Wales 51. And the winner of the runoff, Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. So those are the 8 cars down there on the line. And once again, big thank you to Daniel Brewer Property, overall Class 1 sponsors for the 2026 British Autograss Series, and also big thank you to Harden Plan Tyre and Mark's Vehicle Repair, who are our meeting sponsors here this weekend. Just a reminder for all ladies and indeed juniors, don't forget applications are open for your national championships first weekend in September. Going to be hosted by Radford Autograss Club at Westall Hall Farm at Radford. Can't remember the cut-off date for applications, but there is a cut-off date and it is sometime in July. So make sure, plenty of time, you get your applications in, because it is by application only for the ladies and juniors nationals, and we'd hate for anybody that wants to race at those nationals to miss out. Any lady or junior that's got a NASA licence can race there. So, yeah, get your application in. Men's Nationals, of course, then allocations for that went out yesterday. How the system works is those allocations have been sent to the leagues. It does happen, not that often, but it does happen that some of the leagues don't want or can't fulfill the number of allocations that they've got. So they will hand back those allocations. That has to happen within the next week, and then it will get reallocated out. So it is important, you league secretaries, if you're listening, that you do confirm or hand back any allocations that you don't want, so they can be redistributed. Right, here we go then, with the Class 1 ladies final away from the line, and Grace Williams had first choice and decided, probably quite wisely, inside grid position was the one to have. That looks a bit messy on turn 1, and we get red flags on that as only 5 of the 8 cars come past us. So hopefully somebody's listening to the radio and can tell us what's going on.
Well, to terminate an old Terminator, Steve, that were messy, wasn't it?
It were, wasn't it? So on the line then, we've got single seaters. So yeah, do we think that's class 10 down there? What I do know is, because I'm not doing single seaters, because whatever class they go to, fast for me. So it's not me, but I think it's Graham.
All right then, come on you Class 10 boys, don't let us down now. Let's have this run straight through and get into the beer tent for a bit of a trophy presentation. Class 10 this weekend, overall sponsors, again, SGS Gases for the year, KS Cole Source Security Services Limited. Overall round sponsors, of course, the Mighty Quins Transport, and then your main BAS sponsors, Ken Cams and Beresford Holdings. So again, thank you very much for them, and Beresford Holdings, bless him, old Jeff's hung up in our trailer over there. We take him everywhere with us on a T-shirt. And yeah, still continuing to support the sport through Claire, obviously. So, right then, your current champion, 2025, Liam Evans, is not in it, obviously. We got Rebs Horizon, have we? Yes, yellow's going up. We're not going to have time to run through them. Let's watch the start line. Andy Ornshaw sat on 3 wins and the only man to do so. Who gets a start? He has a little bit of a hiccup but gets out. Somebody's made a beaut from the outside. That'll be ARC1 then in the twin booster car. Red flags. Lance Bowen has been spat out on the start line. Not sure what happened there. We'll have to do a quick rewind, and after I bigged you all up, you let us down. Let's have a look on the cameras or whoever's on the radio to find out what's happening. In the meantime, we're going to go with ladies class 3, and they're definitely not going to let us down. So we've got Nicola Saint on top of the shop at 136 points. Becky Smith sat on 104. Catherine Bynon on 101. Beth Almond on 91. Gwen Jones on 87. Let's see if they've repaired that car from the Class 3 men's final. CM7 making finals left, right and centre at the moment. Fair play to them. ARC 27 non-start 15 and 36 gives her 51 points. I'm pretty certain we'll see her down on the start line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars. Yes, there is. So that's a full run of your ladies Class 3. Your current champion is Becky Smith, who is down there, and your round 1 champion is CM3 Catherine Bynon. Let's see what happens this time. I'll tell you what, Beth Almond had a stormer from the centre, but Gwen Jones is there as well in CM7. She's on the outside, and it's a big dab of the brakes to get everybody tucked in. They don't want to go out wide. They want to stay on that polish. Beth Almond then 270. Gwen round the outside, though, in CM7. They got that car repaired, and looks like it's working really, really well. Almond goes across the wet on the inside, manages to get that back, stepping out and steps out. But CM7 then, nice and tidy then, Gwen Jones. Back it down, you're a good 10 car lengths clear. You can't hear us, but I tell you what, if you could just control this pace now and just drive really smoothly, you're going to be away and be a BAS champion. CM7, CM3, M270, 546, 334, and ARC 27 at the back, down the back straight they go. Then Gwen Jones, CM7 from CM3. It is Catherine Bynon, then your winner of your round 1, who sat there in second. And, oh wow, is it? CM7 sat there in first place. In second place, gone really wide, Catherine Bynon allowed Nicola Saint through. CA546, NS334 up, CM3 270 then dropping back towards the pack. But I tell you what, Gwen Jones and the little Welsh Italian behind me is jumping around outside, bless him. Welsh Italian down the back straight. CM7 then certainly doing it business now. She's going to come round this for another lap. She's gone wide this time. She's hit that wet. She's going to have to control it. Nicola Saint's found a go through. Oh, Gwen, I spoke too too soon. Right, let's see if you can do anything about it. Nicola Saint and Becky Smith are having a battle now, and Gwen Jones has got to get herself in amongst it. She just needed to slow down a little bit and keep herself on the inside. But I tell you what, she can hold her head high. She's in amongst the best in the business as they come round for the last lap flag. And it is CA 546 from 3 and 3-4. CM7 270 after a good lead at the start. CM3 and 27 bringing up the rear. Becky Smith's trying to find the inside of Nicola Saint. Now, Becky Smith's got it round. Gwen Jones going to come through. Gwen's going to move up into second place. Almond up into third place. And Becky Smith rejected back down to fourth. But your race winner, she'll be a happy girlie. Nicola Saint, 546 takes the win. CM7 Gwen Jones a really good second. 270 from 334. CM3 and ARC 27. Massive apologies for calling him a little Welsh Italian, wherever he is. But he was mightily happy nonetheless. Right, class 5s, well done you ladies class, ladies class 3s down here. Ladies class 5s down here. And Mickey B literally jumping in the seat before I get out. So away you go, Mickey.
Right, sorry, just a very quick update on ladies class 1. Maddie Tilson, near 16, unfortunately picks up a black flag. So SN16 excluded from the class 1 rerun.
Here we go in ladies class 5 final. We are off and running. Nicola, the Vicky Appleton machine, North Shropshire 1, bing bong, takes it into turn 1. Nicola Jessie has a bit of contact there. Vicky Appleton goes out wide, really wide. That's allowed 3 to come past her. And it's Kat Cox who's up into that first place. Round that Stargate turn she goes. Nicola Jessie goes with her. Lucy Wickham-Jones, Vicky Appleton looking to come back up the inside from that first down to fourth place now after that first lap. But it is Kat Cox then. Round turn 2 leading the way through the Nicola Jessie machine. Vicky Appleton and Lucy Wickham-Jones going side by side. Then it's Jones, then it's Olsen, Godfrey, and then Sarah Chilvers running at the back of the pack in the Scunthorpe 29. But eyes back front. It's Kat Cox then. Forrester Dean 2. She qualified second in coming into this final on 145 points. She's on her way to pick up the final win. But Vicky Appleton is now into a stronger third place and looking to come up the inside of Nicola Jessie. Nearly contact coming out of Stargate turn. But the 3 breakaways, it's Kat Cox, Nicola Jessie, and then Vicky Appleton in North Shropshire 1. Round that turn 2 they go, some beating down on this dry track and polished track. So who's in that fourth place? It is still Lucy Wickham-Jones, but here comes Olsen up the inside of her, and Sandra Jones looking to pick up some scraps as well. But eyes back to the top 3. It's still Kat Cox coming in there with Nicola Jessie, and then it's Vicky Appleton. Appleton goes for a move into that second place. Can that hold off? No, can she make it stick? She looks for a comeback. One more lap to go on this one. Kat Cox then from Nicola Jessie from Vicky Appleton. North Shropshire 1, Sandra Jones up in the fourth place from Wickham. But go back to the front with half a lap to go. Forrester Dean 2. Kat Cox slows it down. Nicola Jessie, Vicky Appleton's going to go for a brave move on the outside. That's not going to pay off. But Kat Cox takes the ladies class 5 final. Nicola Jessie second. Vicky Appleton third. Fourth goes to Sandra Jones. Fifth to Lucy Wickham. And there's a green flag coming. Oh, I don't know who that's going to be. But Breen Neal, 27. Lynn Olsen across the line. And then just finishing that, Kirsty Godfrey in Cambridge 10. So happy days. We are now moving. That was lorryinsurance.co.uk, Andy Russell Landscapes and Godfrey Garages sponsored Ladies Fires. Ladies Super Saloons. We are going Michaela Dance, Kesney Adams, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, Naomi Davis, Shamel Casby, Nicola Olsen, Shell Mill and Pam Blackburn. Here we go. We're looking for that first mile. She's going to spin round. On your marks, get set, go! We're racing with the Super Saloons. And who's got the best of the start? And it is Kesney Adams. Border count is 26. Got an absolute flyer. Can she make it stick? Oh, she's square-wheeled it. Oh, she's out of harm's way. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio takes up the run-in from Nicola Olsen in the Carmarthen 47. So Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, she's got clear track in front of her. Is she going to drive a sensible race now? Is she going to slow it down, keep it nice and tight? Anyone who's going to be brave enough to go round the outside of her, give it a go. Nicola Olsen then second, then Shelby Allmond in third in the NASA 7. Oh, Michaela Dance in fourth, PAC 53. Shamel Gadsby, Pam Blackburn. as they run round that start gate turn. Still Julie Hawthorne-Fernio then, still holding on to that first place, but hold on a minute. We've got PAC 53, Michaela Dance, and Michaela Dance has found the gap. Michaela Dance takes up the running. She's got a flick of her roll-offs there just to give her clear vision as she comes into that start gate turn and starts to pull the lugs back down there. Has Julie Hawthorne-Fernio got any answer to her or not? Olsen there still holding on, Shamel Gasby, Shelby Allman, then Kesney Adams, Pam Blackburn, and then Naomi Davis as they bring it round to complete another lap. Can Michaela Dance now? Can she hold on to this? She just puts the front wheels on the wet. Coming into turn 2, no impact at all as she brings it down the opening straight. She's starting to pull away from Julie Hawthorne-Fernio, a former national champion and BAST champion. Julie knows how to pedal it, but with one more lap to go, it's PAC 53, Michaela Dance, Julie Hawthorne-Fernio in second from that Nicola Olsen. Then it's Shamel Gasby, Shelby Allman, Kesney Adams, Pam Blackburn, and then Taofi 1, Naomi Davis. Oh, she's giving it a good go, but she's out of this one as checkered flag. Put your hands together. Michaela Dance, unbeaten all weekend, takes the Super Saloon final. Julie Hawthorne-Fernio second. Third is Carmarthen 7, Nicola Olsen. She's happy. Fourth goes to Shamel Gasby. Shelby Allman. Then it's over to Kesney Adams, the wife of the pin-up boy, Pam Blackburn, and the curb crawler. It is Tyre 1, Naomi Davis. Well done, Naomi. You've had a cracking weekend, and unfortunately, it finished with a last place. But making a final, be proud of yourself. Over to the Italian stallion, Okunda.
Well, that's blinking Welsh, that is. Well, your attempt anyway. What a drive, it has to be said there, for Michaela Dance. What a drive. Anyway, on to the Class 2s then. We should have, from top to bottom then, in your qualifying order, M62, York 181, York 16, York 2, SN 34, YD 295, Radford 92, and your final qualifier on 117 points is the PAC number 91 of Linda Thomas. So let's have a look then. We've got track clearance. The wind-up marshal is turned and they're off already. A very quick start again for the 181 machine from about grid number 2 with Melton 62 on that inside line. Let's have a look then how it all works out in the wash into turn 1. Into turn 2, as anticipated, there was a bit of bumping and barging. They're all facing the right direction. Can they keep it going? We've got 16 from 181. 91 is now in third. Ahead of the 295, I think it is. And Melton 62. Unfortunately, we've got the dreaded red flags out on that one after that first corner incident there between a couple of those cars. But goodness me, York 181 absolutely rockets out of the gate, to be fair, and was up into that corner before everybody else. So we'll see what happens on that one. I think there might be an exclusion, and the race has had to come to an end. But the majority of them then will be coming out then for the rerun a little bit later on. And in the meantime, let's have a look. What do we have down there? Nothing on the line, I don't think, at the moment, is it? But I'm anticipating it should be the 6 and 4s, maybe. There might be a decision here just coming through on that Class 2 race. Nothing at the moment. There's not even any cars sort of lined up behind. This could be due to maybe car sharing, or, well, not car sharing, or racing in multiple classes, possibly. We know, obviously, that Claire Horner-Williams is also out in the specials later on, so hopefully I don't expect we'll be seeing the Class 2s then before the end of the meeting now, because obviously Claire, for one, will have to get out into the Class 8, and I'm sure there's somebody else as well who needs to get into a different car for a different class. Just hearing then, it sounds like it could be Nicola Bettany, unfortunately, in the Radford 92, who could be excluded from the rerun of the Class 2 final. That'll come out a little bit later on. But yeah, we do have some specials coming up onto the line. So I know that it's definitely not me. I don't think it's going to be Ray, who stood by my side here. Liam does some of the specials, but I doubt it's the ladies at 8s because obviously Claire's just come in off the Class 2s. Graham's preparing himself though, so I think that we have the ladies F600s final coming up onto the line. I think that's Caris Thomas, I think, in the Cumdy number 56, isn't it? Going into about grid number 4 there, I think. So yeah, You ready to go? Well, I'm not speaking to you anyway after what you said when I went to support some friends outside. Anyway, there we are. Over to you.
Support
Bennett.
some friends outside.
Well, I was shouting in here. I didn't want to interrupt your brilliant commentary.
All my commentary. F600 then, this is your ladies. Mickey's off. Thanks, Mickey. Thank you, buddy. See you soon. Right, F600 then, sponsored by Pickering Tyres Overall 2026. Round 2 sponsors, SDS Access Limited, Hugh Jones Contracting. Away they go. Karis Thomas does make a good start from the gate to middle of the pack, I think she came from. And Dally's there as well. PAC 16. And who's that? Lexi Hinton trying on the outside, but she's going to go onto that wet that's out there and get loads of sideways. But it is C56 from 288, from 32, 16 and WR2 bringing up the rear. So again, no Grasby in this one. Again, probably leaving the car for the young man to have a run round in the men's later on. Down the back straight they go then. C56 it is. And it's Karis Thomas that's going into the bottom corner from Lexi Hinton, who switched lines now. And I'll tell you what, she's going on the outside of Dally. Can she hold it in though? We'll see who's got the grunt down this straight. She does then. She's up in the second place, 32F from 288, 16. And just out of it at the moment is WR2, Rosemary Glover, who is in 5th place, just out of the trophy positions. Down the back straight they go then. Karis Thomas holding it together. She's a bit sporadic this year, a little bit of a win here and a little bit of a win there and then a spin or whatever, but I tell you what, she is your national champion for a reason. C56 then from Lexi Hinton, 2032F, who's just gone a bit wide, and I tell you what, I've seen that go wrong many a time, and she dipped out at the right time and just moved slightly left and allowed the Dally car just to continue on her way and fight another day as they go down the back straight. Then Dally now is up into that second place. 32 is there in 3rd place. Lexi Hinton will be buzzing to get a trophy here this weekend if she can. Another lap completed. Karis Thomas is away. Then Daly, then 32, then 16, and WR2 again, as I say, just at the back of the field as we speak. Down the back straight they go. Then this, I reckon, will be coming around to take the last lap flag. He's got it going, so it is. So it is 56 again, showing the reason why she is your current national champion in C56 from Daly then in CW288, 32F, Lexi Hinton, PAC 16 and WR2. Down the back straight they go then for the final time for this weekend and to finish round 2 of the British Championship on a massive high for Karis Thomas. Just a bit of push on as she goes in there, but she's not going to change her line, and she is going to take the win. C56, happy with that one from 288, from 32F, Lexi Hinton, PAC 16 and WR2. Well done, ladies. Fantastic racing all weekend, and looking forward to seeing you over in Bradford in a couple of weeks' time. Not sure what's coming down to the line now though, Ray, but that looks like 1, 4 and 1, 6. Good luck.
So here we go, then we're doing the class 4s and the class 6s separately. I'll get my words out in a minute. And basically we've got North Shropshire, Claire Compton in the 434 car. For Mallow 5, Jasmine Kuzak got it a bit twisted going into that bottom corner, but so she's got a bit of catching up to do now. But it's still Compton then, still your race leader from Kuzak in MA5. So around we go again past the commentary position. Still North Shropshire 434 from Mallow 5. Which is Jasmine Kuzak, Claire Compton in the North Shropshire car, which is your race leader at this time. So around we go. She's not actually gaining any, is Mallow 5. She's got a bit of work to do to try and reel the North Shropshire car in. But that don't seem to be happening. Both cars seem to be on form, singing away. Not missing a beat on either of them. It's all about getting the corner right to get the speed in and out of the corner to gain a bit of speed. But still Compton then. Coming round again. In the Shibden plant hire car from Mallow 5 there, from Jasmine Kuzak. So Jasmine not making any ground at all. As a matter of fact, I say she's dropping back a little bit now. So Claire is coming around this time for the last lap flag. So she's had a cracking weekend, all weekend in Class 4. So round we go then for the last time. Both on the last lap flag this time. Checker flags are going to be made ready. It's going to be your Class 4, round 2, winner in the ladies' fours is going to be North Shropshire 434, Claire Compton. And in second place there, Mallow 5, that's Jasmine Kuzak. So it's just a shame, really, that Class 4s have dropped off. That would a shame. It's just the two cars racing. We're not giving the girls a bit of a fight the weekend, but they've got some points. But it's nice if a bit more competition out there, I would say. But in the meantime, Class 6s, plenty of competition here. Loads of money as they fly down that far straight. And it's North Wales. North Wales 1, Leanne Husker, which gets it, just nurses it round there from PAC 70. So these cars have been fighting each other all day and all weekend. So the PAC car, they've just seen won the men's Class 6 earlier on this afternoon, but Radford 205 is out there in the third place as well. That's Valerie Harrington, and at the rear of the field there, it looks like that's Radford 44, Imogen Fox. But it's North Wales then, Leanne Husker from PAC 70, Chelsea Jones, who's really thrown it into that bottom corner, losing a little bit of speed, has given chance for Valerie Harrington then to catch up, slowing it right down this bottom bend. So just going to show how slick it is on this polished track. There's no grip as they go round. So it's PA 37, not Radford 44. Apologise for that one, which is Hannah Brown. That's at the rear of the field, so Hannah got a lot of work to do. But PAC 70 then, Chelsea Jones gets a bit excited going into that bottom corner, which sort of come off the cam a little bit, which has let the Radford car catch up there from 205 Valerie Harrington. So Valerie then get the bit between her teeth then, still can't outpower Chelsea down that back straight, but it's last lap flag this time then for Leanne Husker in North Wales 1, PAC 70, Radford 205, and at the rear of the field is PAC 37, wrestling with the steering wheel. She come out of that bottom corner. So they're all on the last lap flag now, coming around for the ultimate checkered flag. So that's their work done for this weekend. North Wales 1, happy with that was Leanne Husker. Second place, PAC 70, nearly pipped at the post by Radford 205, but Valerie had to settle for third. And in the fourth place there, PAC 37, Hannah Brown.
So I think now that we're going to be moving on to our lady stock catches, and yes, indeed, I can see the Ludlow 64 there on the outside. Breedon 125. Then we have the rest of the runners and riders. We should have the top qualifier, Amy Holden, then Gracie Coles in P10, but they are already up and running, and Holden has had a stormer off the line into the first corner there. Now we saw this earlier. Amy Holden in pen now number 9 leading the way into the first corner. There's a bit of carnage there, unfortunately. A couple of cars facing the wrong way, but Holden ahead of P10, which is Gracie Coles, and these two are top and second in the standings after this weekend so far. But look at Gracie Coles then trying around the outside. Unfortunately then, as a result of that carnage in the first corner, I hope they see early on that there's a car on stop there. It was a little bit late. We could see Gracie Coles there in pair now number 10 after to adjust there right at the last second to avoid the Radford 247 of Sophie Egerton, who was on stop halfway around turns 1 and 2. But they'll be going back into the rerun lane, unfortunately. And I can see that Liam's getting himself ready here. I think we've got ladies class 8 then, is it? I'm assuming. So it'll give him enough time then just to introduce who's got out in this one.
Yeah, cheers, Lewis. So Extract Shocks, his response is class 9. I've done that before, haven't I, this weekend? So it's ProLinks. I don't even need to know because I know it's ProLinks, so I don't know why I keep reading the wrong thing. So big thank you to ProLinks Suspension for their very kind sponsorships of the series, and of course ARD Race Cars for the weekend. Ladies class 8's then ready to go. 119 points you needed to get into this final, so very, very competitive indeed. And the one who managed to just get in 119, Sandra Jones in Cumdy number 10. So she'll be down there. She's joined by Claire Beresford in North Shropshire 55, Emma Shell in the Forest of Dean 95, Terry Mumford in the Forest Dean 161, Jennifer in West Waterford 158, Jade Russell in IK 65, Claire Horner-Williams in Melton #1, and the unbeaten lady, Tyre in PAC 21. Tyre, 3 wins out of 3 in the heat. So no one's been able to get near her, let alone beat her. So it's going to be interesting to see what she does in this. What grid is she coming from? I can't see from here. I think she's coming from, is she in grid 1? It looks like she could actually be in grid 1. So we're going to wait and see what this has in store. Obviously, a bit of water going down as well, more so on the outside. So I'm going to say the game plan's probably keep it fairly tight once you hit that first corner. So important as well, that first corner. If you can get your nose in front, and as I said, keep that right line, then you really, really do make it hard for people to go around you. Obviously, we've seen Claire Beresford do it in the 3rd round of qualifying. So God forbid if she gets into that corner first, then everyone's going to have to go around, because there is no room up the inside on those cones. So we'll wait and see. As I said, Tyre unbeaten in PAC 21, so everyone's going to be gunning for her. She's the lady that you got to beat. Of course, your round 1 winner, unfortunately, not in the final, because we didn't see her go out in the 3rd heat, which was obviously Lindsay Mullen in White Rose 38. And even though she didn't go out in the 3rd heat, she still only missed the final by 9 points after having 2 wins yesterday. Of course, they will all still count towards her British Autograss Series tally come the end of the year. So, water tanker's making his way off. We're getting ready to go racing as we're looking around the track, and we've got 1, 2, 3 yellow flags, and we look to Marshall's post #1. We get 4, we get a bungee lift, and we get Class 8s off the line as the sunshine beams down. But who's going to get the best of the break? Sandra Jones. Oh, Jennifer's up and over. 158 is on her roof, so red flags straight away, and ambulance out on track, please, as Jen Houlihan going upside down in the West Waterford machine, and will obviously require the medical attention and the marshals as well. Marshals very quickly over in attendance, and I do see Jen moving around in the car, but we're just going to let the medical crew go over and obviously have a checkup. I'm sure she'll be fine. She's a tough cookie, is Jen, so she has to be. She's Irish. So there, go and have a look, and obviously, yeah, once we know, we will get back.
Right, we can see that Jen's made of tough stuff, isn't she? So the ambulance is going off, which means Jen is A-OK, I would guess. And hopefully maybe repair time. We'll have to wait and see what comes over the radio to see if there's any exclusions in that. In the meantime, though, it does look like men's class 10 up there on the start line. We'll just wait for the camera to flick back over to the start so we can see what is up there. But looking from here, I think I can see a bright orange wheel, which probably belongs to Bennett. But we'll have to wait and see. It is because Andy Ornshaw is missing from grid 2. So Andy Ornshaw picks up a black flag out of this run for dangerous driving off the start line. We did see Lance Bowen, didn't we, completely facing the wrong way. Class 10 sponsors this weekend, of course, by SGS Gases Overall and KS Coles and Source Security Services Limited. Thank you very much again for them, and Quinn's Car Transport, a mighty Quinn's Car Transport. They are your overall round 2 sponsor. So again, once, thank you very much for them. Current champion NS3, Liam Evans, and your current round 1 champion NS3, Liam Evans, hasn't made it through. He actually finished down in 22nd. Now that is pretty much unheard of for Liam Evans. Just the 57 points for you, sir, this weekend. And Neil Poix in 3rd heat due to a bat flag. So on the start then, we can see, I reckon Tinker's out on 7. He's moved, there's a lot of gap in there between 7 and 8. So possibly Gary Morris is it that's gone. Let's have a look. No, it's not Gary Morris. Of course it isn't. Is it Burbridge that's out there on the left-hand side? We'll have to wait and see. Dan Ray's definitely coming out of 4. Lance definitely out of 2. Colsey maybe out of 1. We'll have to just double check as they come out. Of course, it's getting a bit dusk over here now, so we've got a job to see on the cameras. But Revs are rising. Who makes the start this time as they go down back? Tinker has a good one. Seagraves has a good one from the middle as well. And so did Dan Ray. That twin Jixer car just sat on the inside, was mightily impressive in the first heat. And I'll tell you what, he's coming through again. MA48, no, Tinker gets the power down earlier at 140 LC1. And Burbridge, the two twin booster cars, having a bit of a battle, a bit of a rubbings racing, Harry, as they go into that bottom corner. Down the back straight is then Tinker, Y40 then from Dan Ray, sat there behind him in the Extreme Race cars there in second place. But Tinker, smooth as you like, tight and tidy. Totally unlike Tinker, but to be fair, the Y40 and then ST Vaughan, and Bennett moves up into 4th place. Where's Lance Bowen? He's back in about 6th place. Coles is back in 7th place. These boys have got some work to do. Into the bottom corner, there you go, then Dan Ray is reeling him in slowly. There's a couple of car lengths between him. He's just clipped a cone, but he didn't gain a position. So it is Y40 then, from MA48, from ST40, 162, 122, and Colsey with problems at the back, pulling his visor, and obviously not wanting to race into the dust, and going to save the car for another day, which will save Archie Bentley a lot of work, won't it, for this coming couple of weeks. But in the meantime, Tinker coming around, and it's another lap completed in the Y40 machine. Down he goes from MA48 then, ST40, NW162 and the twin side-by-side car. That one with the 2 Jixer cows on the back. He's going to try and get up the inside of him. Can he get a power down? Lance Bowen's coming through. Didn't see any cones going. He's tangling with Burbridge. There's two big mighty blokes in there having a bit of a battle. He's going to move himself up into 3rd place. And I tell you what, Burbridge will give you that back, lads. He wouldn't care at all. Last lap flag time. Bo does go through though into 3rd place in the 22 car. And I tell you, oh, who was that coming through there at a 900 mile an hour? Let's have a look. They go down in the top corner though. Dan Ray has reeled him in, but it is checkered flag time. And it's going to be a great, he's going to try on the inside, but he's not going to make it. Good win, Tinker, Y40 from MA48, Dan Ray. Bowen does get 3rd in BC22, ST44, ARC1 gets 5th. Bennett then, it must have been the car on the top bend that got spat out. And does not live to finish. Oh, he does. He's going around the far side. So once again, he's got, well, hopefully he'll just toot all around because there is marshals on the track. So he's a sensible lad, is young Bennett. So hopefully he'll just toot all around and they'll give him his points and give him the opportunity to collect them. All matters at the end of the year. Well done, you Class 10s. Done and dusted. On the start line is my F600 rerun as well. So coming thick and fast for me. Overall sponsors, Pickering Tyres. Round 2 sponsors, STS Access Limited, Hugh Jones Contracting Limited. And of course, your current champion, BC16, Bill Bradford, is in this. We have lost Darren Grasby, E202. Will Evans made a cracking start in the TA6 machine, who just got in on a runoff, and by the finest of margins on a runoff, and then dropped back through the pack. Dylan Grasby was in amongst it. Bill Bradford, Lee Deegan had damage, but he's got that repaired by the look of it because I can see him on the start line. NS20, Adam Robinson, James Brown, S811, Tom Herbert, S31D, and they're away from this one. Let's see who makes the start. James Brown has a good one from the outside, but can he get over? I think he did, you know. Can he back it down quick enough, though? Because he's just gone absolutely Billy Boy sideways into the top corner and allowed Deegan then to come through in CA48, TA6, E1's in amongst it. NS20's then sat there at the inside as well. And he's just trying that inside line as they come out that top corner. But it is Deegan then, finished 3rd, I think he was, in round 1, CA48. And TA6 behind him, who had problems in the final over there in West Waterford. Lap completed then, Deegan nicely controlled. He's a brilliant driver as Lee Deegan, CA48. TA6, E1, then Grasby, he's going to try and come through. Where's Billy Bradford? Got seen him. Not seen him. He must be out there somewhere. He's back towards the back of the pack in about 7th or 6th or 7th place. And Tom is at the back of the pack. But in the top corner then we go. And just nice and tidy. He comes round to complete another lap. Is Deegan in CA48. TA6 from Evesham 1. NS20, SC811, BC15, S31D. Down the back straight, another lap completed then from Deegan. He's poured a couple of car lengths out now on TA6, and then young Dylan Grasby then in Evesham 1 is your top qualifier on the way in on 145 points. Another lap completed. I thought that was last lap. Must feel like an endless era for Deegan there in the first place. And I tell you what, Will's on him. He's trying to get up that inside. There's a couple of cones collected there. He just gets a good exit though, does Deegan. Can he slow it down enough? He's sensible enough to just drive a nice tight and tidy line. This is the last lap flag now as they come round. It is CA48, TA6E1, NS20 in fourth place, 811 your former champion, and BC15 your current champion. S31D Tom just at the back of the field. They're bunching up on the far side. Can we have a good race to finish the end of it? A good finish to the F600 this weekend. Deegan knows what he's doing. He slams on the anchors, tucks it in, gets the power down. Deegan's going to take it then from Will Evans in 6th, from Evesham 1. NS20 takes a good 4th, 811 from BC15 and S31D. That's me done and dusted for this weekend. Thank you very much for everybody for listening to me. A very big thank you to Rachel over at Hospitality for keeping us fed and watered this weekend. We are gratefully appreciated. Thank you very much for Ross Thompson and her team that looks after us in commentary as well. It's much appreciated. You have been missed, of course, and we will catch up with you all soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, cheers, Graham. Yeah, I sort of repeat your sentiments. Yeah, thank you very much to everybody who's taken the time to look after us this weekend. But as I got on here, the stock catches have driven off the line. So who do we have up there? I think it's ladies class 1s. So is that Steve Langley? Have you just escaped the room? I think we've got the ladies class 1 rerun up there on the line. I got in the seat ready to go for the stock catches. But as we sort of switched over, we looked down and obviously the stock catches were driving off for some reason. So obviously maybe a decision pending there for later on. So it's over to Steve then for your ladies class 1s.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we'll have another go at this one, unfortunately, without Maddie Tilson in St Neots 16. So Grace Williams in Cambridge 142. She's the lady to beat, and nobody's managed it so far this weekend. Nia Jones in Tyre 352. Becky Faulkner, North Shropshire 443. Chloe Ray in Border Counties 150. Lexi Owen in North Wales 97, Maddie Owen in 51, and Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951. 7 cars we're expecting, 7 cars we've got. And uncharacteristically, Nia Jones it is. There's at the back of the pack in TA 352. And you don't say that very often at all as the field is taken down the far side. And it's Claire Compton in North Shropshire 951 that comes past us. Had to go through a runoff, but went through that runoff, and she's now leading the final. Grace Williams, top qualifier, running in 2nd place in Cambridge at 142. Border Counties at 150. Chloe Ray, then she was just so pleased to be in the final, just at the back of the pack at the moment. But race leader 951 it is. Cambridge 142 and a strong challenge from the North Wales 51 then of Maddie Owen. Then comes the St Neots car is the next one through, but going down that far side, and 951 it is. But problems there for your race leader. Slows right down, and coming back round towards us is Cambridge at 142. 51, St Neots 16 then on the inside. Now I've got on my paperwork that Maddie Tilson picked up a black flag in the original run, so I don't know whether that was rescinded or not. We sort of presume it must have been, as Claire Compton then definite problems on board for 951. She comes to a halt totally in front of us as the last lap flag goes out, and Grace Williams is going to make it 4 out of 4, including the final, I think. North Wales 51, Maddie Owen goes through in 2nd place and near 16. Becky Faulkner then on the inside in the North Shropshire 443. As all the cars that are still running are on to their last lap, because you can't really count North Shropshire 951 as still running. But Grace Williams, Cambridge 142, picks up a round maximum as she takes the final win. 51 in 2nd, Becky Faulkner in 3rd, North Wales 97, 16 TA 352. Border Counties 150 completes it all. So ladies, class 1. Gets a tick on the sheet, on the line then. So can you do likewise? Is it stock catches on the line then, or what have we? Class 2s?
There are class 2s down there, but I think there might be an issue with this race also. We saw the stock catches pulling off just now. So I think we're just waiting for another car of the class 2s to come back up onto the line. There's a bit of confusion with the decision making earlier. Well, not a decision. Sorry, I can't get my words out. Bit of a mix-up with the decisions. I announced, obviously, because we heard over the radios initially, that Radford 92, I think, had been black flagged because of the incident that had happened on this first corner. But I think that, obviously, with the advantage of being able to look back now in the camera room, I think with conversations that have been had and the footage has been reviewed, as I understand it, I think Radford 92 now of Nicola Bettany is being reinstated, and I think, don't take this as read until the actual race starts, but I think that York number 2, Jessica Farrow, actually has been excluded from the rerun, maybe as the cause of what actually happened in that first corner. So I think that's what the situation is. Like I said, don't take my word for it at the moment. Like I say, they're obviously still on stop down there because they're waiting, I think, for 1 or maybe 2 more of the cars to come up to the line after the footage and everything has been reviewed, and a final decision has been made on it, I think. Obviously, something has happened within the stock catches as well, because they were taken off the line. We can see we've got 7 cars up on the line now, and we're winding up, I think. So we got clearance on track. And you can see the first marshal post there, just checking around. Here we go then, it's the Class 2 final. A very, very level break there for a lot of those cars as they rocket out of the line. I think Melton 62, York 181, uncharacteristically not so quick out of the gate this time. PAC 91, Linda Thomas are on the outside of the York 181, but it is Melton 62, then York 181 are pulling away now then from the rest of the field already. PAC 91 is in that 3rd spot as they go round turns 3 and 4. Look at the lead though, that these 2 are already pulling away from your 3rd place car. Radford 92 then, as I said, reinstated. So Nicola Bettany it is, I think, in that 4th spot. Yorkshire Dales 192, 295, sorry, Rebecca Starbuck just on the inside. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there. Oh, and Linda Thomas losing it, trying to keep that car in a straight line as she had a bit of a tap there. I think the 295 give a bit of a tap on the entrance into the corner, and then again, I think as they come past us here in commentary, it is Linda though back on the inside there as they come into turns 1. Again, Melton 62 then it is in the lead from York 181. These 2 have dominated over the weekend. Radford 92 in that 3rd spot with the St. Neots, number 34 of Vicky Robbins, it is there, right on the outside of the Radford 92. Can she make it work to come around the outside? It's a big ask in these Class 2s as Nicola Bettany then stands on the brakes to try and keep in tight. Oh, and the St. Neots 34 has come to an almost dead stop. How the cars behind missed her there, I'll never know. But it's 91 then from the 295, and York 16 again, uncharacteristically, at the back of the field there. Joint, who qualified in 3rd spot, not having much luck in this final at the moment. Yorkshire Dales 295 there on the inside of the PAC 91. I think maybe another little contact was made there as Linda goes shooting out onto the wide line, trying to cut back in, which has allowed the York 16 to come back in on the inside of the Yorkshire Dales 295, but they seem to have settled now as well. We're coming around this time for the double checkered flags though, by the looks of things. It's going to be another race win. I think it's a full house for Melton 62 takes the win in the final. York 181 comes in 2nd. Radford 92 over the line in 3rd. Yorkshire Dales 295 over the line in 4th. York 16 just in 5th. PAC 91 then in 6th. And we've got a couple of cars, I think then. 1 car here on stop. I think it's the St. Neots 34 machine of Vicky Robbins. Just down left here from commentary, who's on stop there, needs a toe off. Whew, that was a bit controversial, wasn't it? So I did mention there was a bit of contact being made, and unfortunately, I think coming over the radio, the YD295 machine with Rebecca Starbuck, I think somebody mentioned earlier, the birthday girl, unfortunately receiving a green flag on her birthday. I'm sure that wasn't a gift that she was hoping for, but it looks like that's what she's having anyway. So she'll be dropped. She'll be dropped 2 positions from wherever she was on the track. I think she finished in that 4th spot eventually, but will be dropped then. From wherever she finished, she'll be dropped down 2 positions. We're on to open wheelers on the line. What do we have? We have a ladies Class 9s, and that'll be Liam then taking you through those, so I'll just get out of the way so that he can take you through those ones.
Yeah, cheers, Lewis. So, well, look at that. Already away and gone. Ladies Class 9s and 10s then are off for their final. Of course, they've been racing each other all weekend because we've started with 5 and we still got 5. So they've all battled it out. Lily Rose Pratt then making a decent start, but Heidi Dealey Seagraves it is in ARC number 3 that finds a way round the outside and takes up the running now down the far side. Where's Sharon Barker? Because Sharon had a win earlier, didn't she? So she's at the back, so she's got work to do, battling it out with Nicole O'Brien at the tail end of the field. Oh, Heidi's left the door open. Lily Rose Pratt comes through. She won't need a second invitation to seize an opportunity like that. 75 now, takes up the running. She was your early race leader. She's back in front, but she slows right down as Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves looks for her way through in ARC number 3. Not enough this time. Jill Grasby running there in third on track, but leading the class 10s. She's heard me because she's up to second in 121. Nicole O'Brien in 48 and Sharon Barker at the tail end this time in Evesham 26 after performing very strongly in the third round of qualifying, not having it her own way when it comes to the final. As we got 2 more laps to go, I think. So Lily Rose Pratt then just extending that lead now at the front as 75 is away and gone. So as long as she keep this car facing the right way, then she should hopefully have a win in the bag. I don't want to speak too soon, but she does look pretty nailed on for it at the moment, because pulling that gap more and more now between herself and the Evesham 121 car. Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves is dropping right back in number 3. She's let Nicole O'Brien come through in the Mallow machine. Last lap flag goes out this time. Sharon Barker then, has she got anything left in the tank to catch up with the rest of them in 26? The field starting to really spread themselves out now, and bar any crazy mistake, then I'd imagine this is going to be the way it's finishing, because it's checkered flag already. Lily Rose Pratt takes a different line for the final corner, and 75 takes a very good win. Jill Grasby second on track, first in the class 10s. Nicole O'Brien was the next one across. Heidi Dealey-Seagreaves in ARC number 3 came across with Sharon Barker in Evesham 26, finishing it all off. So that is your ladies 9s and 10s complete for the weekend. That's it. They are done. I've got Class 8 still to come, and that looks like them on the line. So it is. So we've got the Class 8 rerun down there on the line. And I think obviously going without Jen Houlihan, unfortunately, in West Waterford 158, but we should still have 7 of them down there. 7 we do have. Who gets the best of the starts is someone from the inside. I think it's Jade Russell, who just about pops out in front though in 65. Where's Tia Reese? Lord, trying to go around the outside with Sandra Jones. Tia unbeaten in the heat, but towards the tail end now in the final when it matters most. And oh, don't do that, Tia. Going up on 2 wheels, comes back down after contact with Claire Horner Williams in Melton number 1. But Jade Russell, as all this goes on, is dropping back as well in the mix. As Sandra Jones looks to move up as your race leader, then Terry Mumford it is in 161. That leads the way, and motoring on at the head of affairs and not being challenged at the moment. Claire Beresford running there in second, and Claire will try and close that gap just a little bit, but I don't think she's going to be able to, because Terry, once she gets away, she likes to motor on. Claire taking a much tighter line. Terry chucking it out a bit wider. Emma Shell runs third. Tia Reese is up into a trophy position in 4th in PAC 21, and that's not bad going, considering that she was up on 2 wheels, and she's not happy with it though. She's going to go for third. Round the outside she goes in 21, and now occupies that 3rd place position. Claire Horner Williams, very uncharacteristically off the pace in Melton number 1. We're not, are we? We are. We got red flags on that one. So unfortunately, Jade Russell finds herself square-wheeled in the IK65 machine, and she was facing sideways. She managed to get it going now, but unfortunately, too little too late, as the red flags did come out, and I don't think we were on the final lap, or maybe we was just coming up to it. So we're going to wait and see what the decision is on that one. In the meantime, I don't know what we have left. So can I see cars coming down? So as I said, I'm not too sure what is left. I think they look like stock hatches that are making their way down. That'll be why then. So we've got lady stock hatches still to come your way. So I'd imagine they're going to come out, and then if this Class 8 is being rerun, that'll be straight after, and then I'd imagine that is it, because I don't think there is anything else. Of course, I'm the one with the outstanding rerun. So they are definitely lady stock hatches that are coming down then. So 6 of them we started with over the weekend, and we're going to finish with 6 as well, as they're all down there. Well, they're not yet, but they will be. They're all assembling down there on the line. So Amy Holden then, 3 wins out of 3 in Penhow number 9. And she'll be looking to obviously do the business again in the final. I mean, your current champion, and she won in Ireland as well, didn't she? So, yeah, she'll be looking for another maximum score in Pennow number 9. Gracie Coles in Pennow number 10 should also be down there. Gracie had 2 seconds and a third throughout her heats. Daisy Stevenson in Evesham 98. I got BF next to that, so that indicates black flag. So whether Daisy's back out, I don't know. So Sophie Egerton will be down there in Radford 247, Kim Gardner in Breednail 125, and Sue Stevens in Ludlow 64 will be the other one. So how many have we got down there? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them at the moment. And as I said, I'm not too sure if Daisy Stevenson is going to come out, because I don't know if she has been excluded or if that was from a previous attempt. So we will see as we're looking around. It seems like we have got track clearance. There's nothing stopping that. So the marshals are obviously waiting on something, but it does look like we're getting closer. As we look to that first marshals post, we can see the yellow flag going up. So we are going in without Daisy Stevenson, as I said. So Amy Holden on a mission to make it another maximum score as she leads the way early doors out of the gate and into turn 1 in this Pennow 1-2 as this number 9 from number 10. Sophie Egerton, though, wants to get in the mix in Radford 247, and she won't want to lie down and just be steamrolled over and pick up third. She'll want to try and get in the mix and get as high as she possibly can, but Amy Holden is already pulling away in Pennow number 9. Gracie Cole's under strong challenge for second, as I said, from Sophie Egerton. Then we're going to go to Kim Gardner in the Breednail 125, and Sue Stevens is the one with it all to do at the back in Ludlow 64. So get your foot down, Sue, because you've got catching up to do with the rest of them. Amy Holden is gone. She's in a league of her own at the moment in Pennow number 9, has been all weekend, and looking, as I said, for that maximum score to boost up her points tally, and they could be very, very valuable come the end of the season. She leads the way, still passed us on to another circuit. Amy Holden, it is from Gracie Coles. Gracie, I don't know, is she closing the gap a little bit there? In Pennow number 10, these two either way pulled away now from lonely Sophie Egerton there in that third place position, because they've got no one around her whatsoever as Gracie's clear in front of her, and unfortunately Kim Gardner is dropping back. I should say that, where's Kim Gardner going? She's taking a very wide line through that top turn, and she loses her position as Sue Stevens goes through in Ludlow 64. So don't know what Kim was trying there, probably going out wide, waving to the fans maybe, but it's done her no favours whatsoever. She's found herself at the back. Are we last lap flag? We are. So there you go, Amy Holden, one more to go. Gracie Coles will continue to chase for the final lap, but she knows that Amy is a very, very quick, very neat, tidy driver. Amy is being reeled in. No, Gracie has found some ground from somewhere. She gave her a little nudge as well. I tell you what, she's going to get her. Gracie's up the inside. Pennow number 10 it is. She left it late, but my God, did it work. Number 10 takes the win. Amy Holden takes second in Pennow number 9. Sophie Egerton third in Radford 247. Sue Stevens is the next one across at 64. Kim Gardner in Breednail 125. Where did that come from, Gracie? And I don't even think she realises she won, because she's come back round to do another lap. So little fist pump though as she crossed the line. So she'll obviously be delighted with that. I don't know what happened. As I said, Amy looked like she was clear at one point, and then Amy just got reeled in. Gracie managed to close the gap and made that move right on the last bend. And it just goes show, it doesn't matter when you make the move, as long as you get it done before the checkered flag, that's the main thing. So well done, Gracie Coles, on a very good win there in the stock hatches. As I said then, I think all we've got left is the Class 8 rerun. The third attempt of the Class 8 rerun. So hopefully we will be seeing it fairly shortly, because looking to the line, there is nothing there, and looking at the TV, there's nothing coming down at the moment either. So we will wait eagerly and wait and see what is happening with these Class 8s. As I said, I think that might be the final race of the weekend, but certainly worth sticking around for. If you're not in too much of a hurry to obviously get going, then it's definitely worth staying for a ladies Class 8 final. What's the time? 5 o'clock? Not even 5 o'clock. So I tell you what, not a bad effort, is it really? After obviously not completing all of the racing yesterday, the first 2 heats, and it was always going to be a challenge, especially in conditions as tricky as this, of course, this track. We know it polishes, and yeah, it's had a fair bit of sunshine beaming down on it over the last week, I'd say. So we knew it was going to be a challenge, but I tell you what, well done Scunthorpe, because getting through what they did yesterday, and then obviously coming here this morning and starting off. No messing around whatsoever. Got the rest of the ladies done from yesterday. We obviously had semi-finals and 7s, 8s as well. So plenty of racing that was to be had today, and they've managed to get through it. Not that anyone would have doubted them anyway, because we know Scunthorpe. We've been here many times. Obviously, they've had multiple BAS rounds and ladies nationals, etc. So they certainly know what they're doing. But yeah, as I said, Scunthorpe, well done. Take a bow, because you have done an amazing job this weekend. And I'll tell you what, this BAS this year is really shaping up to be a cracker, because we had Ireland, of course, round 1. Completely different weather conditions, but I tell you what, that didn't make a difference over there. They're used to it, and that track held up superbly as well. So we had a brilliant round 1. The bar was set very, very high, but I think it's fair to say that Scunthorpe have reached that bar and set the pace as well, along with the West Waterford Club, of course. Next one is only 2 weeks, so we have a weekend off. Well, I mean, you might still be racing somewhere, but a weekend off, and then, yeah, Radford for round 3 of the Kent Cams and Beresford Holdings sponsored British Autograss series. Of course, Radford, another very familiar venue. We've had BAS rounds there in the past. We haven't had a BAS round there in a while, though. It has been a good few years, I think, since Radford have had a BAS round. They've obviously had the ladies and juniors nationals during that time, and of course, they've got the ladies and juniors nationals again this year. So for the ladies that are obviously racing there and the juniors at the BAS, then they can use it as a bit of a practice session as well, because obviously they're going to be back there in the first week of September, I believe, for the ladies nationals. But yeah, very much looking forward to round 3 of the BAS. As I said, Radford, a very good club, and I think the commentary team is going to be growing for that weekend, because we know that Mr. Kevin Erdman, of course, is going to be joining us at Radford. And I believe Tim Jones is also going to be joining us as well. So it's going to be a crowded box, that one, I tell you. But yeah, it's going to be a good weekend. I'm sure no matter what the weather conditions will be, that Radford will pull it out the bag. They're used to it. Again, all these clubs obviously have to work in adverse weather conditions, we'll say. Of course, rain or sun. Scunny, well, I mean, years ago it was always raining when I come here, but the last few times I've been here, it's been lovely. So sunny, Scunny indeed this weekend. And as I said, big pat on the back to all the members. I tell you what, won't want to be a marshal this weekend, would you? Standing out there in the sun with those overalls on, I bet they can't wait for this final race to get finished, because they have worked tirelessly out there in the heat. And I'm surprised we didn't see any of them running underneath the water bowser when it was coming around on track, just to get a little bit of a cool off, to be honest. Not been as hot today, but still not ideal weather to be standing out in overalls and high vises running around, really. But yeah, well done, marshals. Well done, obviously, everyone that has some sort of role played in this weekend's proceedings. And, of course, not just the racing, all the social side, the entertainment as well. Scunny don't skimp on that, do they? They've had an array of catering vans, of course, the other hospitality tent, of course, showing the football last night as well. So they certainly know how to run a meeting. So again, well done, Scunthorpe. Radford, over to you next. So as I said, short turnaround, week off, and then another BAS round, and then I think 2 weeks off, and then it's the nationals. So meetings coming thick and fast now, and it's going to be gets costly, of course it does, but it's fun. It's what we love doing. So yeah, I'm sure everyone that was here, or 90% of the people that have been here this weekend, will be at Radford in 2 weeks' time. If anyone would know, Steve Langley would know. When did Radford last hold a BAS round? The only one I can remember was 2006 or 2005, maybe. So we're talking 20-odd years. They've had one since that. So I must have missed it. But yeah, it's been a while. But anyway, we are racing. The final race of the weekend is up and away. Come on, girls, keep it clean as they go into turn 1. We're down to 5 cars. What did I say? Keep it clean. So we've already lost one. I think that's Terry Mumford. And yes, it is in Forest D161. Come on, Terry, be a team player, get it going. And she does. So fair play to her after having a little wipeout in the early stages. But as all that goes on, Tia Reese is away and gone. So it didn't look good good for her in the previous attempt, but she's flying in this one. PAC 21 is your race leader. Claire Beresford runs in second in North Shropshire 55, and then I think running third is going to be Emma Shell, Sandra Jones fourth, and Terry Mumford in the Forestine 161. We're listening to the radio. Marshall's chatting about that turn 1 incident, but it's going to be Tia Reese that's going to lead them round once again in 21, looking for a maximum score at this BAS, as she took 3 wins out of 3 in the heat. And looking to obviously take the big one in the final, as Claire Beresford, I think, might just be dropping back a little bit in North Shropshire 55. Once Tia gets going, then she's hard to stop as she motors on past us once again. Beresford still there in second, Sandra Jones up to third. Emma Shell is there. I can't believe it. It's red flags. Oh, no. Red flags once again on your ladies' Class 8s. So, yeah, I think they are calling them to go back round. Right, so just hearing over the radio then, that they are going to bring them straight back round, so that's good news. Bad news is Emma Shell's not going to be down there in the Forestine 95, as she was deemed, I'd imagine, for the contact with Terry Mumford on turn 1. So, fortunately, no Emma Shell. Does that leave us with 4 cars? So you're all going to get a trophy if that's the case. So that's the good news for you ladies racing out there. But, yeah, as I said, they're going to bring them back round, so it shouldn't be too long until we get back going with that one. Tia Reese, little shake of the head as she came past, as obviously leading the race and getting it stopped. Nothing worse, really, is there? So she obviously wasn't too happy with that, but she's going to have to try and do it all again. As, what is it? I've lost the count now. I don't know if it's 3rd attempt or 4th attempt. So either way, it's been a lot of attempts for the ladies' Class 8s. They haven't been too bad over the heats. They've actually been pretty well behaved, but of course, when it comes to the final, everyone wants that top spot. So they have obviously created a few little incidents and caused a bit of drama, as we do get in finals at BAS rounds. But yeah, as I said, I think we're only going to be left with 4 cars. Trying to think who was out in it. So we should have then Terry Mumford, Tia Reese, Sandra Jones will be in it as well, and yeah, Claire Beresford. They should be the 4 that are left. So it's becoming less of a race and more of a last lady standing, really. As 4 of them left to do battle, but I'll tell you what, good 4 to have. So I'm sure the 4 of them will make it a very entertaining race when we eventually get to it. I think someone better remind them we are on a 6 o'clock curfew, so if they could stay level-headed, that would be great. If we have to do a staggered start, then we might have to do that if that's the only way of getting them to go round without touching each other. So, as I said, slight delay, just a little wait until they come back round, and we can go racing and obviously round things off with a hopefully a good race. And obviously, yeah, get on our way. Of course, there are a lot of drivers here from Wales and places like that. It's going to be a long old journey for them, so they're going to want to get back home. Obviously, a lot of the northern members, not too far, so it works out quite well for them. We're on the TV, there you go. So hello to everyone that's on BAStv. If there's anyone left still watching and not fed up with these ladies' Class 8s that are causing drama, if you are about, feel free to send us a message while we're waiting for them to come back, because, yeah, obviously we could do with filling the downtime. I've got a missed call off Graham Bennett. That can't be good. So, as I said, if you are still watching on the live stream, for those of you that have been watching on the live stream, big thank you very much for obviously supporting. We hope that you have liked and subscribed. We keep mentioning it. We're not going to stop mentioning it until we hit our target. So, as I said, big thank you to you watching. I'm sure everyone's been there either in their pool or in their living room with the fans on. So, yeah, it's been a hot one, but it's been a good one. So, as I said, hopefully you have all enjoyed the coverage. Poor Jeff has been up there on the scaffolding in the sunshine as well. He had an umbrella for a bit, but then that nearly came through the window. So I'm not too sure what happened with that in the end. But, yeah, it has been a good one. As I said, hopefully you've all enjoyed the coverage. So, I've certainly enjoyed it. It's been a brilliant weekend. We got a message. Lucy Smart, me and Harry are waiting and cheering on Terry. So there you go. People are still sticking around. They want to see the final race of the weekend. Like I said, it's ladies Class 8 final. You want to see it. So, yeah, I've had a good weekend. Steve, what about yourself?
Yeah, I've had a very good weekend, thank you. So my first BAS round of the season, because unfortunately couldn't make Ireland. So yeah, it's been a good one, and everybody at Scunthorpe should be extremely, extremely pleased and proud of yourselves. Not just everybody, I suppose, at Scunthorpe, but there's a lot of people from other clubs that have been helping as well. But yeah, you've done your sport, you've done yourselves proud, so well done to you one and all. Just a reminder, not many spectators left, but any that are, then please pick up your litter so that the hard-working members that have worked so hard, not just across this weekend, but through the run-up week to it, because I can guarantee you that in those ultra hot conditions that we had, there would have been people here doing track work and putting things up and sorting things out. So yeah, meeting just doesn't happen across the 3 days. There's a lot before and there's quite a bit after. So if we can minimise the litter picking up after, that will be really, really good, because as I said earlier, it is totally unnecessary. But yeah, it's always a little unfortunate when sort of like the last, or one of the last classes of the day turns into a problematical class. But yeah, that problematical class looks like they are coming to the line. So they were sort of like called back round, but obviously just need to cool down perhaps a little bit and even refuel, etc., etc. But the 4 cars that are needed, I think we will be seeing very, very shortly. So yeah, I think they're coming up slowly but surely, Liam.
Wish me luck, Steve. Let's try again. So we're going to go with Class 8's messages coming in thick and fast. Gareth Jones, there we go. So another fellow commentator. We haven't seen Gareth so far this year. Haven't had the pleasure to work with him, but I'm sure he will be back at some point. I'm sure we'll bump into each other. What did he say? Me and Dad are still with you as well. Shout out to Mrs. Langley. So there you go. Cheers, Gareth. Shout out to Mrs. Langley as well. My phone keeps going black. And nice to hear some good news, and good to hear you back on the mic, he said. So cheers, Gareth. And hopefully you won't be with us too much longer, because this is the final race of the weekend, and we're going to get it done as we get away from the line. Tyre it is once again in PAC 21. She's going to be getting deja vu. She was in this situation about 5 minutes ago. She wasn't in that one, though. Where's she going? So, PAC 21. Right, I have no idea what's going on here, because 3 cars have pulled off. There's a couple of flags, I think. So, Terry Mumford's going to come past us. That was a bit of a bizarre experience, I must say. I can't say I've ever had anything remotely similar to that. I'm going to stop building this up and saying it's the last race now, because I'm shooting myself in the foot. So I have no idea what that was all about. Thierry's led, pulled off, 2 others followed her, and Terry Mumford was away on her own. So not too sure what that's all about. There is a car on the line. Technical start line problem. So that's a new one, I tell you. So technical start line problem for the ladies Class 8. So we'll try for the 4th time now, I think. 4th, 5th. So you are killing me, girls, I tell you. Absolutely killing me. So you're meant to be the well-behaved one. It's the men that I'm meant to have issues with in Class 8, not the ladies. The ladies are normally the ones that go through nice and easily. But this weekend, well, I mean, I can't even say this weekend, because as I said, they've been all right in the heats, but it is just the final. So they look like they are lining straight back up. And they're going to come back out. Right, there we go. Yellow flag's up. Come on, girls, let's go. As we get away from the line, Therese is not the quickest out the gate this time. It is Terry Mumford, but Tier's back up the inside. And I feel like I've been saying that for about the last hour. Oh, no, Sandra Jones, don't go climbing. Oh, Claire Beresford, don't you copy. So you 2 are the most experienced ones out there. And you're the ones causing havoc. So stay level-headed, girls, as they get away. And now we've got 2 separate races. So we've got Therese and Terry Mumford first and second, and a very big gap back to Claire Beresford and Sandra Jones in Cumdy number 10. So Tia I'll tell you what, she must feel like she's been driving this race for about the last hour because she's led it pretty much every attempt, apart from when she ended up on 2 wheels. But if she leads it to the end, that's the main thing. So 21 it is. That brings them round once again. A few more to go this time. Tyre, Terry Mumford, 1 and 2. As I said, big drop back there to Claire Beresford in North Shropshire 55 and Sandra Jones in Cumdy number 10 after early contact between the two of them in the stages earlier on in the race. But at the front, 2 more laps to go. And Tia Reese it is that leads them round once again in PAC 21. Going for that maximum score, and I'll tell you what, rounds don't come much better than that, do they? 3 wins and a win in the final is pretty much the perfect weekend. And Tia will be over the moon with that. And I'm sure she'll be very, very happy if she can keep it, because she's still got 1 more lap to go. Last lap flags out for 21. Terry Mumford there in second in Forest 161. Oh, we got a race on for third now. Sandra Jones looking all over the back of Claire Beresford, chucks it out wide, loses ground. And Claire, of course, keeping it tight to those cones and steadying the pace. But it's double checkered flags, the final one of the weekend. You've done it, Tia. You can relax. PAC 21 takes the win. Terry Mumford second in the Forestry 161. Claire Beresford third in North Shropshire 55, and Sandra Jones in 4th place in Cumdy number 10. And I'm going to run out of this commentary box before they decide to rerun it again. So well done, girls. We got there in the end. So that is it from me then. That is it, obviously, for the meeting. But I'm going to just say a quick goodbye, a very quick thank you as well to the team for obviously having me back. Good to see you again, Steve, and work with you at a BAS round. As I said, we've got it all to do again in 2 weeks' time. But yeah, from me, it's a very big thank you. Good night, safe journey home, and I will see you all in just under 2 weeks' time.